Ye Tian found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball Super, where he encountered a peculiar little child with a flat head, whom he decided to adopt as his son. To his astonishment, he later learned that this child was none other than the Omni-King, the supreme being of the entire universe, capable of obliterating all existence with a mere wave of his hand. Whis, Lord Beerus, I have some unsettling news. The Omni-King is on Earth. Beerus, what? How could the Omni-King be in such a place? Whis, it appears that the Omni-King shares a rather special bond with your opponent, Ye Tian. It seems he is. Beerus, what? Compa, what? He's the Omni-King's father? Hello, father. No, I mean greetings, Omni-King's father. Chapter 1. Adopting the Omni-King as my son. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, after the evil Majin Buu was vanquished, on a certain unnamed peak in the 7th universe, Earth, a large stone served as Ye Tian's makeshift bed. Daddy. Daddy. Oh, my head hurts. Where am I? Ye Tian instinctively rubbed his head, slowly opening his eyes and mumbling. Did I just hear someone call me daddy? I've been single for 25 years. When did I have a child? Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a curious flat-headed robot staring intently at him. This robot had an unusual appearance, characterized by a blue center flanked by purple sides, with the boundary between the two colors running directly through its eyes. Who are you? At that moment, a voice resonated in Ye Tian's mind. Binding choice system. 50, 80, 100. System binding successful. First time binding reward. A beginner's gift package. Transported to the world of Dragon Ball Super. Reward. A transport gift package. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. What? A choice system? The world of Dragon Ball Super? I've been transported? All because I browsed a few action films on a dubious website, and my phone exploded from a virus? Though he found it hard to believe, the reality was undeniable. Quickly regaining his composure, after all, he had read hundreds of web novels. He settled into the notion of being transported, even if it was a bit surreal. He rose from the ground and surveyed his surroundings. Damn it, why couldn't I have been transported to a wealthy family as a young master? Instead, I find myself on this hilltop, clearly destined to be an orphan. How disappointing. Before he could finish his thought, a realization struck him. The Dragon Ball Super world. Isn't that the one where you gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon Shenron, who can grant any wish? Then, being transported into a wealthy family would be pointless. It would be far more intriguing to be the most powerful being, especially in such a perilous world. I wonder how this Dragon Ball Super world has developed. It's a pity I only watched the first episode, which dealt with the defeat of the evil Majin Buu. I was too busy with work to watch more, and now I've unexpectedly landed here. If only I had completed the series, I could have anticipated how this world unfolds. How frustrating. Daddy, why are you talking to yourself? The flat-headed robot chimed innocently. Ye Tian looked at the curious robot and inquired, Who are you? Why do you call me daddy? Are you certain I am your father? Have I somehow married in this world? But why do you look like that? As he posed the question, a twitch of his mouth betrayed his thoughts. Could it be that I've been cuckolded? Good grief. I'm called Quan Quan, the flat-headed robot announced. I don't really know why I call you daddy. I just feel really happy being with you. Ye Tian was perplexed. Based on a robot's words, it seemed he was not truly his son but rather enjoyed his company. Wait, how could there be a robot on this mountaintop? Could it be an extraordinary robot? Ye Tian was aware that robots in the Dragon Ball world were quite commonplace, especially with Bulma's array of inventions that were astonishingly powerful. Ding. Choice 1. Adopt Quan Quan as your son. Reward. Bloodline Roulette *1. Ding. Choice 2. Refuse Quan Quan. Reward. 50 million battle power. Upon seeing these choices, Ye Tian's interest was piqued by the notion of battle power. However, he suddenly recognized an important consideration. In the Dragon Ball world, while battle power was significant, bloodline was even more crucial. Possessing a strong bloodline would make increasing one's battle power a breeze. Ultimately, Ye Tian resolved to opt for the bloodline roulette. If he landed a Saiyan bloodline or something similar, it would surely be more advantageous than the 50 million. Battle power. His gaze softened as he looked at Quan Quan. Quan Quan. Yes. Quan Quan replied cheerfully. From this day forth, I shall be your father, and you shall be my son. Ye Tian's demeanor took on a somewhat whimsical tone. Daddy. Quan Quan joyfully waved his little hands. It's father, not daddy. Daddy. Quan Quan continued to call out. Ye Tian couldn't help but scratch his head. Forget it, I won't dwell on it. If you want to call me daddy, so be it. The pronunciation is quite similar anyway. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Reward received. Bloodline Roulette *1. Using Bloodline Roulette. Whoosh. In his mind, a roulette wheel materialized, divided into 12 segments, each with equal probability. Majin Buu Bloodline, Saiyan Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline, Frisia's Ice Demon Bloodline, Three-Eyed Tribe Bloodline, Tian Shinhan, Black Goku Bloodline, Namekian. Bloodline, Android. Note: to enhance clarity, Future references to bloodlines will directly mention the most representative individuals, such as Frisia's Ice Demon bloodline, instead of simply stating the bloodline. Ye Tian's excitement surged as he beheld the 12 bloodlines, with the legendary Saiyan bloodline being the one he yearned for most. That bloodline was simply extraordinary. The pointer on the roulette began to spin. Initially, it spun with great speed. After about 20 seconds, the speed gradually decreased. Slower still. At this moment, the pointer drifted toward the human bloodline. Good grief, I'm already of human blood. Drawing another human bloodline is like drawing a blank. Spin faster, please. The next bloodline was the three-eyed tribe bloodline. As it reached the three-eyed tribe bloodline, the pointer slowed to a crawl, akin to a snail's pace. Ye Tian anxiously clutched his chest, feeling as though it were filled with countless water buckets, his emotions in turmoil. Quan looked at Ye Tian, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why his father was standing there in a daze. Come on, get a good spin. I really don't want this three-eyed tribe bloodline. Ye Tian glanced at the next bloodline, the Black Goku bloodline. I wouldn't mind receiving the Black Goku bloodline. Although I'm not familiar with it, since it carries the name Goku, it must be noteworthy. Having only watched the first episode of Dragon Ball Super, Ye Tian was not well acquainted with Black Goku. The hand remains in the trihuman sector, yet it continues to rotate, albeit at a pace slower than that of a snail. 0.7 seconds later, the hand came to a complete halt. What the hell is this? Chapter 2. The Bloodline of Black Wukong. What is this? The pointer on the wheel has landed precisely on the boundary line between the bloodline of Black Wukong and the Three-Eyed People. System, how does this work? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the bloodline of Black Wukong. Huh, the bloodline of Black Wukong? I actually obtained the bloodline of Black Wukong instead of that of the Three-Eyed People. Indeed. Host, if you observe closely, you will notice that the pointer is skewed towards the bloodline of Black Wukong by 0.1 centimeters. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian scrutinized the pointer, and indeed discovered that it was slightly inclined towards the bloodline of Black Wukong. The deviation was merely 0.1 centimeters, and without careful observation, it would be virtually imperceptible. Well, as long as it's not the bloodline of the Three-Eyed People, that would be fine. Having an eye opened on my forehead would severely tarnish my handsome appearance. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he absent-mindedly brushed his fingers across his face. Host, please maintain some decorum. May I inquire if you wish to activate the bloodline of Black Wukong now? Yes. In that fleeting moment, Ye Tian felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation. A series of creaks emanated from within him. His arms began to morph in every aspect, becoming more robust, and the flesh around his abdomen was sculpted into well-defined muscles. Quan, witnessing Ye Tian's metamorphosis, blinked his small eyes in excitement, filled with curiosity. He exclaimed animatedly, "Daddy, you're amazing. So impressive." In less than a minute, Ye Tian had fully integrated with the bloodline of Black Wukong. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of formidable power as his knuckles cracked. He was curious about the effects of this bloodline. Just as he pondered this, the bloodline of Black Wukong immediately conveyed its effects to him. Effects of the bloodline of Black Wukong: pain growth. Pain growth. Through combat, one can rapidly enhance their battle prowess. The more intense the pain, the faster and stronger the effects manifest. Upon receiving this information, Ye Tian felt that this pain growth was indeed promising, bearing a resemblance to the sensation of a Super Saiyan. However, unlike the Super Saiyan, which requires training, this primarily revolves around combat. He couldn't help but wonder how this bloodline compared to that of the Super Saiyan. It would be interesting to find out. Daddy is amazing. Quan twirled around like an adoring fan, causing Ye Tian to feel a sense of pride in his newfound abilities. However, he shook his head, realizing that this thought was somewhat presumptuous. In this world, there were undoubtedly many who surpassed him. He might not even be a match for Yamcha at this point. After all, that fellow had the Wolf Fang fist, while he possessed nothing of the sort. Right, didn't the system just grant me 2 substantial gift packages? Open the novice gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've acquired Flight Technique and Kamehameha. Flight Technique, a skill that consumes energy to enable flight. Kamehameha, a technique that launches an energy blast from the palm, capable of continuous firing. Wow, this novice gift package is indeed quite rudimentary. Flight Technique and Kamehameha are essentially the most basic skills from Dragon Ball. If only I could have received something like the Kamehameha wave. That would have been splendid. By the way, there's also a traversal package. I wonder what treasures lie within. Let's hope it doesn't disappoint. Opening the traversal package, he obtained Dragon Fist and Energy Sword. Dragon Fist, a powerful technique where a golden dragon bursts forth from the fist, piercing through the enemy's body and subsequently wrapping around them before culminating in a massive explosion. Son Goku's Super Saiyan 3 technique. Energy Sword, a technique that transforms energy into a luminous sword, with exceptional cutting and slicing capabilities. Capable of extending up to 40 meters in length. Black Wukong's technique. Wow, I actually got the Dragon Fist. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tightly clenched his fists. Although he had never watched Dragon Ball Super, he was aware that the Dragon Fist was one of Son Goku's most iconic moves. It was this very technique that had brought an end to the formidable Majin Buu. As for the energy sword, Ye Tian had never heard of it and was uncertain of its power, resulting in a lack of significant excitement. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Quan, noticing his father's murmurs, couldn't help but inquire. Ye Tian snapped back to reality and gently patted Quan's head, saying, "I got so caught up in my excitement that I almost forgot about you. Quan, Daddy is happy now. Let's go have some fun." Okay. At that moment, Ye Tian's consciousness was interrupted by another voice. Choice 1. Attend Bulma's birthday party. Reward, 50 million battle power. Choice 2. Earn 100 million currency within 3 days. Reward, 50 million battle power. Ye Tian was surprised to trigger 2 additional choices. However, upon examining them, his immediate inclination was to attend Bulma's birthday party. The second choice of acquiring 100 million currency seemed far too daunting, and since both choices offered the same reward, it was only logical to opt for the simpler task. Turning his gaze towards Quan, he tenderly ruffled his hair, feeling as if he were nurturing his own flesh and blood. Quan, Daddy has thought of a more exciting place to visit. All right. Quan waved his tiny hands, spinning around and occasionally patting his own belly. Ye Tian noticed that the little one was dressed quite stylishly, with red and gold trimmings adorning his attire. Across the chest and abdomen were 3 characters arranged vertically. Wong x Wong. Quan, your outfit is quite fashionable. Yes. Quan nodded enthusiastically, his large eyes sparkling with joy. Let's go have some fun. Ye Tian was eager to embark on this adventure, as he longed to experience what it felt like to possess 50 million battle power. As for his current battle power, he estimated it to be merely over 100, and that was solely due to his bloodline. Without it, his original physique would have yielded a mere 5. A paltry 5, of course. The most pressing concern was when Bulma's birthday party would commence and conclude, as he was entirely unaware. Thus, he needed to act swiftly to ensure he didn't miss out. By the way, Quan, do you know where West City is? Ye Tian knew that Bulma and her companions resided in West City. Good. Let us set off for West City. Ye Tian grasped Quan's small hand, following his directions as they soared towards West City. As they flew, he curiously inquired, "How did you end up on this mountain? Who brought you here? You don't seem to be a robot. Also, do you have a father and mother? If you do, I can take you to find them." Quan held on to Ye Tian's hand, his eyes wide and calm. "I don't know." Ye Tian sighed at the simplicity of the response, realizing he had asked too many questions only to receive a single, ambiguous answer. Was this the influence of the system? Never mind. Having an additional son isn't a loss, especially since he isn't gaining another father. Moreover, Quan should be familiar with this world. Having him around serves as a navigation aid, which is rather convenient. After flying for a while, Ye Tian declared, "We need to land. Our energy is running low. Let's find something to eat and replenish our strength." He glanced down to see a lush forest filled with vibrant green leaves. Gripping Quan, he descended rapidly. Whoosh. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed as a colossal creature hurtled towards them. Chapter 3. Do you wish to disappear? A massive pterosaur was swiftly approaching them. Ye Tian focused intently. It's a pterosaur. Suddenly, a colossal pterosaur hurtled towards him and Quan with a piercing shriek. Ye Tian grasped Quan's hand and swiftly descended. He was already fatigued and knew that fighting in the air would be disadvantageous, especially since his speed could not rival that of the pterosaur. Moreover, carrying a child made combat even more problematic. Upon landing quickly, Ye Tian saw the pterosaur dive down, and he urgently pushed Quan behind a large tree, commanding, "Stay back and don't come out." Quan nodded gently. Ye Tian, undeterred by the pterosaur's sharp claws, assumed a battle stance. Just the opportunity one need to demonstrate my combat prowess and test the might of this dragon fist. He raised his right hand toward the pterosaur and shouted, "Kamehameha." A wave of energy surged forth, but its speed was lacking, allowing the pterosaur to evade it effortlessly with a swift maneuver. With a powerful swipe, the pterosaur lunged at Ye Tian. He attempted to dodge, but the creature's speed was overwhelming, and the spacious surroundings offered no refuge from its pursuit. Bam! A claw struck his chest, forcing Ye Tian to stagger backward, creating distance between them. Blood began to flow profusely from the wound. The pterosaur relentlessly pursued him, showing no intention of letting him escape. From behind the tree, Quan witnessed the scene, his expression transforming into one of seriousness and cold determination. He stepped out from behind the tree. Ye Tian, seeing him emerge, quickly urged. Quan, get back. Your father can handle this minor issue. Upon hearing this, Quan's expression softened, reverting to his previous innocent and adorable demeanor. As he waved his small hand and cheered, "Go, Daddy." Ye Tian smiled back at him, then glanced at his bleeding chest. What terrible luck. I just arrived in this world and have already been wounded. As he observed the pterosaur charging at him once more, Ye Tian felt an inexplicable excitement surge within him. Tightening his fists, my body feels strangely invigorated. My combat prowess is escalating. Could this be the pain-driven growth of the Black Goku bloodline? A satisfied grin spread across his face as he clenched his fists. All right, let's go. He charged toward the pterosaur. Bam! His fist collided with the pterosaur's claw. However, his strength was still significantly inferior, causing him to be pushed back as the pterosaur pursued him relentlessly. Bang! Claws rained down on his chest repeatedly, causing blood to flow even more profusely. Ye Tian's consciousness began to blur, and just then, he hazily perceived the pterosaur opening its mouth toward him. Boom! A blast of energy erupted from the pterosaur's maw. Ye Tian instinctively attempted to evade, but his body felt heavy and unresponsive. With a sense of frustration, he thought, what a terrible fate. I've just crossed over, and now I'm meeting my demise. How can a pterosaur in the Dragon Ball world possess such formidable power? No wonder Goten and Trunks took several minutes to deal with that giant python. With a thunderous crash, he was struck directly by the energy blast, crashing into several trees before losing consciousness. The pterosaur approached Ye Tian's fallen form, its gaze filled with disdain, as if to say, "You dare to resist?" Lowering its head, it opened its mouth, preparing to feast on Ye Tian. Then, it noticed a small child standing behind Ye Tian. Wasn't he that the child from before? Indeed. It was Quan. A glint of cunning flashed in the pterosaur's eyes as it prepared to subdue Quan as well. But Quan's expression abruptly changed to one of cold intensity as he sweetly intoned, "Do you wish to disappear?" The pterosaur froze, its face contorting in fear and panic. As if confronted by an unspeakable terror, Quan raised his small blue hand, unleashing a unique blue radiance. The pterosaur opened its mouth to scream. But before it could utter a sound, its body vanished in an instant. 1 hour later, Ye Tian groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just crossed over. He saw Quan looking down at him. Huh, Quan, where are we? After glancing around, he realized they were still in the same forest and asked in confusion, "Are we not dead?" Quan replied cheerfully. "What happened to the pterosaur?" Ye Tian queried, puzzled about why it had not killed them. Quan answered directly. "The pterosaur disappeared." Disappeared? How peculiar. I was defeated, yet it vanished? Could it be that it found me too handsome to devour? Ye Tian completely misinterpreted Quan's words, believing he meant it had simply left. As he stood up, Ye Tian felt a surge of strength throughout his body. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that he had absorbed the pterosaur's attack techniques. Clenching his fists tightly, a smile crept onto his lips as he exclaimed excitedly, "Pain-driven growth truly enhances combat power with every injury. I feel as if my power has more than tripled. I must have a combat power of 400 to 500 now. Quan, let us continue our journey and strive to reach West City soon." 1 hour later, Ye Tian and Quan arrived at West City. The city was a beautiful expanse, adorned with towering buildings and lush greenery. Just as they arrived, a gentle rain began to fall, and as the delicate raindrops danced through the air, the colors of the city streets transformed into a vibrant spectacle. Various brightly colored umbrellas seemed to compete for attention, each striving to showcase its beauty. Concerned that Quan might catch a cold in the rain, Ye Tian quickly pulled him toward a storefront to seek shelter. Gazing at the drizzle, he muttered in frustration, "Why did it suddenly start to rain? How troublesome." "Daddy, don't you like the rain?" Quan asked curiously. Ye Tian replied, "It's not that I dislike it, but we have matters to attend to, and rain can hinder our progress." At that moment, Quan looked up at the sky, and a peculiar glint sparked in his bean-sized eyes. Suddenly, the sky trembled, and the drizzling rain transformed into a clear, sunny day. On King Kai's planet, King Kai and Old Kai were leisurely strolling when their expressions suddenly shifted. Fear and cold sweat adorned their faces. King Kai turned to Old Kai, saying, "Ancestor, do you feel that?" Old Kai gazed in the direction of Earth, his tone grave as he replied, "A force that cannot be perceived." He then expressed his deep concern. What could this power be? In West City, Ye Tian was astonished by the sudden change in weather. It's clear now. Bulma is the wealthiest. It should be easy to find her family, right? And that bald man is. Chapter 4, Bulma's 50th birthday. Isn't that bald man Krillin? Ye Tian noticed a bald man driving a car with a woman in the passenger seat. While he couldn't see her clearly from outside, he could guess that the person beside him was undoubtedly Android 18, the most popular female character in Dragon Ball. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian grasped Quan's hand and swiftly ran to Krillin's car, extending his arm to halt it. Klin gazed at Ye Tian and Quan Quan, bewildered, and inquired, "Who are you?" He found it perplexing that this individual would obstruct his vehicle. Was his car perhaps reminiscent of a taxi? Ye Tian's mind raced as he pondered how he might introduce himself to Klin. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could assert that he was a friend of Sun Wukong. He could then challenge Sun Wukong to a duel, for the latter had encountered many individuals and was not particularly astute, making him easy to deceive. Once he successfully attended Bulma's birthday celebration, he would boast a combat power of 50 million. Even if he could not defeat Sun Wukong, he could likely hold his own for a few moments. With his lineage steeped in pain and growth, his combat prowess would surely increase significantly. With these thoughts, Ye Tian felt a surge of joy and promptly addressed Klin. "You must be Klin." Klin, taken aback by Ye Tian's recognition of him, responded with surprise. "Huh? Yes. That's me. Who are you? How do you know me?" He scratched his bald head, clearly perplexed, while Android 18, seated in the passenger seat, stared at Ye Tian with a cold expression. Ye Tian felt a curiosity to observe Android 18 more closely, but out of politeness, he decided to wait for the right moment. "I am a friend of Wukong, and I have come primarily to challenge him. Would you be able to take me to meet him?" Upon hearing Ye Tian's claim of friendship with Wukong, Klin's defenses lowered, as he assumed individuals of their sort posed no threat. "Oh, you are a friend of Wukong. Conveniently, we are headed to Bulma's birthday celebration, and he should be attending as well. Please get in." As Ye Tian and Quan Quan opened the car doors, they noticed a delightful little girl with golden hair in the back seat. The girl, named Marin, was the daughter of Klin and Android 18. Upon seeing Ye Tian and Quan Quan, she beamed with joy and exclaimed in her sweet voice, "This robot is so cute." Klin and Android 18 also acknowledged Quan Quan, remarking, "Indeed, quite adorable." However, Android 18 immediately discerned that Quan Quan was not a robot. As an android herself, she possessed a heightened sensitivity to such distinctions. Ye Tian clarified, "He is my son, Quan Quan, not a robot." Hearing this, Android 18 felt a wave of reassurance regarding Ye Tian, as his honesty indicated he had no ulterior motives. Klin, driving, remarked, "You must be formidable if you seek to challenge Wukong among our group. He is a true combat enthusiast, utterly obsessed with fighting, and the strongest among us. It's rare to hear someone actively seeking him out for a duel." Ye Tian felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, he was hardly formidable. Wukong could easily obliterate him with a mere flick of his hand. Well, I suppose so. He found it curious that Klin could not perceive his combat power. After all, his aura was not particularly strong. Could it be that he was simply too weak? But what of Android 18? Did she not sense it either? Ye Tian understood that Klin had become somewhat negligent in his martial training since marrying Android 18 and having a child. Perhaps he was simply preoccupied with family matters. After a brief period, they encountered a severe traffic jam ahead, causing Klin to lean out and survey the endless line of vehicles with exasperation. At this rate, we are bound to be late. Android 18 immediately grew anxious and turned to Klin, exclaiming, "We can't miss the bingo game. The prize is sure to be astounding." Klin seemed to recall something, slapping the steering wheel in resignation. "All right, just this once." He pressed a button to transform the car into a capsule, and in an instant, it morphed into a small capsule. Android 18 and Klin, with Marin in tow, took off into the sky. Ye Tian grasped Quan Quan's hand and followed suit. Ordinary onlookers gasped in astonishment as they witnessed the quartet take flight. Shortly thereafter, Ye Tian accompanied Klin and Android 18 to Bulma's opulent luxury cruise ship. On their way, they encountered Tian and Kaiatsu, as well as Yamcha and Puar. Upon the first sight of the lavish ship, one could easily mistake it for a floating city. It boasted a vast central park and countless rooms. Ye Tian could not help but marvel internally. Bulma truly is the wealthiest person in the world. Happy birthday, Bulma. Klin and Android 18 approached Bulma to convey their well wishes. Although Bulma had just turned 50, she appeared hardly a day over 30. Her features were exquisite, her skin flawless, her face youthful and unblemished, with lustrous blue hair cascading down while she donned a light blue evening gown that accentuated her beauty to its fullest. Her looks and demeanor were only slightly less striking than Android 18's. "Thank you, everyone," Bulma replied with a smile. Ye Tian, captivated by Bulma's beauty, could not help but reflect on how he compared to her in terms of desirability. However, he promptly dismissed any notions of causing discord in another's family. At that moment, Ye Tian also chimed in, "Bulma, happy birthday." Bulma had noticed Ye Tian earlier, but she could not recall who he was or why he was accompanying Klin and Android 18. Upon hearing his birthday wishes, she smiled warmly. "Thank you." Klin, sensing Bulma's slight awkwardness due to her lack of recognition of Ye Tian, quickly interjected, "Bulma, he is a friend of Wukong, here to challenge him." Bulma's expression brightened with understanding. "Ah, I see. Thank you for coming to my birthday celebration. She then clenched her fist, her expression turning fierce. Wukong, that brawler, is still not here, and Vegeta is off training. Those Saiyans and their obsession with fighting are driving me mad. She scrutinized Ye Tian. You're not another brawler. Are you? Seeking a duel with Sun Wukong? Ye Tian felt a wave of embarrassment. It was merely an excuse on his part. No. It's just a promise between us. Oh. Bulma dismissed the thought, her attention drawn to a large, pink creature voraciously consuming food. She rushed over, seizing the creature by its antennae. The party hasn't started yet. We'll wait for everyone before we begin. Chapter 5. Quan Quan grows angry again. Majin Buu. Ye Tian chuckled at the sight of Majin Buu being hoisted by Bulma. He considered joining in on the fun, but ultimately decided against it. The chubby Buu was innocent and devoid of moral distinctions, akin to a child, easily deceived. In the presence of the great deceiver Satan, he was practically a younger sibling. Yet, Satan and he shared a sincere affection. As Ye Tian contemplated these matters, a reminder echoed in his consciousness. Objective achieved. Attend Bulma's birthday. Reward, 50 million combat power. In that instant, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Ye Tian's body, nearly overwhelming him with its intensity. Fortunately, he quickly managed to contain it. Observing the lively conversations around him, he finally exhaled in relief, unnoticed by anyone nearby. Meanwhile, within the gravity training chamber, Vegeta abruptly sensed an explosive surge of power, instantly halting his training. Who could it be? He swiftly exited the chamber, heading towards the source of the energy. There, he encountered a strikingly handsome individual with profound eyes. Ye Tian, who was conversing with himself. Who are you? Vegeta inquired coldly, arms crossed. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. How had he not sensed the presence of another despite his immense battle power of 50 million? Upon recognizing Vegeta, he quickly realized that his own power was genuine. Yet the other was simply far too formidable. Vegeta. Vegeta furrowed his brow. Who are you? I am a friend of Goku, here to challenge him. Ye Tian explained, secretly noting that Vegeta was indeed as depicted in the comics, cold and perpetually wearing an icy expression, as if he were owed millions. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brow relaxed slightly, his tone tinged with surprise. You wish to challenge Kakarot? Very well, let us duel. Not merely a contest, but a duel. This was how Vegeta perceived battle. A duel was unrestricted, even to the point of risking one's life. Ye Tian understood Vegeta's fervor for combat, and contemplated whether to accept the duel. For the sake of growth and enhanced power, he resolved to agree to the duel. Ding. Choice 1. Decline to duel Vegeta and lament that you are merely a side character unworthy of such a challenge. Reward, tenfold Kamehameha. Ding. Choice 2. Agree to duel Vegeta. Reward, tenfold Kamehameha. Unexpectedly, Ye Tian activated the system's choices. Faced with the options, he instinctively chose the second. The Kamehameha was the essence of Dragon Ball, the signature technique of the protagonist. How could he not learn it? Moreover, he had already decided to duel Vegeta. Alright, I accept. Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, a flicker of joy crossed Vegeta's face, though it was swiftly subdued as he amplified his aura. Whoosh. A fierce gust of energy radiated from Vegeta, propelling chairs, tables, and even the trees on the guest ship. All eyes turned towards the spectacle, where Vegeta and Ye Tian locked gazes. Bulma, who was attending to guests, clenched her fists angrily, her chest heaving. Vegeta, what are you doing? Seemingly oblivious to her, Vegeta prioritized the battle. Birthday celebrations were mere trifles in comparison. Ye Tian, however, proposed, let us fight up there. I fear your wife might become enraged. Humph. Vegeta scoffed before soaring into the sky. Without hesitation, Ye Tian followed suit. As they ascended, the onlookers below began to murmur. Who is that? He dares to battle Vegeta? Piccolo questioned. Krillin explained. He is a friend of Goku, here to challenge him. Piccolo quickly grasped the situation. I see. Judging by his aura, he isn't Vegeta's match. But his courage is commendable. In the sky, Vegeta, arms crossed and brimming with pride, regarded Ye Tian. He discerned that this individual was not his equal and initially hesitated to engage. Yet, the notion of defeating Ye Tian would grant him prestige before Kakarot, allowing him to boast, I have already bested him. Ye Tian perceived Vegeta's disdain. With a fierce determination, he unleashed his full battle power of 50 million. However, he knew that in Vegeta's eyes, this was but a triviality. Nevertheless, he yearned for battle, for rewards and strength. He must fight. Go, Daddy, cheered Chi-Chi from the ship, waving her small hands. Vegeta sensed Ye Tian's power and merely snorted. As Ye Tian surged forward, he threw a powerful punch, which Vegeta effortlessly blocked, gripping Ye Tian's fist. This level of power is hardly worthy of challenging Kakarot. Though infuriated by Vegeta's words, Ye Tian maintained his composure. He was indeed no match for Goku or Vegeta, yet he was willing to fight to grow stronger. After being blocked, Ye Tian rapidly maneuvered, unleashing a flurry of punches, all of which Vegeta easily deflected. Furthermore, Ye Tian had only recently acquired his 50 million power, and his body was still adjusting. The actual strength he exhibited barely surpassed 30 million. Vegeta coldly remarked, "How dull." No sooner had he spoken than he struck with blinding speed. Ye Tian's heart raced in alarm. This is bad. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist connected with Ye Tian's abdomen. "Ah!" Ye Tian cried out, experiencing the force of an unrelenting blow for the first time. Vegeta, relentless, propelled him away, swiftly appearing behind him to deliver a powerful kick to his back. "Ah!" Ye Tian gasped, blood spurting forth as Vegeta seized his arm and hurled him high into the air. Ascending first, Vegeta clenched his fists into a hammer, bellowing, "Fool! You overestimate yourself." With a catastrophic blow, the hammer struck Ye Tian's chest. He plummeted like a comet, crashing into the sea with a thunderous roar, sending waves soaring dozens of meters high. Chi-Chi watched in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Daddy's been hit. I'm so angry." Chapter 6, Super Saiyan. It seems I can do that too. In the sky, Vegeta gazed down at Ye Tian, who had been sent crashing into the ocean, a proud smirk on his face as he crossed his arms. On the ship, Bulma was furious, her fists clenched as she shouted, "Vegeta! He came here just to find Goku, and you treat him like this." Krillin couldn't hold back either. Vegeta has indeed gone too far. Everyone remained oblivious to Chi-Chi's transformation, unaware of the impending catastrophe that loomed over them all, threatening to obliterate their world. At that moment, Chi-Chi opened her palm, a radiant blue light shimmering within. Boom! Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from beneath the water, sending waves soaring high as a figure surged forth from the depths. Upon seeing the figure emerge, Chi-Chi rejoiced, waving her small hands. "Daddy's amazing." Unbeknownst to the others, in that fleeting moment, Earth had inexplicably evaded annihilation. Vegeta, with his arms crossed, gazed at the approaching Ye Tian, his eyes briefly betraying a flicker of surprise, though it vanished almost instantaneously. No words were exchanged. Ye Tian, placing a hand on his chest, exclaimed, "I'm truly exhilarated." After being thoroughly dealt with by Vegeta, he felt a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. At that moment, he estimated his fighting power could reach at least 60 million. Observing Ye Tian's exuberant demeanor, Vegeta felt an inexplicable annoyance. "You're quite bothersome in your current state. Reminiscent of that lowly warrior, Kakarot." Ye Tian pondered this for a moment, recognizing the resemblance. Goku would display a similar excitement even when severely injured in fierce battles. Indeed, he felt the same way now. Clenching his fists, Ye Tian unleashed his full energy. Whoosh! His fighting power surged dramatically, soaring to over 60 million. A stark contrast to his previous state. Though he had once possessed over 50 million in power, he could only manifest 30 million due to recent circumstances. Now, thanks to the lineage of Black Goku and the agony of growth, his combat strength not only fused but also ascended. Vegeta, transform. On board the ship, Piccolo sensed the rise in Ye Tian's power, his complexion turning pale. His aura is more formidable than before. Lunch, wearing glasses, remarked, "Indeed. I see a shadow of my father in him." Bulma, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "What? Another brawler?" Yet, considering it further, she sighed in relief that he wasn't TA Saiyan. In the skies, Vegeta scoffed at Ye Tian's words. "I hope you can entertain me." After proclaiming this, Vegeta gathered energy, shouting loudly. His aura surged rapidly, producing a series of hissing sounds in the surrounding air. Whoosh! Hiss! Suddenly, a figure enveloped in golden energy, with golden hair, emerged, Super Saiyan 1 Vegeta. His transformation was not merely a change in hair color. His combat power multiplied significantly. Ye Tian felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Vegeta. The mere presence of Super Saiyan 1 was so potent that it instilled a sense of dread within him. Vegeta, arms crossed, arrogantly remarked, "You're not frightened, are you?" Ye Tian steadied his mind, reassuring himself that as long as he could endure this beating, it wouldn't be long before he attained such power. "Come on, Vegeta. Show me the might of Super Saiyan 1. Vegeta snorted and charged at Ye Tian with astonishing speed. Bang! A fist slammed into Ye Tian's chest, but he swiftly blocked it. Whoosh! Although he managed to deflect the blow, Ye Tian felt a chaotic turbulence within his body. It was a strenuous defense. Nevertheless, his combat power continued to rise. Vegeta pressed on, launching a flurry of punches. Bang bang! Ye Tian struggled to withstand the onslaught. Yet his power kept increasing. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly vanished. Sensing danger, Ye Tian quickly turned around, only to find Vegeta had appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Bang! Ye Tian was sent flying several hundred meters, exerting all his strength to regain his footing. Hovering in the air, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, maintaining a calm demeanor. Though the injuries were painful, his combat power was continually climbing. Whoosh. He charged towards Vegeta, unleashing energy blasts from his hands. Yeah. Vegeta raced forward, casually swatting the energy blasts away, causing them to explode on the opposite side. Boom, boom, boom. The azure sky erupted with explosions, smoke billowing forth. Ye Tian and Vegeta met in a clash, both throwing punches simultaneously. Boom. Their fists collided. Vegeta's hand radiated an unmatched energy that surged against Ye Tian's. Instantly, Ye Tian was pushed back several meters, and before he could regain his balance, Vegeta, utilizing high-speed movement, was already before him, raining down punches. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless strikes battered Ye Tian. At first, he could withstand them with his hands, but as his strength waned, he found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. At this moment, Vegeta seized Ye Tian's shoulders, repeatedly driving his knee into Ye Tian's head. Ye Tian quickly maneuvered his hands to shield his forehead. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta conjured an energy blast, launching it directly at Ye Tian's head, sending him hurtling away. Ye Tian plummeted swiftly, but just as he descended halfway, he stabilized his body. Witnessing this, Vegeta couldn't help but think, how is this possible? The onlookers aboard the luxurious ship were equally astonished. Ye Tian had endured Vegeta's relentless assault and still managed to hover in the air. Ye Tian swiftly ascended, leveling with Vegeta. During the recent clash with Super Saiyan 1, he felt as if he had gleaned some insight. Having inherited Black Goku's bloodline, which bore the name Goku, could he too transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, I believe I might also be able to become a Super Saiyan. What? Chapter 7, Super Saiyan Peach Pink. Super Saiyan, I believe I might also be able to. Ye Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his appearance was utterly disheveled. His clothes torn, blood trickling down his face, and his hair tousled, all due to Vegeta's earlier energy blast to his head. What? Vegeta stared at Ye Tian in shock, pondering whether he too was a Saiyan. On the luxurious ship, the audience reacted with astonishment at Ye Tian's declaration. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. He can also transform into a Super Saiyan? Goten merely clenched his tiny fists in silent observation. Lunch couldn't contain herself, turning to Piccolo beside her. Uncle Piccolo, is what he said true? Piccolo glanced at Lunch, a glimmer of fondness in his eyes, before shifting his gaze to the two combatants in the sky, analyzing the situation like a tactical master. It's still unclear, but Ye Tian's combat power has been steadily increasing. He is becoming more formidable with each battle. He may not be Vegeta's equal yet, but I have a nagging feeling that he could potentially catch up. What? This revelation left everyone utterly stunned. Master Roshi, with his cane and sunglasses, spoke with gravitas. This individual is a rare talent for combat. At that moment, his serious demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual lecherous old man persona. Ye Tian clenched his fists tightly, fully aware that the transformation of a Saiyan into a Super Saiyan is primarily fueled by rage. With sufficient anger, one can metamorphose into a Saiyan. Although Ye Tian had just arrived in the Dragon Ball universe and had not encountered any particularly anger-inducing events, he reflected on the myriad frustrations he had endured before his transmigration. At the age of 26, he had never experienced a romantic relationship, nor had he secured a desirable job. After a long and arduous search, he finally found employment, only to be laid off due to his lack of connections. With the company brazenly informing him, "You have no background. Thus, you are expendable. What can you do about it?" Recalling that vile expression, Ye Tian could not suppress a cry of, absurd. His energy surged, his fists and legs trembled, enveloped in a powerful aura. In an instant, the world around him shifted dramatically. The once clear skies erupted with thunder and lightning as fierce winds gathered, forming ominous clouds. These clouds surged like a horde of wild black stallions, thrashing furiously in the heavens. As the clouds amassed, the temperature plummeted. Thunder crashed relentlessly from above, as if to cleave the clouds asunder, yet they seemed to merge as one, instilling fear in all who beheld the spectacle. On the ship, Piccolo watched in utter horror as Ye Tian's aura continued to escalate, his complexion paling with trepidation. The intensity of Ye Tian's energy was still on the rise. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted around Ye Tian, and the onlookers felt as though a fervent symphony of battle had commenced. As he hovered in the air, Ye Tian radiated a vibrant pink glow, arms outstretched, exuding an aura of majestic power, a swirling violet energy enveloping him. As the brilliance faded, those present beheld a Super Saiyan with hair of a striking pink hue. Ye Tian himself, now transformed into Super Saiyan 1, with a power level far surpassing that of a typical Super Saiyan 1. If he had seen Dragon Ball Super, he would have recognized this form as the pink-haired Super Saiyan of Black Goku, a transformation comparable to Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan, Super Blue, and perhaps even more formidable. Thus, it was an existence that transcended the conventional Super Saiyan 1. Even Vegeta, who was typically aloof, was taken aback at the sight of Ye Tian's transformation. What manner of Super Saiyan is this? Piccolo and the others were equally astonished. Krillin, bewildered, inquired, aren't Saiyans supposed to have golden hair? Why is his hair pink? In his heart, Piccolo was equally astonished. I do not comprehend this, but his transformation involves more than just a change in hair color. His power has increased exponentially. I can sense that his strength has surpassed Vegeta's. This transformation completely eclipses Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression turned anxious. Trunks encouraged, go for it, Dad. Upon hearing Trunks cheer for Vegeta, he too shouted for his father. Come on, Dad, you got this. You're amazing. In the air, Ye Tian gazed at his own reflection. Equally surprised, he had not anticipated transforming into pink. He had thought he would turn golden. Is this perhaps one of the distinctions between Black Goku and Goku? Unsure of what this transformation was, he mused. Based on this color, perhaps it could be named Super Saiyan Pink. Vegeta murmured, Super Saiyan Pink? Vegeta, let us engage in a true battle. I know you have not yet unleashed your full potential. Transform into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta responded, astonished. I didn't realize you were aware of Super Saiyan 2. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power soaring once more. The two warriors locked eyes. Their spirits ignited with fervor. With a resounding clash, they exchanged punches, unleashing energy that radiated outward, displacing the air and causing the ocean beneath them to churn violently. They leaped hundreds of meters into the sky. Ye Tian maneuvered his right hand, gathering a sphere of water within his palm, launching it towards Vegeta. Vegeta countered with an energy blast, obliterating the water sphere, and the two resumed their fierce exchange of blows. The ship, rocked by their tumultuous battle, swayed perilously. Had it not been for its size, it might have capsized. As they exchanged devastating blows, the sea roiled, lightning crackled, and the sky darkened ominously. Bulma, recalling that it was her birthday celebration, could no longer contain her frustration and bellowed, stop. Vegeta, hearing Bulma's furious voice, Vegeta, poised to unleash another attack, halted. Ye Tian also ceased his assault, both warriors recognizing that their continued conflict would spell disaster for the ship and the earth. Vegeta maintained his aloof demeanor, feigning indifference. Yet inwardly, he grappled with the notion that today was his wife's birthday, and such wanton destruction was unwarranted. Ye Tian reverted to his original state and declared, Vegeta, today is your wife's birthday. Let us postpone our battle. Humph, I await your challenge. Vegeta replied, prideful, before descending towards the ship. Ding. Choice 2 completed. Earn tenfold Kamehameha. Ding. Choice 1. Prevent Beerus from seeing Trunks and stop him from destroying Earth. Reward. Immunity to destruction energy. Ding. Choice 2. Prevent Beerus from seeing Trunks and allow him to destroy Earth. Reward. Time jump. Ye Tian surveyed these choices, momentarily unsure of which path to take. The concept of destruction energy was unfamiliar to him, and he had little understanding of what a time jump entailed. However, he could examine the effects of these rewards. Examining. Immunity to destruction energy. Grants immunity to the special destructive abilities of gods of destruction upon reaching a certain level. Immunity to the special destructive abilities of the Omni-King can be attained. Time jump. Allows for a temporal leap of 0.1 seconds. After reviewing the effects of these two rewards, Ye Tian's initial instinct was that immunity to destruction energy would be immensely beneficial. Though he did not know Beerus or the Omni-King personally, he understood from their names that they were divine beings. Gaining immunity to a god's unique attacks would undoubtedly serve as a formidable trump card, especially since he did not wish for Earth to be obliterated. Even though this Earth was not the one he had once inhabited, but merely a planet within the Dragon Ball universe, it was still home to humanity. Therefore, he naturally chose the first option. As for the time jump, while it seemed intriguing, it lacked a certain appeal. As he soared towards the ship, he pondered who exactly Beerus was. Why is he not allowed to see Quan Quan? Could it be that Quan Quan is his son? If that is the case, then he must facilitate their reunion. Let us first assess the situation. If Beerus is indeed Quan Quan's father, then the reward may not matter. At this moment, Ye Tian descended onto the ship. Vegeta, witnessing Ye Tian's arrival, crossed his arms and casually inquired, hey, how did you just transform into that Super Saiyan Rose? Vegeta was genuinely curious about the Super Saiyan Rose. He could sense that the power of Super Saiyan Rose greatly exceeded that of his Super Saiyan 1. In his normal state, Ye Tian was not even his match, let alone when he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. However, upon Ye Tian's transformation into Super Saiyan Rose, They matched in strength, and the enhancement was simply extraordinary. It felt no less potent than the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Ye Tian shrugged his shoulders, expressing ignorance. I'm not quite sure. It just happened naturally. He truly did not know. Initially, he thought he wouldn't be able to transform. And had he known his lineage allowed for transformation, he would not have been overpowered by the wyvern. It was only after encountering Vegeta and witnessing his transformation that he vaguely sensed he too might be capable. Little did he expect to transform into the Rose variant, which provided even greater power than the golden form. This realization brought Ye Tian immense joy. If he were to enhance his base combat power, wouldn't his transformed state become even more formidable? Vegeta scoffed dismissively and then sauntered over to a recliner, resting his head on his arms as he comfortably lay back. I am the King of the Kai. Just as Vegeta had settled comfortably, he abruptly sat up. Huh? The King of the Kai? What do you want with me? The King of the Kai clasped his hands behind his plump body and stated, Please listen to me calmly. The god of destruction, Beerus, has already made his way to Earth. The name Beerus sounded vaguely familiar to Vegeta, though he couldn't quite recall the details. In any case, once he arrives on Earth, it is imperative that he does not engage in combat, for otherwise, the planet itself would cease to exist. What? The planet will cease to exist? Exclaimed Vegeta in horror. Indeed, Goku foolishly provoked him and was easily defeated in just 2 moves. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was further astounded, disbelief lacing his tone. What? Kakarot was defeated in just 2 moves? Remember, do not anger him. The King of the Kai concluded before severing communication with Vegeta. Rising from the recliner, Vegeta wandered gloomily towards the deck, murmuring to himself, Kakarot was defeated in just 2 moves. He struck the deck with his fist, then gazed at his palm, his voice trembling as he spoke. I, Prince Vegeta, am afraid? The name Beerus resonated somewhere in his memory, but where exactly? Hey, Prince Vegeta. A calm yet profound voice interrupted his thoughts. Startled by the voice, Vegeta instinctively turned to face it, adopting a defensive stance, scanning his surroundings. He found nothing there. Could it be an illusion? Just then, 2 peculiar beings appeared silently behind him. One possessed a tall stature, blue-green skin, and long white hair, with purple pupils and lips. A large light blue halo adorned his neck, and he held a long staff topped with a black orb. The other creature bore a feline resemblance, exuding a cold demeanor, and was clad in attire reminiscent of Anubis. These 2 were none other than Whis and the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon appearing behind Vegeta, Beerus extended a finger and gently poked the back of Vegeta's head. A purple light enveloped him, instantly propelling Vegeta several meters away. Hello? Once he regained his footing, Vegeta promptly turned to face the 2, angrily demanding, Who are you? Beerus turned his head aside, ignoring Vegeta as if he were merely an inconsequential Saiyan. With a haughty tone, he remarked, Do I really need to tell you? After all, you are already dead. Fury surged within Vegeta, for he was the proud Prince Vegeta, the heir of the Saiyan race. He charged forward in a fit of rage. Beerus, unfazed, raised his hand, and with a flicker of light at his fingertip, Vegeta collapsed instantly, landing face first on the ground before Beerus. What is happening? I can't move. Struggling to rise, he found his body trembling uncontrollably, and with great difficulty, he managed to lift his gaze towards Beerus. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, regarded him coldly, showing no concern for the fallen prince. As Vegeta beheld Beerus's feline visage, a memory began to surface in his mind. His complexion paled further, and terror filled his eyes as a vivid scene unfolded in his thoughts. It was of his father, ruthlessly reprimanded by Beerus, who did not dare to retaliate. He remembered everything clearly, managing to utter, God of destruction Beerus. No wonder Kakarot was defeated in just 2 moves. Chapter 9, Provoking Beerus. Beerus looked down at the disheveled Vegeta sprawled on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back, and remarked coolly, I had hoped that you would provide me with a worthy sparring partner as you matured. You have truly disappointed me. Had I known, I would have obliterated this entire planet. He then approached Vegeta and squatted down. Tell me, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, bewildered, responded, Super Saiyan God? Before he could finish, Beerus interjected, It seems you are unaware. He sighed, though it was unclear whether he lamented the fate of this planet or his inability to locate the Super Saiyan God. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, Vegeta sensed the weight of Beerus's sigh and understood that this was a dire beginning. Earth might very well face annihilation. He yearned to take action to save it, but felt utterly powerless. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in, as Bulma approached with a drink in hand. Spotting Vegeta lying on the ground, looking utterly miserable, she was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Why was Vegeta on the ground? Her gaze shifted to the 2 strangers beside him. One resembling a cat, and the other wielding a staff. They clearly were not of Earth. She surmised the situation but realized that anyone capable of bringing her husband down without a sound was undoubtedly formidable. It was best to be amicable rather than confrontational. With that thought, she smiled and said, "Vegeta, so this is where you are." Vegeta noticed Bulma and immediately barked, "Don't come any closer." Beerus swiftly admonished, "How rude to speak to a lady, Prince Vegeta. He must be inebriated." Bulma curiously inquired, "Who are you?" At this moment, Whis, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Smiling as he introduced himself, "My apologies for the earlier rudeness. I am Whis. This is my master, Lord Beerus." Beerus spoke again, "I happened to pass by Earth and noticed Mr. Vegeta here." Bulma immediately expressed her surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, I never imagined that you, Vegeta, had a friend." However, she was well aware that these two were certainly not friends of Vegeta, but at that moment, it was necessary to refer to them as such. She approached Beerus, extending her delicate hand, and said, "Greetings, I am Bulma, Vegeta's wife. Today is my birthday, and we are having a party. Do join us." Beerus sniffed the air and remarked, "I caught a whiff of a delightful aroma just now. It would indeed be splendid to participate." Without hesitation, Bulma linked her arm with Beerus' and replied, "Of course, it would be an immense honor." Witnessing her action, Vegeta felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety, cold sweat dripping down his brow. The three then proceeded toward the center of the party, leaving a flustered Vegeta behind. Upon arriving, Bulma introduced Beerus and Whis to the guests. Among the crowd was Ye Tian, who, at that moment, had concealed himself completely. The instant he laid eyes on Beerus and Whis, he was engulfed by an overwhelming and terrifying aura, sensing an unfathomable battle power. Unbeknownst to him, the others were entirely oblivious to the presence of these two beings. To them, they appeared no different from ordinary individuals, as their divine essence was beyond the comprehension of those not on their level. Ye Tian's acute perception stemmed from the influence of the system. Likewise, others were unaware of Ye Tian's own combat prowess due to the same reason. He pondered silently, contemplating the strength of this formidable being and how to prevent him from wreaking havoc on Earth. Observing Beerus's feline-like demeanor, he found it hard to believe he was related to Quan Quan, let alone his father. So why not allow him to see Quan Quan? He dismissed the thought, feeling perplexed, and decided to stop dwelling on it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Vegeta lurking in the bushes, which was highly unusual for someone of his proud nature. Vegeta seemed to be scrutinizing Beerus and Whis. Did he know their true identities? With that thought in mind, Ye Tian swiftly approached Vegeta and quietly inquired, "Vegeta, do you know the origins of these two?" Vegeta glanced at Ye Tian, contemplating for a few seconds whether to divulge this information. Ultimately, he resolved to share it, fearing the consequences of remaining silent. "He is the god of destruction, Beerus. Kakarot was defeated by him in just 2 moves. If we provoke him, Earth might cease to exist." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian felt no stirrings within, as the system had already devised a means to prevent Beerus from annihilating the planet. Thus, he surmised that even if they sought to please Beerus, there was a likelihood he could still harbor destructive intentions. The only surprise was that this individual was a god of destruction, while his chosen reward from the system granted him immunity to destructive energy. Realizing this, he mused that perhaps he was the nemesis of Beerus. Yet, he soon felt a sense of hubris, recognizing that even without utilizing destructive energy, he would still be no match for Beerus in a straightforward duel. The sheer magnitude of his battle power was staggering. Such a powerful being truly deserved the title of God of Destruction. Vegeta, noticing Ye Tian's unwavering expression, queried with confusion, "Huh? Why are you unresponsive? Are you not afraid of him?" Ye Tian instinctively replied, "Afraid? Yes, but what use is that? If a fight is inevitable, it is inevitable." He then moved to the other side, deep in thought about how he might prevent Beerus from destroying Earth if he were to become enraged. The chasm between their strengths was insurmountable. It was utterly absurd, having just crossed over. He was faced with such a formidable opponent and an unwavering mission. How could he possibly contend with that? The mere thought left him feeling despondent. Vegeta, overhearing Ye Tian's words, began to reflect. If a fight must occur, then it must occur, he mused, finding a semblance of logic in that. However, he could not shake the fear that Beerus instilled within him, a fear that had been ingrained since childhood. Thus, without a significant trigger, he found it impossible to eradicate that dread, much less would a single remark from Ye Tian suffice to alleviate it. As he mulled over these thoughts, Beerus was busy skewering an octopus ball, preparing to indulge. Krillin presented a platter of octopus balls, one of which contained mustard, as part of the entertainment. Lost in contemplation, Vegeta only reacted after Beerus had consumed one, realizing with alarm that he had missed the warning. He clearly observed Beerus tremble after eating, his fists clenched tightly. Vegeta's heart sank, cursing Krillin under his breath, fearing he had unwittingly set Earth on a path to destruction. With a thud, he knelt on one knee, exclaiming, Oh no. Delicious. Beerus exclaimed, gazing up at the sky, his joyous shout resonating throughout the cosmos. Vegeta sighed in relief, feeling his heart lighten, grateful that he had avoided the mustard. He exhaled heavily. Whis began to dine as well, savoring the flavors. Indeed, quite delightful. I shall add it to the dinner menu. Beerus then commenced sampling various dishes. The two of them gazed at the array of char siu, fish balls, and octopus seafood, their mouths watering. Beerus excitedly exclaimed, I can hardly wait. He dove into the feast, a chicken leg in one hand and an octopus in the other, devouring them voraciously, leaving remnants of octopus oil on his face. Whis, while eating, inquired, Lord Beerus, have you ever tried pudding? Beerus gulped down a mouthful of octopus and retorted, pudding? Smooth and delectable, indeed quite splendid. Whis praised with a smile. What? Where can I find it? Let me there. Following this, Whis and Beerus approached Majin Buu's table, where Bu was monopolizing the pudding. Whis politely interjected, excuse me, but the staff informed us that the pudding has sold out. Might we share one with you? As he spoke, Majin Buu paid little heed. While Satan chided, I told you not to hog it all. Majin Buu continued to ignore them, scooping pudding with his spoon. Beerus fixed his gaze on the soft pudding, saliva pooling in his mouth as he thought, so tender and smooth, it truly looks appetizing. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. Satan gestured, gentlemen, please feel free to take two. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu felt as if he had been pricked, swiftly gathering all the pudding into his hands. He shook his chubby face vigorously, his squinty eyes reflecting determination. No, this is all mine. Whis extended his arms politely. We hail from a distant planet. And after this visit, we may not have the chance to enjoy pudding again, we hope. Before he could finish, Majin Buu extended his long tongue, slathering it all over the pudding, coating it in his saliva. Witnessing this, Beerus's eyes widened, as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaning forward in disbelief. What? Majin Buu turned his face towards Satan, his chubby lips curling in a haughty manner as he declared, Humph, I am exceedingly strong. Hence I must indulge in more food. Is there an issue with that? Beerus's expression turned entirely cold, his countenance darkening as he questioned, Is this your justification? Observing the escalating situation, Vegeta abruptly smashed the plate he was holding onto the ground, exclaiming, This is bad. Sensing the impending danger, Satan hurriedly rose from his chair and approached Beerus, nervously imploring, Wait, for my sake. Before he could finish, both Beerus and Majin Buu launched their attack simultaneously, sending Satan flying against the wall with a resounding crash. He instantly lost consciousness, his nose dripping profusely. At that moment, Majin Buu and Beerus locked eyes. Standing opposite each other, an immense aura emanated from them, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to be swept into the air as though caught in a tornado. Vegeta, powerless, shouted stop. Yet, neither was inclined to heed his words. Whis, hands on his hips, commented resignedly, Well, this is splendid. He then turned away, heading towards the food stall to continue enjoying his meal, undeterred even by the prospect of the earth exploding. Majin Buu suddenly unleashed a punch towards Beerus, embodying the wrath of a glutton as he shouted, I will send you flying. In response, Beerus remained unperturbed, exhibiting a calm demeanor, his feline eyes betraying a chilling coldness. With a casual flick of his hand, he effortlessly blocked Majin Buu's attack. Buu, straining to open his eyes wider, found that despite his efforts, his plumpness rendered his gaze still minuscule. Nonetheless, his actions conveyed his utter astonishment. As one of the most formidable fighters in Universe 7, particularly due to his unique lineage, he was utterly unprepared for the ease with which his attack had been thwarted. Just as he attempted to retract his fist, it felt as if an overwhelming force had ensnared it, rendering him incapable of pulling it back. Beerus, with a dismissive curl of his lip, scoffed, I am a god of great magnanimity. In an instant, he lifted Majin Buu with a single hand, spinning him rapidly in midair, leaving the onlookers unable to discern his form, only catching glimpses of his skin tone. Majin Buu shrieked in a manner akin to a pig being slaughtered. Beerus, with one hand behind his back, continued, There is but one thing that I cannot tolerate under any circumstances. With that, he hurled Majin Buu into the air, darting upward to grasp Buu's antennae with little regard for decorum. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung Bu with ferocity, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he summoned an energy wave in the center of his palm. Boom. The blast struck Majin Buu directly, sending him crashing into the ocean. Instantly, the sea erupted in towering waves, the surrounding waters roiling violently, while a luxurious ship rocked perilously amidst the tumult. Fortunately, the vessel was sufficiently large to avoid catastrophe. Witnessing the formidable Majin Buu being so easily dispatched left the onlookers in a state of disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Vegeta, observing Beerus in the air, was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing, trembling to the point of instability. Beads of sweat, each the size of a bean, cascaded down his face. The others, witnessing his distress, cried out in alarm. Vegeta? Krillin, puzzled, questioned. Vegeta, isn't that guy your friend? Yet, Vegeta seemed oblivious to their concerns, his body still quaking. Bulma, irritated by Vegeta's demeanor, wondered why he, who had always been so proud, could tolerate such insolence. Vegeta, what are you doing? Hurry up and deal with this rude individual. As soon as she uttered those words, Bulma regretted them. Recalling how Vegeta had previously lain on the ground, visibly distressed, it was apparent that her partner was no match for this being. Having always relied on Vegeta to handle such impolite individuals, she instinctively called upon him once more. Vegeta glanced back at her, calling out, Bulma. Though he seldom expressed his affection for her verbally, he held her dear in his heart. Hearing Bulma's plea, he felt compelled to intervene, even if it meant facing Beerus, despite his overwhelming fear. As he approached Beerus, his body continued to tremble. The fear instilled by Beerus was overwhelmingly profound. An intrinsic dread that seemed to emanate from his very core, a deep-seated shadow in his psyche. Upon reaching Beerus, he stammered, Lord Beerus, that disrespectful individual. Get lost. Beerus interrupted, his face betraying utter indifference to Vegeta's presence. Vegeta, clinging to a glimmer of hope, attempted to reason, if you desire pudding, I can have them bring it to you. I said get lost. Beerus roared. The spectators aboard the ship anticipated that Vegeta, faced with such reprimand, would retaliate against Beerus. However, the outcome defied their expectations. Vegeta obediently retreated to the side, utterly deflated, not daring to utter a word. In that moment, it was challenging to reconcile his demeanor with that of the proud Saiyan prince they knew. The transformation was stark. Once again, astonishment washed over the crowd. Piccolo, beads of sweat forming on his green visage, voiced his shock and confusion. Vegeta is actually terrified of him. Who on earth is he? Casting a sidelong glance at Dandy, he noticed the latter trembling in fear, arms crossed tightly. Dandy, gripped by terror, failed to hear him. Meanwhile, Ye Tian, standing beside Piccolo, calmly remarked, he is a god of destruction. This revelation was something Vegeta had just shared with him. Upon hearing God of Destruction, Piccolo froze, as though encased in ice. A similar reaction echoed in Dandy. At that moment, the injured Majin Buu erupted from the water, seething with fury, a tempestuous energy radiating from him as he bellowed his intent to exact revenge on Beerus. Yet, with a single strike, Beerus had already sent him reeling. Even now, Majin Buu remained oblivious to a harsh truth. In the presence of Beerus, he was but a mere insignificant entity. No one paid heed to Majin Buu's plight. Instead, their attention turned to Piccolo and Ye Tian, curious to comprehend the nature of this god of destruction. Yet, they reasoned that if a god accompanied them, he must indeed be a divine being. Piccolo, feeling the weight of their gazes, swallowed hard, attempting to alleviate the tension as he explained. A god of destruction is still a type of deity, but he is unlike the Kais, who are creators tasked with the act of creation. The god of destruction, Beerus, is primarily responsible for obliteration. The previously silent number 18 spoke with a melodious voice, her beautiful cheeks adorned with a look of perplexity as she inquired. If creation has already taken place, what purpose does destruction serve? Is there any significance to it? At this moment, Dandy managed to steady his nerves slightly, responding, I don't know. It feels as though his destruction is merely a whim. A chill ran down the spines of everyone present upon hearing this. Destruction as a mere caprice? It was akin to that of a mischievous child. After hearing the explanation, Ye Tian began to grasp the situation, quietly contemplating that it might be a matter of cause and effect. However, the formidable combat prowess of this individual was so profound it could be likened to an abyss. How could he possibly stop him? Moreover, based on the system's deductions, this fellow possessed a special destructive energy, rendering him even more formidable. What a headache. Come on, Goten. All right, Trunks. Chapter 11, Vegeta's Bulma. Trunks and Goten fused, becoming Gotenks. Yet, within less than a minute of charging forward, they were reprimanded like children by Beerus, suffering a hefty blow to the arm. With a gentle flick, he sent them flying. On the ship, Piccolo stood in shock, his complexion turning an even deeper shade of green. Though Goten and Trunks were mere children, their combined strength was not to be underestimated. After all, they had faced Majin Buu head-on and had even gained the upper hand. Had their fusion not been time-limited, they might have achieved something remarkable. Beerus surveyed the crowd and spoke nonchalantly. The earth is on the brink of annihilation. A smirk danced on his lips. Upon hearing this, Piccolo, Tianjin Han, and number 18 swiftly ascended to confront him. Observing their ascent, Ye Tian pondered whether he should join them. However, he quickly realized that his involvement would be futile. It would be tantamount to courting death. He decided it prudent to wait for Vegeta to join the fray, as that might prolong the battle. With these thoughts in mind, he restrained himself. Piccolo, mustering his courage, addressed Beerus. Beerus, cease this at once. The earth cannot be destroyed. Humph, you are unworthy to speak to me thus. Do not be so presumptuous. Piccolo roared, charging forward. Tianjin Han and number 18 quickly followed suit. Yet, their combined assault failed to even graze Beerus, who merely widened his eyes and released a burst of energy, sending the three of them hurtling away. They spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground, rendered devoid of combat capability. Piccolo finally grasped the extent of Beerus's might, his heart trembling. The god of destruction truly lived up to his title. Was the earth truly destined for doom? Beerus glanced down at Whis, who was indulging in culinary delights, calling out, "Hey, Whis, Whis." It appeared that Whis had not heard him, too engrossed in the food before him, his refined face glowing with delight. "Oh my, this is sushi. Whis, can you not hear me? Whis." "Yes, I'm on my way." In an instant, Whis appeared beside Beerus, asking, "Did you call for me, my lord?" "I've called for you countless times. I've told you, destroy the earth and hurry home." Beerus said impatiently. Whis curiously inquired, "What about the Super Saiyan god? It seems you and the Oracle Fish were mistaken." Beerus replied, hands on his hips, dismissively. Whis savored a piece of sushi, emitting a sound of satisfaction. The flavor is indescribably delightful. Beerus shot him a disgruntled glance, clearly displeased. "You're only concerned with your own gluttony. Fear not, I ordered takeout for you." "Oh, how considerate," Beerus exclaimed with surprise. "So, my lord, please wait a moment." On the ship, Bulma looked at Vegeta. Although she knew her husband was no match for Beerus, the situation had escalated to the point where he had to intervene. Otherwise, Earth would meet its demise. "Vegeta, what on earth are you doing?" Trembling with fear, Vegeta heard his wife's words. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at Piccolo, number 18, and the others. Those weaker than himself dared to confront Beerus, yet he hesitated. Clenching his fists, he muttered, "What am I doing?" The proud prince of the Saiyans, reduced to such cowardice. With that, he shouted, "I'm going for it." Boom. Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2, he surged towards Beerus. Beerus cast a disdainful glance at him. "Isn't this enough?" Vegeta remained silent, letting out a furious roar. Though it was unclear whether it was to bolster his courage or enhance his resolve, he charged fiercely. However, as soon as he raised his fist, he found himself immobilized. His body simply would not respond. In the blink of an eye, Beerus stood before him, a playful smile gracing his lips. "What is it that you wish to achieve?" He extended his finger and pressed it against Vegeta's forehead, mocking, "Is this the famed warrior race, the Saiyans? Retreating at the critical moment is truly despicable." With a gentle press of his finger, Vegeta crumpled onto the ship, struggling to rise, only to feel a foot planted firmly on his head, forcing him back into his normal state. Witnessing this, Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What the hell? Vegeta has been subdued just like that?" He had been prepared to join him, hoping to withstand for a while, but seeing the current scenario, it seemed utterly hopeless. Bulma cried out in alarm, "Vegeta!" Beerus, standing over Vegeta, continued to mock him. "Your father was terrified to the core, flailing his fists yet failing to even brush against my sweat. You, like your father, are nothing but a coward." Vegeta, chastised and powerless, attempted to rise but found himself overwhelmed by both body and spirit, unable to conquer the fear within. Beerus turned, cradling his head with his hands, casually stating, "No pudding, no Super Saiyan God." He then pivoted, his aura shifting dramatically. Whis, familiar with him, understood that this was the prelude to destruction. Beerus coldly declared, "Thus, you and this planet called Earth have no further need to exist." He extended his hand, and a violet energy sphere materialized. Those who understood even a smidgen about energy trembled at the sight of this sphere, for it radiated an overwhelming power that instilled deep-seated dread. A smile crept onto Beerus's lips as he prepared to bid farewell. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Beerus froze momentarily, bewildered. Someone had struck him. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Turning slightly, he beheld Bulma charging at him, shouting, "Have you had enough? Today is my birthday party. You must leave at once, you rude creature." Witnessing this, Vegeta, still on the ground, shouted, "Bulma!" Fury ignited within Beerus. How could he, a god of destruction, be slapped by a mere woman? His eyes nearly spewed fire as he slowly raised his hand. Vegeta yelled, "Beerus, what are you doing? Stop this, Beerus!" Slap. In a flash, Bulma was sent flying by Beerus's slap. "Bulma! Mom!" Trunks cried out in panic, catching Bulma in his arms. Ye Tian couldn't help but glance at the collapsed figure of Vegeta on the ground, thinking that this guy was on the verge of exploding. Vegeta was an obsessive husband. Bulma was his ultimate line of defense, the dragon's forbidden scale. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball would know this, and Ye Tian certainly did. As expected, Vegeta cast a glance at the unconscious Bulma, clenched his fists, and his body began to tremble violently. His handsome face turned a shade of yellow, eyes ablaze with fury. He opened his mouth and unleashed a terrifying roar. My Bulma. How dare you offend my Bulma? Aya. Chapter 12. Vegeta surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, centering around him, as winds howled and the surrounding tables were blown away. Reduced to mere debris, Vegeta transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2, but this was no ordinary Super Saiyan 2. Compared to Goku's Super Saiyan 3, it was on par, if not superior. Piccolo and the others stood frozen in shock, rooted in place, their eyes wide, utterly motionless, as the crowd regained their composure. They couldn't help but think that Vegeta was still the same Vegeta. Anyone who dared to provoke his wife would unleash his wrath. With his battle power reaching its zenith, Vegeta charged at Beerus without hesitation, fury erupting from his eyes, a singular thought echoing in his mind. Either he dies, or I perish. He was prepared to fight Beerus to the death. Observing Vegeta's escalating power, Ye Tian realized it was time for him to intervene. His aura surged higher and higher, fists and legs trembling as energy enveloped his form. In a heartbeat, the world around transformed. The previously clear skies darkened with a rumble of thunder, fierce winds coalescing into swirling clouds. A powerful aura erupted forth, engulfing the surrounding air. Having transformed once already, this next transformation was much easier. As he became Super Saiyan Rose, the skies returned to normal in an instant. Krillin and the others, witnessing Ye Tian's transformation, couldn't contain their excitement. He's joining the fray. Yes, he knows he's no match for Beerus, so he's waiting for Vegeta to strike, hoping to team up against Beerus. Piccolo remarked astutely. At that moment, Chi-Chi turned to Krillin. Your wife is in the fight. Why aren't you joining? I've stepped away from the martial arts world for many years, and Marin is here. Beerus, noticing Ye Tian's transformation, shifted his gaze, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. What is this? Not only him, but Whis, indulging in delicacies, also turned his attention, a look of surprise gracing his refined features, soon replaced by an amused glint. Ye Tian paid no mind to their thoughts. His focus was solely on stopping Beerus. He charged towards Beerus, ready to strike, when Vegeta, with unabashed pride, proclaimed, "He's mine." Beerus harmed his woman, and he must pay with his life. It is the pride of a Saiyan prince. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, thinking, at a time like this, he remains so arrogant, not even considering if he can match up. Vegeta disregarded Ye Tian's thoughts and relentlessly attacked Beerus. Boom, boom. Beerus effortlessly blocked his assaults, swatting Vegeta aside. Vegeta quickly regained his footing, delivering a powerful kick to Beerus's chest, sending him flying dozens of meters away. What? Vegeta surged forward again, unleashing a flurry of beast-like punches, gaining the upper hand. Bam! Another kick landed on Beerus, propelling him toward the ocean. Vegeta descended from the sky, massive waves crashing upwards, and due to the overwhelming aura of both him and Beerus, the water receded, revealing the ocean floor beneath them. Vegeta struck Beerus's arm with a mighty punch, shouting, "What kind of destroyer are you? I dare you to wreak havoc." The two soared from the ocean depths. As they emerged, the surrounding water rushed back, restoring its former state, albeit with even greater waves. Boom, boom. The two engaged in a rapid aerial exchange, but throughout, Beerus remained on the defensive, never launching a counterattack. Yeah. Vegeta continuously unleashed energy blasts, while Beerus formed an X with his arms for defense. Surrounded by billowing smoke, Beerus was momentarily obscured until the powerful aura dissipated it. Vegeta emerged from the smoke, hands together, striking a pose for his final attack, bellowing, "I will reduce you to dust." Yeah. Beerus maintained his X-shaped defense, being pushed back several meters, yet his expression remained impassive, cold as ice. Vegeta summoned every ounce of his strength, preparing for one final onslaught, roaring, "You bastard." The air erupted with a deafening explosion, a blinding light engulfing them. Though their battle raged in the skies, the sheer energy of the attack stirred fierce winds around them. At that moment, no one paid attention to the details. All eyes were fixated on the swirling smoke above, for within it lay their formidable foe, Beerus. Hope surged within their hearts. A flicker of wishful thinking. Perhaps Beerus had been vanquished by Vegeta. Even if not, they hoped he was gravely injured. Vegeta, gazing at the billowing smoke, exhaled heavily, feeling the exhaustion drain much of his energy. Suddenly, he sensed the smoke beginning to clear, and realization dawned upon him. Beerus had survived. Oh no, this is bad. Boom. The smoke dispersed, revealing not a trace of darkness, as if it had never existed. There stood Beerus, arms crossed behind his back, completely unscathed. Even his divine attire remained pristine. His face bore a mix of disappointment and indifference. What? Is this the Super Saiyan God? This is your idea of a worthy opponent? A smirk formed on his lips. Not even close. He slowly descended towards Vegeta. As he approached, Vegeta instinctively took a step back, sweat beading on his forehead. Uncertain if it was due to exhaustion or fear as it trickled down. Yet, his eyes were filled with trepidation. Beerus continued, aloof. It has been a while since I had to exert even 10% of my true power. Vegeta, upon hearing these words, was struck with an even greater sense of dread, his eyes widening in disbelief. What? My full power output has only enabled him to unleash about 10% of his true strength? He pondered, and is it left or right? Beerus paid no heed to his thoughts and casually raised his hand. With a sharp smack, he struck Vegeta across the face. Vegeta spun through the air several times before crashing down hard onto the ship. Bulma and Trunks rushed to his side, exclaiming, Vegeta, Dad. Beerus extended a hand, preparing to gather destructive energy. This planet called Earth, he began. Hey, Beerus, don't forget about me. Chapter 13, Why is it you again? With a swift motion, Ye Tian flew in front of Beerus. The deity scrutinized him for a moment before his gaze turned indifferent. Your transformation is quite commendable, he remarked. But to stand as my opponent, you lack the requisite qualifications. For reasons unknown, Ye Tian felt an intense urge to strike this being, as if he were a target in need of punishment. You'll only know after you've fought, he retorted. With a fierce determination, he launched himself at Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. Despite Ye Tian's relentless assault, Beerus effortlessly swatted aside his attacks with nonchalance. Yet Ye Tian refused to yield. In fact, he felt a burgeoning exhilaration within him. He continued his onslaught, although each strike was met with an impenetrable defense. On board the ship, Krillin curiously inquired, if he and Vegeta had teamed up just now, would it have been easier to deal with Beerus? Piccolo replied firmly, the outcome would have been the same. He merely did not apply his full strength. If he did, it would be an instantaneous annihilation. Krillin fell silent, a sense of dread enveloping him, akin to the terror he had felt when facing Frieza. Beerus glanced at Ye Tian, who was still attacking, and yawned, expressing his boredom. I'm done playing. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian sensed impending doom. Just as he readied himself to strike, an overwhelming force slammed onto his shoulder. Boom. Ye Tian plunged into the sea, the water erupting to a height of at least 200 meters, accompanied by a flurry of fish, including sharks. As he slowly sank beneath the waves, he wondered, is this how it ends? Taken down by a single move? This? Absolutely not. A sharp pain lanced through his chest, and in that moment, he realized that the damage inflicted by Beerus was transforming into battle power. The more it hurt, the stronger he became. Boom. Just as Bulma and the others feared Ye Tian had been defeated, he erupted from the water. Beerus, witnessing this, smirked. What? That hit was heavier than the one I dealt to Vegeta and the others. I sense that Ye Tian's battle power is formidable. He thought to himself that he needed to resolve this quickly so he could return home to sleep. However, he was taken aback to find that Ye Tian had survived. As Ye Tian confronted Beerus, his gaze unwavering, he declared, stand down. Beerus scoffed dismissively. Without further ado, Ye Tian shouted and dove in for an attack. Boom. A punch surged towards Beerus, who effortlessly blocked it. Ye Tian continued his assault. Although his power had increased, he did not expect to reach Beerus's level just yet. Boom. Boom. A flicker of surprise crossed Beerus's eyes. He sensed that Ye Tian's strength had indeed grown significantly. Nevertheless, it was merely a fraction of what was needed for him to truly engage. Suddenly, Beerus vanished from sight. Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, a wave of threat washing over him, as he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Beerus had silently appeared behind him, tauntingly saying, now? I'll amplify my strength fourfold. Let us see if you can withstand it. As the words left his lips, he struck Ye Tian's back. Ye Tian cried out, feeling as though his back had been seared, a powerful force ejecting from his chest and propelling him forward. His consciousness blurred as he hurtled towards Bulma's luxurious ship. Boom. He crashed through the vessel, plummeting once more into the ocean. The onlookers aboard the ship were left dumbfounded, validating Beerus's claim that the force of this attack was indeed greater. As water surged into the ship, threatening to sink it, Piccolo quickly erected a barrier to fend off the flood, draining the water and restoring the ship to a semblance of normalcy. Submerged beneath the waves, Ye Tian lay with closed eyes, appearing lifeless. After a few seconds, his fingers twitched slightly. However, he would not awaken anytime soon. In the sky, Beerus called out to Whis, who was leisurely enjoying a meal. Hey Whis, we're heading home. If you don't come up now, you'll be destroyed along with the rest. As he spoke, he raised his hand, forming a finger gesture from which a swirling sphere of purple energy erupted, expanding ominously. Whis, having arrived at Beerus's side, replied, "My lord, I'm here." Beerus, irked, remarked, "Stop dawdling. Don't you fear I'll obliterate you too?" Whis, covering his cheek, chuckled heartily. The crew aboard the ship gazed at the swelling energy sphere with expressions of despair, many silently mouthed words, feeling the pressure of Beerus's power stifling their voices. The air felt suffocating, as if they were struggling to breathe. Beerus, observing the hopelessness in their eyes, donned a somewhat deranged smile. "Farewell, inhabitants of Earth." He prepared to unleash the energy sphere. Wait! A familiar roar echoed, causing the crowd to feel as if they were hearing a hopeful anthem. The sound emanated from the ship's tower. As they turned to look, the first sight that greeted them was a familiar hairstyle and training garb. Goku. Upon seeing that handsome face, the crowd could not suppress their exclamations. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Son Goku, the often tardy protagonist of Dragon Ball. Beerus noticed him too, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Bulma joyfully cried, "Goku!" Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot!" Son Goku sprinted down from the tower. Piccolo's worry dissipated, replaced by relief. He had always felt reassured by Goku's presence, believing that as long as Goku was around, miracles were possible. "You finally made it," he exclaimed, a hint of playful reproach in his voice. Goku sheepishly scratched his head, saying, "I'm just glad I made it in time." He then turned to Bulma, adding, "Happy birthday, Bulma." Bulma felt a mix of exasperation and mild gratitude. How could he still remember her birthday at such a time? This was hardly the moment for such sentiments. Goku, misunderstanding Bulma's intent, tilted his head awkwardly and said, "Oh dear, I forgot to prepare a gift for you." He then leaned closer to Bulma, covering his mouth with one hand, and inquired, "By the way, how old are you now?" Bulma erupted in frustration. "At a time like this, you're worried about my age. Why is it always you?" Chapter 14, The Failure of Beerus Show-Off. Why is it always you? Hovering in the air. Beerus, with a massive purple energy sphere balanced on his fingertip, absent-mindedly scratched his ear. "Have you uncovered the true nature of Super Saiyan God? It's worth a gamble. But I require a little time." Goku made a small gesture. "A gamble?" Beerus asked, perplexed. Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, and replied, "Yes. Just a little bit of time, is that okay?" Beerus pondered, glancing back at Whis, who was smiling at him. Ultimately, Beerus shook his head, lowered it in contemplation to a 45-degree angle, his cat ears standing upright at an impressive 180 degrees. Utterly adorable. Raising his head, an intimidating expression emerged, starkly contrasting with his previous demeanor. "Just a little bit," he declared, waving his hand to retract the purple energy sphere. Whis was taken aback that Beerus had indeed granted Goku a bit of time. "Lord Beerus, haven't you already given up on finding the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression, replied, "I merely awakened from a 39-year slumber to meet the Super Saiyan God." Whis, recalling Beerus' lengthy sleep, murmured in agreement. It would indeed be a pity to abandon the search now that they were so close to uncovering the Super Saiyan God's information. "That is true." With that, the two of them flew toward the ship. On board, Vegeta turned to Goku, inquiring with confusion, "Kakarot, what are you planning to do?" Goku, unreserved in sharing his thoughts, replied, "I want to harness the power of the dragon." In an instant, Vegeta and the others understood his intention. Goku then turned to Bulma. "Bulma, please give me the Dragon Balls." Based on his knowledge of Bulma, he surmised that this time the grand prize would indeed be the Dragon Balls. Bulma was taken aback, surprised that Goku was aware of this, but she knew it wasn't the time for too many questions. "If it can be used to defeat that big fool who once bested me, I would be more than willing." She hurried off to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Goku was momentarily shocked and glanced at Beerus, cautioning Bulma, "You can't call him a big fool. Lord Beerus is the mightiest, the god of destruction." Bulma had previously overheard Yajirobe, Piccolo, and others discussing Beerus and knew he was a god of destruction, but she was unaware that he was the strongest in the universe. The strongest in the universe. Her gaze shifted to Beerus, who had turned his head away, adopting a haughty demeanor, yet internally, he was reveling in the praise. Clearly, Goku's flattery struck the right chord. Before long, Bulma returned with the 7 Dragon Balls and placed them on the ground. Goku stepped forward, gazing intently at the Dragon Balls, and solemnly declared, "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish." Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with golden light, the sky darkened abruptly, and a beam of golden light shot into the heavens, with golden lightning dancing through the air. Boom, boom. In the pitch-black night sky, a green dragon, stretching over 100 meters, appeared. It was none other than the dragon. The dragon looked at Goku with an air of superiority and proclaimed, "I can grant any wish you desire. State your wish." Goku, equally serious, asked, "Then I shall inquire. Do you know of the Super Saiyan God? If so, can you help us summon him?" "A trivial matter," the dragon replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with joy. Even Beerus, sitting leisurely with a drink, was somewhat taken aback. Goku exclaimed, "That's wonderful. This way, Lord Beerus 1T destroy the earth." The dragon suddenly shivered, rapidly glancing around in panic, and stammered, "You mean Lord Beerus?" The group, witnessing the dragon's demeanor, was left in astonishment, their faces reflecting confusion. The dragon, looking around nervously, spotted Beerus lounging comfortably in a chair. In an instant, it was filled with dread, cold sweat breaking out on its head, as it hurriedly greeted, "I apologize, Lord Beerus. I am truly sorry to speak to you from such a high place. I never expected your esteemed presence on Earth." Seeing how the dragon treated Beerus with such deference, the group once again affirmed Beerus' terrifying reputation. They had never witnessed the dragon show such respect and fear towards anyone before. This was a first. Yet, Beerus remained unfazed, dismissively waving his hand and stating, "Enough chatter, summon the Super Saiyan God." The dragon appeared distressed, for it could not summon the Super Saiyan God. Its earlier remark about it being a trivial matter was merely a boast. Summoning him immediately is beyond my capabilities." The crowd's expressions changed dramatically. "What? How is that possible?" They were bewildered, recalling that it had just claimed it was a trivial matter. Unbeknownst to Goku and the others, the dragon had merely been posturing. Beerus stood up from his chair, his gaze piercing into the dragon. "What did you say? Were you just boasting?" The dragon felt as if it had descended into hell. Gripped by fear, instinctively recoiling, sweat trickling down its face. In a frantic tone, it explained, "Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God is a myth among the Saiyans. He does not exist in the present. However, I can inform you of how to bring him into existence. According to the ancient text from Namek, if 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts join hands and channel their energy into another righteous Saiyan, he can transform into the Super Saiyan God." Bulma interjected, "Vegeta, aren't you the Prince of the Saiyans? How do you not know of this method?" Vegeta turned his head, seemingly annoyed. The dragon hastily addressed Beerus, "Lord Beerus, I have shared the method. May I take my leave now?" Beerus merely cast a dispassionate glance in its direction, saying nothing. The dragon quickly sought an escape. "Then I shall take my leave, hoping for the honor of meeting you again." It vowed that this was the most insincere statement it had ever made. With that, it swiftly vanished. The sky instantly returned to daylight. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "The dragon has fled." Gohan replied, "Indeed." Beerus plopped back down into his chair and coolly stated, "Let us begin." Piccolo cast a glance around and remarked, "According to what Shenron just stated, 5 Saiyans must lend their energy to another Saiyan, which means we require 6 Saiyans. Yet there are only 5 here." Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, there are only 5 Saiyans present: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. Beerus, sitting up again, expressed his displeasure. "What a waste of time." Boom. "Well, what about me then?" Ding. Choice 1. Chapter 15. Isn't he your friend? What about me? Just as everyone was troubled by the lack of 6 Saiyans, Ye Tian burst forth from the depths of the sea. He had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Beerus, but ultimately managed to recover, and due to the pain, his combat power had significantly increased. Now, in his normal state, his battle power was at least 300 million, a 6-fold increase from the initial 50 million. After emerging from the ocean, a notification resonated within his consciousness. Ding. Choice 1. Battle Beerus alongside Goku. Reward. Instant transmission. Ding. Choice 2. Observe the battle between Goku and Beerus while mocking Vegeta for being overshadowed. Reward. 2 Spirit Tree Fruits. Instant transmission. By sensing someone's energy, one can instantly arrive at their location without traversing any path, and can also bring others along, but cannot go to uninhabited places. Spirit Tree Fruits. Consuming these will greatly enhance one's strength, as they are born from absorbing the Earth's complete nourishment. Ye Tian was utterly astonished that the system would reward him with such spirit fruits, recalling that Dales had once sought to cultivate these fruits on Earth. If cultivated, Earth would essentially become barren, which was why Goku and the others had thwarted Dales. Nonetheless, the combat power boost from the spirit fruits was indeed enticing. However, Ye Tian decided against choosing the spirit fruits, as he did not wish to merely spectate in such an intense battle. He yearned to personally engage and experience it. If he could elevate his combat power by another 1 or 200 million, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Beerus, witnessing Ye Tian's emergence, was visibly taken aback. This guy is still alive. His power has even increased. What a surprise. Whis, standing beside him, momentarily displayed a hint of astonishment before returning to his usual demeanor. Indeed, Krillin and the others were overjoyed to see Ye Tian alive. He's not dead. Piccolo shared their happiness. This means we effectively have 6 Saiyans now, but does he truly count as a Saiyan? Goku, observing everyone's elation, asked in confusion, "Who is he?" Krillin and the others collectively turned to him. "Goku? Don't you know him? He said he is your friend and has a duel arranged with you. Goku tilted his head, pondering for a moment, unable to recall, and sheepishly scratched his head, saying, I can't remember. I might have forgotten. Chi-Chi interjected, that's just how Goku is. He forgot about me too back in the day. Humph. She reminisced about her past promise to Goku to become his wife when they grew up. However, Goku had completely forgotten, and reflecting on it, the current situation bore a striking resemblance to the past. The others, well acquainted with Goku, were aware of Chi-Chi's promise, and they burst into laughter. Goku, however, remained perplexed, not understanding what was so funny. Beerus, witnessing this cheerful exchange among the group, felt his face flush with anger, his expression turning a deep shade of purple as he grunted in annoyance. Clearly, he was incensed. He had been waiting impatiently. While these people were so leisurely engaged in conversation, seemingly indifferent to the matter of the Super Saiyan God, he roared in fury, hurry, and summoned the Super Saiyan God. The group snapped to attention at Beerus's thunderous command. All right, how could we forget about that? Ye Tian approached Goku and greeted him. Hi, Goku, long time no see. Goku, unable to remember Ye Tian, felt embarrassed. Hey, long time no see. Piccolo chimed in. Let's get started. Otherwise, Beerus might destroy the Earth. Indeed. Thus, the group joined hands, channeling their energy into Goku. Vegeta grumbled in frustration. Damn it. Why must Kakarot always be the center of attention? Goku turned his head to offer comfort. Don't say that, Vegeta. If we succeed this time, next time it will be your turn. Vegeta's heart leaped with joy, and he asked, Are you serious? Ye Tian, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. Vegeta's lifelong aspiration seemed to be to share the spotlight equally with Goku. The group focused their energy, transferring the Saiyan power into Goku's body. After approximately 10 seconds, Beerus, floating in the air, narrowed his eyes, involuntarily emitting a soft grunt of approval. Then, Ye Tian, Vegeta, and the others radiated a golden light. Bang! Except for Goku, the other 5 transformed into Super Saiyans without any effort. A golden aura enveloped the 6 of them. Once the energy from the 5 had sufficiently gathered within Goku, he too erupted into a Super Saiyan form. In an instant, Goku slowly ascended into the air, releasing streams of golden energy, which soared upwards, creating a spectacle they had never witnessed before. Seeing this scene, the group's faces lit up with astonishment. Beerus, hovering in the sky, was filled with delight, murmuring to himself, Ah, it's a god. I am finally going to witness the Super Saiyan God. He could soon engage in a thrilling battle, making his 39 years of slumber worthwhile. As the golden energy surged into the sky, it rapidly transformed into a golden beam connecting to Goku. Boundless skies erupted with swirling golden energy. These streams of golden energy swiftly flowed into the golden beam linked to Goku. Within moments, the entire sky turned golden. Ye Tian, Goku, Vegeta, and the others soared upwards, enveloped by layers of golden energy. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, This feels a bit painful. Vegeta, visibly displeased, retorted, Endure it, Kakarot. You might become a god. If you can't handle it, let me take over. Goku remained silent, closing his eyes instead. Whoosh. At that moment, the golden light surrounding the 6 transformed into a deep blue glow, entirely different from the previous golden energy. The blue light emanated a gentle, unique aura, representing the fundamental essence of divinity. In an instant, the blue light radiating from their bodies surged outward from the 6 of them. Piccolo, feeling this power, was astonished, his complexion turning an even deeper shade of green. This is different. Standing in the air with his arms crossed, Beerus remarked nonchalantly, It seems something significant is about to occur. Whis nodded and remarked, Indeed, Lord Beerus, the energy has shifted remarkably. Suddenly, a gust of wind, born from the aura of Ye Tian and his companions, sent a cloth used for cleaning directly onto Beerus's face. Upon witnessing this, Whis chuckled with a hint of mischief. Oh dear. At that moment, the golden beam connecting to Son Goku vanished in an instant. Bulma could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, Is it over? Piccolo, with a grave expression, replied, Not yet. A celestial melody resonated through the air, heralding the sound of divine transformation. Its presence signified the approach of godhood. A radiant blue light emanated from the circle formed by Ye Tian, Son Goku, Vegeta, and others. This luminous aura swiftly expanded outward and soared skyward, shattering the previously suspended golden clouds of energy. The onlookers gazed upward in awe as the darkened sky transformed into a vast cosmic expanse, teeming with planets, meteors, and galaxies, a tapestry of infinite wonders. Those who observed closely would discern irregular patterns woven throughout this magnificent cosmic vista. The sight left everyone astounded, with Master Roshi shaking his head in disbelief, as if caught in a trance. Suddenly, The breathtaking universe above began to shower down droplets of rain. Bulma hastily shielded her head, exclaiming in surprise, "Why is it raining? Oh my, hail is falling," she added, just as large hailstones began to pelt the heads of Master Roshi and the others. Following this, snowflakes began to fall, only to be swiftly replaced by clear skies, an ephemeral display of the four seasons unfolding in an instant. At that moment, the bodies of Ye Tian, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others began to tremble violently. They could sense that the final moments were upon them. Vegeta could not contain himself and shouted, "Kakarot!" The collective effort of their energies intensified. In a flash, their hair reverted to its original hue, gently descending to the ground. In that fleeting moment, a crimson glow enveloped Son Goku, obscuring him from view. The surroundings bathed in this red hue, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. "What is happening?" they murmured in disbelief. Chi-Chi clasped her hands together, her face etched with worry. "Goku." Above, Beerus muttered to himself in curiosity. As the red light cocooned Son Goku, Beerus caught a glimpse of his silhouette, a vague outline that stirred memories of dreams where he encountered the Super Saiyan God, causing his eyes to widen in realization. Indeed, it is he. Whis, standing calmly behind Beerus, remarked, "Let us hope the prophecy of the fish proves true." Slowly, Goku descended to the ground. The crimson aura dissipated in an instant. When the crowd finally beheld Son Goku's visage, they were left utterly speechless. Their minds momentarily lost the ability to command their bodies, standing frozen, eyes wide with astonishment at the transformed Goku. Now, he bore little resemblance to his former self. His physique was perfect, adhering to the golden ratio. His previously aged visage had rejuvenated dramatically, reminiscent of his youth at 20. His complexion was smooth and fair, framed by striking features. Bold eyebrows arched rebelliously, and beneath long, slightly curled eyelashes lay a pair of deep, icy eyes. Upon seeing Goku's hair, the crowd gasped once more, "Red. Is that really Son Goku?" Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her disbelief. Chi-Chi, equally astonished, remarked, "He seems to have grown younger." After his initial shock, Piccolo quickly turned to Dandy beside him, asking, "What do you think?" Dandy nodded in affirmation. A broad smile spread across Piccolo's face. With a graceful descent, Beerus and Whis alighted behind Son Goku, stating calmly, "The long wait has finally yielded results." Son Goku turned to face Beerus, confidence radiating from him as he declared, "Lord Beerus, thank you for your patience." Clenching his fists in excitement, he added, "So this is the Super Saiyan God. It brims with power." Beerus responded with an intrigued "Oh," stepping forward. "I imagine you are eager to test your newfound abilities." He admitted, "So am I. Let us commence." Son Goku nodded eagerly. "Absolutely." Beerus, with a hint of seriousness, cautioned, "This time, it is your last chance. If you cannot defeat me, I shall destroy the earth." The faces of the onlookers paled, their hopes resting squarely on Son Goku's shoulders. Ye Tian stepped forward, resolutely stating, "I wish to join the battle." Beerus, arms crossed, glanced at Ye Tian. "Very well. I am curious to see what prowess you possess after your power-up." At his words, Piccolo and the others turned their gazes toward Ye Tian, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. How is it possible? His power has increased so significantly, they thought, regarding Ye Tian as if he were a phenomenon. Perhaps with his addition, they could indeed vanquish Beerus and save the earth. Ye Tian, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He merely sought rewards and an increase in strength. With a steadying breath, Ye Tian prepared for his second transformation, feeling more in control than before. Unlike his previous attempts, he refrained from unleashing all his energy at once, which would have altered the very fabric of reality and summoned storms. Upon successfully transforming, his aura surged, and his battle power soared. Witnessing Ye Tian's transformation, Son Goku was momentarily taken aback, as if discovering a new world, and exclaimed, "What? You too are a Super Saiyan?" Ye Tian, momentarily stunned, stood in silence, while the others were equally bewildered, questioning the absurdity of such a query. Vegeta scolded, "Kakarot, you fool. Did you not notice he was channeling energy alongside us?" Son Goku chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. "Hee, I didn't notice. How embarrassing." Vegeta sighed in exasperation at his comrade's lack of awareness, wondering how someone so lacking in intellect could continually take the spotlight. Ye Tian, undeterred by the exchange, soared into the air, exhilarated, "Let us battle." Son Goku, thrilled at the prospect of fighting, soared upward as well, unable to suppress his curiosity. "What is your form?" Super Saiyan rose. Chapter 17. Both wielding the Kamehameha. Tenfold versus onefold. Super Saiyan rose. Son Goku echoed in surprise. "After we finish with Lord Beerus, let us have a match between the two of us." Agreed. Ye Tian yearned for strength that seemed just out of reach. He craved relentless battles to enhance his combat prowess. At that moment, Beerus ascended into the sky, soaring into the heavens. With the combined might of the three, should they unleash their full power on Earth, it would undoubtedly face annihilation. Thus, they ventured to engage in combat above the planet. Vegeta, witnessing their ascent into space, hastily followed to observe the spectacle, while Bulma and the others boarded their spacecraft. This monumental clash was one they could not afford to miss, for it held the fate of Earth in the balance. In the cosmos, Son Goku assumed his signature attack stance, gazing at the distant Beerus and proclaiming, "Lord Beerus, we are ready to engage." Beerus, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Let me witness the power of a Super Saiyan God." Goku took the initiative, gathering his energy and stepping forward. Whoosh! Alas, Goku stumbled, swaying precariously before regaining his footing after drifting over 30 meters. Looking at his hands in disbelief, he exclaimed, "I can hardly believe this is my body." Ye Tian, puzzled, wondered why Goku struggled. Could he be unaccustomed to the power coursing through him? Beerus smirked slightly, amused, having anticipated this very moment. He made no move as Goku charged. Considering it hardly worthy of concern, greater power lay within reach. Goku, fists clenched once more, felt the energy within him surging, and with newfound confidence declared, "Lord Beerus, let us duel. If we triumph over you, please spare Earth." Beerus flashed a sinister smile, responding, "I accept your challenge. Yet in this universe, no being surpasses me. The god of destruction, come forth." Goku lunged with a punch. Bang! Beerus effortlessly blocked it, one hand casually resting behind his back. With a mere push, Goku was sent flying several meters away. At that moment, Ye Tian charged in, delivering a punch toward Beerus, only to meet the same fate as Goku. Both warriors exchanged excited glances, each reflecting a glimmer of exhilaration. Together, they rushed at Beerus once more. Thud, thud, thud. They unleashed a flurry of punches at a breathtaking speed. Yet, before Beerus, their efforts were in vain. With one hand behind his back, he deftly parried their attacks. Vegeta, observing from a distance, wore an indifferent expression, though a flicker of eagerness tugged at him. He quickly suppressed the thought, aware of his own limitations. He knew that joining the fray would only render him a mere jester. "TCH, Ye Tian is no match for my prowess," Vegeta thought, dismissing Ye Tian as merely a fool before Beerus, recognizing that his own combat strength, even in a furious state, still fell short. Initially, Beerus had no intention of acknowledging Ye Tian, but recognizing him as a combat genius, he entertained the notion that Ye Tian might surprise him, having personally witnessed his potential for growth. Krillin, watching the battle unfold, could not help but exclaim, "Incredible. Especially Goku's energy. It's astonishing." Piccolo replied, "Indeed. But despite their numerous attacks, not a single one has landed." In the vastness of space, Beerus continued to block their assaults with one hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What is this? Is the power of a Super Saiyan God so trivial? And you, the Super Saiyan Rose, are wasting your potential." Goku and Ye Tian felt a surge of indignation at his words, preparing to retaliate. Bang! A solid punch struck Goku in the abdomen, followed swiftly by a kick to Ye Tian's chest. Both warriors were sent hurtling back like kites with severed strings. After retreating 100 meters, they swiftly regained their composure. Goku remarked, "Lord Beerus is truly formidable." Ye Tian conceded, "Indeed, impressive." Beerus retorted, "You've certainly changed since your time with the North Kai." Goku shouted, "Let us continue." At this moment, he had yet to fully master the divine power within him. Thus, his combat strength was not at its peak. While Ye Tian's strength grew with each encounter, once again, the duo charged at Beerus with the swiftness of a racing stallion. Bang! They struck simultaneously, their coordination impeccable. Yet Beerus swiftly deflected Goku's strike, sending him flying. He then turned to deliver a punch to Ye Tian's head, followed by a kick. Ye Tian could not suppress a cry of pain. Goku, undeterred by Ye Tian's plight, pressed on. Bang! Bang! Regaining his senses, Ye Tian followed suit, exhilarated by the thrill of battle. Indeed, the more he was attacked, the more invigorated he felt, almost as if he relished the punishment. After exchanging powerful punches, they exchanged glances and quickly retracted their fists, channeling their energy into a Kamehameha wave. Boom! Boom! Beerus stood firm, one hand raised, effortlessly blocking their energy blasts. As the Kamehameha waves exploded, clouds of smoke enveloped the area. Goku bent slightly, hands forming a flower bud shape at his waist, shouting, "Kamehameha!" Upon witnessing Ye Tian's movements, Bulma and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. What? His technique is identical to Kakaroto's. Could he also? Piccolo was equally stunned, regarding Ye Tian with an odd expression. Indeed, Ye Tian mirrored Goku's stance, bent slightly, hands forming the same flower bud shape at his waist, bellowing, Tenfold Kamehameha. What? Tenfold Kamehameha? Piccolo exclaimed. Vegeta scrutinized Ye Tian, muttering coldly, who exactly is this guy? Boom. Boom. The twin Kamehameha waves surged toward Beerus. The god of destruction, surprised by the similarity of their techniques, braced himself. With a thunderous roar, the two Kamehameha waves collided with Beerus, causing the surrounding celestial bodies to tremble. Countless meteors were obliterated by the sheer force of their combined energy. In that crucial moment, Beerus crossed his arms, creating a defensive barrier. Thus, these two assaults inflicted no tangible damage upon Beerus. What? As Beerus brimmed with confidence, he perceived two figures materializing before him, Ye Tian and Sun Wukong. The duo had never anticipated that their abilities could truly harm Beerus. Therefore, in unison, they charged forward, intent on executing a combination attack. Bang! Sun Wukong delivered a punch aimed at Beerus's head, while Ye Tian targeted his lower body with a kick. Beerus evaded Wukong's assault, yet failed to avoid Ye Tian's strike, which landed forcefully on his thigh. Sun Wukong exclaimed, I've spotted your opening. Seizing the opportunity, he landed a solid blow to Beerus's chin, causing him to spin uncontrollably through the void of space. The two swiftly advanced once more, ready to strike again, only to discover, to their astonishment, that Beerus had vanished. Ye Tian queried, Oh, where did he go? Sun Wukong, perplexed, echoed his confusion. Here I am. A shadowy voice resonated. An icy chill ran down their spines as they prepared to vacate their positions. In unison, they let out a harrowing scream. For at that very instant, Beerus had extended his palm, pressing it against their backs. They were propelled forward, engulfed in a radiant golden light. Whoosh! They were sent flying. With Beerus regarding Sun Wukong with an expression of indifference, it's my own fault. In a heartbeat, he appeared before Sun Wukong, leaning in close to whisper into his ear. I underestimated you. Uft! Sun Wukong cried out sharply, followed by a scream of sheer agony. Beerus's hand plunged into Sun Wukong's body, infused with a violet energy. Slowly withdrawing his hand, Sun Wukong's body convulsed violently. Beerus gently nudged him, and Sun Wukong, eyes shut, plummeted earthward. Wukong! Sun Wukong! Vegeta's demeanor betrayed a flicker of concern. Yet his expression remained stoically aloof. Observing Sun Wukong's descent, Ye Tian sensed his life force waning. With a resolute shout, he charged at Beerus, only to be seized with equal ease. Ye Tian struggled to move, but found himself ensnared, akin to how Majin Buu had once been grasped by Beerus, his efforts futile. Beerus inquired blandly, What do you intend to achieve? I had hoped for a modicum of surprise, but alas, you are but this. Whoosh! Beerus tossed Ye Tian into the air as if playing with a yo-yo, then hurled him skyward. At that moment, he instantaneously appeared above Ye Tian, conjuring a golden energy sphere in his hand. Farewell. Boom. The golden orb detonated flawlessly upon contact with Ye Tian. Like Sun Wukong before him, he plummeted toward Earth. As he descended, a searing pain coursed through his body, yet amidst the agony, he thought, he is too powerful. Beerus truly transcends my comprehension. Previously, he had deemed Majin Buu and the Super Saiyan Dragon to be formidable enough, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength in this realm. As he continued his rapid descent toward Earth's atmosphere, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Having only just arrived in this world, he had yet to fully explore it. And now he was falling, so unsatisfied, so unwilling. Boom, boom. At that moment, Ye Tian suddenly sensed a surge of power soaring beside him, engulfed in a crimson aura. Straining to glance sideways, he beheld a familiar silhouette, Sun Wukong. Moreover, Ye Tian distinctly felt that Wukong's energy had multiplied exponentially since their last encounter. In the expanse of space, Beerus observed this spectacle, his eyes widening slightly. Oh, a satisfied grin crept upon his lips. He had deliberately provoked Sun Wukong to accelerate his fusion and acclimatize to the power of the Super Saiyan God within him. Ye Tian, watching as Sun Wukong soared past, felt a twinge of exasperation. Really, not even a word of acknowledgement? If you do not falter, then neither shall I. Whoosh! Ye Tian's aura surged, his body swiftly absorbing the combat power born from his pain. Whoosh! A cascade of peach-colored energy enveloped him. His strength surged, and in an instant, Ye Tian stood tall, casting a glance at the airborne Sun Wukong before swiftly giving chase. One clad in crimson, the other in peach, the two ascended rapidly. Beerus, noting Ye Tian's newfound strength, merely smiled faintly. Upon reaching the same altitude as Beerus, Ye Tian clenched his fist and declared, Lord Beerus, let us continue. Sun Wukong echoed excitedly. So this is the power of the Super Saiyan God. Come at us, Lord Beerus. The two charged toward Beerus with fervor. Bang! They struck with all their might against Beerus's fists, sending him staggering back several meters. What? Their battle prowess had transformed dramatically compared to before, especially Sun Wukong's staggering growth. Subsequently, they surged forward once more, launching attacks from above and below. Beerus remarked, "Allow me to demonstrate my power." Huh. Whoosh. A swirling violet energy enveloped Beerus. The three engaged in a clash, resulting in all three being thrust backward by several dozen meters. They exchanged glances. Sun Wukong was the first to gather his strength, unleashing a thunderous roar that elevated his energy to its zenith. Ye Tian mirrored this, fists clenched, shouting, Beerus too amplified his power. As their strength reached a pivotal state, they surged toward one another, fists charged. Bang! Crackle! The moment their fists collided, a unique wave of destructive energy erupted. This shockwave radiated outward like ripples on a lake. Chapter 19. The world approaches its end. Earth. The surrounding planets trembled under the impact of the shockwave. King Kai's planet. The Supreme Kai observed the shockwave, layer upon layer, akin to ripples in a lake extending to the far reaches of the universe. An ominous sensation permeated the air. Unable to contain himself, he turned to the Elder Kai, asking, "Elder, what is this phenomenon?" The Elder Kai's face was etched with fear and concern as he replied, "Once this force manifests, it appears that the farther it travels, the more destructive its power becomes. This is problematic." With a worried expression, he took a step forward. After a few paces, he uttered a dread-inducing statement. "The universe will face annihilation if they clash any further." The Kaioshin was momentarily taken aback, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend the situation, uttering a stunned exclamation. The Elder Kaioshin continued, "Humans, planets, the universe, Lord Beerus, Ye Tian, and Goku will all vanish. The cosmos will be stripped of all existence, transforming into an expanse of utter void." The Kaioshin trembled in fear. The Elder Kaioshin hastily slapped his face, lamenting, "I had intended to summon a captivating beauty with the Dragon Balls for a massage. It seems there is no escape for me." Observing the expression of his ancestor, the Kaioshin felt exasperated, yet quickly realized that this was indeed his ancestor's character. He swiftly inquired about the pressing matter. How many more collisions can the universe withstand from the three of them? The Elder Kaioshin pondered for a moment, replying, "Perhaps 2 times, maybe 3. The Kaioshin, noticing the lack of a definitive answer, leaned closer and anxiously urged, "This is of utmost importance. Please be precise." The Elder Kaioshin contemplated again. "Let us settle on 2 times. In the vastness of space, after their initial collision, the three were sent reeling apart. Ye Tian maintained a stance for attack, while Goku, clenching his fist, confidently declared, "My iron fist shall not shatter." Beerus also glanced at his own fist. "Can you hear me? Goku, Mr. Ye Tian, and Lord Beerus, I implore you to cease this battle immediately." However, at that moment, the three were caught up in their fervor, and even if they heard him, they did not respond. With a resounding bang, bang, they surged forward, channeling their power. "Yeah," they cried, dashing towards each other once more. The Kaioshin, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Why is there not a hint of response?" The Elder Kaioshin remarked, "In such a contest, who has the time to pay heed to onlookers?" In the cosmos, with a resounding boom, the three delivered another mighty blow, unleashing a unique wave of destructive energy that rippled through the universe, instantly obliterating some meteors and smaller planets, erasing them from existence. On Earth, a second wave of destruction struck, causing ordinary humans to collapse under the force. Those able to contact Satan hastily dialed him, inquiring about the situation. Satan, boasting, assured them he was investigating and would resolve the matter, before hurriedly hanging up. In space, the three engaged in close combat, each punch resonating with force. Goku, a true combat genius, seized an opening and landed a punch on Beerus' head, a wound appearing but healing almost instantaneously. With a glint of fury in his eyes, Beerus swung a knife-hand strike at Goku, which he successfully blocked. "You have already attained divine power. Do you still seek ascension?" Goku's thirst for strength far surpassed all else. "Indeed, yes." They exchanged a punch and swiftly rebounded. Beerus, casting a cold gaze at Goku and Ye Tian, stated flatly, "You both have little regard for divine power." He brought his hands together and then apart, summoning a purple energy sphere that began to rotate at his fingertips. This energy sphere was unlike any before. It was a dimensional sphere. Ye Tian and Goku felt an immense pressure emanating from it. Immediately, they prepared to unleash the Kamehameha. As their energy built, Beerus raised the dimensional sphere. In that instant, it expanded exponentially, revealing sharp teeth, and with a sinister grin, he hurled it towards them. Ye Tian and Goku shouted in unison, "Yeah, here it comes," and directed their Kamehameha at the dimensional sphere. Boom, boom, boom. The three engaged in a fierce clash of energy. Beerus' dimensional sphere rapidly suppressed Ye Tian and Goku's Kamehameha, inching closer to overwhelm them. After covering half the distance, Goku and Ye Tian roared, channeling every ounce of their strength into their hands. What? Beerus' expression shifted as he realized his dimensional sphere was being pushed back. Beerus shouted, intensifying his output. Boom, boom. Amidst the crackling energy, three forces erupted, unleashing a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the universe, while waves of destructive energy spread forth. Countless planets and meteors were annihilated. On Earth, the populace beheld a magnificent beam of white light descending, their faces etched with terror as their bodies involuntarily trembled. Where the white light touched, chaos ensued. Mountains crumbled, tsunamis surged. Fierce winds howled, lightning struck, and volcanoes threatened to erupt. When the white light dissipated, the once blue skies were utterly transformed into an endless realm of darkness. Satan, witnessing the changes surrounding him, was at a loss, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this truly resembles the arrival of the apocalypse." Standing before him, with his back turned, was calmly remarked, "You are correct." What do you mean?" Satan turned to him, a sense of inexplicable dread filling his heart. Whis maintained his placid demeanor. The Super Saiyan God and Ye Tian possess an unexpectedly formidable energy. I am astonished. I initially believed they would only obliterate Earth and a few nearby planets. Lord Beerus likely shared the same assumption, but one must admit, even gods can miscalculate. Satan struggled to comprehend, bluntly asking, "Could you elucidate further?" Whis glanced at him before redirecting his gaze to the projection of his crystal ball. In summary, their power is overwhelming, generating a colossal energy that propels the world toward its demise. With that, he smiled, while Satan, filled with panic, suddenly exclaimed. He glanced back at his daughter, Biddy, sitting in a chair behind him, and then at her abdomen, realizing she was pregnant. He could not bear the thought of her demise. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, pleading with Whis, "Could you please ask them to halt the battle? I beg you. This is a nationwide free buffet voucher." Upon hearing the mention of a nationwide free buffet voucher, Whis instantly turned his head, his previously closed eyes snapping open. Oh dear, such an irresistible temptation. It is indeed a difficult decision. He feigned deep contemplation, while Satan watched eagerly, hoping Whis would acquiesce. To be honest, I truly desire to accept this enticing gift. Hearing this, Satan felt a surge of hope. Yet, just then, Whis' tone shifted. Cough, cough. However, I must deeply apologize. Caught off guard, Satan fell to the ground, urgently retorting, "If everyone perishes, you too will not escape." In response, Whis merely smiled, remaining silent as he continued to observe the battle in space. Beerus was taken aback as he witnessed the two individuals effortlessly shatter his assault. However, upon observing their labored breaths, a smile crept across his face. "Is this truly your limit?" he inquired, extending his arms wide, causing an array of dimensional orbs to materialize behind him. Ye Tian and Sun Wukong felt an overwhelming pressure at this sight. Yet, they had no choice but to endure. With a swift motion, Beerus executed a downward kick, launching one of the dimensional orbs towards the two warriors. In unison, they shouted, "Kamehameha!" A pair of azure beams collided with the orbs, obliterating them entirely. Just when they believed they had vanquished the threat and could afford a moment's respite, an enormous energy sphere emerged amidst the explosions, resembling the sun. "What is that?" Ye Tian exclaimed in astonishment. Sun Wukong, equally bewildered, had no answers. On King Kai's planet, the elder Kai paced anxiously, hands clasped behind his back, stating, "That is an energy formed from the fusion of their three powers. If it approaches Earth, it will reduce it to ashes." With Sun Wukong and Ye Tian positioned above the Earth, the sphere was descending towards it. They could feel the immense energy radiating from it, and they understood that if it made contact with the planet, it would spell doom. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they rushed forward, extending their hands in a desperate attempt to resist. Observing their struggle, Beerus extended his hands and lightly flicked the energy sphere. Instantly, the energy within surged, doubling its size. They cried out. Beerus, watching their plight, remarked coolly, "Come now, you must be nearing your limits." Ye Tian retorted fiercely, "Enough with the nonsense." His fury was palpable. To him, Beerus was akin to a rabid cat toying with the fate of the Earth. Should they falter, the planet would be lost. Beerus's expression darkened as he flicked the sphere again, causing it to grow even larger, its energy intensifying, forcing the two heroes to retreat step by step, their bodies inching closer to the ground. Sun Wukong summoned every ounce of energy within him, shouting, "I can hold on." Ye Tian too unleashed his full power, leaving no room for retreat as they valiantly resisted the onslaught of the energy sphere. Their bodies, pushed to the brink, creaked with strain, muscles threatening to tear apart. High above, Beerus observed their tenacity with a sinister grin. Very well, let us amplify it further. He flicked the energy sphere once more. It swelled alarmingly. And in that moment, Ye Tian and Sun Wukong appeared diminutive beneath its glow. Suddenly, Sun Wukong succumbed to exhaustion, his body hurtling toward Earth, heading straight for a ship. In that moment of detachment, Ye Tian felt an immense pressure, glancing at the falling Sun Wukong, thoughts racing. Sun Wukong, unable to move, managed to utter, Ye Tian, it's all up to you now. I can't go on. Please, don't say that, you're the protagonist. I can't bear this pressure alone. Yet. Sun Wukong, utterly drained, continued his descent like a shooting star. As onlookers shouted his name in alarm, Vegeta dashed forward and, just before Sun Wukong crashed, caught him in a princess carry. Thank you, Vegeta. Sun Wukong managed a weary smile. Vegeta huffed, Humph, I've given you my all, and you still lost. Sun Wukong turned his gaze to the cosmos, declaring, it's your turn now. Vegeta, now regarding Ye Tian with newfound respect, realized he was no longer merely a jester but a worthy adversary. In the vastness of space, Ye Tian stared at the descending Sun Wukong and the arrogant Beerus, his frustration boiling over. The thought of Beerus's callous disregard for life and the energy sphere looming over Earth ignited his fury. He roared, his brows furrowing and eyes blazing with intensity. The boiling blood within him surged, his countenance shifting from red to pale and back again. The immense pressure from the energy sphere causing his body and lips to tremble uncontrollably. Enough of this so-called god of destruction. Bow before me, he bellowed. In that instant, Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He enhanced. Ye Tian erupted in a radiant blaze of pink light. Initially faint, the glow intensified within mere seconds, matching the golden radiance of the energy sphere in a fierce standoff. In a heartbeat, pink lightning crackled around Ye Tian, his power and fighting spirit multiplying exponentially. On the ship, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. He has actually surpassed the Super Saiyan Pink 2. Indeed, in his furious state, Ye Tian had achieved a monumental breakthrough, entering the Super Saiyan Pink 2 form. Externally, his hairstyle bore resemblance to the first transformation, yet pink lightning now danced around him. Break for me, he shouted, pressing down on the energy sphere with all his might. With a thunderous roar, the energy sphere erupted into nothingness, leaving Beerus in a state of disbelief. He had not anticipated that this human possessed such tremendous potential. However, as Ye Tian transformed into Super Saiyan Pink 2 and unleashed his full strength to obliterate the sphere, he instantly reverted to his normal state, barely managing to remain upright in space. The prospect of continuing the battle against Beerus was now beyond his reach. On the ship, Bulma and the others were engulfed in panic, while Satan fretted, fearing for the life of his unborn grandchild. Please, can you prevent Lord Beerus from destroying our Earth? He implored Whis, who replied nonchalantly, that is impossible. He is my master, and I cannot interfere with his duties. I must take my takeout now. Work? What kind of work is this? Destruction is a job? Bulma exclaimed in outrage, her chest heaving with indignation. It was her first encounter with the notion that destruction could be a profession. Whis chuckled softly. How could an ordinary person possibly understand? Suddenly, his smile abruptly ceased, vanishing in an instant. The onlookers, witnessing Whis's departure, turned pale, their throats constricted with an overwhelming urge to weep, yet no tears would come. Satan could no longer contain himself, bursting into tears while clutching Beerus. It was the end. Earth was doomed. The others huddled together. Android 18 with Krillin, Marin with Trunks, and Goten. Bulma too felt the weight of despair. With Whis gone, the situation seemed dire. Chi-Chi supported Goku, and the eyes of all were filled with hopelessness. For Goku and Vegeta, the circumstances were somewhat more bearable. After all, they had faced death many times before. At this very moment, within the gravity training room of the ship, a child with a flat head, donned in a King x King outfit, stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently ahead as if awaiting someone. Suddenly, a tall figure materialized before him. This being was not of Earth, possessing blue-green skin and cascading white curls, with purple pupils and lips. A large, light blue halo adorned his neck, and he wielded a long staff. If Bulma and the others were present, they would undoubtedly be astonished. How did Whis arrive here? Wasn't Beerus supposed to destroy Earth? Had he escaped? The reason for his sudden appearance lay in the fact that this flat-headed child had intentionally released his energy, prompting Whis to rush over upon sensing it. Long time no see, how have you been? He greeted. Oh, I wasn't aware you were here. I'll notify Lord Beerus immediately. I am certain Lord Beerus will be thrilled to see you. The flat-headed child replied calmly. As Whis spoke, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, as if recalling a humorous scene. The child then remarked, no need to inform him. Ye Tian is my dad. Despite Whis's usual calm demeanor, His body stiffened at those words. He nearly dropped his staff, his skin tightening in shock. His lips pressed together tightly to suppress the cry that threatened to escape. After a considerable pause, regaining a semblance of composure, he incredulously inquired, "Is it true, Zeno?" "Oh yes." With that confirmation from Zeno himself, Whis's belief was solidified. "Zeno? Does this mean you intend to erase Lord Beerus?" Whis pondered silently, realizing the gravity of Beerus's predicament. How unfortunate to have dared to strike Zeno's father. This could spell his doom. Oh dear, how pitiful. I must train a new destroyer now. Vegeta and Goku seem adequate, but alas, Goku is unsuitable for destruction. It is Vegeta who is more fitting. Zeno replied with serene assurance. Not for now. Father wishes to grow stronger, so Beerus shall serve as his training dummy. Oh my. I am certain Lord Beerus will be more than willing. Whis chuckled, unable to contain his amusement, his face alight with schadenfreude. You may return, but do not disclose my matters just yet. Whis respectfully acknowledged. Yes, Zeno. With a whoosh, Whis vanished, and upon reappearing, found himself in the vastness of space. At that moment, Beerus pointed a sharp finger at Ye Tian's forehead, arrogantly declaring, "Be destroyed." Ye Tian closed his eyes, accepting fate, having just traversed into this realm. He was faced with such a perverse entity, truly unfortunate. Lord Beerus. Whis interjected, extending his staff to block Beerus's finger. Beerus, irritated, glanced at Whis. Whis. You had better provide a reasonable explanation. Having received Zeno's command, Whis could not divulge it, not even to Beerus. Yet, he needed to offer some form of clarification. After a moment's thought, he stated, the Grand Priest decreed, destruction is forbidden. What? The Grand Priest? Beerus's yellow eyes widened in surprise. However, he quickly composed himself. While the Grand Priest was formidable, his ultimate superior remained Zeno. Without Zeno's permission, the Grand Priest could not eliminate him. Whis, how could he interfere in this matter? Surely you have not accepted favors from Goku and the others? Beerus mused, filled with doubt. Why would the Grand Priest prevent him from destroying this individual? Was he perhaps an angel as well? Whis replied with a grave expression, Lord Beerus, what do you think? Beerus contemplated for a moment. It was utterly implausible. Whis would never act so foolishly, for doing so would violate the rules, resulting in the most severe punishment. Whis was not one to act recklessly. He retracted his hand, tapping his forehead lightly, and circled around Ye Tian, saying, he is not an angel, as if implying, he could not possibly be the Grand Priest's illegitimate child. How could the Grand Priest assist him? However, unbeknownst to him, Ye Tian was not merely any illegitimate child, but Zeno's father. Whis surmised Beerus's thoughts. Lord Beerus. That is quite disrespectful to the Grand Priest. Beerus, recalling Whis's connection with the Grand Priest, feigned ignorance of Whis's statement and turned to Ye Tian, questioning. How do you know the Grand Priest? Ye Tian, looking perplexed, responded, I do not know any Grand Priest. However, from Whis' and Beerus' conversation, he could surmise that this Grand Priest was quite formidable, seemingly surpassing Beerus. Even if not, he must be on par, hence Beerus's deference. Not know the Grand Priest. How is that possible? How could you not know him, yet be saved by him? The Grand Priest is a favored figure beside Lord Zeno. How could you not know him? Lord Zeno? What is that? Ye Tian remained utterly bewildered. This was the first time he had encountered such a title. Beerus's feline face twitched and trembled, his body shivering as he replayed Ye Tian's words in his mind. What is Lord Zeno? What is that? Finally, unable to contain himself, he clenched his fists, bent slightly, and roared at Ye Tian, his cat ears standing erect, his mouth agape as wide as possible. Lord Zeno is the pinnacle of the entire universe. How dare you refer to him as what? His mouth loomed just above Ye Tian's head, spraying saliva all over him as if it were raining. Whis, observing Lord Beerus's reaction, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Yet, no one knew precisely what he found amusing, whether it was Ye Tian's remark or Beerus's display. Ye Tian wiped his face with his hand, filled with disgust. However, what astonished him the most was the existence of a Zeno in the Dragon Ball Superworld, a being standing at the zenith of the universe. According to Beerus's demeanor, this Zeno was even more powerful than Beerus. What could this Zeno possibly look like? Ye Tian mused, imagining Zeno as a robust, towering figure. Regret washed over him. He should have completed watching Dragon Ball Super, for that knowledge might have allowed him to avoid many pitfalls. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. Never mind. I shall no longer dwell on it. By diligently enhancing my combat prowess, and with the aid of this system as my golden key, I too can ascend to the heights of the Omni-King, perhaps even surpass him. Should Whis become privy to Ye Tian's intentions, he would undoubtedly muse to himself, you have already surpassed him, for you are his father. Ye Tian dispelled such thoughts and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Lord Beerus, you are no longer going to destroy Earth, correct? Beerus, feeling rather vexed, dug at his ear and replied, "No. The great priest has spoken. I must show him respect. Whis, I am quite drowsy now. I shall return to slumber." Beerus lamented, his face a portrait of frustration. It was a novel experience for him to be thwarted in his destructive desires, which left him irked. He contemplated wreaking havoc on a few planets to alleviate his agitation. Ye Tian pondered for a moment before suggesting, "It seems you both have a penchant for gourmet cuisine. Since you will not destroy Earth, why not befriend Goku and the others? I am certain they would be delighted to host you. And it would not be too late to indulge in some delicacies before you depart." Ye Tian's desire to cultivate a camaraderie with Beerus was driven by the recognition that Beerus was the most formidable being he had ever encountered. Engaging in battle with him could significantly bolster his own combat capabilities. After all, what could be more enticing than gaining strength from such a powerful entity? Beerus's eyes widened in delight, drool cascading down the corners of his mouth. Wiping it away with the back of his hand, he exclaimed, "Delicious food." Whis also expressed his joy with an enthusiastic, "Oh dear me." The trio soared towards the ship. Upon their descent, Goku, Vegeta, and the others perceived Ye Tian, Beerus, and Whis with trepidation. Piccolo, his expression grave, barked, "Retreat if you cannot fight." Satan instinctively took a few steps back, convinced of his inability to engage. Yet he glanced at his daughter, Biddy Lee's belly, and after a moment's reflection, stepped forward, determined to protect both his daughter and grandchild. As Ye Tian and the others landed, he noticed the tension in Piccolo and the others. Smiling, he reassured them, "Lord Beerus has promised not to destroy Earth." The group was taken aback, with Bulma unable to contain her incredulity. "Is that true, Ye Tian?" "Indeed, but they desire to feast." Bulma's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, "As long as Earth remains unharmed, we can provide as much food as they wish." Being the world's richest woman, she believed any issue solvable with money was no problem at all. Shortly thereafter, Bulma had an array of sumptuous dishes presented before Whis and Beerus. The sight of succulent meats, fragrant sushi, and a variety of desserts wafted mouth-watering aromas into the air. Whis clasped his hands to his cheeks, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how tempting." Beerus, in a frenzy of joy, with his cat-like ears perked up, lunged at the feast with unrefined enthusiasm. He clutched meat in one hand and pudding in the other, stuffing his mouth voraciously. Goku and the others were not idle either, eagerly devouring their own banquet at a separate table. Meanwhile, Ye Tian made his way to the gravity training room. Quan Quan stood immobile inside the gravity chamber. "Daddy." Upon seeing Ye Tian, he beamed with joy. Ye Tian extended a hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "Oh, my apologies, Quan Quan. I may have used a bit too much force." Though Ye Tian had exerted only a moderate amount of strength, he was surprised at how easily he had lifted Quan Quan. His slight discomfort with his newfound power stemmed from recently achieving the Super Saiyan Rose 2 transformation, and he had yet to master control over it. However, Quan Quan was not upset. In fact, he found it delightful. "Daddy, it's perfectly fine. It's so much fun." Ye Tian cradled him like an infant, chuckling. "While they are indulging in delicacies, let us join them." Quan Quan nodded enthusiastically. "Yes." Upon exiting the gravity room, they headed towards the others. After a short distance, passing by the restroom, Quan Quan looked up with his bright little eyes and said, "Daddy, I need to go potty." "Huh? What?" Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he was being summoned for such a matter. "I need to go potty," Quan Quan reiterated. Ye Tian gently set him down, allowing him to waddle towards the restroom. "All right, then I shall go ahead." Ye Tian stepped outside, observing Beerus and Whis relishing their feast. Whis was somewhat restrained, while Beerus devoured voraciously, as though fearing someone might snatch his food away. What had once been a bountiful spread was now reduced to mere remnants. Beerus belched contentedly, "Delicious." The earlier discontent evaporated in an instant. "How drowsy I am." Having eaten my fill, "Whis, let us return to the castle for some rest." He rose, yawning. As Whis noticed Ye Tian approaching, he suddenly recalled something. "Oh dear, I almost forgot. Lord Beerus, you have another task." "What task?" Beerus inquired, utterly perplexed. Tapping his head with his finger. "Wasn't his job simply to cause destruction?" "It pertains to the command from the Omni-King." "What task?" The god of destruction tapped his head, deep in thought, trying to recall what other duties he might have. Whis glanced around, seemingly struck by an idea, and covered his mouth with a smile, remaining silent. "Whis, what are you doing? What task is it?" Beerus, growing impatient with Whis's reticence, felt his curiosity piqued. "Forgive me, Lord Beerus, but I can only reveal it at a later time." Whis replied apologetically. Revealing it now would expose the Omni-King, which was a risk he could not afford to take. At that moment, Ye Tian approached. Whis took the initiative to greet him. "Mr. Ye Tian, we must take our leave now. You are always welcome to visit Lord Beerus's castle whenever you wish." After all, he was the father of the Omni-King. and despite being the son of the great priest and part of the angel lineage, maintaining decorum was paramount. It was prudent to cultivate a good rapport. Beerus, observing Whis with a hint of confusion, sensed something was amiss. Whis's demeanor was not typically so reserved, though he was usually talkative and engaging. Today he exuded an enigmatic air. Beerus had an inkling that Whis held Ye Tian in high regard, which intrigued him. Moreover, Ye Tian's connection to the great priest raised questions. If he were an angel, he would undoubtedly be the great priest's illegitimate child. Yet Beerus had confirmed he was not of the angel race. Could it be that he had undergone some transformation? Was it possible that the great priest genes had mingled with those of another race, creating an anomaly that resulted in a seemingly ordinary human? No, this boy, while appearing human, exhibited a combat growth rate beyond what any human could achieve. There was much to ponder. Who exactly was Ye Tian? And was he truly the illegitimate son of the great priest? Ye Tian glanced at the table, noting that the food had been devoured to the very last morsel. Save for the plates themselves. Very well, Whis, I shall visit when time permits. You are welcome to come to Earth as well. But I sincerely hope you will not cause any destruction. There are countless culinary delights on Earth. Whis promptly responded, you are always welcome. Upon hearing that Ye Tian had even invited the god of destruction, the hearts of Bulma and the others nearly leapt from their chests. This calamity had barely departed, and yet they were extending an invitation. Were it not for the presence of these two, she would surely have erupted in frustration. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta approached. Lord Beerus, once I have recovered, we shall engage in battle again, Goku exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he regarded Beerus. He felt particularly invigorated from their previous match and believed he had made significant progress. Beerus, however, wore a brooding expression as he replied, very well. But I hope that by our next encounter, you will possess the capability to truly compete with me, rather than merely what you displayed today. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, that's rather difficult. But Lord Beerus, I will train diligently to catch up to you. Beerus merely smiled, choosing not to respond, given their training methods devoid of guidance. It was a near impossibility for anyone to match him. Whis, I find myself quite drowsy. Whis understood and replied, farewell, everyone. With that, he gently tapped his staff on the ground, and a streak of light shot skyward, causing the two to vanish in an instant. In the cosmos, Beerus, sitting cross-legged behind Whis, queried, hey, Whis, why do I get the impression that you are particularly fond of Ye Tian? Does he truly not share any special relationship with the Grand Minister? They were traveling at remarkable speed towards Beerus's realm of destruction. Whis, aware of Beerus's underlying thoughts, replied with a serious demeanor, Lord Beerus, all the children of the Grand Minister are angels. Please refrain from speculating in that direction. With a scoff, Beerus pondered aloud, Whis, you just mentioned I have a task? What task could possibly be more significant than destruction? Whis smirked, relishing the moment. Oh dear, how could I forget? There is indeed a task of greater importance. You are to spar with Ye Tian. Excuse me? Beerus questioned incredulously, unsure if he had misheard. What did you say, Whis? Without needing to see Beerus's expression, Whis could envision his disbelief. Thus, he reiterated with conviction, Lord Beerus, you heard correctly. You are to engage in training with Ye Tian, and you must not injure him severely. Upon hearing this, Beerus's displeasure was palpable, his expression darkening further. Whis, are you suggesting I serve as his punching bag? Whis chuckled softly, his refined visage enhanced by his mirth. Oh no, Lord Beerus, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to be a punching bag for Ye Tian. I am merely your servant, here to oversee your duties. With a frosty tone, Beerus retorted, Humph. It is good that you understand. Who issued this command? The Grand Minister? He seems to lack the authority to interfere with the God of Destruction's duties. We are directly under the King of All. He would need the King of All's consent to meddle in our affairs. I absolutely refuse, after all. I am a God of Destruction. His mood soured, feeling as though the Grand Minister, leveraging his proximity to the King of All, was abusing his authority to impose such orders upon him. Before Beerus could finish his thought, Whis calmly interjected, This is the command of the King of All. Ah, the command of the King of All? Beerus lost his balance, tumbling over with exaggerated flair, his limbs flailing in the air, resembling a performing cat from a circus. Whis halted, allowing Beerus a moment to regain his composure before reaffirming, Indeed, Lord Beerus. It is the command of the King of All. Will you execute it, or? Beerus steadied himself, glaring with his large yellow eyes. His tone resolute as he replied, I will execute it. I shall dutifully follow the command of the King of All. At this moment, he appeared entirely transformed from the defiant figure who had previously resisted the task, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, now resolved. Whis, how could the King of All issue such a command? How does he know Ye Tian? He inquired, leaning closer to Whis, his voice low and cold. It wouldn't be the Grand Minister requesting this from the King of all, would it? Whis smiled enigmatically. I cannot say for certain. Lord Beerus, you might want to consider when you will begin training with Ye Tian. Beerus wore an expression of discontent, yet the authority of the King of all loomed large, compelling him to relent. What good was his dissatisfaction? Did he wish to forfeit his role as a god of destruction? However, he felt the need to concoct a reason for his new role as a punching bag. After all, he was a god of destruction. Simply becoming a punching bag would be quite undignified. Everyone deserves to maintain their pride. What reason could he possibly devise? Chapter 24. The Kaioshin explains the King of all. On Earth, aboard Bulma's luxurious vessel, following the departure of Beerus and Whis, Ye Tian's consciousness was greeted by 2 notification chimes. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Prevent Beerus from witnessing the entirety of the event and stop him from destroying Earth. Reward. Immunity to destruction energy. Ding. Choice 2 completed. Engage in battle with Goku against Beerus. Reward. Instant transmission. Delighted by the dual rewards, a subtle smile graced his lips. Yet he refrained from delving into the specifics of these abilities. At that moment, he and the King of all were encircled by the others, not with intentions of confrontation, but rather with curiosity about the conversation Ye Tian had with Beerus in space that had led to such a sudden change of heart regarding the destruction of Earth. Goku expressed his gratitude. Ye Tian, we owe you one. Feeling the appreciative gazes of those around him, Ye Tian smiled bashfully. You flatter me, Goku. Bulma, puzzled, inquired. Ye Tian, what caused Beerus to change his mind? Why did he not destroy Earth? Ye Tian shook his head, perplexed. I really don't understand. Even now, I am unsure. I only heard Whis mention that it seemed the Grand Minister advised Beerus not to destroy Earth. What? The Grand Minister? Who is that? The group was filled with confusion, having never heard of the Grand Minister before. Piccolo analyzed. From what Ye Tian has said, this Grand Minister seems even more powerful than Beerus. He glanced at Dandy beside him. Dandy, do you know who the Grand Minister is? Dandy shook his head, equally bewildered, having never heard of him. Just then, the Kaioshin and his attendant, Jebit, appeared aboard the ship. The group greeted him warmly. Goku, the Kaioshin acknowledged. He then addressed the assembly. I heard you were discussing the Grand Minister. Oh, great Kaioshin, do you know the Grand Minister? The Kaioshin nodded lightly, indeed. The Grand Minister is a favored figure beside the Omni-King, akin to the esteemed steward of the Omni-King himself. Once again, the crowd found themselves in utter bewilderment, while Sun Wukong instinctively placed his right hand upon his head, deep in contemplation. The Omni-King, this was a name they had never encountered before. At that moment, Ye Tian spoke up. According to Whis, the Omni-King is the paramount being at the apex of the entire universe. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was instantly filled with exhilaration. So he is immensely powerful. The King Kai, observing Wukong's excitement, wore an expression of resignation. The Omni-King could no longer merely be described as strong. He is an extraordinarily unique existence. Ye Tian and the others were left perplexed. Meanwhile, Quan, standing beside Ye Tian, cast a calm glance at the King Kai, lost in his own thoughts. Sensing someone's gaze upon him, the King Kai instinctively looked over, and his eyes fell upon Quan. In that instant, he felt a slight discomfort within himself, pondering who this child might be. He appeared rather unsettling. Sun Wukong, noticing the King Kai's daze, inquired, Hey, King Kai, what are you up to? The King Kai was somewhat embarrassed to admit he had been startled by a mere child. After all, he was a deity. Hastily suppressing his unease, he cleared his throat twice and explained, Ahem, the situation is as follows. There are a total of 12 universes in existence, and the Omni-King stands as the supreme figure at the pinnacle of the entire cosmos. With merely a wave of his hand, he could obliterate all the universes, annihilate everything. Once again, they were plunged into shock, but this time they not only grasped the prowess of the Omni-King, but also learned of the existence of 12 universes. Ye Tian mused to himself, realizing that this Dragon Ball superworld was indeed vast, having constructed 12 universes. Vegeta could not help but mutter, 12 universes, you say? Indeed. There were originally 18 universes, but the Omni-King erased 6 of them, leaving only 12. The King Kai's words sent waves of astonishment through the crowd, plunging them into profound disbelief. They felt that the magnitude of their astonishment today far surpassed anything they had ever experienced. They had never anticipated that the Omni-King would possess such formidable power. The King Kai cautioned Sun Wukong, Wukong, if you ever encounter the Omni-King, be sure not to suggest a duel, for even before you could make a move, you would be erased. Sun Wukong, eyes wide with astonishment, could not help but exclaim, Incredible! Upon hearing the mention of a duel, Ye Tian also came to a realization, contemplating in silence, understanding fully. He had just acquired a unique skill that granted immunity to destructive energy, enabling him to withstand the destruction of deities like Beerus. With further cultivation, he could attain immunity to the Omni-King's annihilation. So, this Omni-King indeed referred to the one standing at the pinnacle of the entire universe. It seemed that to escape the grasp of fate, he must hone this immunity to destructive energy to its utmost limit. Only then could he remain beyond their control. The King Kai continued to elucidate. And the Grand Minister you mentioned earlier is the Omni-King's steward, a most favored individual. Sun Wukong, ever preoccupied with matters of combat, could not resist asking, "Is the Grand Minister strong?" The King Kai, with an expression of exasperation, replied, "Wukong, relying solely on martial prowess to gauge the strength of others is a rather poor habit. The Grand Minister's combat power ranks among the top 5 in the entire universe." Upon hearing that, Wukong and the others exclaimed, "Impressive." Though they recognized the significance, they were still somewhat at a loss for a proper context. Vegeta, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "How does he compare to Beerus?" The King Kai took a deep breath, calmly stating, "Beerus is no match for even a single finger of the Grand Minister." The crowd could hardly believe their ears. It was as if a thunderclap had struck them, or someone had doused them with a bucket of cold water, leaving them numb and frozen. Even Lord Beerus, who was so formidable, could not withstand even a finger of the Grand Minister. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Once Sun Wukong regained his composure, he enthusiastically punched his fist into his palm, exclaiming with great excitement, "How exhilarating! I had no idea there were so many powerful beings in the universe. It's enough to inspire anyone to grow stronger." Ye Tian, too, felt a surge of excitement. Having arrived in this Dragon Ball Super world, he was inexplicably motivated to become more formidable. Ye Tian. Chapter 25. Quan Quan knows their S.A. villa. Ye Tian. At that moment, Sun Wukong turned his gaze toward Ye Tian. Ye Tian met his gaze with a hint of confusion. Wukong, what is up? Are you looking to challenge me to a duel? We've just fought a fierce battle. To do so again would be quite reckless. Ye Tian, let us have a match. Sun Wukong said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. However, just as he finished speaking, he was met with a fierce roar from Chi-Chi. "Wukong, you just fought. Now you want to fight again?" Sun Wukong instantly chuckled awkwardly, feeling a twinge of fear toward Chi-Chi, and said sheepishly, "Well, maybe not." Ye Tian did not wish to engage in combat at that moment either. Although he yearned to grow stronger, his body could not withstand continuous high-intensity battles. He needed to assimilate the enhancements gained from his fight with Beerus. "All right, we can fight another time," Ye Tian replied with a smile. Sun Wukong immediately responded, "Sure." Vegeta, standing off to the side, let out a huff, feeling as though something precious was being taken from him. The King Kai could not help but glance once more at the child beside Ye Tian, the same unsettling feeling washing over him. An overwhelming sense of pressure made him quite uncomfortable. Having accomplished his purpose for this visit, he wished to depart, saying, "Wukong, everyone, I shall take my leave. Thank you for saving the earth this time." Whoosh. With that, he vanished in an instant. Following his departure, the others began to leave in succession. Ye Tian and Quan Quan found themselves in an awkward predicament, as they had nowhere to settle. Hand in hand, they walked down the street. And Ye Tian sighed, "No matter where you are, being broke is uncomfortable. With no place to stay, this is quite embarrassing. It seems I need to earn some money to secure a place to live." Quan Quan looked at Ye Tian with curiosity and asked, "Daddy, what is money?" Ye Tian explained, "It is the currency that circulates in this world." Just then, they passed by a vendor, where a person was paying with cash to buy something. Ye Tian pointed to the bills in the buyer's hand, saying, "That is money. With money, you can live in a big house in this world." Quan Quan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Daddy, do you want to live in a big house?" Ye Tian considered this and replied, "Well, sort of. We need to find a place to settle down, so we won't end up feeling homeless." Quan Quan immediately chimed in, "I know of a place with a big house." "What do you mean?" "Even if there is a big house, it belongs to someone else. Although I am quite powerful now, we cannot simply take a common person's home." Ye Tian gently explained to Quan Quan. As Quan Quan listened to Ye Tian's reasoning, he found it rather amusing. No one had ever explained such things to him before. In the past, he had always acted based on his whims, which is why, when he felt unhappy, he obliterated a universe. And other universes were similarly destroyed due to his discontent. "Dad, this isn't just some big house owned by strangers. It's left to me by an old friend." Ye Tian was taken aback momentarily. "What? You had a friend in the past? And a big house too?" Just as Quan Quan thought that Ye Tian was reluctant to visit the house, Ye Tian exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Let's go. Let us take a look. Although I'm not one to take advantage of such things, we must learn to utilize our resources." Grasping Quan Quan's hand, he soared into the sky. Quan Quan pointed towards the east, and the two flew towards the outskirts. 3 minutes later, upon arriving at the countryside, they indeed spotted a magnificent standalone villa. This villa boasted 5 stories and covered an area of 10,000 square meters, complete with mountains, water, and a swimming pool. Quan Quan, you can't possibly mean this villa, can you? Quan Quan exclaimed in affirmation, clearly indicating that this was indeed the villa in question. Are you sure no one lives here? Is it truly your friend's? Ye Tian queried. Oh, of course. This is definitely my friend's place. Quan Quan replied nonchalantly. Then where is your friend? This was the question Ye Tian most wanted to ask. Quan Quan shook his head, indicating uncertainty. I don't know, but he has been gone for quite some time. Ye Tian contemplated for a moment. If that is the case, let us make this our temporary residence. It would be a shame to let such a large villa go to waste. Having never lived in such grandeur before, Ye Tian felt a certain allure towards the villa, especially since they currently had nowhere else to stay. Quan Quan nodded excitedly, his voice filled with innocence. Oh, days passed in this manner. At this moment, Ye Tian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, honing his skills to immunize against destructive energy, while Quan Quan lounged comfortably on Ye Tian's lap. Basking in the sun, life was indeed leisurely. Over these past few days, they spent their time similarly. Ye Tian practiced during the day while in the evenings he would take Quan Quan out shopping, savoring delicacies, and enjoying merry-go-round rides. Notably, on the second day of their stay in the villa, Satan held a press conference, claiming to have defeated Beerus and saved both Earth and the universe. Coincidentally, the ambassador from the Snake Star came to visit the hero who had vanquished Beerus. As the crowd pointed at Satan, the ambassador was about to bestow a medal when the Snake Star's foremost warrior, Kale, grew indignant and sought to challenge Satan. However, Satan was no match for him. Desperate, he tried to contact Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta for assistance, but to no avail. Fortunately, he encountered Ye Tian, who was taking Quan Quan out for a meal. At Satan's request, Ye Tian helped him defeat Kale, and in gratitude, Satan gifted him 10 million. With this windfall, Ye Tian and Quan Quan's needs were assured. As for Ye Tian's skill in immunizing against destructive energy, after several days of training, he had attained a level of proficiency. He realized that reaching the pinnacle of this skill would require considerable time, but he felt that, for now, such strength was unnecessary. At his current level, he believed he could withstand energy on par with that of a god of destruction, which sufficed for the moment. Immunity against the Omni-King's energy, however, was still out of reach. Yet, given his lack of interaction with the Omni-King, he doubted there would be any unwarranted disruptions. The skill of immunizing against destructive energy was quite unique. It did not hinge on the opponent's strength, but rather on the purity of their destructive energy. Across the universe, the purest destructive energy belonged to the Omni-King, while the energies of other gods of destruction were relatively uniform. As Quan Quan glanced towards the cosmos, he stood up and made his way into the villa. Upon entering, a swift whoosh echoed. Chapter 26. Beerus and Whis descend again. With a whoosh, a stream of white and brown light descended near Ye Tian. He immediately opened his eyes, recognizing the familiar glow. Once the light dissipated, 2 figures materialized before him. One was tall, with blue-green skin and long white hair, featuring purple pupils and lips, adorned with a large light blue halo around his neck. He held a long staff topped with a black magical orb. The other being resembled a cat, wearing a cold expression and attire reminiscent of Anubis. Upon seeing them, Ye Tian was momentarily stunned, rising in astonishment. Beerus Whis. Indeed, the visitors were none other than Beerus and Whis. Greetings, Mr. Ye Tian. Whis politely initiated the exchange. Beerus scrutinized Ye Tian, baffled as to how someone like him could be associated with the Grand Minister, let alone the Omni-King. It was utterly perplexing. Most vexing was the thought that a god of destruction like himself would have to serve this individual. Though inwardly displeased, he had to concede. Not doing so would lead to destruction. Hello, Mr. Ye Tian. Beerus echoed Whis' greeting. Ye Tian was quite taken aback by their arrival. Yet, out of courtesy, he replied, Hello, may I inquire what brings you here, Whis? He understood that one does not simply visit without reason. Whis chuckled lightly, covering his mouth, seemingly recalling something amusing. Lord Beerus has something to discuss with you. Beerus shot a cold glare at Whis, letting out a soft huff. Over the past few days, Whis had taken great delight in teasing him. Ye Tian, perplexed, asked, What business does Lord Beerus have with me? Beerus cleared his throat, using his paw to mask his embarrassment. I believe you possess considerable combat talent. I would like to take you on as my disciple. This was the best excuse Beerus could muster during his search. He thought to himself that if he became Ye Tian's master, he could easily dismiss any past grievances. Others would see him as a dedicated mentor, and perhaps there would be mutual benefits in this arrangement. After all, Ye Tian was someone the Grand Minister held in high regard. Being his master could offer substantial advantages, and it might even enhance his standing with the Grand Minister. Ye Tian scrutinized Beerus' gaze, sensing something amiss. It felt as if he were a naive little Red Riding Hood being lured by a wolf in disguise. Beerus, on the other hand, looked at Ye Tian with a smug expression, confident that a god of destruction like himself would be more than willing to take on a disciple. Yet, why hadn't Ye Tian responded? Was he too shocked? Perhaps he was too excited to process the information? Or did he doubt the words he had just heard? Indeed, that is the case. After clearing his ears, he declared with great confidence, "You heard me correctly. I intend to take you as my disciple and impart my teachings to you." Beep. Option 1. Acknowledge Beerus as your master. Reward. Judgment of destruction. Beep. Option 2. Decline Beerus's apprenticeship. Reward. Time reversal. Judgment of destruction. Beerus' ultimate technique, where he raises his hands above his head to concentrate a massive purple sphere, obliterating his target with astonishing power, ranking among the top 3 most formidable skills in the 7th universe. Time reversal. A skill of Whis that allows the user to revert to 3 minutes prior, necessitating a long cooldown period after each usage. Those within the barrier will retain their memories from before the reversal. Upon witnessing these 2 skills, Ye Tian unreservedly chose time reversal, as it was simply too advantageous. Akin to having a chance to reconsider one's decisions. Although the cooldown was somewhat lengthy, the ability to reconsider once was already a significant boon. Ye Tian apologetically stated, "I must respectfully decline your offer of apprenticeship." With a loud thud, the confident Beerus fell to the ground, his head striking the surface and leaving a prominent red bump. Whis, standing nearby, chuckled softly, having anticipated this outcome. It was not merely because Ye Tian was the father of the Omni-King, but rather because he perceived an unyielding spirit in Ye Tian's gaze. Such indomitable resolve would never kneel to a master. Moreover, Whis knew that Ye Tian was unaware that his son was indeed the Omni-King. Had he known, perhaps Beerus would not be standing there at all, and the narrative might have unfolded quite differently. Beerus rose from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Ye Tian. "What did you say? You refuse to be my disciple?" At that moment, Beerus was infuriated. A god of destruction from the 7th universe had failed in his attempt to take on an apprentice. He was tempted to annihilate Ye Tian, but considering the latter's complex background, he refrained from doing so. Ye Tian, maintaining his seriousness, responded, "Yes, Lord Beerus. I am not one for the tradition of apprenticeship. I believe Goku and Vegeta are quite admirable. They both aspire to grow stronger." Beerus, his tone icy, questioned, "Do you look down upon me?" "No, Lord Beerus, you misunderstand. I merely wish for Goku and Vegeta to grow stronger to better protect Earth." Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback by his own words, feeling they were out of character. Had he been influenced by the heroic spirit of the Dragon Ball protagonists? "What will it take for you to agree to be my disciple?" Beerus, suppressing his anger, felt that this young man was indeed belittling his stature. His pride as a god of destruction felt diminished. Ye Tian was perplexed. Why was Beerus so insistent on taking him as an apprentice? "Lord Beerus, I can't shake the feeling that your intentions may not be entirely pure." Upon hearing this, Beerus gasped, exclaiming, "What? No, absolutely not. What ill intentions could a god of destruction possibly harbor? If I did, I would simply destroy." Ye Tian pondered who could provoke such a reaction from Beerus. Could it truly be that Beerus recognized his exceptional talent and sought to take him under his wing? This seemed unlikely. If he truly believed in Ye Tian's prowess, he would not have previously desired to obliterate him. Finally, it was the Grand Priest who spoke up. "Wait, could it be that the one who encouraged him to take me as a disciple is also the Grand Priest?" Ye Tian looked at Beerus, his expression one of curiosity. "Lord Beerus, it wouldn't happen to be the Grand Priest who urged you to take me on as a disciple, would it?" Beerus was taken aback, entirely unprepared for Ye Tian's line of thought. "No, this has nothing to do with the Grand Priest. Now, what will it take for you to agree to become my disciple?" Chapter 27. What? Seeking free food and drink. How can I persuade you to become my disciple? Beerus asked, perplexed. Ye Tian firmly stated, "Lord Beerus, I prefer to cultivate independently and engage in battles with opponents from time to time." Battles with opponents? Beerus's eyes gleamed with a strange light. "Ye Tian, let us make a wager." Ye Tian, somewhat confused, questioned, "What wager? Why does this fellow still seem to have ulterior motives?" "What?" Beerus cleared his ears and lightly flicked them. "I will train Goku and Vegeta for a year. You will train independently for a year, and if by the end of that time you are not a match for either of them, you shall become my disciple." Beep. Option 1. Accept Beerus' wager. Reward. Pseudo-immortality. Beep. Option 2. Decline Beerus' wager. Reward. Fourfold Shadow Fist S Demon Convergence Blast. Pseudo-immortality. A low-tier version of immortality, granting immunity to 3 fatal blows, with the 4th resulting in defeat. Fourfold Shadow Fist S Demon Convergence Blast. A unique ultimate technique of Piccolo. manifesting 4 illusions while simultaneously unleashing the demon convergence blast. The longer the charge, the greater the damage. Without hesitation, Ye Tian chose option 1. Although the pseudo-immortality was not true immortality, it provided him with 4 lives. Whereas the fourfold Shadow Fist's demon convergence blast was only formidable in the early Dragon Ball saga. In the current era of Dragon Ball Super, it would be virtually useless. Very well, I accept, Ye Tian stated earnestly. He was confident that after a year, he would likely be as powerful as Goku and Vegeta. While he might not surpass them, he certainly wouldn't be overshadowed. After all, he possessed a system that allowed for rapid enhancement of his combat prowess and the acquisition of various skills. Some abilities could not be easily countered merely by sheer strength. For instance, his current Black Goku bloodline and transformation into Super Saiyan Rose far surpassed Goku's Super Saiyan form. Such unique skills compensated for any deficiencies in his typical combat strength. Hence Ye Tian felt quite optimistic about catching up to Goku and the others. Moreover, he hoped that Beerus would cultivate Goku and Vegeta into formidable warriors, as this would allow him to engage in exhilarating battles with them. Though fighting against Beerus would also lead to significant improvement, it would be a one-sided affair, lacking in enjoyment. While the enhancement from such one-sided battles was beneficial, it paled in comparison to the growth achieved when both parties were evenly matched. If the combatants were of similar strength, the battles would endure longer, resulting in greater enhancements. Conversely, being consistently overpowered would only force out latent potential during moments of despair, yielding only minor boosts in strength. However, how could one expect to tap into their potential every time despair struck? Even if it were possible, it would be exceedingly arduous. As someone with a system, why would he choose such a grueling training method? Clearly, it was unnecessary. Upon receiving Ye Tian's agreement, Beerus' face lit up with elation. Feeling assured that he had secured this disciple, it settled then. He was utterly convinced that under his tutelage, Goku and Vegeta would effortlessly surpass Ye Tian. Furthermore, after battling him, Goku's combat power had multiplied tremendously, as the power of Super Saiyan God had integrated significantly into his being. As long as Sun Wukong masters the art of utilizing Qi, he will undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new realm. Yes, it is settled, Ye Tian concurred. Suddenly, Beerus interjected. If you require my assistance in practice, I am at your service. The wager must proceed, yet he had not forgotten his role as Ye Tian's punching bag. Moreover, he reasoned that having made such a statement, should Ye Tian neglect to seek him out for training, he could easily justify himself to the Omni-King. After all, he could explain that he willingly played the role of Ye Tian's training dummy, and it was Ye Tian's reluctance that was the issue. Ye Tian had not anticipated such a remark from Beerus. However, he dismissed it for the moment, as he had no desire to engage in combat with Beerus. The pain from the battles of the previous days still lingered, and he had yet to fully recuperate. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he simply could not best Beerus. Fighting him offered no semblance of a true combat experience. It was far more fulfilling to spar with Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Nevertheless, given Beerus's assertive comment, Ye Tian felt obliged to respond politely. Oh, Lord Beerus. After a moment's contemplation, Beerus continued, your villa is quite spacious. Perhaps I and Whis shall reside here from now on. Upon hearing this, Whis appeared to have an epiphany, suppressing a laugh while pondering whether Lord Beerus truly dared to stay here. Did he not feel overwhelmed by the pressure? Yet, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Ye Tian's expression shifted dramatically, contorting into one of discomfort, akin to having consumed something unpalatable or being gripped by fear. Observing his reaction, Beerus mused, the boy seems to be frightened, which is entirely natural. Even the king of Vegeta's countenance pales in my presence. That he has endured thus far is commendable. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly. Ye Tian, with utmost seriousness, remarked, are you planning to mooch off my hospitality? While I possess some wealth, I cannot sustain your voracious appetite. I had suspected you sought to take me on as your disciple merely to indulge in my provisions. Ye Tian had witnessed the gastronomic prowess of these two. Despite his newfound fortune, it was far from sufficient, especially given the high prices. One bowl of noodles cost 100 currency units. 10 million equated to a mere 1 million from Earth in my former life. In truth, even a million was insufficient to cover his expenses, but for the moment, it sufficed. Yet, should he accommodate 2 more gluttons, the situation would become dire. Beerus's feline visage twitched, his breath coming in sharp gasps, nearly causing him to explode with indignation. Whis, on the other hand, felt no such agitation. He found the situation amusing, noting that Ye Tian was the first to dare speak so candidly to a god of destruction. The crux of the matter lay in Ye Tian's ignorance of his son's true identity as the Omni-King. At that moment, Beerus yearned to seize Ye Tian and shake him into submission. Countless beings lined up to host Beerus in feasts, Yet here was Ye Tian, audaciously wishing to partake without offering due respect. Beerus realized that he had no means to assert his authority over this boy. In his presence, the persona of a god of destruction felt utterly diminished. No, he could not allow this insolent brat to continue in such ignorance. He must instill a sense of reverence. His demeanor darkened ominously. Ye Tian, do you not fear my destruction? With that, a layer of purple energy enveloped Beerus's form. He extended his hand towards Ye Tian, coldly declaring, Ye Tian, you display no respect for the divine. I shall proceed to obliterate you. Ye Tian furrowed his brow, a sharp intensity coalescing between his eyes. The sight of that destructive energy, coupled with Beerus's chilling demeanor, unsettled him. Was it merely for suggesting he was mooching? To decline his tutelage equated to a lack of reverence for the divine? That was rather absurd. Nevertheless, Ye Tian had never cared for the concept of divinity. He only knew that those who cherished him, he would treasure in return, while those who scorned him, he would cast aside. Beerus's countenance deepened in hue, resembling a purple yam cat. Ye Tian, you truly possess no reverence for the divine. You must comprehend that should a deity treat you poorly, you ought to regard them with awe. Upon finishing his statement, a sphere of deep purple destructive energy materialized in Beerus's hand. At that moment, a child stood at the window of the villa's second floor, none other than the Omni-King. With focused eyes, he raised his hand, radiating a brilliant blue light. Attentively monitoring the situation below, should Beerus dare to strike his father, he would annihilate the god of destruction. It would be a simple matter to appoint a new deity, for he could create one with just a word. By bestowing destructive energy and allowing an angel to cultivate a powerful deity, a new god of destruction would emerge naturally. Ye Tian regarded the destructive energy in Beerus's grasp with an inexplicable thrill, eager to test his immunity against such destructive force. He felt confident that he could withstand it. Adopting a combative stance, he called out, Come on, let me witness the might of your destructive energy. Whis glanced between the two, both poised for confrontation. He raised his staff, placing it before Beerus's hand, and solemnly advised, Lord Beerus, you must reconsider. Beerus turned his gaze towards Whis, confusion evident in his eyes. Who exactly was this Ye Tian? Whis had never before intervened in his affairs, yet now he repeatedly sought to prevent him from engaging with Ye Tian. If this boy was not the Grand Minister's illegitimate son, then what was his true identity? Never had Beerus perceived the depths of the seventh universe to be so profound. Why did it suddenly feel so intricate? There were myriad matters of which this god of destruction remained blissfully unaware, while Whis seemed to know everything, yet shared none of it with him. It was truly exasperating, especially considering that this individual was the Grand Minister's designated overseer. On the surface, Whis appeared to be Beerus's attendant, managing his daily needs. However, in truth, Whis's status eclipsed that of Beerus. This was evident from the tournament of power. Any planet that faltered faced obliteration, but the angels remained untouched. Whis, what do you truly know? Pray tell, why do you consistently shield this Ye Tian? Beerus slowly withdrew the destructive energy in his hand, a frown of displeasure gracing his features as he inquired. Having been adequately cautioned by Whis, he dared not inflict harm upon Ye Tian any longer. Yet, his anger simmered beneath the surface. Observing Beerus retract his power, Whis placed a hand over his mouth and smiled amiably, explaining, Lord Beerus, in due time, you shall know. Beerus grunted in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. He understood that some matters Whis chose not to disclose now would likely remain shrouded in secrecy. Pressing him for answers would prove futile, and he sensed that knowing the truth at this juncture might not bode well for him. With a heavy heart, he resolved to avoid provoking Ye Tian in the future, treating him as an exception for normal interactions. Ye Tian, witnessing Beerus retract his energy, felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly reassured himself that concealing his immunity to destructive energy was prudent. Should Beerus suspect he would lose control, he might resort to lethal force. Despite his considerable progress, he remained acutely aware of his relative weakness in the presence of Beerus. On the upper floor, Quan noticed Beerus' withdrawal of destructive energy and likewise stowed away his own. His eyes softened considerably, but he muttered under his breath, How dare Beerus show disrespect to Daddy? I shall ask Daddy if he wishes for Beerus to be erased. If Daddy desires it, then let it be so. In the courtyard below, Beerus remained blissfully unaware that his existence teetered on the brink of annihilation. A mere word from Ye Tian could seal his fate. At that moment, he addressed Ye Tian, saying, Ye Tian, remember our wager. He then turned to Whis, commanding, Whis, fetch Goku and Vegeta. Whis offered Ye Tian a polite smile and said, Mr. Ye Tian, I bid you farewell. With that, both vanished in a flash of light. After their departure, Quan emerged, holding a bottle of water and innocently inquiring, Daddy, who were those two people? They looked rather strange. Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Quan Quan's words, thinking to himself, "Oh Quan Quan, you yourself are rather unusual, yet you call them strange." However, he refrained from voicing this thought, wishing to spare his son's feelings. Over time, he had come to regard Quan Quan as his own child, often dreaming of him during slumber. After all, Quan Quan was quite adorable and spent each day resting by his side. "Quan Quan, they are gods." Quan Quan responded with a soft "oh," asking, "Does Daddy dislike them?" To which Ye Tian replied, "Dislike? Not at all." Quan Quan, mistaking his father's tone, prepared to say something when Ye Tian continued, "It's not that simple. Lord Beerus is simply far too powerful. Does Daddy wish for him to disappear?" Quan Quan gazed at Ye Tian with innocent curiosity. Chapter 29. A significant change after 4 months. Does Daddy wish for him to disappear? Ye Tian, puzzled by the question, shook his head and replied, "Not at all." "Oh, isn't it because you find him too strong?" Quan Quan's face was a portrait of confusion, grappling with the contradiction of finding someone formidable yet wishing them to remain. Such complexities were difficult for a child to comprehend. Ye Tian smiled and clarified, "Indeed, he is formidable, but that does not mean I desire his absence." After a brief pause, he clenched his fist excitedly, exclaiming, "For I wish to defeat him with my own hands, to show him my might." He raised his fist, his spirit soaring with fervor, inspired by Ye Tian's enthusiasm. Quan Quan also raised his small hand, exclaiming, "To defeat him with our own hands." For months later, Goku and Vegeta had been training in the realm of the Destroyer for 4 months. Following the wager with Ye Tian, Beerus had summoned Goku and Vegeta, not as disciples, but to inform them of his intention to train them, with a duel against Ye Tian set for a year hence. Though they were under Beerus' purview, he exerted little effort in their training, instead indulging in slumber and feasting. The responsibility of training Goku and Vegeta fell entirely upon Whis, who embraced the task with enthusiasm, relishing the opportunity to teach, especially given his favorable impressions of both fighters. He looked forward with anticipation to witnessing the fruits of his labor in their eventual battle against Ye Tian, curious as to who would emerge victorious. Pride swelled within Whis as he noted that over the 4 months, Goku and Vegeta had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Their hair turned a striking blue, and their combat prowess surged exponentially, attaining a divine tier. Remarkably, they could now transform into Super Blue without any external assistance. As for Ye Tian, he too had made significant strides over the past 4 months. However, his advancements were not the result of rigorous training, but rather stemmed from choices made within the system. He had thoroughly assimilated the enhancements gained from his confrontation with Beerus and could now effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan Rose 2. His baseline combat power had escalated tremendously, though he remained unaware of the exact extent, as he lacked a power detector, which would be unable to gauge his strength. To assess his power would be akin to wasting the detector's capabilities. Yet, one thing was certain: he had ascended to the divine realm, not through sheer strength, but rather through a pivotal choice within the system that granted him divine energy. At this moment, Ye Tian was diligently practicing his immunity to destructive energy skills in the courtyard. Presently, he had mastered the skill to an exceptional degree. Feeling confident in his immunity to the destructive energy of the god of destruction, though he remained uncertain about the energy of the Omni-King, having never encountered him before. Suddenly, he sensed something hurtling through space at great speed. Glancing upward, he beheld a colossal spaceship descending from the heavens. Its immense size suggested it could accommodate 7,000 or 8,000 individuals. Ye Tian regarded the ship with a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it before. After some contemplation, realization struck him. Could it be the spaceship of the Galactic Emperor, Frieza? In the world of Dragon Ball, such grand displays were characteristic of Frieza. However, had he not already been slain? In the depths of hell, one might wonder how it is that he has returned. Is it not Frieza who dwells within? If it is not Frieza, then who could it be? Regardless of the identity, it is prudent to assess the situation before forming conclusions. Ye Tian, indifferent to the arrival, resumed his cultivation. Above a vast, solitary island, a colossal spaceship descended rapidly. Within the main chamber of the vessel, Frieza sat comfortably in a small craft, his tone imbued with unrestrained joy. "By the way, have you located the Saiyan, Son Goku, who sought to end my life?" For months prior, his subordinate, Sorbet, had gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and wished for Frieza's resurrection. Upon returning to life, Frieza initially intended to seek vengeance against Goku. Yet he learned from Sorbet that Goku had triumphed over the formidable Majin Buu. In that moment, Frieza comprehended that in his freshly revived state, he would not stand a chance against Goku. Thus, he resolved to engage in rigorous training for 4 months. Historically, his exceptional combat prowess was attributed solely to his innate talent, as he had never undergone formal training. This time, however, He was determined to train diligently for vengeance before ultimately defeating Goku. Now, after 4 months had elapsed, he arrived with his army to commence his path of retribution. Hearing Frisia's inquiry, Sorbet, drenched in cold sweat, explained nervously, "We have searched high and low, yet he remains elusive." He was gripped by fear. Acutely aware of Frisia's temperament, failure in his directives would invariably lead to dire consequences. Frisia smirked ominously. "Very well, let it be." Sorbet hastily added, "But even if you succeed in your revenge, they could still use the Dragon Balls to revive." "Humph, I have devised a countermeasure," Frisia replied, a chilling expression gracing his features. The joyous, yet sinister path of vengeance was about to unfold. At that moment, Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Master Roshi, and others awaited on the island. Their foreknowledge of Frisia's impending arrival stemmed from Galactic Patrol Officer Jocko, who had informed Bulma of Frisia's resurrection and his intent for revenge, along with a specific time frame. Subsequently, Bulma relayed the news, prompting the others to gather in an effort to thwart Frisia. In a bid to prepare for battle, Krillin even removed his wig and donned his martial arts uniform. As the spaceship landed, the hatch opened, and a multitude of Frisia's minions surged forth like a swarm of ants, numbering at least 4,000 to 5,000. The sight of them instilled a sense of dread among the assembled warriors. Piccolo's expression turned pale. "So many. This is quite an imposing force." Once Frisia's entire contingent had disembarked, he leisurely emerged from his craft. Surveying the scene below, he coldly remarked, "Ah, the Galactic Patrol is present? And that Namekian from before." Bulma, casting a disdainful glance at Frisia, commented, "Is that really Frisia?" One look at his face reveals his dubious character. Piccolo, confronting Frisia directly, demanded, "What is your purpose here on Earth?" Frisia, arms crossed over his abdomen, replied with a sinister grin, "Is that even a question? It is, of course, for revenge." "Is Goku not here yet?" Krillin interjected anxiously. "He will be here shortly, just wait." Upon seeing Krillin step forward, Frisia's eyes gleamed with recognition. "Oh, it's you. I remember killing you once." Cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow as he instinctively took a step back, haunted by memories of being hurled into the air and obliterated by Frisia. Frisia continued, "Ah, it seems you have also been revived with the Dragon Balls. However, for every time you are resurrected, I shall simply kill you again." A wave of dread washed over Krillin as he recalled his previous demise, the fear gripping him tightly. Frisia, reveling in his malevolence, proclaimed, "Oh, how heartbroken Son Goku will be when he sees all his friends slaughtered. Ha ha ha." Bulma, unable to endure Frisia's arrogance any longer, shouted, "What a pathetic display. Gohan, go ahead and fight him. You can easily defeat him." Gohan turned to Bulma, awkwardly raising his hands in a gesture of explanation. "While the soldiers are manageable, you may not realize that Frisia is exceptionally powerful. His energy has increased dramatically. Sadly, I am not his match." Bulma's eyes widened in panic as she implored, "You're not joking, are you?" Jocko, standing nervously behind Bulma, fidgeted anxiously, clutching his head. Gohan assured her gravely, "I am not joking. This is serious." Once Bulma confirmed Gohan's sincerity, she turned to Frisia, who was smirking at her, and immediately adopted a demure demeanor, clasping her hands to her cheeks, trying to suppress her embarrassment. "Mr. Frisia, Goku has gone far away and will take some time to return. Please wait just a moment." Frisia chuckled ominously, his smile morphing into something more sinister. "Very well. I do not know how long I shall wait for this moment. 10 seconds will suffice." Initially, the group rejoiced at Frisia's willingness to wait, believing he genuinely wished to allow Goku's return. However, upon hearing Frisia's subsequent words, their hopes shattered. Bulma, fuming with indignation, clenched her fists and shouted, "You tightwad. This is nothing but a jest." Frisia raised a finger, playfully counting, 1, 2. The assembled warriors immediately assumed battle stances, while Bulma and Jocko quickly sought refuge behind a nearby rock. 8, 9, 10. Frisia concluded his count. Sorbet, upon hearing the number 10, waved his hand commandingly to his minions. "Attack. Leave no one standing." Instantly, the legions of Frisia's soldiers surged toward Piccolo, Gohan, and the others. Master Roshi twirled his staff, declaring, "We must hold our ground until Goku and Vegeta return." In an instant, the frail old man transformed into a towering figure of muscle and might. Gohan cautioned his comrades, "Everyone, be careful not to get hurt." Piccolo shot him a glance, his tone a mix of reproach and affection. "You discarded your training uniform, yet still worry about others?" Embarrassed, Gohan stammered, "That was an accident. Let us go." The group rallied, charging into the fray. Sorbet observed Piccolo and the others, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Haha. Soon we shall witness a delightful spectacle of brutality." Frisia, chuckling malevolently, countered with an icy demeanor, "That may not be the case." Sorbet, taken aback, responded, "Huh?" As they engaged in conversation, Piccolo, Master Roshi, Gohan, and Tien had already dispatched a considerable number of Frisia's soldiers. Though their combat prowess paled in comparison to that of Goku, Vegeta, and Ye Tian, they faced no difficulties in dealing with these lowly minions. Frisia, observing Gohan's remarkable performance, narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself, I feel as though I've encountered him before. Suddenly, realization struck him. This individual was Goku's son. Just like his father, he had matured into a kind-hearted adult. In fact, his strength was formidable, yet he refrained from killing his opponents during battle, truly a character of noble virtue. However, his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of extreme disdain and loathing. Spitting disdainfully, he exclaimed, "How revolting!" Nearby, Sorbet, witnessing the soldiers' inability to subdue Gohan and the others, reprimanded them. "What a bunch of fools. Use your brains, coordinate your attacks, and capitalize on your numerical advantage." Frisia cast a sidelong glance at him, extending a finger and dismissively flicking Sorbet away, retorting, "Such an utterly misguided command." He then turned his gaze toward Krillin, who hovered nearby, seemingly oblivious, and darkly remarked, "Ah, the jester who will elevate our dreary gathering to a climax is right over there." Frisia vividly recalled that after he had killed Krillin, Goku had succumbed to a fit of rage, dramatically increasing his power and forcing Frisia to retreat. Consequently, he believed he must eliminate Krillin once more to plunge Goku into deep sorrow. Krillin hesitated, muttering to himself, "Should I go? Should I not? Should I go?" As he pondered, glancing down at his hands, panic flickered in his eyes as he questioned, "Am I truly afraid?" Frisia, finding satisfaction in Krillin's uncertainty and fear, wore a smirk of amusement. A chilling laugh escaped him as he seemed to conceive an amusing thought. Chapter 31. The Return of the Key Sphere Slash. With a cold chuckle, Frisia raised his hand, capturing the attention of all present, declaring, "To the esteemed members of the Frisia force." His words not only captured the attention of his legion, but also that of Piccolo, Gohan, and the others, who turned their gazes toward him. Frisia pointed at Krillin and, with a mischievous tone, proclaimed, "Whoever can slay that little pest may choose any planet as a reward." Krillin felt an overwhelming surge of pressure, beads of cold sweat trickling down his bald head, almost causing him to falter as he stammered. Piccolo let out a heavy grunt. How utterly shameless. Frisia, fully aware of Krillin's diminished abilities, was employing tactics that were nothing short of despicable. Krillin, having neglected his martial arts, was even vulnerable to bullets. Now, he served as a police officer in the city, apprehending criminals, yet had sustained an injury from a bullet during a confrontation, though merely a superficial wound. It underscored the extent of Krillin's deterioration in martial prowess over the years. Additionally, Krillin harbored a misguided sense of reliance, believing that as long as Goku and his allies were present, no formidable foe could prevail, rendering his own efforts unnecessary. Upon hearing Frisia's proclamation, his subordinates erupted into excited laughter. With riches come fierce warriors, no matter the setting. Almost instinctively, Frisia's soldiers surged toward Krillin. The closest among them had already encircled him, casting malicious glances in his direction. Meanwhile, Krillin's heart raced with trepidation as he confronted the soldiers, feeling utterly at a loss on how to respond. Frisia, reveling in the unfolding scene, cackled with mockery, "A pest remains a pest. After all these years, still just a pest. Ah, if I can eliminate this pest, Goku's heart will be shattered by unending sorrow and wrath. Ah!" Piccolo shouted, "Krillin." As Krillin surveyed the encircling soldiers, he couldn't help but mutter, "Am I truly afraid? But I don't feel fear in my body. What is this?" A towering figure with red skin approached him, grinning maliciously, "Little pest. Allow me to put an end to you." With that, he swung a fist toward Krillin's head. Suddenly, Krillin instinctively evaded, leaving his opponent in a state of shock and disbelief. This. Frisia, equally perplexed, watched with wide eyes. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "So slow. I can see the trajectory of his attack." Master Roshi had been observing Krillin closely and immediately recognized the shift, explaining, "Against foes like Cell, Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta, you stood at the forefront. You can easily discern the attacks of these mere lackeys." Upon hearing this, Krillin felt a surge of confidence. And just as Frisia's soldiers launched their collective assault, intending to utilize their numbers, Krillin's newfound courage quelled his fear. Raising his right hand, he shouted, "Key Sphere Slash." A rapidly spinning disk of energy materialized above his palm. The soldiers scoffed. What use is such a thin attack? Krillin hurled it toward them. In an instant, the Key Sphere Slash sliced through numerous opponents, cleaving them in two. The soldiers stared in astonishment at Krillin, taken aback by the prowess of this little pest. With renewed confidence, Krillin declared, "This is just the beginning." Gohan and the others, relieved to see Krillin unharmed, felt their spirits lift as they intensified their efforts against the enemy. Sorbet, who had been flicked away by Frisia's finger, returned to find his soldiers still unable to subdue Gohan, having suffered considerable losses instead. He shouted, "Zasami!" A deep red-skinned minotaur in battle attire soared forward, arrogantly declaring, "I've flattered you long enough." Sorbet immediately commanded, "Go, eliminate them all." "Yes." Zasami sped towards Gohan and the others, and Sorbet exclaimed, "Zasami is currently the strongest warrior in the Frisia force." Upon hearing this, Tagoma, standing beside Frisia, furrowed his brow, clearly unconvinced. Gohan, sensing the formidable energy radiating from Zasami, stepped forward to confront him. Krillin remarked, "Finally, a true warrior is stepping into the fray." Gohan launched a punch at Zasami, but the latter swiftly evaded and seized Gohan. Zasami gleefully chuckled, "Huh? I shall make you perish now." Gohan's tone turned icy. "Little Fong has just entered the world. I refuse to allow you peace destroyers to ruin this moment." As he prepared to elevate his energy, a sharp explosion resonated through the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they beheld the unfolding scene. Frisia cast an unexpected glance at Tagoma beside him, for they had clearly witnessed a gaping hole the size of a fist puncturing the back of Sasami. As Sasami turned to look behind, he beheld Tagoma wielding a smoking weapon. It was he who had ambushed him. Confounded, Sasami demanded, "Tagoma." Yet, before he could finish his words, he had already released Gohan, plummeting from the air to the ground, devoid of any life force. At that moment, everyone clearly saw a similar fist-sized wound appear on Gohan's abdomen. Evidently, Taguma's assault had directly traversed Sasami, striking Gohan instead. Gohan let out a wretched scream, falling in tandem, while Piccolo shouted, "Gohan!" rushing forward to catch him and administer a Senzu-bean. Sorbet's gaze shifted toward Tagoma, inquiring, "Tagoma, what have you done?" Unfazed by Sorbet's questioning, Tagoma placed his hands on his hips, brimming with arrogance, and declared, "You must have seen it. In this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I have eliminated their most formidable warrior." Sorbet immediately retorted, "But you cannot harm your own comrades." Tagoma, dismissively sighing, responded, "Ah, it is precisely because of your incessant nagging that you, Lord Sorbet, have never amounted to much. How dare you speak to me like that?" Sorbet exclaimed, hurtling toward Tagoma. In a swift motion, Tagoma sent him flying with a powerful slap, emanating an impressive aura that far surpassed that of the earlier Sasami. Frisia couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Oh," Tagoma exclaimed gleefully, "Ah, Sorbet, I am no longer the weak Tagoma of yesteryear. This is all thanks to your patronage, allowing me to become Lord Frisia's training partner. Over these 4 months, I have reached my peak, ah." With wild laughter, Tagoma turned his attention to Frisia, joyfully requesting, "Lord Frisia, if I were to eliminate these few, would you appoint me as commander?" Frisia chuckled heartily, "Of course." Instantly invigorated, Tagoma soared before Piccolo and the others, arms outstretched, mockingly proclaiming, "Your doomsday has arrived." Just then, a frog leaped from the grass, croaking excitedly. Tagoma, regarding Gohan and Piccolo, placed his hands on his hips, arrogantly announcing, "Ah, you all may come at me together. I welcome it." Piccolo, unable to tolerate Tagoma's pretentiousness, stepped forward first, stating, "Let me have a word with you." Tagoma regarded Piccolo with disdain, laughing heartily, "Ah." He then raised 3 fingers, boasting, "I will crush you in 3 minutes." Piccolo huffed heavily, "Do not underestimate me." With a fierce shout, he unleashed his energy and charged at Tagoma, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Whoosh! Tagoma effortlessly dodged the attack, leaving Piccolo astonished at his speed. At that moment, Tagoma swiftly reached out and seized Piccolo's arm, twisting it forcefully. "Ah!" Piccolo cried out as his arm was wrenched off. Upon witnessing this, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and hurled an energy blast, creating a cloud of smoke that allowed him to rescue Piccolo, urging, "Quick, eat the Senzu-bean." Utilizing his unique biological heritage, Piccolo swiftly regenerated a new arm, gasping for breath. Tagoma, reveling in his apparent ease of victory over Piccolo, proudly raised his head, nostrils flared skyward, exclaiming, "Ha! After enduring 4 months of rigorous training, how could someone like you pose any threat to me?" Just then, Tagoma noticed a streak of light flash across the sky, indicating someone's approach. "Huh!" Clang, clang, clang. The Super Gotenks made his grand entrance. Tagoma momentarily froze, sensing an overwhelmingly potent aura emanating from the newcomer. In an instant of distraction, Gotenks charged forward, head-butting Tagoma in the groin. Bang! Ah! Tagoma let out a pained scream, collapsing to the ground, grimacing in agony. Gotenks struck a signature pose, flashing a Ye gesture. Master Roshi, visibly embarrassed, remarked, "What a disgraceful attack." Trunks, Goten, Bulma, witnessing their arrival, was beside herself, exclaiming, "What are you two doing here?" Gotenks, with a swagger, pointed at himself, saying, "What else? You adults are far too cunning, hiding such exciting events from us." Bulma, exasperated, clenched her fists, insisting, "You are no match for them. Quickly retreat." Gotenks arrogantly closed his eyes, waggling his finger. "Yeah. Do not forget, the Super Saiyan Gotenks is invincible." He then turned to Frieza, hands on his hips, even more boastful than Taguma, declaring, "That must be the leader. Yay, let's Super Saiyan Gotenks spar with you." Frieza observed Gotenks with astonishment, sensing a combat prowess stronger than any present, perhaps capable of engaging him for a time. Just as he contemplated this, whoosh, Gotenks radiated a brilliant light, instantly transforming back into Goten and Trunks. Frieza, realizing the situation, murmured, "Oh, a fusion?" Upon seeing Goten, he paused. "Huh? This child bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku. He must be his son." Then he turned his gaze to Trunks. "Such a familiar face. I feel I have encountered him before." "Ah, yes, he is the Saiyan who cleaved me in two." Frieza, dissatisfied upon realizing that during his absence, so many Saiyans had been born, bellowed, "I never expected that while I was away, the number of Saiyans would increase so drastically. You despicable, filthy Saiyans. No sense of honor." Goten observed Frieza's complexion shifting from white to red, then purple, and finally back to white. "He seems to be angry. Goten, we should escape." "Right." The two swiftly fled, acutely aware that without the fusion of Gotenks, they stood no chance against these foes. Meanwhile, the previously mentioned frog hopped before Taguma, inscribing the words "transform" on the ground. Upon seeing these characters, Taguma instinctively murmured, "Whoosh." A stream of golden light erupted from the frog's mouth, flooding into Taguma's own. Seconds later, the glow dissipated. "Ahaha, I have finally returned." Taguma leapt forth, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed. He then turned to Frieza and said, "Lord Frieza, it has been a long time." Frieza, noticing the transformation of Taguma, responded with confusion, "Who are you?" "You are not Taguma. My Lord Frieza, behold my movements." Taguma then raised his hands and performed the most quintessential poses of the Ginyu Force. "I am the Ginyu Force's Captain Ginyu." Upon witnessing this flamboyant display, Frieza immediately affirmed, "Indeed, you are Ginyu." "Ah, I never expected you to still be alive. What a delightful surprise." Ginyu promptly lamented, wiping away his tears. "Lord Frieza, back then I turned into a frog and—" "Enough, Ginyu. Now go and deal with them." Bulma, hearing Jinyu's description, was instantly enraged, her face flushing. "What? That frog?" Gak was curious and asked, "What happened?" "I don't want to talk about it." Without hesitation, Jinyu soared towards Gohan and the others, swiftly dispatching them with a few effortless moves. Frieza observed Jinyu's combat prowess and chuckled with delight. "Ah, not bad." Bulma hurriedly turned to run towards the spaceship, and Gak, misunderstanding her intentions, quickly chased after her. "Take me with you." Upon reaching the spacecraft, Bulma produced an extravagant strawberry parfait, raising it high towards the sky. "Whis, please contact me quickly." Trunks vigorously waved his hands. "Uncle Whis, if you don't come soon, it'll be too late." Goten also waved, innocently stating, "We'll eat it all up." Chapter 33. Who are you? Jinyu looked down at the crowd sprawled on the ground, hands on his hips, mockingly declaring, "No way. No way. Is this really your total fighting power? How utterly pathetic. I remember being a frog for quite some time. Have you not trained at all?" He then fixed his gaze on Gohan, saying, "You had quite the potential as a child. Why are you so weak now? You truly disappoint me." Gohan rose from the ground, muttering, "There's no choice. I must transform." Gohan immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power multiplying exponentially. Frieza, seated in his spacecraft, looked on in surprise. "Oh, he can transform into a Super Saiyan?" Jinyu, however, sneered at Gohan. "If you can grow stronger, why didn't you do it from the start?" Gohan wished he could have transformed earlier, but considering his current stamina, he knew he couldn't maintain it for long. Thus, he thought to conserve his energy as much as possible, but now he had no choice. Gohan shouted loudly and charged toward Jinyu. Jinyu's expression changed in an instant, realizing Gohan's speed had increased tremendously, rendering him unable to keep up. Before Jinyu could comprehend the situation, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as Gohan's fist struck him with great force, sending him crumpling to the ground. Gohan turned his back to him, slightly tilting his head, and confidently stated, "The outcome of our battle is clear. Continuing this fight serves no purpose." Frieza's expression darkened as he witnessed Gohan's state, for it reminded him of the time Goku had defeated him. It was eerily similar in tone, gesture, and even that flowing hair. He ground out each word, "Saiyan." Utterly revolting. Gohan, unaware of Frieza's change in demeanor, continued addressing Jinyu. "Get off Earth. This is not your place." Boom. A crimson beam pierced through Gohan's chest. Frieza, hovering in his spacecraft, darkly remarked. Dirty Saiyan, I will torment you to death. Your sparing of Jinyu reminds me of how your father spared me. It makes my insides churn with rage. I will make you suffer before you die. How will Goku react to your tragic demise, I wonder? Just thinking about it excites me. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others called out, preparing to intervene. Jinyu immediately flew in front of them, blocking their path, and barked, "Do not interrupt Lord Frisia's game." Frisia suddenly pointed his index finger at Gohan's thigh, unleashing another red beam. Gohan attempted to evade, but the speed was too swift. He had no time to react. Bang! The beam struck through Gohan's thigh, causing him to stagger back several steps, nearly losing his footing. Frisia taunted, how does it feel? Does it hurt? Is it uncomfortable? My hatred for Goku goes far beyond this. Bang! With that, another red beam pierced Gohan's other thigh, followed by beams striking both shoulders. Bulma, hidden within the spaceship, anxiously watched the unfolding scene, feeling helpless while clutching the luxurious strawberry parfait. Why hasn't Whis contacted me yet? Gohan is going to die? Suddenly, she thought of someone. There was still one person who could save Gohan. Yes, there is another. Immediately, she took out her phone and dialed the number of the person who came to mind. Gak, standing nearby, looked bewildered. Could there be someone even more powerful on Earth? As Frisia continued firing red beams at Gohan, he sadistically mocked, "Hurry and escape. Why are you standing there foolishly? Oh, you can't move, can you? Dying like this would be too easy for you." With a thud, Gohan collapsed to the ground, reverting to his normal form. Frisia relished the sight of Gohan in agony, reveling in the joy it brought him. This was the happiest moment since his resurrection. At that moment, he longed for Goku to arrive and witness how he was torturing Gohan. "Oh, are you giving up? You give up far too easily compared to your father, His face was full of arrogance, his expression utterly detestable as he coldly taunted. "Beg me. Plead for mercy. If you beg me, perhaps I might let you go. Cry out loudly. Beg for my mercy." Gohan lay on the ground, trembling, his entire body racked with pain. Since he embarked on the path of a scholar, he had never experienced such intense suffering. Tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Yet the will of the Saiyan forbade him from succumbing. Struggling to support his body, he firmly believed that his father would come for him. "Frisia, you truly are a monster." A cold voice suddenly rang out. Krillin and the others recognized that voice. Memories flooding back of Ye Tian. They looked up to see a young man standing in the sky not far away. Before him stood a remarkably handsome young man, his chiseled features resembling those of a masterfully sculpted statue, with strikingly defined angles and a visage of extraordinary beauty. Though he appeared to exude an air of carefree abandon, the glimmer of brilliance that occasionally flickered in his eyes commanded respect. As a gentle breeze swept through, his hair danced gracefully, epitomizing elegance. The newcomer was none other than Ye Tian. Inside the spacecraft, Bulma's heart swelled with joy upon seeing Ye Tian. "Ye Tian has arrived," she exclaimed, having just attempted to reach him by phone without any response, which had left her seething with frustration. How could it be that at such a critical moment, he was unreachable? In truth, Ye Tian had been present all along. He simply had not revealed himself until now. Observing Frisia tormenting Gohan, he was curious to see if Gohan could unleash his potential amidst such adversity. After all, Gohan had once shone brightly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as a boy and, under the guidance of the old Kai, achieving the god form that far surpassed Goku's Super Saiyan 3 combat prowess at that time. Yet now he appeared so feeble, struggling even to transform into Super Saiyan 1 while conserving energy. Ye Tian felt a pang of pity for Gohan, lamenting the squandered potential. "Who are you?" Chapter 34, You Shall Be My Underling. Frisia scrutinized Ye Tian carefully, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him. He pondered when Earth had birthed such a figure. He could only recall beings like Piccolo as the only notable powers from Earth. With an air of nonchalance, Ye Tian replied, "I am Ye Tian." Frisia let out a haughty laugh, exclaiming, "Oh, Ye Tian, I am unfamiliar with you. However, your combat prowess seems commendable. Join me as my subordinate, and I shall bestow upon you the rank of commander, along with a choice of 10 planets as a gift." He crossed his arms, confident that his enticing offer would sway Ye Tian, especially since he believed that defiance would lead to certain death for Ye Tian and his companions. He regarded Ye Tian as a clever individual. However, Ye Tian merely smiled faintly before responding earnestly, "Frisia, how about this? You become my underling, and I will teach you the art of cultivation." Frisia possessed considerable latent potential, but had yet to engage in any meaningful training. With proper guidance, he could become a worthy sparring partner. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, who had not seen Dragon Ball Super, Frisia had already undergone 4 months of rigorous training. Frisia could scarcely believe his ears, erupting into laughter. "Oh ho ho, how utterly ridiculous. I, Frisia, am the Emperor of the Universe." He bellowed furiously. You expect me to be your subordinate? What do you think you are, having exited the spacecraft? Bulma overheard the exchange and felt a surge of worry that Ye Tian might actually consider Frisia as an underling. She frantically waved her fists, urging, Ye Tian, don't waste your breath. Go and defeat him. Give him a thorough beating. Frisia cast a chilling glance at Bulma, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Oh ho ho. Suddenly, he pointed his index finger at her, unleashing a crimson beam aimed directly at her. Bulma froze in terror, desperately clutching Gak and imploring his assistance. Yet Gak, though often touted as an elite, was equally paralyzed by fear, knowing he could not withstand Frisia's assault. Piccolo and the others yearned to rescue Bulma, but were intercepted by Jinyu, rendering them helpless, and they could only shout, Bulma! Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, and a cloud of smoke billowed forth. Just as the crimson beam reached halfway, it was abruptly shattered by a ki blast. Frisia, taken aback, turned his gaze to Ye Tian, who stood with an aura of energy surrounding his hand, having been the one to counter the attack. Oh ho ho, I was right. Your strength surpasses theirs by a considerable margin, Frisia remarked with a cold grin, flicking his tail as he gracefully emerged from the spacecraft. Upon exiting, the energy around him shifted. Boom. The spacecraft was sent hurtling backward. Ye Tian, slightly surprised, realized Frisia's strength had indeed increased significantly. Based on what he had seen in Dragon Ball, Frisia had never been this formidable, yet now he could distinctly feel Frisia's power. Oh ho ho. In my quest for vengeance against Goku, I have diligently trained for 4 months. This is the first time I have ever exerted myself so rigorously, Frisia declared. Now, let me test your mettle as an appetizer before I feast on Goku as the main course. Oh ho ho. Come, let me witness your strength. Do not disappoint me. Whoosh. In an instant, Ye Tian appeared before Frisia, a cold smile gracing his lips. Before Frisia could fully comprehend the situation, Ye Tian delivered a powerful punch to Frisia's abdomen. Boom. Ah. Frisia spat out a mouthful of white foam. Lord Frisia, exclaimed Jinyu, Sorb, and the others in utter disbelief. Their faces etched with panic. This person could actually injure Lord Frisia? Frisia was still in his first transformation, and thus, he was no match for Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Bulma and the others were ecstatic. Goten and Trunks cheered, waving their fists and shouting childish encouragement. Hit him. Give him a good thrashing. Ye Tian quickly withdrew his fist, only to launch another strike towards Frisia's chest in the blink of an eye. Boom. Ah. The impact sent Frisia crashing into the spacecraft, which erupted in plumes of black smoke. The onlookers pondered anxiously. Was this the end? The smoke obscured their view, leaving them uncertain of Frisia's fate. Just as their worries mounted, the smoke was suddenly cleared by a surge of energy. Frisia emerged, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth and inspecting the crimson stain on his hand. In an instant, his expression darkened to one of sheer rage. His teeth clenched tightly, and his eyes widened in fury as he glared at Ye Tian, his face turning a shade of purple. Ye Tian's power had far exceeded his expectations. He had presumed that his first form would easily overpower Ye Tian, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Moments later, he regained his composure and regarded Ye Tian with a cold gaze. It seems I misjudged you. This appetizer is quite impressive and should prove to be quite flavorful. However, I shall not underestimate you any further. The last time I fought Goku, I was too complacent. This time, I will transform into my final form. I shall demonstrate the might of Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. Ahoho! Ye Tian remained unfazed, his heart devoid of turmoil, and even felt a sense of amusement. Chattering endlessly is of no consequence. Hurry and transform. I am eager to experience your final form. Frisia, sensing Ye Tian's disdain, was filled with rage, infuriated that the appetizer dared to belittle him. Boom. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, he positioned himself, preparing to unleash his power, and shouted, 34 ah. A formidable aura erupted from Frisia in an instant, stirring the surrounding air and forming a whirlwind centered around him. Spiraling skyward, in a heartbeat, a soft lavender light radiated from his being, enveloping the ground within a 50-meter radius. At that moment, Ye Tian concentrated his energy into a massive defensive barrier, shielding himself and the others behind him, including Piccolo. Iya. Boom, boom, boom. The lavender glow emanating from Frisia surged into the heavens, spreading outward. Everything caught in its embrace, save for Ye Tian and the others behind him, was annihilated. Even Frisia's subordinates were nearly obliterated, leaving only Jinyu and Sorbet standing. In the midst of this chaos, a pallid extraterrestrial figure emerged in midair, adorned with a purple crest atop its head and purple shoulders. This was Frisia's final form. With a flick of his white tail, he coldly remarked, "Humph. Sorry to keep you waiting." Chapter 35. What have you done behind my back? In his ultimate form, Frisia extended his arms, standing with a characteristic posture in the air. Below him, the earth transformed into a gaping pit hundreds of meters deep due to the aura of his transformation. Well, how do you like my new form? Frisia inquired, savoring the moment as he gazed at Ye Tian, believing his final form could easily dispatch him. Ye Tian took a moment to assess the situation and nodded, not bad. Indeed worthy of 4 months of training. However, it seems rather cruel of you to eliminate your own subordinates just to showcase your power. Yet, he suspected that Frisia was still concealing some of his strength. In the world of Dragon Ball, aside from Vegeta, most characters relish the art of hiding their true capabilities. And Frisia was no exception. What kind of cosmic emperor would I be if I weren't ruthless? You should consider yourself fortunate to meet your demise beneath my ultimate form, Frisia declared, descending to the ground and stepping forward, producing a creaking sound beneath his feet. Then, with a ferocious shout, he lunged at Ye Tian with a punch, moving with astonishing speed. Ye Tian swiftly raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! Bang! The impact of Frisia's fist struck against Ye Tian's arms, sending tremors of pain through him. Yet, he relished this sensation. It was his first battle in 4 months, igniting a thrill within him. Bang! Bang! Frisia unleashed several more punches, all of which were blocked. However, at that moment, he lashed his tail violently, aiming for Ye Tian's back. Bang! Caught off guard, Ye Tian's defenses faltered, and Frisia seized the opportunity to strike 2 punches directly at his chest, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Frisia swiftly moved behind Ye Tian, coiling his tail around him and hurling him hundreds of meters away. Yet again, he appeared behind Ye Tian, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his back. In that fleeting moment, Ye Tian executed a rapid teleportation. Whoosh! Oh! Frisia's punch met only air as Ye Tian vanished from sight. Instinctively, he glanced forward, realizing no one was there. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and swung his tail back, only to find Ye Tian poised to attack from behind. Quickly, Ye Tian avoided the strike and distanced himself. Bulma, witnessing Ye Tian's disadvantage in the first exchange, felt anxious and clenched her fist, exclaiming, Ye Tian, hurry and transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat him. Give him a good thrashing. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Frisia paused in confusion, asking, Are you a Saiyan too? Ye Tian was uncertain if he counted, as he possessed a lineage granted by the system, allowing for the stacking of multiple bloodlines. Ultimately, he only had the bloodline of Black Goku. I suppose so, he replied. Frisia furrowed his brow, coldly questioning, What do you mean by I suppose so? However, since you have some connection to the Saiyans, I shall grant you a swift demise, ha ha ha. Initially, Ye Tian refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan Rose to gauge Frisia's battle strength in his final form, wishing to see if he could triumph in his base state. Now, he realized he was no match for Frisia in terms of perception, speed, and power. Winning in his regular state seemed improbable. His only recourse was to transform into a Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, he shouted, Aha! A tempest of energy erupted around him, soaring skyward as the heavens darkened with scorched, tattered clouds. The earth trembled with swirling sands, resembling a barrage of bullets striking one another. Frisia observed the energy field produced by Ye Tian's transformation, his eyes widening in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Tian had exerted control over his aura. Without such restraint, the transformation would have caused even greater upheaval, akin to a tempest of lightning and a shift in the very fabric of the world. Whoosh! The crowd seemed to hear a stirring, blood-pumping melody resonate. Ye Tian was enveloped in a radiant pink aura, his hair transforming to a vibrant pink hue. Upon witnessing this transformation, Piccolo and the others gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Super Saiyan Rose. Frisia, confronted with this unfamiliar form, wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered. Super Saiyan Rose. What kind of form is this? He had heard Piccolo's words, but remained confused. Wasn't a Super Saiyan supposed to have golden hair? Why was it pink? A mutation? While I was away, what exactly did you all do? What have you been up to behind my back? Have you increased the number of Saiyans this much? Are you from planet Vegeta as well? Ye Tian found himself speechless, feeling as though Goku and Vegeta were akin to traitors, sneaking around behind his back. Shaking his finger, he replied nonchalantly, No, I'm just a passerby. He hesitated, intending to add that he was a traveler, but he knew better than to divulge such information. His incomplete statement only served to heighten Frisia's anxiety, leaving him in a state of suspense. The despicable and filthy Saiyan spoke only half of his words, so he might as well remain silent forever. With a roar, he brandished his fist and lunged at Ye Tian. Ye Tian pressed his index and middle fingers together and placed them on his forehead. Instant transmission. In a blink, he materialized behind Frisia. Bang! A solid punch landed squarely on Frisia's back, causing him to spit blood. Piccolo and the others, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in astonishment. Instant transmission. Sun Wukong replied, Yes. It is instant transmission. Krillin touched his bald head in confusion. How could he have mastered Goku's instant transmission? At that moment, Piccolo added, not only can he instant transmission, but he can also perform the Kamehameha. Who exactly is he? However, this was not the end. Ye Tian seized Frisia's tail and, much like Beerus tossing Beerus, swung him fiercely in the air. Frisia emitted a heart-wrenching scream as Ye Tian hurled him away, raising his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Several energy blasts surged forth. Boom. Chapter 36, Frisia under the Dragon Fist. Is it over? The onlookers murmured as they saw Frisia sent flying by Ye Tian and bombarded by energy blasts. Yet they themselves found it hard to believe that it could end so easily, for Frisia's infamous reputation had long been etched in their minds. How could such a wicked and powerful being be vanquished so effortlessly? Indeed, their suspicions were not unfounded. Eek! Whoosh! Frisia burst forth from the smoke, roaring, "You underestimate yourself." He swiftly approached Ye Tian, delivering a straight punch. Ye Tian deftly sidestepped to the left, easily evading it, and seized Frisia's arm, lifting his leg. Bang! His knee collided with Frisia's abdomen. In an instant, a punch struck Frisia's head, sending him spiraling through the air like a yo-yo. Krillin couldn't help but exclaim, "Incredible! He can effortlessly send Frisia flying." Piccolo scrutinized the battle between the two, analyzing, "This Ye Tian is indeed formidable. He has made such tremendous progress in just a few months." The others recalled how Ye Tian was not even a match for Vegeta when they first met. Yet now he could utterly dominate Frisia's final form. After stabilizing himself in midair, Frisia seethed with rage. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, casting his gaze toward Krillin and unleashing an energy blast. Krillin, caught off guard by the rapidly approaching energy blast, stood frozen in terror, utterly bewildered. Ye Tian furrowed his brow and swiftly flew in front of Krillin, swatting the energy blast aside. Krillin immediately felt a weight lift from his heart. The stone that had been hanging there finally dropping. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, exhaling in relief, and gratefully said, "Thank you, Ye Tian." At that moment, Frisia appeared behind Ye Tian, a cunning glint in his eyes. He suddenly swung a punch at the back of Ye Tian's head. Poof! However, Ye Tian had already seen through his scheme, and he countered by grabbing Frisia's arm. With a swift motion, he threw Frisia into the air, quickly pursuing him, seizing his tail, and repeatedly kicking upwards. Bang! 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 "Frisia, your opponent is me. If you dare, come at me, but do not harm Krillin and the others." As Ye Tian relentlessly kicked Frisia, he heard Ye Tian's words and struggled to reply. You speak naively. I, Frisia, am one who stops at nothing. Since that is the case, it is time to end you." Ye Tian charged his leg with power, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Frisia's head. Frisia swiftly raised both hands to shield himself. Bang! Ye Tian anticipated his defense, twisting forcefully, and with a crack, Frisia's tail dislocated. Frisia's agonized scream erupted as he prepared to deliver a punch to Ye Tian's lower region. Yet Ye Tian's speed surpassed his own. Before he could strike, Ye Tian had already kicked toward Frisia's head, sending him flying dozens of meters away, blood splattering everywhere. Ye Tian gathered his strength, golden light radiating from his body, merging golden and peach-colored auras. Instantly, a brilliant illumination enveloped the earth, the golden peach light shimmering like brocade, and within it surged an overwhelming energy, creating a powerful wind. The strong gust swept over the golden peach light, dispersing it in all directions. Bulma, gazing at the dazzling golden peach sky, was momentarily dazzled and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Ye Tian bellowed, "Dragon Fist! Roar! Roar!" Like a meteor, it surged toward Frisia. A magnificent golden dragon emerged from Ye Tian's fist, its imposing aura seemingly tearing the heavens asunder. Piccolo and the others were once again taken aback by Ye Tian's attack. What? This is Dragon Fist. Isn't this Goku's technique? How come Ye Tian is executing all of Goku's moves? He can even use the Dragon Fist. Piccolo's face turned even greener, while Krillin felt his bald head shine even brighter, as if polished with oil. Frisia, witnessing the colossal golden dragon approaching, was filled with terror, his body trembling instinctively. He understood that in his current state, there was no way to evade this punch. He must transform to withstand this attack. Dirty Saiyan, witness my true power." Frisia clenched his fists tightly, assuming a charging stance, and unleashed a loud roar. His eyes were bloodshot. A surge of golden energy erupted from his body, pulsating and expanding outward. Bang! Boom! Frisia's body was instantly enveloped in a golden aura. The sky darkened ominously. Boom! Boom! Golden lightning struck fiercely in the air. Clouds surged, mountains trembled, and roiling dark clouds gathered above Frisia's head. Frisia's entire body shook as a powerful aura radiated outward, its might overwhelming wherever the aura reached. Everything quaked. Nearby mountains cracked and crumbled, towering peaks of over 1,000 meters collapsing to the ground, stones tumbling into the sea. Though Bulma and the others were at a distance, their weaker powers, especially Bulma's, were affected by this terrifying and overwhelming aura. Unable to maintain her balance, she tumbled to the ground, gazing at Frisia, shrouded in golden light. In fear, it seems something is about to happen. Sun Wukong anxiously remarked. Frisia's energy is rising rapidly. Bulma, taken aback, inquired. Did he just not exert his full strength? Indeed, in the heavens above. Frisia was still gathering his full power. His overwhelming energy field halting Ye Tian in his tracks. Of course, it was primarily Ye Tian's desire to pause. He yearned to witness what further transformations Frisia possessed. According to the Dragon Ball lore he had perused, the ultimate form was supposed to be Frisia's most formidable state. Yet it seemed that this was not quite the case. Frisia's aura soared to unprecedented heights, his fists cracking ominously, and his eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, a flame akin to that of the sun erupted from Frisia, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters. A radiant white light enveloped Frisia entirely. As he gazed on, golden rays emanated from him, with tens of thousands of golden beams cascading downward. Chapter 37, Super Saiyan Rose 2. The golden rays dispersed. Piccolo and the others peered into the sky, their breaths caught in their throats. Soon, their breathing became rapid and tense, their faces tinged with green and pallor. Is this truly Frisia? The once pallid final form of Frisia had transformed into a resplendent golden hue. His metamorphosis was not merely a change in color. His power had multiplied exponentially, beyond calculation. Master Roshi could not refrain from expressing his admiration. What an extraordinary being. Tien, who had remained silent until now, remarked, simply unfathomable. In a flurry, Gak pulled out his camera, snapping pictures of the golden Frisia. Bulma, somewhat irate, exclaimed, how can you take pictures at a time like this? Especially of our adversary. Gak, with righteous indignation, replied, I'm documenting his appearance for the sake of the galaxy's inhabitants. This is for work. At that moment, Frisia cast his gaze upon Gak. Their eyes met, and Gak quickly stowed his camera away, a look of guilt and fear washing over him. He turned his head aside, feigning ignorance. Work? What work? I'm not working at all. Frisia, unfazed by Gak's clownish antics, raised his arms in satisfaction, observing. It seems the audience is quite astonished by my new form. Ye Tian conceded. Indeed, not only are they shocked, but I too am taken aback by your ability to reach such heights. The title of Cosmic Emperor is truly well-deserved. Frisia chuckled proudly, clearly pleased with his state, extending his index finger and feigning disdain as he remarked. Initially, I thought the golden color too simplistic, but upon reflection, it's quite distinguishable and rather appealing. Therefore, I've chosen a rather inexpensive name, Golden Frisia. What do you think? Ye Tian pondered briefly and replied earnestly, Golden Frisia? Yes. It does seem rather cheap. Frisia was momentarily taken aback, feeling offended, his eyes instantly filled with fury. Yet, his expression quickly softened. I believe you've noticed. My transformation encompasses more than just a vibrant color. Ye Tian calmly nodded, affirming, Indeed, I see that. Observing Ye Tian's composed demeanor, Frisia boasted. I can feel that my power has already surpassed yours. Clenching his fists, a playful smile crept across Ye Tian's lips as he retorted, Is that so? Golden Frisia blinked, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. In an instant, Ye Tian clenched his fists and bellowed. The aura emanating from Ye Tian surged dramatically. The already darkened sky grew even darker. The power erupting from his being summoned forces from the cosmos. Thick clouds forming across the heavens. Boom. A pink beam of light burst forth from Ye Tian's core, soaring into the sky as if to pierce the very heavens. A tempest arose, thunder crackled, and a cacophony of thunderous roars accompanied the howling winds, as if welcoming the arrival of a formidable warrior. The earth trembled and split apart. The seas churned, towering waves cascading skyward, while the heavens were thoroughly cleansed, becoming astonishingly clear. King Kai's planet. The elder Kai, sensing Ye Tian's transformation, could no longer keep his hands behind his back, raising them before him. With an exasperated gesture, he struck the Kai's head. Oh dear, a god. When did the power of a deity become so commonplace? The Kai wore a look of dismay, feeling quite embarrassed by his ancestor's childlike behavior. In the underworld, the realm trembled, the lost souls covering their ears, unwilling to hear the rhythm of this transformation. Some of the weaker spirits wept uncontrollably, a scene to astonish the world, to make even the gods weep. Piccolo and the others shielded themselves as debris fell upon their faces. Piccolo, astonished, remarked, "Is this transformation reminiscent of the power he unleashed against Beerus?" Bulma swiftly retreated into the spaceship, terrified. Golden Frieza was taken aback, for he had initially sensed Ye Tian's energy. However, shortly thereafter, he realized he could no longer feel Ye Tian's presence. Indeed, he could not sense Ye Tian at all, for in that moment, Ye Tian had ascended to a divine state. The divine energy within him surged, vibrant and alive. Ye Tian unleashed one final roar. Zzzzz. The pink aura enveloping Ye Tian became even more radiant, his hair reflecting the same brilliance. Yet, this was merely the beginning. His entire being crackled with pink lightning. Super Saiyan rose too. After 4 months of arduous training, Ye Tian had mastered the power of Super Saiyan Rose 2 flawlessly. With a playful smile, he regarded Golden Frieza. For reasons unknown, Golden Frieza felt as though Ye Tian were regarding him as a jester, perceiving himself as the fool. What an abhorrent Saiyan! The sight was truly nauseating. Frieza's disdain for Ye Tian grew, rivaling even his loathing for Goku. This sentiment stemmed entirely from the confidence radiating from Ye Tian's eyes, reminiscent of Goku's unwavering self-assurance. Thus, Frieza's distaste deepened. With a smile blossoming on his face, he clenched his fists and flexed his fingers. Ye Tian, farewell forever. Ye Tian was taken aback by his words. Utterly perplexed. What did he mean by eternal farewell? Surely, this Frieza wouldn't indulge in more of his pretentious rhetoric. As expected, the Golden Frieza proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "I have transcended into an unknown realm of existence. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, I could annihilate you. Thus, I bid you a premature farewell." Ye Tian couldn't help but retort, "Frieza, I must admit, your pretentiousness is quite remarkable, and your phony demeanor is rather nauseating." "Ha ha ha, that is a form of flattery towards me. Ha ha ha, is it?" Ye Tian replied with a playful smile. "What?" Chapter 38. Your current assets are insufficient. Flash time. This was a unique technique Ye Tian had acquired during the past 4 months. In truth, he had previously been presented with the opportunity to obtain flash time before his confrontation with Beerus. But he had opted for another skill that granted immunity to destructive energy instead. When the system offered him flash time once more, he was pleasantly surprised to encounter it again. As Ye Tian executed this move, time itself came to a standstill across the globe. Everything froze in an expanse of white, leaving Ye Tian as the sole figure in motion. After a brief moment of 1 second, what? The Golden Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as Ye Tian silently appeared before him, completely undetected. Bang! Frieza's expression twisted horrifically as if he had received a fatal blow. Meanwhile, spectators like Piccolo, Krillin, and Master Roshi were left in shock, their bodies seemingly frozen in place. Their reaction was not due to Ye Tian's stealthy approach, but rather the sight of a pink energy sword piercing Frieza's chest. Leaning slightly closer to Frieza's ear, Ye Tian calmly remarked, "Golden Frieza, you don't seem all that formidable. Perhaps you should train a bit more before seeking revenge. Goku and Vegeta have already embarked on training with Lord Beerus. In your current state, you cannot hope to match them." After speaking, Ye Tian slowly withdrew the energy sword. Golden Frieza reverted to his normal form and crashed to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Sorbet, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Lord Frieza?" Krillin swallowed hard, astonished. Ye Tian has become so powerful, Golden Frieza couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Lying on the ground, Frieza gazed up at Ye Tian, who loomed above him, his eyes wide open to their fullest extent. Anger surged within him, burning fiercely. How could he, the mighty Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, be so easily defeated after 4 months of arduous training? To have his status as the Cosmic Emperor so casually dismissed was unbearable. Clenching his fists, he pounded the ground in fury, shouting, "Why is this happening? Why? Why?" The golden aura around him flared brilliantly once more, and with a swift motion, he soared upward, raising his right hand and bellowing, "Death Ball." A massive red energy sphere, initially the size of a basketball, rapidly expanded to over 10 meters in diameter within mere seconds. "Die!" With those words, he hurled it towards Ye Tian. "Humph!" Ye Tian merely scoffed, forming his hands into a blossom shape and placing them at his waist, gathering an energy sphere in his palms. "Kamehameha," he declared, unleashing his palms forward. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza was taken aback, astonished that Ye Tian could wield the Kamehameha as well. The two forces collided with an explosive clash. Boom, boom. Neither side yielded, resulting in a fierce contest of energy. The powers intertwined, red and pink, resembling a blazing inferno that illuminated the sky. Golden Frieza exerted every ounce of his strength, yet the wound from Ye Tian's earlier strike oozed blood profusely. His stamina was rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Ye Tian intensified his output. The energy wave of the Kamehameha surged forth, crashing through Frisia's death ball. Frisia watched in horror as the devastating wave hurtled towards him, his eyes widening instinctively. When the Kamehameha struck him, a horrific scream echoed across the heavens. In the aftermath of the explosion, a massive crater several hundred meters deep formed in the ground, with Frisia lying within, barely conscious, battered and bloodied. His transformation reverting from golden Frisia to his first form. Ye Tian descended, looking down upon him. Frisia, your golden Frisia form is commendable, but you are mistaken in one regard. You should not have attempted to transform into golden Frisia yet, for you lack the mastery to control it perfectly, though barely alive. Frisia's eyes remained fixated on Ye Tian, filled with fury. If his gaze could kill, Ye Tian would have perished countless times over. Return and refine your skills. I hope you can become my rival, rather than showboating in your newly acquired power. If you wish to assert your significance, then dedicate yourself to training instead of recklessly boasting, for your current assets are insufficient. Upon hearing these words, Frisia felt as though his heart would explode with rage. His eyes remained locked on Ye Tian, unwilling to accept defeat. He realized, as Ye Tian had pointed out, that he had been too hasty. He needed to master the golden Frisia form before seeking vengeance. Ye Tian flew to Frisia's side, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling out of the pit with a thud. He landed like a defeated dog, stripped of his former bravado. Devoid of any semblance of a cosmic emperor, Ye Tian turned to Frisia's subordinate, Sorbet, and said coolly, "Take him away, and leave quickly." Sorbet, hearing the command as if it were the most exquisite melody, wasted no time. He flew to Frisia's side, assisting him as they swiftly departed towards their spaceship. Their retreat executed with seamless efficiency. Once the spaceship had flown far away, Bulma finally reacted, rushing to Ye Tian's side, raising her hand and exclaiming, "Ye Tian, what on earth are you doing? Why did you let Frisia go?" With a swift motion, Ye Tian returned to his normal state and calmly replied, "He possesses significant potential. I hope he can become my rival." He held nothing back in expressing his reasoning for letting Frisia go. Hey, Bulma. I'm eagerly anticipating that extravagant strawberry parfait will arrive in 3 minutes, exclaimed Whis. Chapter 39, Kampa and Vados. In the vast cosmos, Whis was racing at incredible speeds alongside Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Suddenly, Whis sensed something amiss and came to an abrupt halt. Beerus nearly collided with Whis's back, while Son Goku crashed directly into Beerus. Vegeta, in turn, collided with Son Goku. "Hey, Whis, why did you suddenly slam on the brakes?" "They crashed into me." Whis replied politely, "My sincerest apologies. It seems we have encountered an unexpected visitor." A streak of light darted across the horizon, and a figure of similar height to Whis appeared before them. This individual bore a resemblance to Whis, sporting teal skin and long, flowing white hair, adorned with a large, pale blue halo around their neck. Clad in a green robe and long socks, complemented by white high-heeled shoes with black soles, they wielded a long staff, its midsection painted in red and deep blue. Behind her, a remarkably corpulent figure was attempting to conceal itself, as its substantial girth was impossible to hide. The figure stepped forward, revealing a mischievous grin. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Beerus. One could almost say they were a portly version of him. Draped in a black and white patterned sash around the neck, adorned with golden bracelets on their arms and golden bands encircling their biceps. They wore shoes of earthy tones with golden rings. These two were none other than Vados and Kampa. Vados was Whis' sister, while Kampa was Beerus' twin brother. Gazing at Kampa, Beerus inquired with a hint of indifference, "What brings you here?" Kampa, unfazed, responded with surprise, "Oh, you're actually awake? How astonishing." Beerus scoffed, his nostrils flaring slightly. "This is the 7th universe, not a place for the destroyer of the 6th universe." Kampa stroked his chin, teasingly remarking, "Your petty nature hasn't changed one bit. I merely came for a stroll." Naturally, Beerus was skeptical of Kampa's words, crossing his arms coldly and stating, "I do not appreciate such jesting." Son Goku and Vegeta, standing behind Whis, exchanged curious glances upon seeing Kampa. Goku, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered to Vegeta, "Look, that one looks just like Lord Beerus." Whis interjected, "Goku, mind your manners. That is Lord Beerus' twin brother, the destroyer of the 6th universe." Goku was taken aback to learn that Kampa was also a destroyer. At that moment, Beerus and Kampa leaned closer together, their noses twitching in unison. Kampa adamantly declared, "I'm only here for a stroll." "Humph, you're not coveting the 7th universe's delicacies, are you?" Kampa dismissed with a scoff. "Huh? The food from the 7th universe looks utterly unappetizing. Who would desire such fare? The cuisine of the 6th universe is truly exquisite." Bewildered, Beerus demanded, What exactly are you doing here? Just strolling. Kampa reiterated, remaining evasive about his intentions. Ugh. Beerus gritted his teeth, fixing his gaze on Kampa. Kampa mirrored his intensity. What? Do you wish to fight? He raised his pudgy hand, signaling that a confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, Kampa beckoned with his index finger, commanding, Vados, go. Beerus was left speechless, hands on his hips, wearing an expression of disdain. Vados questioned, shouldn't Lord Beerus handle this personally? Kampa replied nonchalantly, too much trouble. Beerus, with an air of arrogance, retorted, humph, I refuse to play with you. At that moment, Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, shall we continue our journey? Ah yes. Beerus recalled the delicious food awaiting him, pondering that fighting Kampa would be less appealing than indulging in culinary delights. Vados turned to Kampa, saying, Lord Kampa, let us depart. Kampa, casting a mocking glance at Beerus, quipped, consider yourself fortunate, skin and bones. Beerus, unwilling to back down, retorted, you're the one fortunate, you glutton. Kampa met his gaze for a few seconds, realizing he had matters to attend to, and promptly turned away. Vados, let us go. With a hand resting on Vados' shoulder, they transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Beerus, watching the two disappear, muttered, sneaky. The group resumed their journey, flying towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma was fuming. Ye Tian, do you realize how perilous it is to have released Frieza? Did you not see his recent transformation? Ye Tian replied earnestly, I did. But he is still too weak. I desire for him to grow stronger. Bulma was exasperated, feeling that his temperament was strikingly similar to Son Goku's. Having one individual like Goku on Earth was already taxing. Now, another like Ye Tian had emerged. Krillin intervened. Bulma, perhaps Ye Tian has his reasons. Bulma remained indignant. Regardless, it's far too dangerous. The next time Frieza returns, you'll be responsible. Ye Tian was indeed responsible, as he needed Frieza to aid in his own ascension. Aboard Frieza's spaceship, Sorb gazed at the barely conscious Frieza and inquired, Lord Frieza, are you alright? Frieza glared at him with his enormous eyes. How could he possibly be alright in such a state? Sorb, sensing the intensity of Frieza's gaze, instinctively recoiled. Frieza, unwilling to engage, clenched his fists in fury, growling. Ye Tian, Son Goku, I shall return. If I do not obliterate you both next time, I shall not be called Frieza. Meanwhile, on Earth, whoosh, Whis, Beerus, Son Goku, and Vegeta descended upon Earth, appearing not far from Bulma. Krillin and the others instinctively greeted, Lord Beerus. They harbored a deep-seated fear of Beerus, for he was a true powerhouse, the strongest being in the universe. The likes of Golden Frieza paled in comparison. A single destructive act from Beerus could easily annihilate him. As Beerus landed, he cast a keen glance at Ye Tian. Oh, he sensed a significant change in Ye Tian. There seemed to be a divine aura within him, yet it needed to be unleashed to manifest. Whis also noted Ye Tian's transformation, contemplating how much closer Ye Tian had come to matching Lord Beerus. Suddenly, he posed a question, Lord Beerus, do you feel a sense of urgency? Chapter 40, unless one reaches that realm. Lord Beerus, do you feel a sense of urgency? Beerus cast a nonchalant glance at Whis. Not in the slightest. To be my opponent, one must reach that realm. Whis covered his mouth, chuckling softly, indeed. However, without guidance, will he ever be able to attain that level? Quite the tantalizing prospect. Beerus fell silent, though he was genuinely astonished by Ye Tian's progress. A glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Perhaps, he truly could become a worthy adversary. After countless years, he finally had someone to contend with. Continuing, he remarked, Goku, it's time to accelerate Vegeta's training. Upon our return, let them train in that special space. Whis, somewhat taken aback, responded, isn't it a bit premature? However, Beerus remained silent, his eyes betraying no sense of timeliness. Ye Tian's progress was exceedingly rapid. He needed to ensure both warriors trained with greater diligence. Their conversation transpired unnoticed. At that moment, Bulma sought to vent her frustrations at Vegeta, exclaiming, Vegeta, your beautiful, gentle, and generous wife was nearly slain by Frieza. Thankfully, Ye Tian was there. Vegeta merely huffed, turning his head away. He and Goku were utterly astonished by Frieza's return, having never anticipated his resurrection. Goku scratched his head in confusion. How could he have come back? At this juncture, Piccolo elucidated. He utilized the Dragon Balls and underwent special training to transform into Golden Frieza. Golden Frieza? What on earth is that? Goku poked his face with his finger, completely bewildered. Bulma, noticing Vegeta's indifference, lamented, Golden Frieza. The name itself suggests a golden-hued Frieza. How cliché. Goku tilted his head, mentally envisioning Frieza's golden form. A Golden Frieza? That sounds impressive. Gohan interjected, indeed, Dad, Golden Frieza is not merely a change in color. His battle power has increased exponentially, becoming unfathomable. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, Goku became animated yet lamented. Oh dear, what a pity I missed the chance to face him. I wish I could have fought him. He then turned to Whis. Whis, if only you had been a tad quicker. Whis chuckled lightly. That was already the fastest speed in the universe. Goku, still regretful, remarked. Ah, what a shame. If only we had sensed your energy, we could have instantaneously teleported. When Whis noticed Bulma's call through his staff, Ye Tian made his entrance. Goku attempted to sense their presence via instant transmission, but the distance was too great. Such expansive distances required a significant energy signature to be detected, and Goku was unfamiliar with Ye Tian's aura, thus failing to sense it. Consequently, he had no choice but to fly alongside Whis. In truth, Goku overlooked a crucial point. He could have asked Gohan to power up and then teleported back using Gohan's energy. However, such a convoluted solution was unlikely to cross Goku's mind. His gaze shifted to Ye Tian, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. Ye Tian, I heard from Bulma that you defeated Golden Frieza. Is your strength truly that formidable? By that measure, you must be even more powerful than him. Ye Tian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by Goku's enthusiastic gaze, might have doubted his own composure had he not been well acquainted with Goku's character. Before Ye Tian could respond, Krillin interjected with gratitude. Yes, Ye Tian is incredibly strong. If it weren't for him, I would have been finished. By the way, Goku, how is your training coming along? When prompted about his training, Goku beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, quite well. I can now transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. The group momentarily paused, puzzled by the lengthy and extravagant title. Krillin scratched his bald head. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan? Goku nodded enthusiastically, gazing expectantly at Ye Tian. Ye Tian, let us duel. Before Ye Tian could respond, Beerus interjected, no. Goku looked back at Beerus, who was indulging in a strawberry parfait, bewildered. Why not, Lord Beerus? Beerus concocted a reason he scarcely believed himself, nonchalantly stating. Because Earth has already suffered significant damage. If you two fight, you'll destroy it further. Goku scratched the back of his head, finding this reasoning somewhat valid. Vegeta, on the other hand, remained skeptical, arms crossed, contemplating the underlying motives. He couldn't believe that Beerus genuinely cared about Earth, primarily because he was a destroyer. The idea of a destroyer being concerned for a planet's fate was utterly implausible to him. While it was true that the food on Earth intrigued Beerus, this alone was insufficient to sway Vegeta's conviction. What was truly at play? Vegeta's thoughts were not unfounded. Beerus wasn't stopping Goku and Ye Tian from fighting out of concern for Earth. Instead, he sensed Goku's current inability to match Ye Tian's strength. Goku had only just grasped the transformation into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, and had yet to master it fully. In contrast, Ye Tian possessed divine energy within him, embodying true divinity, while Goku remained in a pseudo-divine state. How could he possibly contend with Ye Tian? Given that he was no match for Ye Tian, why facilitate a duel? Initially, Beerus had wagered on Goku and Vegeta to keep them engaged. Even though a year had not yet passed, and a loss for Goku would not technically count, it would still be a significant blow to his pride. To preserve his dignity, Beerus would absolutely prevent Goku from dueling Ye Tian at this juncture. Aside from Whis, who perceived Beerus's intentions, no one else caught on. Ye Tian had contemplated this direction but quickly dismissed it. Initially, Ye Tian believed Goku was no longer his rival. However, upon hearing Goku declare his ability to transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, uncertainty crept in. After all, Goku had a knack for surprises, igniting Ye Tian's desire for a duel. Yet, unexpectedly, Beerus intervened. Suddenly, Goku recalled an important idea. Right, Lord Beerus. We could battle in space, ensuring Earth remains unharmed. Goku exclaimed, grinning with delight at his cleverness. Yet, to his surprise, Beerus's face darkened, his strawberry parfait suddenly seeming less appetizing. He raised an arm to block Goku. No? You want to act recklessly. Goku made a small gesture, pleading, please, Lord Beerus, just this once. Beerus opened his mouth and thundered, if you truly wish to spar, complete 100 trillion sit-ups first. Upon finishing, I shall permit your duel. Really? That is fantastic, Lord Beerus. Without hesitation, Goku dashed to the other side and began performing sit-ups at an astonishing speed, creating clouds of smoke in his wake. Beerus was utterly astonished that Goku was genuinely committed to completing 100 trillion sit-ups. His eyes widened in disbelief. He is actually doing it. Wait. Remember, it's 100 trillion times. As Ye Tian listened to the conversation between the two, he found himself at a loss for words, pondering quietly the absurdity of expecting Sun Wukong to complete 100 trillion sit-ups. Was such a feat even conceivable? It was utterly impossible. It wasn't that Sun Wukong was unwilling. Rather, it was a matter of sheer impossibility. Just then, Sun Wukong appeared instantaneously by Ye Tian's side, exclaiming, I'm done. Let us have a match. Beerus widened his large yellow eyes in disbelief and angrily retorted, "That's far too fast. Even if you did one every second, it would take 3 million years." Sun Wukong, with a sidelong glance at the sky, raised his finger and said, "Isn't it 1 trillion, 2 trillion, 3 trillion?" Beerus was left speechless. Ye Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. It was exactly as he had anticipated. Requesting Sun Wukong to perform 100 trillion sit-ups was a futile endeavor, as he could hardly keep track of such a number. Krillin interjected, "Lord Beerus, it seems you don't quite understand Wukong. He can't possibly count to such a vast number." Beerus, resolute in his decision, refused to allow Sun Wukong to compete with Ye Tian, indifferent to whether Wukong could count accurately or not. If he can't count, then there shall be no competition. He crossed his arms and added, "Having finished the strawberry parfait, it's time to return. Wukong, Vegeta, do you intend to continue training?" Vegeta, of course, was eager to return and swiftly approached Whis, while Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before ultimately choosing to train. "Oh dear, what a pity." Ye Tian smiled calmly and reassured, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right, Lord Beerus?" Beerus twitched his mouth. Vegeta observed everything closely and mused to himself, wondering if there was some unspoken agreement between Ye Tian and Lord Beerus. Beerus responded to Ye Tian's words with calm affirmation. "Indeed, there will be ample opportunities. Wukong, did you hear that?" Sun Wukong, not dwelling on it too deeply, nodded, "Yes, Ye Tian." Beerus addressed Whis. "Whis, let us go?" Whis expressed his gratitude to Bulma, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality." He then turned to Ye Tian and added, "Farewell, Mr. Ye Tian." With that, Whis and the others transformed into a streak of light and departed. Krillin, curious, asked, "Ye Tian, it seems Whis is quite courteous towards you." Ye Tian could indeed sense Whis' politeness, yet he remained uncertain of the reason. It had been this way ever since he had intervened to prevent Beerus from wreaking havoc. "Yes, quite courteous indeed." Bulma, ever the gossip, inquired, "Is there some secret between you two?" Ye Tian, at a loss for words, replied, "What secrets could two grown men possibly have?" Although he was unaware of why Whis treated him with such courtesy, he was certain of one thing. There were no hidden secrets between himself and Whis. 20 minutes later, in the God of Destruction realm, Whis brought Beerus and the others back to their domain. As they landed, Beerus furiously commanded, "Whis, immediately arrange for Wukong and Vegeta to undergo training. Have them put on the training suits and enter that space." Whis, with a hint of smugness, glanced at Wukong and Vegeta. The two were bewildered, pondering, what space? What could that possibly be? Sun Wukong whispered to Vegeta, "Vegeta, Lord Beerus seems quite angry. What is going on?" Vegeta, sensing the oddity of the situation, had a nagging feeling that it somehow related to Ye Tian. It was indeed strange. The formidable god of destruction was venting his frustration not directly, but through their training. What could be the reason? Who exactly was Ye Tian? Whis lightly tapped his staff, and 2 sets of yellow training suits emerged from its magical space. "Put these on." Wukong and Vegeta recognized the attire, having worn similar suits before, albeit not of such magnitude. "Whis, we've worn these kinds of training suits before," Sun Wukong exclaimed as he accepted his suit. Whis merely smiled slightly in response. "Oh dear." Sun Wukong thought the training suit would be light and exerted little effort, only to find himself crashing to the ground. Vegeta experienced a similar fate, convinced that no suit could possibly weigh more than Bulma's gravity training chamber. Little did they realize that the weight within the training suits was exponentially greater than that of the gravity chamber. How heavy! The two clumsily donned their training suits. Beerus, seated leisurely, indulged in ice cream, while Whis instructed, "Start with 10,000 sit-ups." As they lay down, they immediately felt the weight making it difficult to rise. However, gritting their teeth, they managed to push through. After a grueling 50 reps, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "This is incredibly heavy." Vegeta, drenched in sweat, yet refusing to complain, retorted, "Humph. You can choose to quit now and return to challenge Ye Tian." Beerus' gaze sharpened, his spoon poised mid-air, halting his ice cream consumption. Vegeta sensed the shift in atmosphere and realized he had misspoken. Cold sweat dripped from him. His fear of Beerus was still present, albeit reduced significantly. Whis merely remarked, "Oh dear." Beerus contemplated saying something, but ultimately swallowed his words. Suddenly, a comet descended nearby, crashing to the ground and billowing clouds of dust. Whis commented, "It's always like this." Beerus frowned, his expression far from friendly. Chapter 42. Kampa's Return. Haha. This landing was quite gentle. Boasted a rotund figure strikingly resembling Beerus. He wore a black and white cloth band around his neck, adorned with golden bracelets on his arms, and donned earthy-toned shoes with golden rings. Beside him stood a woman wielding a staff, her blue-green skin and long white hair creating a striking appearance. She wore a green robe and long socks, complemented by white high heels with black soles. They were none other than Kampa and Vados. Vados remarked, "You could have landed closer and with more grace." Kampa, brimming with pride, replied, "A protagonist should make a grand entrance." He then gave a thumbs up and slowly lowered it, declaring, "Beerus, tremble in anticipation of my arrival." Ahaha. Meanwhile, Whis, observing Beerus reclining in his chair and enjoying his ice cream, calmly inquired, "Lord Beerus, shall we not go to welcome them?" Beerus nonchalantly replied, "No need." Whis said nothing further, simply smiling gently, fully aware of the dynamics between Beerus and the incoming visitors. Vegeta and Sun Wukong, having overheard their conversation, expressed their curiosity. "Oh? Someone is coming?" Shortly thereafter, Kampa, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, collapsed beneath a large tree, his clothes soaked. Vados quipped, "Lord Kampa, you're far too heavy." "Mind your tongue," Kampa retorted, visibly displeased. Then, he rose and continued on his journey, stooping and hunchbacked, looking utterly disheveled, his footsteps exceedingly slow, akin to an old ox pulling a cart. After quite a while, he finally arrived before Beerus and the others. Kampa plopped down with a thud, and upon seeing Beerus blissfully indulging in ice cream, he felt a pang of anger in his chest and exclaimed furiously, "Is this how you welcome guests, Beerus?" After saying this, he seized a bucket of drink and gulped it down. Beerus, still reclining on his chair, nonchalantly replied, "Did I invite you, you fat pig? You can barely walk a few steps without gasping for breath." Kampa immediately stood up, muttering in annoyance, "Skin and bones." In an instant, Beerus stood up and swiftly approached Kampa, warning in a low voice, "Say that again. Skin and bones." Goku and Vegeta exchanged whispers. "Vegeta, aren't they twin brothers? Why are they at each other's throats?" Vegeta retorted irritably, "Humph, how should I know?" Beerus pressed his nose against Kampa's, ready to make a move. But Kampa suddenly took a step back, grinning mischievously. "Beerus, aren't you going to ask why I'm here?" Hee. Beerus, visibly displeased, replied coldly, "Kampa, what brings you here? If it's for something trivial, I will send you flying." Kampa grinned wickedly. "Oh, Beerus, you must be curious. I have come to let you experience the feeling of despair." His face twisted with a sinister smile. Beerus felt a surge of irritation. Just looking at Kampa made him want to punch him. "Vados, bring that out." "As you wish." Vados waved her staff, and a red box appeared, which she opened with a switch. The box unfolded to reveal several green eggs adorned with peculiar patterns. Goku exclaimed, "Oh, aren't those just ordinary eggs?" Kampa immediately countered, "Not at all. These are the newly discovered Dong birds' boiled eggs. They are so delicious they will leave you speechless." Vados added, "And they are extremely nutritious." Consequently, everyone picked up a Dong bird's boiled egg and began to eat. After a few bites, Vegeta thought to himself that the taste was no different from ordinary eggs. Meanwhile, for Goku, who found everything delicious, after just 2 bites, he declared, "So tasty." Kampa, unaware of Goku's nature, exploded with excitement upon hearing him say it was delicious, boasting, "Are you convinced now? It seems the 6th universe is indeed a culinary paradise." Beerus scoffed, dismissing the notion, "You think this qualifies as a culinary paradise? Dream on." He spat dismissively, unsure whether it was in contempt of Kampa's words or because he had just choked on the egg. Slightly tilting his head towards Whis, he instructed, "Whis, bring that out." "As you command. It will be ready shortly." Whis then produced several bowls of instant noodles, poured boiling water over them, and set a timer with an hourglass. Kampa, having never seen instant noodles before, looked puzzled. "What is this?" Noticing the hourglass beside him, he suddenly burst into mocking laughter. "Ah. Do we need to sprinkle the sand from the hourglass on top before eating it? It looks like it would taste terrible." Beerus paid no mind to his taunts, knowing that soon he would have the pleasure of slapping Kampa's face with reality. When the sand finished flowing through the hourglass, Whis pointed with his staff. "Oh, it's ready." Goku eagerly picked it up and slurped it down. Kampa watched in astonishment. Is it really that simple to eat after soaking in boiling water? With curiosity, he tore off the paper cover. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, and Kampa could not resist diving in. As soon as the noodles touched his mouth, he was met with a smooth and exquisite experience. Vados could not help but express her admiration. "Oh my, this is truly." Kampa continued to devour it with gusto, showing no signs of stopping. By the end, he drank every last drop of the broth, savoring the lingering taste, and shouted in excitement, "Yay, yay, yay," completely forgetting that he was in a silent culinary contest with Beerus. Beerus, reclining in his chair with one hand propped against his face, asked nonchalantly, "How was it?" Kampa's smile instantly faltered. Whistling nervously, he muttered, "Well, it's not that great." "Oh, is that so?" Beerus inquired coolly. Then, with a cold remark, he added, "Yet. You finished all the broth." Kampa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and quickly changed the subject by asking, "What is this?" Internally, He wondered what this could be that required merely boiling water to create such deliciousness. Instant noodles. A delicacy from a planet called Earth. Instant noodles? Earth? Kampa immediately turned to Vados. Vados, find Earth for me at once. Surely the sixth universe has an Earth too. As you wish. Kampa delightedly thought to himself how he too would indulge in Earth's culinary delights. Chapter 43. I think Ye Tian is quite impressive. After a while, at Whis's prompting, Vados located Earth, but this Earth was vastly different from the one in the seventh universe. It bore no trace of blue, appearing almost entirely brown. During this time, Goku and Vegeta heard Whis refer to Vados as sister. They observed that Vados moved with such grace and precision that they concluded her strength was likely on par with Whis. Goku, feeling a surge of excitement, thought about how many more he could surpass. After Vados and Vados examined the Earth of the sixth universe, they explained, I see. The Earth of the sixth universe has been rendered extinct due to humanity's foolish conflicts. Upon hearing this, Kampa collapsed to the ground, only to rise again. His face twisted with frustration and disappointment, fists clenched, as if ready to strike. Beerus mocked directly, haha Kampa. It's a pity that the Earthlings who created super delicacies have gone extinct in your universe. Goku chimed in, our Earth has also faced many attacks. Even Vegeta once had such thoughts. Vegeta retaliated with a punch, sending Goku staggering back, exclaiming, don't bring up the past. What was that for, Vegeta? That hurt. Goku complained. Kampa, feeling as though he had swallowed a mosquito, glared with intensity. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his expression softened considerably. Beerus, let us have a contest. Beerus raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A contest? What kind of contest? A martial arts contest. If I win, we exchange Earth. A martial arts contest? Beerus stared at Kampa in disbelief. You wish to fight me? He burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha! He laughed for several seconds, holding his belly as he moved from one side to the other. His laughter was laced with scorn. Clearly, he believed that Kampa was no match for him, and challenging him was merely an invitation to humiliation. Kampa trembled with rage, his face flushing purple, his eyes nearly sparking with fury as he clenched his fists tightly. Fuming, he shouted, I haven't finished speaking yet. Beerus continued to mock him with laughter. What brazen audacity! You, with your rotund figure? Kampa, already in a foul mood from Beerus's mockery, felt his inner volcano erupt at these words. Pointing an accusatory finger at Beerus, he bellowed, mind your tongue. You bag of bones. In an instant, Beerus ceased his laughter, his gaze fixed upon Kampa. Kampa, too, locked eyes with Beerus. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The air became stifling, pressing down with such weight that breathing felt laborious. Goku and Vegeta could distinctly hear the rhythm of their own heartbeats. Vegeta could not refrain from exclaiming, the atmosphere has shifted. Whis and Beerus's attendant, Beerus, also adopted serious expressions. The two gods of destruction ascended into the air. Beerus, either speaking to Kampa or perhaps to himself, remarked, though we are twin brothers, both gods of destruction, how can we be so utterly incompatible? Kampa retorted, then why is there such animosity between us? They slowly drew closer. With a resounding clash, they unleashed a flurry of punches towards one another. Their speed so swift that Goku and Vegeta could barely perceive their movements, merely catching fleeting glimpses of afterimages. Goku could not help but exclaim, incredible. As the two gods clashed, a wave of purple energy began to emanate from their center. Goku and Vegeta swiftly retreated. After expanding approximately 10 meters, Whis and Beerus intervened, halting their battle. Enough. The two gods of destruction immediately ceased their attacks. Beerus turned away from Kampa, nonchalantly stating, why do you obstruct me? Kampa echoed, indeed, how rude. Whis firmly interjected, it is inappropriate for gods of destruction to engage in combat. Beerus's attendant, Beerus, mirrored his seriousness, you must understand. Your fighting signifies the annihilation of both the sixth and seventh universes. At this revelation, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Is it truly that grave? Beerus slightly tilted his head towards Kampa. You proposed this contest first. Thus, you owe me an apology. Kampa gritted his teeth, huffing, you are the rude one, refusing to let me finish. It is not merely a contest between us. Each universe must select 5 fighters, and if one loses all its fighters, it forfeits. Beerus crossed his arms, showing no inclination to agree. Nonsense. This holds no benefit for me. Why should I consent to your contest? He arrogantly turned his head away. Kampa quickly countered, no, it is indeed beneficial. If you win, I shall bestow upon you the 6 Dragon Balls I have painstakingly gathered. Beerus's attendant interjected, Lord Kampa. Kampa, hands on his hips, snapped, silence. You only need to collect 1 more Dragon Ball. Goku turned to Vegeta, saying, he seems to be talking about the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Beerus replied coolly, apologies, But we also possess Dragon Balls in our universe. Kappa muttered, Dragon Balls? Could they be the ones crafted by the Namekians? Beerus, uncertain, turned his gaze towards Goku. Indeed, Kappa elucidated. It turns out that the Dragon Balls are merely fragments of wish orbs polished by the Namekians, with significant limitations on wishes. However, these wish orbs can grant any desire. In your terms, they are the Super Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha, am I not impressive? You must be longing for them. Ah ha ha. Kappa clenched his fists, laughing with unrestrained glee. Beerus remained with his arms crossed. This trinket requires 7 to be effective. You only possess 6. Who knows when the last one will be found? Bulma can locate it with her radar. Goku chimed in. Oh, except for Vegeta? Everyone turned to Goku, astonished by this revelation. Vegeta provided an explanation, and the group understood. Goku, brimming with anticipation, exclaimed, Lord Beerus, please agree to the contest. Beerus turned to Goku. Do you wish to compete? Of course. Competing with the elite from other universes is exhilarating. After a moment of contemplation, Beerus looked towards Vegeta. And you, Vegeta? Vegeta pondered, realizing that while regular training is crucial, practical combat experience is equally vital for enhancing his fighting prowess. Please allow me to participate. Beerus then declared, I accept your contest. Kappa, as if having triumphed in a scheme, raised his fist in excitement. It's settled. Whis and Beerus's attendant sighed, finding the antics of these brothers somewhat unbearable. Subsequently, Kappa and Beerus established the rules for the contest, broadly mirroring those of the Earth's World Martial Arts Tournament. The competition was set for 5 days hence. After finalizing the rules, Kappa and Beerus departed. As they left, Kappa even playfully tested Goku's skills. Observing his clumsiness, he felt satisfied, unaware that Goku was wearing the gravity suit crafted by Whis. Once they were gone, Goku curiously inquired of Beerus, Lord Beerus, who are you planning to select as your 5 fighters? Beerus retorted, what do you think? Having been dormant for years, he was unaware of any skilled fighters. I believe Ye Tian is quite formidable. Chapter 44. Is this the work of a human? Upon hearing Goku's suggestion, Beerus hesitated. However, after some thought, he recognized that Goku's assessment was reasonable, given Ye Tian's current prowess. With his hands resting behind his head, he declared, Goku, I entrust the task of selection to you. Goku was taken aback by Beerus's delegation of this task, having assumed that Beerus would personally choose. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis, please escort them back, Beerus instructed. At once. However, he added, Lord Beerus, do you not wish to indulge in some earthly delicacies? Bulma has prepared a super deluxe gourmet pizza. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus's eyes lit up, drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. Really? Indeed. Thus, the 4 set off towards Earth. At that very moment, in Ye Tian's villa courtyard, Goku was tossing a small child into the air, elevating them to a height of 20 to 30 meters above the ground. His intention was not to punish the child, but rather to engage in a playful game of high toss. Wow, this is exhilarating. The child squealed, arms flailing with joy, their face alight with delight. After the child descended, Goku tossed them into the air once more. If those aware of the child's true identity witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be left speechless, perhaps exclaiming, is this truly the conduct of a human? How could one treat the king of all in such a manner? After propelling the child into the air, Goku joyfully asked, did you enjoy that? Absolutely. Goku found the experience quite enjoyable, amidst his training. Playing with the child was a refreshing diversion, significantly uplifting his spirits. Ding. Option 1. Agree to participate in the competition between the 7th universe and the 6th universe, with a reward of 500 million battle power. Ding. Option 2. Decline to participate, cheer for the 6th universe, and vehemently criticize Goku's chances of winning, also with a reward of 500 million battle power. Upon encountering this choice, Ye Tian's initial reaction was one of exasperation. The second option seemed to be a direct affront to Goku. While he held no fear of opposing Goku, he found no merit in engaging in such irksome antics. Thus, his decision was unequivocally to select the first option. He couldn't help but mutter, the 6th universe? What kind of universe is that? Why are we suddenly competing against them? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ye Tian felt a wave of regret wash over him for not having watched Dragon Ball Super. Had he done so, he would have been privy to all the unfolding events. What a pity. After a few moments of remorse, he reflected, however, if I knew everything, wouldn't that rob the experience of its thrill? It would be akin to spoiling the story. Very well, let me delve into this unknown world of Dragon Ball Super. Papa, catch me, catch me. As he plummeted from the sky, Quan Quan noticed his father lost in thought and hurriedly called out, reacting instantly to Quan Quan's voice. Ye Tian swiftly extended his arms to catch him, silently cursing himself for nearly forgetting. In his embrace, Quan Quan, puzzled, inquired, Papa, what were you just thinking about? Feeling a bit sheepish, Ye Tian recalled his previous distraction. Had it not been for Quan Quan's timely reminder, he might have completely overlooked him. If Quan Quan had fallen from such a height, the consequences could have been dire. After all, he was merely an ordinary child. Chastising himself inwardly, he resolved to be more attentive during their playtime in the future. I'm sorry, Quan Quan. I was just lost in thought and almost forgot about you. That's all right. Quan Quan replied nonchalantly. By the way, Papa, I might be entering a martial arts tournament. Would you like to come with me? Although Ye Tian had yet to receive an invitation from Beerus, he had a strong premonition that one would soon come. Even if Beerus lacked the humility to approach him directly, he could easily send Goku or Vegeta to extend the invitation. After all, the system had already presented him with this choice, indicating it was indeed a possibility. Curiously, Quan Quan asked, what tournament? It's likely a competition jointly organized by the 6th and 7th universes. You might find it a bit complex. Being so young and unable to grasp the significance of both universes. Unbeknownst to Ye Tian, it was he who was the fool, as Quan Quan fully comprehended the situation, including details that Ye Tian was unaware of. Quan Quan responded with a soft acknowledging his father's words. A clandestine martial arts competition between the 6th and 7th universes? What mischief were Beerus and Kampa up to? Were they not aware that gods of destruction were forbidden from such clandestine activities? Although slightly irked, Quan Quan decided to let it slide, realizing that since his father Ye Tian was also participating, he would tolerate it. From his father's demeanor, it seemed he was quite eager to take part in the competition. Quan Quan, will you join me? Ye Tian inquired once more. Shaking his head, Quan Quan replied, Papa, I don't want to go. I'd rather stay home and watch television. Ye Tian noticed a concerning pattern. Quan Quan exhibited little interest in martial arts, having missed several of his battles. Was it possible he simply wished to avoid witnessing such violence? Hey, Ye Tian. At that moment, two figures soared through the air. It was Goku and Vegeta. Ye Tian had anticipated that if Beerus did not arrive, one of them would, though he had not expected both would come together. Hey, Goku. Vegeta. Upon their landing, Ye Tian greeted them warmly. He refrained from broaching the subject of the competition with the 6th universe, knowing that doing so would raise suspicions about how he had acquired that knowledge. If it were only Goku, he could easily mislead him, but with Vegeta present, that would prove far more difficult. Thus, he opted to feign ignorance. Weren't you two training with Beerus? Goku nodded enthusiastically, saying, haha. We encountered the god of destruction from the 6th universe. Suddenly forgetting the name, he pondered aloud. Was it Kampa? No, that is not right. Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance, correcting him. It's Kampa. Ah, Kampa. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, your memory is truly impressive. Humph. In comparison, it is indeed far superior. Vegeta seized the opportunity to belittle Goku, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Chapter 45, System Choice. After Goku's narration, Ye Tian finally grasped the stakes. Losing would result in the exchange of Earth, while winning would yield the Super Dragon Balls. However, even in victory, those Dragon Balls would undoubtedly belong to Beerus, and any wishes made would be at his discretion. Although this seemed rather unfair, the potential rewards were enticing enough for Ye Tian to participate. An additional 500 million battle power was a considerable incentive. Moreover, he anticipated that this competition would significantly enhance his own combat prowess. By the end, he could potentially amass an additional 700 to 800 million battle power. The most crucial aspect was his desire to encounter the formidable warriors of the 6th universe. All right, I agree to participate in the tournament. Goku exclaimed with excitement, Yay? With your participation, our chances of victory have increased tremendously. Ye Tian smiled, unsure of how to respond. Goku continued enthusiastically. It's such a shame I missed your battle last time. This time, I must witness it. If possible, I would love to duel with you. Ye Tian clenched his fist, affirming, I'm always ready. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, saying, that's fantastic. Why don't we have a duel right now? Vegeta interjected coolly, Kakarot. We should focus our energy on the 6th universe. If we lose, Lord Beerus will surely obliterate us. At this, Goku immediately suppressed his urge to duel, lamenting, all right, what a pity. Ye Tian reassured him, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to duel in the future. Goku, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, yes. I eagerly await that day. Great. By the way, who are you planning to seek out next? Ye Tian inquired curiously. There were quite a few formidable fighters on Earth now. Goku pondered briefly. We're not sure yet. You were the first one we thought of. Ye Tian chuckled. It seems I hold a significant place in your minds. Indeed. Goku laughed in agreement. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Time flew by, and 5 days swiftly passed. During this period, Vegeta and Goku were busy recruiting their teammates and subsequently entered the room of spirit and time for training. As Kampa has only gathered 6 Dragon Balls, he still needs to locate the final Dragon Ball to summon Shenron. Thus, Bulma has been quite busy. First consulting Lord Zuma's about everything related to the Super Dragon Balls. She learned that the Super Dragon Balls were created by the Dragon God, Zoma, along with some intricate details. Subsequently, based on certain principles, she crafted a super radar, which would facilitate the search for the 7th Super Dragon Ball after winning the tournament. As for Ye Tian, he spent the past 5 days primarily playing with Quan Quan. Uncertain of how long he would be away, he decided to cherish these days with Quan Quan. At this moment, in the opulent residence of Bulma, the wealthiest individual, Krillin's family, Tien and Kaiatsu, Yamcha and Puar, Oolong and Master Roshi, Jocko, King of the Galaxy, and others had already arrived. Meanwhile, Whis stood atop a transparent cube, descending before the gathered crowd. Holding a trumpet, he addressed everyone. Greetings to you all. Son Goten, Trunks, Oolong, and others clenched their tiny fists in excitement and replied, "Hello. I shall now escort you all to the venue of the tournament. Please enter the cube in an orderly fashion, and we will ride to the Destroyer Realm to meet Lord Beerus." Trunks and Son Goten quickly approached, examining the transparent cube with curiosity. "Where's the entrance? Is this a spaceship? It doesn't seem capable of flight." Whis continued with his trumpet. "This is not a spaceship. It is a cube." He then leaped from the cube, effortlessly passing through it. "Oh." The crowd expressed mild surprise, but they swiftly regained their composure. Whis explained, "This cube allows for easy passage. Please enter one by one." Without hesitation, everyone began to file in. Whis glanced around and noticed that Ye Tian, Son Goku, and Vegeta were absent. He curiously inquired of Bulma, "Where are Goku and Vegeta? They just finished training and want to change." Just then, the two appeared, swiftly flying in. At that moment, Ye Tian descended from the sky and spotted the trio. Whis remarked, "We're ready to depart now. Everyone has arrived." Ye Tian landed, and Whis politely greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Ye Tian." Feeling Whis's excessive courtesy, Ye Tian responded, "Whis, you are too kind. Just call me Ye Tian from now on." A look of delight spread across Whis's cultured face as he replied, "Very well." After everyone entered the cube, Whis cast a spell, and the cube transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the Destroyer Realm. Upon meeting with Beerus, they proceeded to the tournament venue, located on the nameless star suspended in neutral space. 3 hours later, Whis led them to the nameless star, a barren planet devoid of atmosphere or water. However, it had been arranged by Vados as a martial arts arena. On opposite sides stood 2 enormous plaques, each emblazoned with the images of Kampa and Beerus, symbolizing their competition. As Ye Tian and the others arrived, a plump version of Beerus swiftly approached. Seeing him, Beerus exited the cube, and Ye Tian curiously asked, "Who is this person?" Whis explained, "He is Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6. Ye Tian sensed a formidable fighting spirit emanating from him, pondering that he too must possess explosive combat prowess. Kampa, seeing Beerus, crossed his arms and mockingly remarked, "You actually didn't run away?" Beerus, accustomed to Kampa's jibes, replied, "Of course not. I must relish the sight of you weeping, then take the Super Dragon Balls home. Not so fast. I intend to acquire them on Earth." Suddenly recalling what Bulma had informed him, Beerus questioned Kampa, "Tell me, how many Super Dragon Balls are there? Did you steal them from my universe?" Kampa immediately appeared flustered, repeatedly shaking his hands. "No, that is impossible. I don't understand what you're saying." Having known Kampa for several billion years, Beerus was well aware of his character. Recognizing Kampa's demeanor, he realized Bulma had spoken the truth. The Super Dragon Balls of Universe 6 and Universe 7 combined total 7, meaning they are scattered across both universes. Beerus, arms crossed, dully remarked, "In light of our brotherhood, I hold this against you. After all, they will ultimately be mine. Heh, you better prepare to lose Earth." Ding. Choose one. Request to be the first to battle and gain. Chapter 46. I request to be the first to battle. Ding. Choose one. Request to be the first to battle and achieve total victory. Reward, Energy Absorption Shield. Ding. Choose 2. Request to be the last to battle and achieve 1 victory. Reward, Key Scythe. Energy Absorption Shield. This ability allows one to absorb the energy of an opponent's energy blasts, transforming it into one's own power. The stronger the user, the greater the amount of energy they can absorb, remaining in a defensive state throughout the absorption process. Key Scythe. This technique condenses ki into a scythe resembling that of the Grim Reaper, possessing formidable lethality. With each swing, it emanates a fierce aura, capable of affecting the opponent's mental state. Upon hearing these 2 choices, Ye Tian found himself in a quandary. Both skills appeared quite advantageous. What should he choose? It was indeed a difficult decision. After careful contemplation, Ye Tian decided to opt for the first choice. He already possessed numerous offensive techniques, but lacked defensive ones. And the energy absorption ability was notably impressive. Ye Tian distinctly remembered that this technique seemed to belong to Super Android 17. Although he felt his own version might surpass it. Never mind, no more overthinking. I'll choose the first option. Indecision could cloud my judgment. Who knows if I might encounter the key scythe technique in the future. While Ye Tian pondered, Whis transformed the conventional spectator stands into a floating platform adorned with soft grass. Compa was once again subjected to ridicule, as the original, rather mundane spectator stands had been set up according to his specifications. In stark contrast to Whis's arrangement, it was like comparing the heavens to the earth. Once the stands were prepared, the Kaioshins of Universe 6 and their attendants, along with the Kaioshin of Universe 7, the old Kaioshin, and Kibito, soon descended. Goku and the Kaioshin of Universe 7 exchanged light-hearted pleasantries. This sight astonished the Kaioshin of Universe 6, who never expected humans to engage so casually with deities. Ye Tian, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Majin Buu arrived at the contestant area. The 5 of them were the ones to participate in the duel. In the contestant area, Beerus and Whis were also present. Ye Tian glanced at the contestant area for Universe 6, which included not only the destroyer Compa and Vados, but also 5 competitors. One bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, while another was a large yellow bear. The remaining 3 included a robot, a Saiyan from Universe 6, and a mysterious man who kept his eyes tightly closed, seemingly deep in thought. Ye Tian meticulously attuned himself to the powers surrounding him, ultimately directing his gaze towards the man with closed eyes. There was something eerily familiar about this individual, leaving him in a state of perplexity, unable to comprehend the reason behind it. Furthermore, he could discern that Zit was indeed the most formidable among the 5. Ye Tian then turned his attention to Beerus, eagerly volunteering, "Lord Beerus, I wish to be the first to engage in battle." The rules of this martial arts tournament were exceedingly straightforward. Each universe, the 6th and the 7th, would field 5 contestants in succession, with the side that lost all their fighters deemed defeated. During the competition, killing was prohibited, weapons were forbidden, and the consumption of prohibited substances was not allowed. Stepping off the arena would also constitute a loss. Beerus regarded Ye Tian with a look of intrigue. He had initially considered Ye Tian as the final trump card, but was taken aback by his eagerness to be first. After careful contemplation, he mused that it might actually be beneficial for him to enter first, allowing him to observe the extent of Ye Tian's progress over the past 4 months. Additionally, it would provide Goku and Vegeta insight into some of his strategies, ensuring that they would be well prepared for the battles to come. Upon hearing Ye Tian's declaration, Sun Wukong erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Let me go first instead. I can't wait." However, understanding that this was part of a mission for the system, Ye Tian was not inclined to concede so easily. He reassured Wukong, "Do not fret, there will be ample opportunities shortly." With that, he cast a fleeting glance at the enigmatic man from the 6th universe. As Sun Wukong observed the 6th universe contenders, he too took note of the mysterious figure with closed eyes, contemplating the possibility that this man might be even stronger than Ye Tian. He felt a surge of exhilaration at the thought of facing a more formidable opponent. "Ye Tian, you should go ahead," Vegeta remarked. Having noticed both of them fixating on the mysterious individual, he silently acknowledged that his initial assessment had been correct. This man was indeed powerful, as both Ye Tian and Kakarot had already recognized him. Hearing Wukong's assertion, a satisfied smile graced Ye Tian's lips. He had deliberately directed his gaze towards the mysterious man to instill a sense of anticipation in Wukong, making him believe he might soon take the stage, while in reality, whether he would or not remained uncertain. Beerus reclined comfortably on the sofa, exuding an air of leisure. At that moment, Compa commanded a key blast to strike a gong. With a resounding boom, a figure emerged from the arena, holding a microphone, his skin a pale green and his head adorned with antennae, resembling a garlic-headed creature. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience," he announced. "The combat competition, featuring the chosen fighters from the 6th and 7th universes, is officially underway. First, let us enjoy a cosmic song." A small bird appeared on the stage, microphone in hand, and, accompanied by music, delivered a rather uncle-like recitation. "The universe is vast." Within mere seconds, the music ceased. "Thank you, everyone." The audience was momentarily stunned, collapsing to the ground in a state of disbelief. The referee on stage proclaimed loudly, "Now we commence the first match. The first contestant from the 6th universe is the fighter Bertamore." This Bertamore resembled a yellow bear. The referee continued, "And representing the 7th universe, we have Ye Tian." Compa looked at Ye Tian with disdain, remarking, "This Ye Tian doesn't seem impressive at all." He then excitedly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Bertamore will surely flatten him." "Ah." Casting a scornful glance at Beerus, he sneered, "Beerus, prepare yourself for tears." Ye Tian and Bertamore ascended to the arena. Bertamore crossed his arms, exuding calmness and confidence, showing no signs of fear as he appraised Ye Tian. Perceiving only a weak energy within him, unable to restrain himself, he mockingly taunted, "Fighter from the 7th universe, you appear rather unimpressive. I expected the 7th universe to send forth a more formidable contestant." Ye Tian, upon hearing these words, chose not to respond, instead focusing on identifying any openings in Bertamore's defense. However, he soon realized that despite Bertamore's seemingly relaxed posture, there were no vulnerabilities to exploit. With a sly smile, Bertamore opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of green ki blasts towards Ye Tian. Reacting swiftly, Ye Tian evaded the onslaught. Selection 1 complete. I have agreed to participate in the match between the 7th and 6th universes, earning 500 million battle power. Having officially entered the contest, his prior selection was thus fulfilled. This sudden surge in power momentarily surprised Beerus and the others, although they quickly dismissed it as a trivial enhancement. As 500 million battle power was not particularly extraordinary, Ye Tian assessed Bertamore, contemplating that such a bulky opponent might possess sluggish speed. With this thought in mind, he charged at Bertamore. "Huh," he shouted, delivering a punch aimed at Bertamore's ample belly. Bertamore, eyeing the approaching Ye Tian, wore a mischievous grin, showing no intent to evade or defend. With a resounding thud, Ye Tian's fist struck Bertamore's midsection, only to find his punch absorbed effortlessly. The force of his attack dissipated without a trace. Ye Tian was incredulous. Was it possible for someone to possess such a peculiar ability? He continued to rain down blows, launching over 100 punches, yet none yielded any effect on Bertamore. At that moment, Bertamore retaliated with a palm strike, while simultaneously expelling a ki blast. Ye Tian quickly retreated, putting distance between them. The ki blast detonated upon impact with the arena floor, creating a half-meter deep crater, a testament to the arena's durability. Having been specifically designed for such contests. Reflecting on the previous exchanges, Ye Tian realized that Bertamore indeed possessed the ability to negate physical attacks. Kampa, witnessing the unfolding scenario, enthusiastically cheered, "Bertamore, go for it. Flatten him, flatten him." The more he spoke, the more animated he became, even rising to kick his little legs in excitement. His tail swaying adorably, exuding a peculiar charm. Beerus, however, found this display rather irritating, glaring at Kampa before redirecting his attention back to the arena. He had never anticipated that the first contestant from the opposing side would be someone capable of nullifying physical assaults. Spurred on by Kampa's encouragement, Bertamore charged at Ye Tian with fervor, bellowing, "I will crush you." Ye Tian stood resolutely, recalibrating his breath. In the audience, onlookers observed Ye Tian's stillness with growing concern. Bulma grasped Gak tightly, demanding, "What is he doing? Standing there motionless, does he not realize that losing means the end for Earth?" As she spoke, she pounded her fist on Gak's head. Gak struggled, his face contorted in distress. As Bertamore approached, having the distance to Ye Tian, a flicker of intensity ignited in Ye Tian's eyes. His brows furrowed slightly, as if a sharp sword were coalescing between them. He widened his stance into a posture reminiscent of a horse stance, then brought his hands together, aiming directly at Bertamore. Vegeta and Goku, witnessing Ye Tian's movements, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically, particularly Vegeta, whose lips twitched uncontrollably. Goku, unable to contain his curiosity, remarked, "Vegeta, this isn't the end for him." Vegeta growled lowly, his facial muscles twitching as he observed Ye Tian's gestures and the manner in which he gathered energy. It was an uncanny resemblance. Ye Tian mused inwardly. "Physical attacks are ineffective against you. Then let us unleash a Kamehameha." He shouted, "Final flash." A torrent of overwhelming energy surged towards Bertamore, illuminating the surroundings with the brilliance of the final flash. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, it's Dad's final flash." Vegeta swallowed hard. Bewildered, "How could Ye Tian replicate my final flash? I've never taught it to anyone." Goku inquired again, "Vegeta, did you teach him that technique?" Vegeta remained silent, lost in thought about how Ye Tian had acquired such skill. Piccolo furrowed his brows, his expression grave as he remarked, "Goku, he doesn't just know the final flash and Kamehameha. He also possesses the Dragon Fist." Goku turned to Piccolo, momentarily frozen in disbelief. "He knows the Dragon Fist?" Piccolo elaborated, "Yes, he used it against Frieza, pushing Frieza into his golden form with the Dragon Fist." Goku gradually regained his composure, gazing at Ye Tian on the stage. "Who on earth is he? Why can't I remember?" At that moment, both Piccolo and Vegeta were engulfed in curiosity about Ye Tian's origins, eager to unveil the enigmatic mist surrounding him. Piccolo took a deep breath, murmuring, "Thank goodness Ye Tian is not an enemy. If he were, the consequences would be unimaginable." Ye Tian's display evoked memories of the formidable Cell. who had similarly mastered their techniques, rendering them nearly insurmountable, like a haunting nightmare. Their exchange did not escape Beerus's ears, who found himself absent-mindedly tapping his fingers against his temple. Who is this Ye Tian? On the stage, Ye Tian remained unaware that his mere utilization of the final flash had stirred such confusion among the spectators. As the smoke dissipated, they clearly witnessed Budamo forming an X with his arms, completely blocking the final flash. Ye Tian couldn't help but scoff. What a monster! How can his defense against energy be so formidable? Does he truly intend to enter a state of heightened power already? How will he sustain that? Seeing Budamo unscathed, Kampa leapt up, exuding the exuberance of a child in joyous times, exclaiming, "It's nothing." Ahaye. Chapter 48, Budamo's Exit Strategy. After his moment of excitement, Kampa did not forget to taunt Beerus, swaggering with pride and clenching his pudgy fists. "Beerus, your contestant is quite unimpressive." Kampa's mockery irked Beerus, yet he found no valid retort at that moment. He could only shout excitedly at Ye Tian. "Ye Tian, unleash your strength and send him flying. Send him flying." Kampa also cheered for Budamo. "Go, Budamo, finish him off. Send him flying." He chuckled, his hands clasped before his mouth, appearing exceedingly lewd. Whis, elegantly seated, gripped his staff, commenting, "Lord Kampa, your laughter is rather unbecoming." "None of your business," Kampa retorted, continuing to laugh unabashedly, reveling in what he believed was a certain victory in the first battle. Beerus rested his chin on his left hand, tapping his right fingernail lightly against the table. "That laugh is insufferable, reminiscent of the time someone pilfered my exquisite steak." On the stage, Ye Tian focused intently on Budamo, his mind racing to devise a strategy against this formidable opponent. This creature possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, immune to a multitude of physical attacks, and could withstand energy assaults as well. Shall I use an energy sword? Yet, given his current state, my standard energy sword might not penetrate his defenses. At that moment, Budamo charged fiercely, his massive fist aimed at Ye Tian's head, boasting, "Prepare to be sent flying." Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's mind sparked with realization. I don't necessarily need to defeat him outright. All I need to do is push him out of the ring." A subtle smile crept onto his lips. Gradually, he raised his hands, palms together, channeling energy into his palms before directing them toward Budamo. Kampa, witnessing Ye Tian's gestures, raised his fist, unleashing another wave of merciless taunts. "Haha, still trying to use energy attacks? That is futile against Budamo." "Futile? Hee. Beerus grumbled softly, perplexed by Ye Tian's decision. He clearly understood that energy attacks were ineffective, so why persist? Vegeta, arms crossed, wore a cold expression. "Hurry up and get him out so I can step in." True to his character, he would undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, and charge in. Meanwhile, Master Roshi in the audience, observing Ye Tian's stance, felt a flicker of doubt cross his mind. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought as improbable. Just as everyone anticipated that Budamo would send Ye Tian sprawling with a single blow, Ye Tian rapidly amassed even more energy in his hands. Energy crackled and surged. At that moment, Budamo barreled forward like a tank, his eyes reflecting disdain. "Energy attacks are useless against me." "Is that so?" Ye Tian replied with a devilish smile. For reasons unknown, Budamo felt an inexplicable unease at the sight of Ye Tian's grin. Universal, thunderous palm. The energy surged forth with a crackling intensity. Budamo, unperturbed, continued to form the X with his arms, convinced of his ability to withstand the attack, perceiving it as lacking in potency. As the electric energy struck Budamo, he let out a pained cry. Kampa stood there, dumbfounded, but Budamo can block energy attacks. Beerus, suddenly exhilarated, shouted, "Ye Tian, seize this opportunity and send him flying." Master Roshi stood up, his gaze fixated on Ye Tian, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it truly be the World King's unparalleled palm? On the arena, Budamo was rendered immobile after being struck by the World King's unparalleled palm, completely under its control. Suddenly, Ye Tian raised both hands, casting Budamo aside with great force, sending him crashing to the ground. Kampa was left in shock, standing there like a wooden post, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Others were equally astonished, unable to fathom that Budamo had been eliminated in such a manner, simply tossed out. Once the referee regained composure, he announced into the microphone, "Budamo has been disqualified. The victor is Ye Tian from Universe 7. Trunks and Goten raised their hands in jubilation. Fantastic. Piccolo could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, Ye Tian is remarkable. Who would have thought of such a strategy? What an unexpected finishing move." Master Roshi, perplexed, pondered, "How could my World King's unparalleled palm have been learned so easily?" Beerus rose to his feet, fists clenched, exclaiming with excitement, "Well done. Ye Tian glanced at Bottom below the arena, thinking that winning in such a manner wasn't too bad. Unfair. Unfair. Kampa protested vigorously from the 6th universe's contestant area, waving his arms. Ye Tian turned around. Curiosity piqued. Unfair? How am I being unfair? You used a special technique to attack. I refuse to acknowledge it. This doesn't count. We must have a rematch. The referee retorted. That was not a weapon, but a technique. It does not constitute a foul. Kampa, undeterred, shouted. It doesn't count. This round does not count. We must redo the match. Beerus could no longer contain himself, bellowing. What a lack of grace. Bulma and others echoed. Yes, such a lack of decorum. Exactly. We adhered to the rules. The old Kaioshin rebuked Kampa. Stop behaving like a child. Are you even a deity? The Kaioshin, hearing the elder's words, broke into a cold sweat, whispering, please don't say that. The members of Universe 7 voiced their disapproval of Kampa. Overwhelmed with frustration, Kampa squatted down, then flopped onto the ground, rolling about like a child, bitterly cursing. No way, no way, this is unacceptable. Nonsense, a bunch of nonsense. Bullying. Beerus, unable to bear it any longer, stated, Kampa, this is futile. There's no need for such antics. Furthermore, we still have 4 contestants left. The next contender is Frost. The referee enthusiastically announced. After Ye Tian's victory, the next contestant is Frost. Frost, belonging to the 6th universe's race of frost demons, resembling Frisia, took to the arena. As Frost descended, his eyes locked onto Ye Tian, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Krillin, observing Frost, felt ominous despite knowing he was not Frisia. This does not bode well. Moreover, this Frost appeared even more profound and scheming compared to Frisia, whose character was entirely different. While Frisia was ruthless and volatile, Frost exuded a calm and composed demeanor, akin to a mountain that remains unshaken by the storm. Vegeta crossed his arms, snorting in displeasure. That face is truly unpleasant to behold. Others shared the same sentiment. Frost raised his hand in a gesture of respect. It is an honor, my lord. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. His voice is identical to Frisia's. As Frost approached Ye Tian, his gait mirrored that of Frisia, complete with the distinctive crunching sound of his footsteps. Ye Tian felt a flicker of curiosity. What is he planning? However, he sensed no signs of energy buildup, indicating no imminent technique. Upon reaching Ye Tian, Frost extended his hand graciously. You performed admirably. It is indeed a privilege to face a warrior of your caliber. Ye Tian was momentarily flustered, regarding him with suspicion. Frost maintained his patient demeanor, a cheerful smile gracing his face. His eyes sparkling with excitement as he reiterated, I look forward to our match. Ye Tian felt something was off, though he couldn't articulate what, yet out of courtesy, he extended his hand to shake Frost's. I look forward to it too. Frost then turned to face the audience of Universe 7. Addressing them, gentlemen and ladies of Universe 7, it is regrettable that we must stand divided as adversaries. However, this is merely a contest of strength, and I am confident we shall ultimately shake hands in celebration of our encounter. Now, I invite you all to attentively witness our battle. Thank you for your attention. With that, he straightened his back, left hand hanging by his side, right palm facing his chest as he bowed to the crowd. What? This time? He left Krillin, Android 18, Bulma, and others utterly bewildered. He is entirely different from our Frisia. Ye Tian had been keenly observing Frost and noted a subtle revelation. As Frost completed his bow and turned away, a glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes, though it was fleeting. Yet, Ye Tian caught it, making him ponder that Frost was certainly not as simple as he appeared. Intrigued, he thought, I am eager to see what you intend to do. Frost then warned Ye Tian, I shall make my move now. Please be prepared. Ye Tian also cautioned, transform into your final form immediately. What? Frost was momentarily taken aback, you know? Of course, we in the 6th universe have our own frost demons. I have battled one before. Upon hearing this, Frost understood. In that case, I shall confront you in my final form. With clenched fists, he rapidly gathered energy, unleashing a surge that enveloped his body in a purple aura. In less than 5 seconds, he transformed into a form reminiscent of Frisia's 3rd transformation. The most unsightly of appearances. This is my final form. Ye Tian frowned. This is his final form? It is merely Frisia's 3rd form. Has he not yet unlocked his ultimate transformation? Vegeta, in the contestant area, scoffed at Frost's declaration. Humph, claiming it to be a final form, what foolishness. Goku, equally puzzled, queried, Vegeta, is he incapable of transforming into Frisia's ultimate form? Vegeta ignored Goku, his gaze fixed on the arena. Kampa, witnessing Frost's transformation, expressed astonishment. Huh, that guy can transform. Frost tilted his head, producing cracking sounds as he proclaimed, Here I come. With that, he launched himself towards Ye Tian with great speed. Ye Tian proactively engaged in the conflict. Bang! The two exchanged a flurry of punches, both retreating several meters in unison. Once they steadied themselves, Ye Tian directed his hands towards Frost, unleashing hundreds of energy blasts that soared towards him. Frost continuously evaded the onslaught. At that moment, the referee's antenna flickered multiple times, and he spoke into the microphone. According to the latest updates, the current form of contestant Frost is referred to as Assault Form. In order to eradicate the root of the Sixth Universe War, contestant Frost utilized this assault form while leading peacekeeping forces to conflict zones. Furthermore, Frost is dedicated to revitalizing post-war areas and providing support for children. He has been awarded the Cosmic Peace Prize 3 times. Upon hearing the referee's words, Xiangpa couldn't help but exclaim, "What a truly great person." Bardas slightly turned her head towards Xiangpa. "I promised him that as long as he wins the match, you will provide him support. Will there be no support if he loses?" Xiangpa curiously asked. Bardas calmly replied, "Of course." Xiangpa, with a sympathetic expression, said, "How pitiful. A god of destruction should not utter such words." Bardas reminded. A peculiar glimmer flashed in her eyes. In the arena, Ye Tian's fist struck Frost's chest, and Frost reciprocated similarly. Once again, both were sent flying. During their flight, Ye Tian gathered his energy into the Kamehameha stance. A powerful wave of energy surged forth. Frost shot into the air at high speed. All his fingers pointed at Ye Tian, continuous death beams. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed for miles. Dozens of red energy beams engulfed Ye Tian, enveloping him in smoke. Frost hovered in the air, apologetically saying, "Sorry, I used too much force." As the smoke dissipated, a handsome young man emerged, smiling at Frost. "Let me remind you, transform into your final form. Your third form holds no significance to me." During the battle with Frost, Ye Tian discovered an important truth. When his opponent's combat power was significantly weaker than his peak state, the pain inflicted by the opponent did not enhance his own combat prowess. Thus, he needed Frost to assume his final form to generate the pain he sought. "Frost, I hope you do not disappoint me." Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Frost was taken aback. Could it be that the Ice Demon clan from his universe could also transform into a true final form? "On what basis do you claim this is the third form?" Ye Tian replied with a faint smile, "Because I too have concealed my strength." With a flourish, a pink aura erupted from his body, soaring several meters high, his hair instantly transforming to a vibrant pink. His combat power surged dramatically. Xiangpa, witnessing Ye Tian's transformation, was again astonished. "What? He can transform too?" Hearing Xiangpa's words, Beerus casually scratched his ear. "This is Super Saiyan Rose." Xiangpa quickly turned to his universe's Saiyan, Gabe. "Hey, can Saions transform too?" Gabe, equally stunned by Ye Tian's transformation, hurriedly waved his hands to clarify. "I've never seen or heard of this." He swallowed hard. This was his first encounter with a Scion's transformation, and the surge in combat power was simply terrifying. The mysterious man, who had remained silent, now opened his eyes for the first time throughout the tournament. Yet, after just a few seconds, he closed them again, remaining aloof and seemingly unaffected by his surroundings. Ye Tian flew into the air, aligning himself with Frost at the same height, and calmly stated, "Unleash all your power. Let us settle this." Realizing that his third form was no match for Ye Tian's current state, Frost understood that he had no choice but to transform into his final form. "The reason I hid my final form is not because I did not wish to give my all, but because, Before he could finish, Frost concentrated all his strength and began to transform, a blue light illuminating the arena. Bulma and the others instinctively shielded their eyes from the blinding radiance. As the light faded, Frost's final form emerged, resembling Frisia, transitioning from the rough, hulking third form to a more petite physique. Continuing from his earlier statement, Frost said, "Because the power of the final form is exceedingly difficult to control, I once used it to kill those who should not have been harmed. Since then, I have refrained from using this form. However, I believe you can withstand the power of this form. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ye Tian. You have compelled me to unleash the strength I should possess." Ye Tian felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing this. What did it mean that he had compelled Frost to unleash his true power? Noticing Ye Tian's momentary distraction, Frost shouted, "Now's my chance," and charged at him with blinding speed, aiming a punch at Ye Tian's chest. Bang! What? However, Frost's punch did not connect. Ye Tian effortlessly blocked it. Grasping Frost's fist, Ye Tian expressed his disappointment. "Ultimately, I find myself disappointed." What? Frost did not fully comprehend, but he vaguely sensed this was a doubt regarding his strength. His intuition was correct. Ye Tian was indeed questioning his power. He felt let down. Ye Tian had expected that upon transforming into his final form, Frost would be able to withstand a decent fight, but based on Frost's earlier display of speed, it was clearly insufficient. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian yanked Frost closer, lifting his knee and driving it forward with force. Bang! Frost was propelled several meters back. Had he not exerted all his strength to stabilize himself, he would have surely been thrown off the stage. Ye Tian calmly stated, "You are not my opponent. You should withdraw." Xiang Pa was incensed, exclaiming in frustration, "How can this Ye Tian be so formidable? Are all Super Saiyans this powerful?" Contemplating this, he looked at Gabe with a hint of anticipation, completely forgetting Gabe's previous assertion that Saiyans could not transform. Frost rose from the ground, shouting once more as he charged at Ye Tian. Bang! Bang! Again, he was sent flying by Ye Tian, nearly toppling off the stage. The situation had become one-sided. Frost stood up again to launch a fresh assault. But the outcome remained unchanged. He was once more sent flying. Observing Frost struggling to rise, Ye Tian remarked coolly, "Is this your ultimate power? If so, then you should concede. You are a good person, and I do not wish to harm you." Although Ye Tian had sensed a cunning smile in Frost's eyes earlier, leading him to believe that Frost's inner complexity was far from simple, he had yet to witness any egregious behavior from him, and thus did not want to cause him harm. After Frost rose from the ground, dragging his wounded and burdened body, he resolutely declared, "I have always taught children to never yield in the face of adversity. How could I possibly give up now? For the sake of a world free from war, for the happiness of children, and to earn the support of Lord Kampa, surrender is not an option for me." In an instant, the hearts of women like Kiki and Bulma were stirred with compassion. They could no longer bear to watch. Bulma shouted directly at the arena, "Frost, you can do it." Krillin glanced at Bulma. "Bulma, there's nothing you can do." Bulma's feelings were complex, filled with sympathy. Frost bellowed, "I will not give up." With that, another punch came hurtling towards him. Ye Tian, unwilling to prolong the torment of this man, prepared to send him flying with a single blow. Bang! Their fists collided. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, Jack was startled. He felt he had seen something, yet could not discern it clearly. Ye Tian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his fist. A tingling sensation coursed through him, as if he had been electrocuted. His vision began to waver, and his consciousness gradually blurred, akin to the sensation of inebriation. In his eyes, Frost appeared as a series of overlapping images. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of that peculiar cunning in Frost's gaze. Indeed, this fellow was up to something. At this instant, Frost was particularly exhilarated. He had endured until now precisely for this effect. "End it, Ye Tian," he shouted. "There's an opening." Bang! A solid punch struck Ye Tian's chest. Ye Tian flew backward like a kite severed from its string, heading towards the edge of the arena. As he was about to crash to the ground, everyone's hearts raced. What was happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. How could a single punch cause this? Frost wore a shadowy smile. Suddenly, his smile froze. How could this be? Chapter 51, The Destructive Power of Energy. This was impossible. Frost was astonished, as if struck by lightning. He distinctly saw Ye Tian standing upright mid-flight. How could this be? His poisonous sting had failed to incapacitate this man. How had he achieved this? This move had never failed him before. After stabilizing himself, Ye Tian slowly floated back to the arena, his gaze locked onto Frost, his pupils involuntarily constricting, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Frost instinctively shuddered, taking a step back. That gaze sent chills down his spine. Ye Tian suddenly roared, "Damn it!" and moved with the swiftness of a racing steed. At this moment, Ye Tian was consumed by fury, for Frost had resorted to underhanded tactics against him. During their exchange of blows, he had felt something prick his fist, rendering his brain completely unresponsive, on the verge of unconsciousness. To avoid losing the match, he was compelled to utilize the effect of his pseudo-immortality, substituting a single death for himself. In an instant, he appeared before Frost and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! One strike sent Frost soaring into the sky, and Ye Tian instantaneously followed, his fists clenched in a hammering formation. "Get down!" Bang! Ah! The blow landed squarely on Frost's abdomen, and he plummeted to the ground like a shooting star. Yet, this was not the end. Ye Tian directed both palms towards Frost, unleashing a barrage of hundreds of energy blasts in rapid succession. Die! Boom, boom, boom. Clouds of smoke erupted, leaving all spectators dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Ye Tian's sudden ferocity. It was as if he had transformed into a different person. "Hey!" Bulma couldn't help but exclaim. "Ye Tian, what are you doing?" "He-s a good person. You're being too ruthless." Kiki and the others echoed. "Yes, this feels a bit harsh." Goku scratched his head in confusion. Why treat him this way? Vegeta merely crossed his arms and huffed. He had been perplexed when Ye Tian was sent flying by a single punch, given Ye Tian's strength. It was impossible for him to be knocked down by such an attack. Something was amiss. Upon witnessing Ye Tian's sudden outburst of rage, he deduced that Frost must have employed some sort of trickery. While he had figured it out, he chose not to explain it to Kakarot, believing he would not grasp the concept. Moreover, it did not align with his character. As the smoke dissipated in the arena, Frost lay in a massive crater, covered in wounds and barely clinging to life. The referee descended, sensing Frost still had a pulse, and immediately announced, "I declare that Ye Tian from Universe 7 is the victor." However, aside from Beerus, no one from Universe 7 cheered, as they felt Ye Tian had gone too far. Frost was clearly a good person. Why treat him this way? Bulma, being true to her nature, shouted at Ye Tian in discontent. "Ye Tian, Frost is a great guy. Why did you injure him so severely?" Indeed, Ye Tian turned to Bulma and Krillin. "You have been deceived. Frost is not a good person, but a hypocrite." What? Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Ye Tian continued, "If you do not believe me, have the referee inspect his hands." The referee, standing right before Frost, carefully examined his hands. Suddenly, he noticed a needle. After just a brief contact, the referee felt dizzy and exclaimed, "Ah, I'm going to faint." With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. What? What is happening? The crowd was utterly baffled. At that moment, the referee stood up and addressed everyone. "Frost's arm bears a weapon. He has committed foul play." Gabe leaped up in disbelief. "Impossible. Frost fought alongside me against pirates. How could he cheat?" Bados calmly explained, "Actually, this is Frost's true nature. Those pirate forces were merely members of his underground organization. It was all a self-scripted performance." What? What is going on? Kampa looked at Bados, bewildered, struggling to reconcile how a seemingly great person could turn out this way. At that moment, Frost struggled to his feet, chuckling as he gazed at Bados and the crowd, casting a shadowy smile, and declared, "I instigate wars, then resolve them, acquiring war-ravaged lands at a bargain, and subsequently revitalizing the war zones for immense profit. This is the business model I devised, ha ha ha." Upon hearing his words, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated that he was indeed a hypocrite. Beerus remarked indifferently, "It turns out his schemes are quite similar to Frisia's." Kampa, enraged, clenched his small fists and shouted at Bados, "What is going on? Why select such a character?" Bados calmly replied, "It was you, Lord Kampa, who suggested finding someone likely to secure victory to avoid trouble. You did not admonish me to pay heed to the character of the contestants." In an instant, Kampa found himself at a loss for words, turning instead to Frost, extending his hand as a surge of destructive energy coalesced within it. He expressed his dissatisfaction with a scornful remark. "This fellow has brought me nothing but disgrace. I shall obliterate you." With a fierce whoosh, a deep violet wave of destructive energy hurtled towards Frost, no larger than a key blast. However, upon merely catching a glimpse of this destructive force, the onlookers instinctively shuddered, their eyes wide with trepidation. This, Frost's eyes were filled with terror as he frantically waved his hands, pleading for mercy. "No, Kampa." Before he could finish his sentence, the purple energy enveloped him entirely, expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, only to swiftly diminish, annihilating him in an instant without leaving a trace. A gust of wind swept through, as if Frost had never existed at all. All the spectators, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they were fish out of water, and they swallowed nervously, as though their throats had turned dry. Each one of them thought, "Ah, is this the power of destructive energy? It is overwhelmingly formidable." Vegeta, in particular, broke out in a cold sweat, for his fear of the god of destruction ran deep, a terror rooted in his childhood. Once bitten by a snake, he feared a well rope for 10 years. Beerus rested one hand on the table, propping his chin, his expression calm and indifferent, for he had witnessed such displays countless times before. In fact, he felt a twinge of pride, for the fate that befell those who dared to offend a god of destruction was all too clear. His gaze then shifted to the arena, seeking to observe Ye Tian's reaction to this destructive energy. This fellow had always exhibited a degree of disrespect towards him. Surely, witnessing this destructive energy would terrify him, and he would think twice about showing disrespect henceforth. However, he soon realized that Ye Tian's countenance and demeanor differed from those of the others. Chapter 52, Instant Transmission of the Kamehameha. Beerus was curious to see how Ye Tian would react to the destructive energy. Would he, like the others, be gripped by fear? Yet, he felt he had misjudged. Upon seeing the destructive energy, Ye Tian displayed no signs of fear, but rather appeared composed, as if contemplating something. Indeed, Ye Tian was engaged in thought. Regarding this destructive energy, his unique skill of immunity to such forces had already equipped him to withstand it. He was eager for Kampa to unleash a destructive energy attack on him, to experience it firsthand. What a thrilling prospect. If Beerus and Kampa were to learn of Ye Tian's intentions, their eyes would surely widen in disbelief. while others recoiled in fear of destructive energy. He was audaciously contemplating inviting them to unleash it upon him. Beerus scrutinized Ye Tian, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Following Frost's obliteration, Kampa vigorously patted his ample belly. Haha, I feel so much better. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, a god of destruction could extinguish a life in an instant and yet claim to feel uplifted, wearing a look of sheer delight. Nevertheless, no one mourned the demise of a hypocrite like Frost. Beerus remained preoccupied, still pondering Ye Tian's thoughts. Whis tilted his head slightly and inquired, Lord Beerus, you seem rather distracted. Upon regaining his composure, Beerus nonchalantly replied, not at all. It's about Ye Tian, isn't it? Beerus chose not to elaborate, turning his attention back to Kampa, rising to declare, Kampa, if you feel better, let us resume the match. If you intend to concede, do so promptly. Kampa huffed heavily, raising his hand in defiance. Beerus, you think too much. However, we require the barrier to be repaired, as it was damaged during the recent battle. Batos naturally ascended into the air, waving his staff, conjuring a light green barrier. This new barrier was markedly different from the previous one. It was far sturdier, yet significantly lower in height. The former barrier stood 50 meters tall, whereas this one was reduced to merely 30 meters. Beerus expressed his confusion. Hey, Kampa, why is this barrier so much shorter? Kampa, grinning mischievously, seemed to be plotting something, and turned to explain, well, because I believe we should add a new rule. Touching the barrier counts as a loss. Beerus was perplexed by Kampa's intentions, sensing an underlying scheme. He glanced at Ye Tian on the arena. What say you, Ye Tian? Whatever. Ye Tian responded, unfazed. He believed that with sufficient strength, any conspiracy would be rendered inconsequential. Beerus chose not to pursue the matter further. Since the contestants voiced no objections, it would be accepted. At this moment, the referee announced, next, from Universe 7, contestant Ye Tian will face off against Universe 6 Magetta. Magetta, a hulking metallic being with a searing power core at its chest and smoke emanating from its head, stepped onto the arena. Kampa chuckled lewdly, confident that the upcoming battle was assuredly in his favor. He unleashed an energy blast that struck a gong, signaling the official commencement of the match. Magetta swiftly gulped down a barrel of magma. Ye Tian could not help but think, what in the world is this creature? Drinking magma directly? But then again, this is the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Anything is possible. He instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Rose 1. With a swift motion of his right hand, 3 key blasts surged toward Magetta. Boom. However, upon impact, the blasts had no effect whatsoever. Ye Tian had not expected them to harm such a colossal foe. Closing the distance, he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Magetta, who staggered back only slightly, showcasing formidable defensive prowess. At that moment, Magetta opened his mechanical mouth, spewing forth magma saliva toward Ye Tian. Ye Tian evaded quickly, but the heat surrounding him intensified, and he sensed that the situation was growing dire. If the temperature continued to rise, breathing would soon become a struggle, diminishing his combat effectiveness. He finally understood why Kampa had abruptly altered the rules and shrunk the barrier. It was to provide Magetta with an overwhelming advantage. Nevertheless, as long as he could defeat Magetta with utmost speed, everything could be resolved. Magetta charged forward with his massive form, thundering towards him. And at that moment, where did he go? The crowd looked around in confusion. Ye Tian had vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, it was behind Magetta, hands poised in the Kamehameha stance. He bellowed, instant transmission Kamehameha. Boom. With a resounding crash, Magetta was caught entirely off guard, blasted away by the Kamehameha and crashing through the barrier, landing heavily on the ground. Kampa, witnessing Magetta's sudden defeat, was overcome with rage. Why did this happen? Why? In his pursuit of Machikata, he deliberately altered the rules. Yet now, he has been effortlessly defeated. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, rolling about and exclaiming, Beerus, you cunning one. You sent out your strongest contender right from the start. Beerus waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, Kampa, surely you are not one to take defeat poorly. Kampa sprang to his feet, casting a glance at his remaining warriors, Gabe and Hit, and ominously declared, Beerus, the final outcome is yet to be decided. Your champion has emerged, but mine has yet to step into the fray. Soon you shall understand the meaning of despair. Beerus scoffed, arrogantly directing his gaze elsewhere. Completely disregarding Kampa, unable to remain seated any longer, Goku approached Beerus and implored, Lord Beerus, allow me to join the fight. We have yet to engage. Beerus, however, wished to witness the full extent of Ye Tian's prowess. The previous 3 warriors from Universe 6 had not compelled Ye Tian to reveal his true strength, leaving Beerus unsatisfied with the outcome. Thus, he deemed it inappropriate to allow Goku to enter just yet. You shall be the anchor, coming in last to elevate the atmosphere to its zenith. Goku protested, but if Ye Tian wins outright, the excitement will fizzle before it even begins. That is not how it shall be. Moreover, you cannot enter midway. Observe Ye Tian's combat techniques closely. They will prove invaluable for your future encounters with him. Future encounters? Lord Beerus, did you not prohibit me from facing Ye Tian? Now you speak of future matches? What a contradiction. Goku scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend the shifting permissions. Vegeta, arms crossed and seated, mused quietly. It seems I was not mistaken. Lord Beerus and Ye Tian share some form of agreement, likely concerning a duel between Kakarot or myself against Ye Tian. Who is this Ye Tian that warrants such intrigue? Surely, without him, Beerus would not have entrusted Whis with training me and Kakarot. Vegeta's thoughts were largely accurate. Beerus indeed orchestrated Whis' training of him and Goku as part of a wager involving Ye Tian. Otherwise, Beerus would not be one to idly engage in such endeavors, as it starkly contradicts his nature. Feeling unable to articulate his reasoning and reluctant to divulge the details of his wager with Ye Tian to Goku, Beerus coldly instructed, simply remain and observe. At that moment, the referee announced, next, from Universe 6, we have contestant Gabe facing off against Universe 7's Ye Tian. A spirited Saiyan against a fierce one. Who shall emerge victorious? Let us witness. Ye Tian found himself bemused by the description of a spirited Saiyan, clearly not referring to him, while Gabe, youthful and vibrant, indeed appeared quite refreshing. Thus, was he to be labeled the fierce Saiyan merely due to his strength? The referee's choice of words was rather perplexing. Gabe soared onto the arena and bowed slightly to Ye Tian. I look forward to your guidance. Ye Tian reciprocated with a slight bow. Likewise, Gabe, let us conclude this swiftly. Transform. Gabe suddenly recalled Ye Tian's earlier transformation into Super Saiyan Rose. Is that transformation the one you just performed? Indeed. But your transformation should be golden, not pink. Ye Tian elucidated. He speculated that Gabe's transformation would resemble those of Goku and Vegeta, rather than his own unique variant. However, Ye Tian was unaware that his rose form was not a mere mutation, but a result of his lineage linked to Black Goku. Yes, transform. Ye Tian nodded slightly. He craved a duel with a formidable opponent, rather than a gradual escalation. Gabe, somewhat embarrassed, replied, I cannot. I do not know how to transform. What? Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, you cannot transform into a Super Saiyan? Gabe affirmed once more, no, I cannot. Please teach me. He lowered his head after speaking. Vegeta, witnessing this exchange from the contestants' area, felt his cheeks twitch. As a Saiyan, it was an affront to bow and seek instruction from an opponent in the arena. What an indignity to the Saiyan lineage. Ye Tian, seizing the moment, transformed into Super Saiyan Rose and proclaimed, come forth, let us duel. Although Gabe did not hear Ye Tian's offer to teach him, he felt a pang of disappointment, yet assumed an offensive stance. With a swift motion, Ye Tian appeared before Gabe and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ah! Gabe gasped, blood spurting forth as he fell into a daze. Ye Tian leaned closer and calmly remarked, the key to transforming into a Saiyan lies in your rage. When you possess sufficient anger, you shall transform into a Super Saiyan. Always remember this pain. It may propel you to new heights. With that, Gabe collapsed to the ground. The spectators were left in shock. Had he truly been defeated in a single move? This was astonishingly swift. Yet they discerned that the gap between Gabe and Ye Tian was indeed significant. The referee quickly approached to assess Gabe's condition and declared, contestant Gabe is unconscious. He is disqualified. The victor is Ye Tian. Whis remarked calmly. Ye Tian has now achieved 4 consecutive victories. Well done. Beerus, brimming with excitement, nearly burst into laughter. We are assured victory. While some rejoiced, others were filled with despair. Beerus was elated, while Kampa seethed with rage, gritting his teeth and muttering incoherently, almost transforming himself from fury. Beerus, standing nearby, cautioned, Lord Kampa, do be mindful of your blood pressure. To which Kampa roared back, silence. Beerus glanced at Hit and noted, we only have 1 contestant left. After regaining his composure, Kampa leaned back on the sofa and stated coolly, with Hit remaining, there is no need for concern. His tone conveyed not just calmness, but also unwavering confidence. Clearly, he held absolute faith in Hit, the legendary assassin of their universe. Curiously, he turned to Beerus and inquired, yet, it is quite remarkable that he agreed to participate. Indeed, the condition was that if he wins, he shall receive the time ring. Beerus replied unhurriedly. Kampa's face turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes bulging, mouth agape, his flesh quivering with agitation as he exclaimed, what? The ring? That is a means of divine transportation. If he obtains the ring, he could traverse to other universes and anywhere he desires. Beerus responded calmly. It is imperative to persuade Hit to compete. That is Lord Kampa's directive. Kampa recalled his own words. Yes, I did say that. However, if he acquires the ring, capturing him would become exceedingly difficult. An elusive assassin is no laughing matter. Batos interjected. Then I shall go and refuse him. As Kampa's ears drooped softly against his head, he sighed, it's too late now. With this, victory is assured. Hit ascended to the arena, hands tucked in his pockets, his gaze chillingly fixed on Ye Tian. Ye Tian replied nonchalantly, I've been waiting for you. His greatest anticipation had always been to face off against Hit. Although the specifics of Hit's strength remained a mystery to him, he could sense that Hit surpassed every competitor from Universe 6. Hit resembled a towering iceberg as he coldly remarked, You've been waiting for me. Ye Tian nodded gently, I am quite eager. Hit, without uttering another word, assumed his most iconic attacking stance, impeccably poised for both offense and defense. Chapter 54, Flash Time vs. Flash Time. Ye Tian transformed instantly into the Super Saiyan Rose state. From Hit's demeanor, he felt that this individual warranted his utmost effort. However, he hesitated to unleash his full power from the outset, fearing that greater expectations would lead to deeper disappointment. Hit's gaze never left Ye Tian, as he too recognized Ye Tian's formidable prowess, though he believed that Ye Tian had yet to reveal his complete strength. In Hit's estimation, no matter how extraordinary Ye Tian was, he could not possibly match him, for his own flash time was an enigma that no one had yet unraveled. Ye Tian observed Hit's stance, truly impeccable. While he could not afford to strike recklessly, enduring this stalemate posed no issue. With a flash of movement, he left behind trails of pink energy as he advanced toward Hit. Hit met him head-on. In an instant, the atmosphere around Hit transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Flash time. Upon witnessing the change, Ye Tian quickly realized that Hit had activated flash time. This technique allows one to leap through time for 0.1 seconds, enabling rapid growth. Subsequently, a playful smile crept across Ye Tian's face. Whoosh! With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, retreating a meter. Hit's punch met only air. What? Hit stared incredulously at Ye Tian, his expression betraying his confusion at failing to grasp the situation. This presented an opportune moment to strike. Yet Ye Tian refrained. This was merely a contest, not a life-or-death battle. He naturally chose not to act. Moreover, he was aware that Hit must have realized he was utilizing flash time. True to his reputation as a cosmic assassin, Hit shook off his momentary daze and, regarding Ye Tian with a look of bewilderment, inquired, You can use flash time too? At the mention of flash time, the audience erupted in murmurs of curiosity, questioning its nature. At this juncture, Whis elucidated, flash time is a rather unique martial art that permits one to jump through time for 0.1 seconds. To think that both of them possess the ability to manipulate time like I do. However, what Whis remained oblivious to was that Ye Tian also wielded the power of time reversal, though he deemed it unnecessary against these opponents. The crowd gasped at Whis' explanation. Goku clasped his hands behind his head, exclaiming, How impressive. No wonder I couldn't see their attacks vanish in an instant. It's all due to this technique, called flash time. Vegeta regarded Ye Tian with a grave expression, pondering the sheer number of techniques he had mastered. With his ultimate flash, Kakaroto's Kamehameha, and Master Roshi's renowned techniques, now he had also acquired Hit's flash time. He couldn't fathom what other techniques Ye Tian had concealed, nor where he had learned them. The spectators, including Beerus, shared Vegeta's astonishment. He too had not anticipated Ye Tian's proficiency in such techniques. Kampa clenched his teeth, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction as he sensed the tide turning. Hit's flash time was now matched by his opponent. In the arena, Hit, upon discovering Ye Tian's knowledge of flash time, wore a more serious expression than he had ever displayed as a cosmic assassin. With a renewed determination, he launched another attack at Ye Tian. Bang! Ye Tian was sent flying by Hit's punch, crashing hard against the ground. What? The audience was taken aback. Had Ye Tian not also mastered flash time? Why had he not utilized it? Kampa, disregarding the implications, leaped joyously, dancing with excitement. Yay, yay, yay. Hit too was puzzled. His opponent clearly possessed flash time, yet had chosen not to evade his attack. Ye Tian rose from the ground, feeling waves of pain coursing through his body, exhilarated by the long-lost sensation of combat. Indeed, he had not been disappointed. Hit, unable to contain his curiosity, queried, You clearly know flash time, so why not use it? Ye Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied with excitement, I simply don't want to. Oh, why not? Hit's confusion deepened. To possess flash time, yet refrain from using it was perplexing. Ye Tian replied coolly, Because I want to see if I can defeat you without it. Beerus, with an icy demeanor, remarked, What an arrogant fellow. Whis chimed in. Indeed, much like Lord Beerus. Beerus fell silent. Kampa, however, was animated, exclaiming, Oh dear, Yang Tian. You said you wouldn't use flash time. If you do, beware of my wrath. Yang Tian merely smiled faintly at Kampa's words, not taking them to heart. Goku, perplexed, pondered, why is Yang Tian doing this? Vegeta replied coolly, perhaps he is like you? Huh, like me? How so? Goku remained utterly bewildered. Indeed, Yang Tian's behavior mirrored Goku's. Both refrained from unleashing their full power at the onset of battle, instead opting for a gradual escalation. There was even a sense of assisting their opponents in becoming stronger before revealing their true strength. Yang Tian, however, harbored no such thoughts. He simply wished to harness the pain inflicted by Hit to enhance his combat prowess. In the arena, Hit's brows furrowed in response to Yang Tian's words. His expression twisted with rage. You are toying with me. Huh. With that, he activated flash time once more, launching an assault on Yang Tian. His right hand struck Yang Tian's abdomen, unleashing a powerful energy blast. Brilliant light erupted. Boom. The energy blast struck Yang Tian squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling toward the edge of the arena. Bulma, Krillin, and the other spectators watched in a mix of worry and incredulity. What was Yang Tian up to? He had flash time at his disposal, yet chose not to use it. Krillin, equally baffled, exclaimed, I just don't get it. Hit did not relent in his assault, swiftly darting to Yang Tian's rear to initiate another series of strikes. Whoosh. His fist flew out. A punch missed its mark. Hit paused, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The onlookers gasped. Did he just use flash time? Kampa questioned, did he? I want to destroy him. Bardos cautioned, no. He isn't using flash time to evade. He is simply dodging normally. Indeed, Ye Tian deftly evaded Hit's assault, which left a look of astonishment in Hit's eyes. With a swift motion, Ye Tian seized Hit's arm and executed a shoulder throw with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Hit was slammed into the ground, creating a significant crater. Rising from the impact, Hit inquired with a puzzled expression, have you deciphered the time skip technique? Ye Tian candidly replied, indeed. The time skip allows a leap of 1 second, and by deducing your attack trajectory within that second, I can naturally counter you. The spectators, upon hearing Ye Tian's explanation, stood in stunned disbelief. It was an extraordinary feat to predict Hit's next move and respond accordingly. Hit furrowed his brow tightly, asking, how do you know where I will strike? Ye Tian generously elucidated, it is due to your profession. My profession? Hit responded, perplexed. Ye Tian smiled calmly, articulating, precisely. It pertains to your vocation. As a universe-class assassin, every part of your body is a lethal target, a habit ingrained over many years. Altering that instinct is not feasible. Perhaps, in a short time, I may still struggle to unravel the time skip technique. Yet, I am confident that as the battle progresses, I shall ultimately decipher it. This explanation left the audience in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, their bodies rendered immobile. Ye Tian was undeniably a combat prodigy, having unraveled the time skip's efficacy in mere moments. The intensity of his prowess was staggering. Xiang Pa exclaimed in astonishment, the invincible time skip has been countered. Bardos chimed in, indeed, it has been broken. Xiang Pa, with mouth agape, called out, oh no, Hit. This is your ultimate trump card, your last contestant. You cannot afford to lose again, or I shall truly be defeated. The thought of Beerus's mocking visage ignited his fury. Though Hit was taken aback, as a universe-class assassin, he possessed the requisite mental fortitude. He acknowledged Ye Tian with respect. You are indeed formidable. However, I shall not yield easily. With a hearty laugh, he unleashed a ki blast, swiftly pursuing it. Time skip. Whoosh. Bang. Ye Tian effortlessly evaded the attack. With a swift counter, Ye Tian struck Hit's head. This time, he did not relent but unleashed a rapid succession of attacks, his figure flashing as he closed in on Hit with unparalleled speed. His fists rained down like phantoms. Bang. Hit was once again sent flying. In an instant, Ye Tian appeared behind Hit, placing his palm against Hit's back. Here you go. A wave of ki energy surged forth from his hand, radiating a rosy hue. Boom. Hit was propelled away, while Ye Tian crouched momentarily before launching himself into the air, spinning mid-flight. With palms directed towards Hit, hundreds of ki blasts cascaded like rain, bombarding him. A dazzling display of light illuminated the arena, enveloped in swirling smoke. Ye Tian hovered in the air, gazing intently into the mist. I hope you do not disappoint me. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than Hit burst through the smoke, closing the distance to Ye Tian, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Within the radiant aura of ki blasts, two figures engaged in a fierce aerial duel, exchanging thousands of blows. Hit continued to employ the time skip for his attacks. Yet Ye Tian deftly evaded them. Occasionally, Ye Tian would land a punch that sent Hit reeling, but Hit showed no signs of slowing down, even when struck. He quickly reattached himself to Ye Tian. Bang! Ye Tian landed another punch squarely on Hit's chest, sending him flying several meters away. Hit crossed his arms, stabilizing himself. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, Ye Tian regarded him calmly, saying, "Hit, do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full power." The onlookers were perplexed by Ye Tian's words. What did he mean by not hiding? Did Hit possess a hidden card? Xiang Pa, sensing a glimmer of hope, urged Hit. "Hit, give it your all. If you can win decisively, the squares are yours." Hit fixed his gaze on Ye Tian, lowering his hands into his pockets, exhaling softly. The crowd observed Hit's demeanor, especially noting the newfound confidence in his eyes, realizing he surely had a hidden trump card. What more could this formidable assassin possess? Just as the spectators pondered, Hit surged forth like a shooting star, his figure flickering into existence. When they beheld him again, he had already delivered a powerful punch to Ye Tian's abdomen. Bang! Thud! Ye Tian was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, the stone tiles shattering beneath him. The audience gasped in astonishment. What martial art was this? It felt even more potent than before. Well done, Xiang Pa cheered, indifferent to the intricacies of the technique. As long as it led to victory, Ye Tian lay sprawled on the ground, an exhilarated grin on his face. This is thrilling. It feels like we are reaching a climax. Bulma remarked, while number 18 said, "That sounds so familiar," her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Krillin, noticing number 18's reaction, asked, "Number 18, what is wrong?" She quickly shook her head. "Nothing." Ye Tian rose from the ground, declaring, "Hit, this is the fighting spirit you should possess." Hit regarded Ye Tian with a look akin to that of a monster. "You truly relish combat." Ye Tian, uncertain of the reason, felt an immense enjoyment in battle since acquiring the bloodline of Black Goku, especially in clashes that brought him pain. Of course, it was essential that his opponent not be overwhelmingly strong. After all, the growth that pain brings has its limits. Hit continued, "In that case, let us engage in a battle with all our might." With a mighty roar, Hit's aura surged exponentially, emanating tendrils of pale blue energy. "Ye Tian, your strength has ignited my excitement. I once believed I had reached my limit, but this battle with you has irrevocably altered my perspective. I still have room to grow. I have enhanced the time skip to 0.5 seconds. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Hit had somehow amplified the time skip to 0.5 seconds. If 1 second allowed for a single strike, then half a second enabled 5. The potential for devastation was unfathomable. Goku couldn't help but marvel. Hit is astonishing. Is Ye Tian truly his match? I yearn to duel with Hit. With that, he eagerly prepared for the impending battle. Ye Tian gazed at Hit, a devilish smile gracing his lips. I share your excitement. However, Chapter 56, Kampa interjected, "Are you mocking me? Yet, I have yet to unleash my full potential." Ye Tian chuckled mischievously. Goku, Vegeta, and the others were taken aback. Goku couldn't help but exclaim, "What? That's not even his strongest form." Vegeta, equally astonished, contemplated the sheer power Ye Tian had demonstrated thus far. If this was not his ultimate strength, was he truly capable of single-handedly defeating the fighters of Universe 6? Piccolo, observing the astonishment of Vegeta, Goku, and Beerus, elucidated, "Indeed, he possesses an even more formidable transformation. A more powerful form?" The crowd pondered, and suddenly, Beerus recalled a moment from the past when he intended to obliterate Earth. Ye Tian had erupted with an immensely potent energy. The Super Saiyan Rose had undergone an evolution. Could it be that during these few months, he had mastered that form? Piccolo tilted his head slightly towards Goku, then directed his gaze back to Ye Tian on the arena, stating, "That's right, Super Saiyan Rose 2. Super Saiyan Rose 2? Goku murmured, before immediately expressing his excitement. Incredible. As a Saiyan, he certainly understands the enhancements that accompany the ascension from the first to the second level. If Ye Tian's first form is already this formidable, then one can only imagine the horror of the second." On the arena, Ye Tian, having spoken, clenched his fists and began to gather energy. Boom, boom. His entire being was enveloped in waves of pinkish light. The explosive power instantaneously drew upon the forces above the nameless star system, conjuring thick clouds across the sky. Boom, boom, boom. A column of pink light erupted from the center of Ye Tian's body, soaring skyward as if to pierce the heavens. A tempest arose, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder as the winds howled in concert. Bulma, Krillin, and others hurriedly shielded their eyes from the overwhelming gusts. The arena cracked incessantly. The divine energy within Ye Tian began to manifest gradually. What? Divine energy? The deities of Universe 6 were utterly shocked. This mortal possessed divine energy. Such a breath of vitality was exclusive to gods, yet here it was within an ordinary individual. Kampa's expression shifted dramatically as he leaped onto his chair, clenching his fists. commanding Hit. Hit, launch your attack immediately. Do not allow him to transform. Hit, witnessing Ye Tian's transformation, was taken aback, his purple visage reflecting disbelief. Kampa, noticing Hit's hesitance to engage, raised his fists and bellowed, Hit, quit dawdling and strike. Kampa could sense the divine energy pulsating within Ye Tian. Should he succeed in transforming, the battle would become exceedingly challenging. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Hit snapped back to reality and began to prepare for combat. Yet, just 2 seconds later, he withdrew his hand, abandoning the notion of immediate attack. With a serious tone, he stated, You grow stronger, I will become even stronger. Kampa, witnessing Hit's decision to forego the assault, appeared disheartened, covering his ears with his hands and sighing, alas. Regaining his composure, he urged, Hit, commence your attack. This transformation requires considerable time. If you strike now, victory is yours. Beerus couldn't help but taunt, Truly, you are the esteemed Kampa. Kampa turned to glare at Beerus, questioning, Are you mocking me? Beerus retorted, Oh, I discern that. Gabiru then stood up to explain to Hit, Lord Kampa, if Hit wins under such circumstances, it would severely damage his pride. Kampa's expression darkened at Gabiru's words. The fact that Hit disregarded his orders was already irksome, and now a defeated fighter like Gabiru dared to lecture him. He could barely contain his ire. Pointing a finger at Gabiru, his voice turned icy. Enough. I am currently engaged in a contest with Beerus. I advise you not to overestimate your significance. Kampa's destructive energy surged forth. Gabiru was taken aback, vividly recalling Frost's obliteration. Kampa continued, Listen closely, you are merely pawns in our game. Upon hearing these words, Ye Tian, Hit, Goku, and Vegeta, along with all the competitors, fixed their gazes on Kampa, their eyes brimming with menace. Those who had come to compete were predominantly skilled fighters, each endowed with a strong sense of pride. None wished to be mere pawns, especially not when explicitly stated. The intensity of their gazes caused Kampa to retreat. Stumbling back into his chair, astonished, he looked at Ye Tian and Hit, his large yellow eyes wide with disbelief. How can this be? Beerus chuckled. Isn't this splendid? Kampa, feeling aggrieved, found it intolerable that he was being mocked by Beerus, who was supposed to be his subordinate. You, Beerus calmly replied. You are welcome to punish them at any time. However, at this moment, I am far more interested in witnessing the final outcome of the match. With that, he disregarded Kampa and turned his attention back to the arena. Kampa, feeling stifled, forced himself to restrain his frustration. On the arena, a thunderous roar echoed as a formidable aura emanated from Ye Tian's form, expanding outward. At that moment, the crowd seemed to hear a celestial symphony. Shortly thereafter, a rousing melody resonated. The man radiating with his own background music. Ye Tian's presence captivated those watching. The first impression was one of striking handsomeness, followed closely by an overwhelming sense of power. His hair shimmered a vibrant pink, his entire being wreathed in tendrils of pink energy, laced with golden lightning. The crackling sounds resonated. Ye Tian clenched his fists and calmly declared, This is Super Saiyan Rose 2. Super Saiyan Rose 2? Hit murmured. Ahaha. Instantly, he elevated his own combat power, enveloped in a cascade of light blue energy. All right, Hit, let us engage. Unleash your full strength for a decisive battle. Seeing Hit prepared, Ye Tian bellowed, his body adopting a commanding stance as he charged at Hit, pushing himself to the utmost limit. Every muscle in his body screaming in agony from the immense pressure of his peak state. Hit similarly shouted, Come on, Ye Tian. Chapter 57. It is not a matter of saving or not saving. Bang. The two clashed fists, both retreating several meters. Ye Tian did not pause for an instant. He assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave and roared, Tenfold Kamehameha, ha! In an instant, the vicinity was bathed in a brilliant blue light emanating from Ye Tian's tenfold Kamehameha wave. Hit faced the oncoming wave, unleashing his own most potent energy attack, full power. Energy sphere. Boom. Ah! Ye Tian cried out. Utilizing instantaneous teleportation, he shifted to the other side. Once more, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave, the instantaneous teleportation Kamehameha. Huh? Who? What? Hit exclaimed, swiftly redirecting his other hand, gathering energy at an astonishing pace. Full power, energy blast. Boom. Boom 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 boom. Hoo hoo hoo. The clash of energy waves between Hit and Ye Tian sent shockwaves of energy spiraling outward. A tempest of winds erupted, initially lifting lighter grains of sand and stone. Within mere seconds, a murky haze enveloped the surrounding area, rendering navigation impossible within a mere 10 paces. The cacophony echoed like a monstrous tidal wave crashing down. And as the sandstorm raged furiously, torrents of yellow waves churned violently in the expanse. The audience stands were also swept up by the gale, with spectators crying out in alarm. They clung to one another, desperately trying to maintain their footing, yet the ferocity of the wind sent them staggering. The old Kai clutched desperately at the hair of the Supreme Kai, nearly swept away by the gusts. At that moment, the referee was also carried off into the cosmos by the swirling sand, exclaiming in a flustered manner. Just then, a radiant green light enveloped the referee, forming a protective barrier around him, preventing him from being whisked away into the void. This verdant shield was none other than Whis's intervention. Not only that, but Whis and Beerus simultaneously acted, shielding the entire audience with energy waves that quelled the tempest. Beerus waved away the swirling sand and dust, shaking his head vigorously to rid himself of the grime. How is the match progressing? Kampa coughed, glancing around at the swirling haze. I can't see a thing. Taking a step forward, he collided painfully with a chair, rolling over it in agony. Ouch. It was uncertain whether his cries were genuine or an act of endearment. The referee slowly descended onto the arena, layers of dust obscuring his vision to just a few meters. Glancing around with curiosity, he inquired, where have the competitors gone? Beerus, unable to wait for the mist to clear, waved his hand dismissively, dispersing all the fog. Instantly, the crowd beheld Ye Tian lying on the arena floor, while Hit had fallen off the platform. Previously, Ye Tian had held the advantage, confident in his ability to send Hit flying, yet he had not anticipated that. In the final moment, Hit would break through, expanding his time skip to 0.7 seconds. Though it was only a mere increase of 0.2 seconds, it had allowed Hit to evade a considerable amount of damage. Nevertheless, Ye Tian had unleashed 2 Kamehameha waves in succession, one of which was amplified tenfold. Despite Hit's evasions, he still bore the brunt of the assault. Lying on the arena, Ye Tian gazed upwards, a look of contentment on his face. For his body was rapidly converting the damage sustained into power. He felt that following this battle, he would experience a notable enhancement. Upon witnessing the condition of both fighters, the referee swiftly flew to Hit's side to ascertain whether he still possessed a pulse. If Hit had perished, it would mean Ye Tian had committed manslaughter, resulting in disqualification. Just as he descended, he caught sight of Hit, eyes wide open, breathing heavily, murmuring, "Truly a formidable opponent." A smile broke forth. "Indeed, I must continue to improve." "Thank you, Ye Tian." Although Hit had faced defeat, Ye Tian had imparted a valuable lesson about the vastness of the world, reminding him that there are always greater heights to reach. He must persist in his journey of growth, for resting on past laurels would not suffice. After observing Hit's condition, the referee, with no need for further examination, declared, "Ye Tian is the victor. Ultimately, Universe 7 triumphs." "Well done." Beerus leapt up in jubilation. Whis added with a smile, "Remarkable. One individual has single-handedly penetrated Universe 6. Krillin, clutching a Senzu bean, swiftly flew to the arena, prepared to offer Ye Tian a bean. Ye Tian hurriedly declined. "I don't want it. Give it to Hit." Krillin presumed Ye Tian felt the Senzu bean was insufficient, hence passing it to Hit. "Ye Tian, there's enough Senzu beans here, no need to conserve. Come on, eat." Ye Tian chuckled in disbelief, refusing once more. "Krillin, I truly do not need a Senzu bean. It is not a matter of conservation. Rather, I relish this sensation. Having finally reached this level of pain, should I consume a Senzu bean now, I would lose all sense of discomfort, and thus, my combat prowess would not increase." Krillin, Goku, Beerus. The crowd fell momentarily silent, astonished by Ye Tian's words, unsure of what to say. As they gradually processed this revelation, they pondered, what kind of person is he? To revel in such pain, could he possibly be a masochist? Piccolo and Whis exchanged glances, a spark of understanding illuminating their expressions. Once Krillin regained his composure, he flew to Hit, offering him a Senzu bean. Hit swiftly regained his vitality and then approached Ye Tian, saying, "Thank you, Ye Tian." Following that, he soared towards the Universe 6 contestant area. Ye Tian lay on the ground, simply smiling knowingly, aware of why Hit expressed gratitude. In the Universe 6 contestant zone, Kampa seethed with rage, glaring at Kaba, Magetta, Hit, and others, his eyes ablaze with fury. Hit addressed Kampa, "Lord Kampa, I no longer want the cube. Please allow me to return." Kampa's eyes narrowed, casting a shadowy gaze at Hit. "You certainly have a talent for jest." As he spoke, a purple sphere of destructive energy materialized in his palm. "Hit, time and again, you defy my commands. When I summoned you, you refused to comply. And with that insolent gaze upon me, you have all brought me disgrace. How could I permit your return? I shall obliterate you." Hit assumed a combat stance, calmly stating, "I anticipated this." Rising from the arena, Ye Tian stood tall, confronting Kampa, who sought to annihilate Hit. He interjected, "Lord Kampa, please show mercy." Before Kampa could respond, Beerus interjected, clearing his ears. "Ye Tian, do not meddle in matters that do not concern you." "Lord Beerus, Hit." Beerus abruptly cut Ye Tian off. "Your performance has been commendable, deserving of praise, yet the match has concluded. You are no longer the focal point. Kampa wholeheartedly concurred, his tone icy. Indeed, from this moment forth, we shall revert to the original state. We will dictate all. Do you comprehend? We are the law. You will obediently comply. With that, he erupted in boisterous laughter, hooting and hollering. Ye Tian, dragging his battered form, flew to Hit's side. Upon witnessing his arrival, Kampa immediately inquired, Ye Tian? What brings you here? Do you wish to challenge me? Ye Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he implored, I hope that Lord Kampa can spare Hit and the others. Hit cast a glance at Ye Tian, gratitude flickering in his eyes. To stand up for him at such a moment truly showcased Ye Tian's audacity. Kampa coldly retorted, Ye Tian, I see that you two are quite agitated. You wish for me to spare Hit. On what grounds? Just because you triumphed over my contestant? I am in a foul mood, and I shall destroy you just the same. Beerus and Whis swiftly approached, declaring, Kampa, Ye Tian is from my Universe 7. If anyone is to destroy him, it shall be I. He then turned to Ye Tian, his tone frigid. Ye Tian, I have already stated that you are no longer the protagonists. It is not your place to speak now. Kampa was not wrong. We are indeed the arbiters of the rules. Of course, should someone wish to confront a destroyer god to alter the rules, that would be an entirely different matter. Ye Tian calmly replied, whether or not we are the protagonists is beyond my knowledge. I only know that Hit is a formidable opponent, and I hope to face him in battle again in the future. Kampa, holding a sphere of destructive energy in his right hand, exclaimed, how audacious. What gives you the right? Ye Tian glanced at the sphere in Kampa's hand and replied with remarkable composure, Lord Kampa, if I can withstand your destructive energy sphere, will you then spare Hit and the others? A profound silence enveloped the air, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The crowd was left in awe, mouths agape, unable to utter a word for an extended period. After a while, they began to regain their composure. Insanity. Ye Tian was utterly reckless, daring to withstand the energy of a destroyer god. Could he truly endure it? It seemed an impossible feat. Beerus, Whis, and Vados were equally astonished by Ye Tian's words. Whis and Vados were aware of Ye Tian's unique physique, which grew stronger the more he was struck. However, this was destructive energy, and being struck by it would spell disaster. It was not merely a matter of endurance. Beerus, skeptical of Ye Tian's claim, asked with an icy demeanor, Ye Tian, what are you saying? Are you jesting? Before Ye Tian could respond, Kampa excitedly interjected, very well, I accept your challenge. Hee. You are the first to voluntarily request to withstand my destructive energy. Beerus looked at Ye Tian, slowly stating, since someone is challenging a destroyer god, I suppose it is not forbidden. Whis felt a surge of anxiety. Ye Tian's voluntary acceptance to endure Kampa's destructive energy was fraught with peril. Should he fail, Zeno would undoubtedly be furious, and Kampa, Beerus, he himself, and his sister would surely face annihilation. It was possible that all 12 universes would be erased. He contemplated warning Ye Tian, reminding him that he was Zeno's father. However, recalling Zeno's directive, he refrained from revealing his identity, feeling the weight of secrecy was unbearably painful. Observing Ye Tian closely, he noted the pure confidence in his gaze, and could not help but wonder if Ye Tian truly could withstand the destructive energy. Impossible. Such a feat was beyond comprehension. Not a single individual in existence could endure the energy of a destroyer god. It's all right, Hit, you should step aside. Come, Lord Kampa, Ye Tian urged, preparing to activate his immunity against destructive energy. Ye Tian's request to withstand the destructive energy stemmed not only from a desire to assist Hit, but also from a personal motive. He wished to test whether enduring the destructive energy would yield a growth effect through pain. If so, how significant would it be? After all, it was destructive energy. If it could enhance his abilities, it would certainly not be insignificant. If it indeed provided a growth effect from pain, he could approach Beerus daily, resulting in a considerable increase in his combat prowess. Beerus had not anticipated that Ye Tian had such intentions. Kampa smirked, saying, such commendable courage. Truly the spirit of an athlete, how moving. Ye Tian shook his head and declared, Lord Kampa, unleash it. Do not waste any more time. Seeing Kampa still hesitating, reveling in his own pride, Ye Tian could no longer contain himself. The crowd was taken aback by Ye Tian's words, astonished and speechless. How desperately reckless he seemed. Kampa, initially inclined to gloat, realized he could no longer delay. All right, let us conclude this now. At that moment, a tricolored beam of light descended from the cosmic firmament, and a figure appeared on the arena. The crowd shifted their gazes toward the newcomer, causing Kampa to pause. Upon recognizing the individual on the platform, a wave of shock washed over him. Beerus, Whis, and Vados, along with anyone familiar with the newcomer, felt their expressions shift dramatically. Beerus and Kampa's faces turned a deep purple, akin to that of a purple yam. as the surrounding air became stifling. Chapter 59. The mysterious individual is. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a while. Standing on the platform was a man whose appearance bore a resemblance to Whis and Vados, albeit shorter in stature. With light blue skin, a white coif, and violet eyes and lips, a light blue halo floated behind his head, and a belt adorned with a single character encircled his waist. He appeared amiable, yet exuded an aura of unique authority, so pure that it felt unfathomable. The Grand Minister. Kampa and Beerus gasped, their mouths agape, nearly stunned into silence. The old Kaioshin, and Jebit of Universe 7, along with the Kaioshin of Universe 6, broke into a cold sweat, simultaneously exclaiming, "Oh no, the Grand Minister." Indeed, the figure was none other than the Grand Minister. One of the most formidable beings in the cosmos, Xeno's steward, who typically managed all matters within the universe. After the collective gasp of astonishment, Whis and Vados exchanged a glance. Shall we continue to look down from our lofty perch? Is that even a question? Of course not. Kampa and Beerus admonished them before swiftly flying to the arena. What brings the Grand Minister to such a place? The assembled Kaioshins thought, as they too hurriedly descended. The sudden arrival of the Grand Priest left Beerus and Kampa feeling as if they were but fragile pieces of paper, tossed and battered by an unrelenting storm. Upon approaching the Grand Priest, both Beerus and Kampa bowed deeply, perspiration cascading down their foreheads, their bodies trembling slightly as they stammered incoherently. Although the Grand Priest lacked the authority to directly manage the gods of destruction, he was an esteemed confidant of the Omni-King, serving as a steward. If he desired to take action against them, a mere whisper to the Omni-King would suffice, rendering their fates easily manipulable. Furthermore, the Grand Priest's immense power overshadowed theirs, leaving them no choice but to treat him with utmost respect. Otherwise, they risked facing dire consequences without recourse, as the Omni-King would likely remain indifferent, offering little more than a reprimand or the suggestion to train another god of destruction from scratch. Meanwhile, the old Kai and others were prostrate on the ground, visibly trembling. Ye Tian, Goku, and Vegeta gazed at the Grand Priest with curiosity. Ye Tian pondered quietly, contemplating whether this individual was indeed the Grand Priest. According to Whis, it was he who intervened the last time Beerus nearly obliterated Ye Tian. If memory served him right, this was his first encounter with the Grand Priest. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the Grand Priest cast a glance in his direction. Their eyes met, and the Grand Priest offered a subtle smile before shifting his focus back to Beerus and the others. Goku scratched his head, perplexed, and inquired, Vegeta, "This Grand Priest doesn't he seem like a villain? Doesn't he appear as formidable as the Supreme Kai described?" Vegeta, unable to contain his sarcasm, retorted, "Kakarot. Were you able to gauge Whis' strength from the beginning?" After that, Vegeta disregarded Goku and turned his attention back to the Grand Priest, whose power was utterly inscrutable, emanating an aura of an ordinary individual, yet he was certainly anything but ordinary. "Humph, one day, I shall surpass you." Goku, belatedly realizing, replied, "You're right, Vegeta. The Grand Priest truly seems powerful. I can hardly wait." TCH. Vegeta understood Goku's nature and could easily discern his thoughts. Beerus, steeling himself, was the first to speak. "Grand Priest, what brings you to our humble abode?" The Grand Priest's amiable visage maintained a serene smile as he replied gently, "The Omni-King is aware of your unauthorized activities, and thus, I have been sent to remind you." "Oh no, the Omni-King is aware." Beerus and Kampa felt as though they had plunged into an abyss. They had not anticipated that the Omni-King would be informed, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely plausible. However, they had never been explicitly told not to engage in unauthorized activities. They soon realized that the Omni-King embodied the very essence of rules. His word was law. At this moment, Kampa completely forgot his earlier declaration to Hit and others, that he was the embodiment of rules. They could never have imagined that the tides would turn so dramatically. Kampa and Beerus hastily attempted to explain. They sought to articulate their defense, yet found themselves at a loss for words. The Grand Priest continued. "The Omni-King merely wishes to remind you that the responsibilities of a god of destruction should not be taken lightly." Beerus promptly lowered his head further. "We apologize profusely." At that moment, Whis interjected, "Grand Priest, if I may, Lord Beerus is far more enamored with his naps and gourmet cuisine than with destruction." Bardock, with an expression of exasperation, chimed in, "Lord Kampa neglects his diet, and his physique has suffered. I worry it might affect his duties, thus I prepared balanced meals. Yet he finds my cooking unpalatable." As he spoke, he sorrowfully wiped away tears. "What?" Hearing the angel's remarks, Beerus and Kampa internally cursed, yet dared not voice their frustrations, for the angels were charged with overseeing them. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of these celestial beings. In that moment, Their only recourse was to pray that the Grand Priest would not hold them accountable. The Grand Priest's expression remained inscrutable, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. Before he finally spoke in a gentle tone, "I shall report these matters to the Omni-King." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Kampa felt a tightening in their chests, discomfort gnawing at them. "However, the Omni-King desires for you to adequately prepare for the upcoming tournament of power." "Oh." Beerus, Kampa, Whis, and the others were taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of this statement, their faces a blend of confusion. The Grand Priest waved his hand, and a decree materialized in his grasp. "I shall now proclaim the Omni-King's edict." The Supreme Kais prostrated themselves on the ground, while the two gods of destruction bowed their heads deeply. The Grand Priest declared, "On the 31,355,603rd day of the King's calendar, commencing at 1:57, each universe shall select 10 contestants to participate in the Tournament of Power." Beerus couldn't help but mutter, 10 contestants? Goku, fists clenched in excitement, exclaimed, "A tournament of power? How thrilling!" The Grand Priest, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile, a hint of mischief in his expression. Chapter 60, Grand Priest. Ye Tian at the Tournament of Power. Goku, observing the Grand Priest's smile, thought little of it, especially given the Grand Priest's kind and approachable demeanor. He descended from the contestant area, beaming as he addressed the Grand Priest. "This is fantastic. Another competition." Then, scratching his head, he added, "But Ye Tian finished the last match all by himself, and I didn't even get a chance to compete." He spoke as if eager to prove himself. The others were lost in thought, questioning the reason behind such a smile. The Grand Priest smiled lightly. "Next time, you shall have your opportunity." Goku, akin to a child who just received an Ultraman toy, danced with joy. Wonderful. While some rejoiced, others, like Beerus and his companions, were baffled by the sudden announcement of the Tournament of Power. The old Kai, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Grand Priest, may I ask why this Tournament of Power is being held so abruptly?" Everyone was keenly interested in this question. The Grand Priest, with a whimsical tone, replied, "Because the Omni-King thoroughly enjoyed your earlier exhibition, finding it quite entertaining, hence the decision to host the Tournament of Power. The victors shall be awarded the Super Dragon Balls, which are, in essence, your current stakes." "What?" The crowd gasped collectively, astonished at the prospect of acquiring the Super Dragon Balls. Did this mean the existing Super Dragon Balls would be taken by the Grand Priest? Kampa secretly rejoiced, thinking, "In that case, I have lost nothing." Although Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment, he dared not voice it. Moreover, he was not overly eager for the Super Dragon Balls. His agreement to face Kampa was merely to embarrass him and diminish his arrogance. The Grand Priest spoke slowly. "This time, the Super Dragon Balls will remain with you. Once utilized, I will naturally collect them." Upon hearing this, Beerus respectfully declared, "Grand Priest, I am willing to contribute the Super Dragon Balls." The Super Dragon Balls originally belonged to Kampa, but now, having been defeated by Beerus, they naturally have become his. Hearing Beerus's words, Kampa felt a deep sense of injustice. After all, he believed he was the one who deserved them, infuriated that they had been seized by Beerus. However, with the Grand Priest present, he dared not protest. The Grand Priest did not accept the claim. That is unnecessary. Knowing the Grand Priest's character, Beerus understood that when he stated it was unnecessary, it indeed was. If he were to say too much, it would not bode well for him. Though the Grand Priest appeared amiable and benevolent, he was not one to be trifled with. Were he easily swayed, he would not hold the position of the Grand Priest. "Very well, esteemed Grand Priest." The Supreme Kai of Universe 7 inquired, "Esteemed Grand Priest, if the victor obtains the Super Dragon Balls, what becomes of the defeated?" According to the King of All's modus operandi, there was a pattern of rewarding the victor and punishing the loser. Although the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 had never met the King of All, he was aware of some of his tendencies. The King of All, while capricious and childlike, had certain underlying rules and boundaries. The Grand Priest maintained his serene smile as he replied, "Annihilation." Annihilation? The gathered crowd was bewildered, unsure of what this entailed. Beerus, confused, asked, "Esteemed Grand Priest, what do you mean by annihilation?" The Grand Priest explained that the defeated universe would be entirely erased by the King of All, leaving nothing behind. Upon hearing this, a look of despair washed over everyone present, and they collectively gasped, "Erased completely." They finally comprehended the Grand Priest's earlier enigmatic smile. Instantly, a shiver ran down their spines. Beerus and Kampa, who had been bent over, could no longer maintain their posture upon hearing this revelation. With a thud, they fell to the ground, their legs too weak to support them, and their tongues too stiff to utter a word. The King of All's annihilation was the most formidable destructive power in the universe, one that even the gods of destruction could not escape. While they possessed destructive energy, it was entirely ineffective against the King of All, who could suppress them utterly. In the face of the king of all annihilation, their destructive power was akin to that of an insignificant ant. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be like Goku battling an ordinary human. At that moment, the Grand Priest turned his gaze toward Ye Tian and said, "Ye Tian, make sure to exert yourself in the tournament of power." This unexpected remark drew the attention of all present to the Grand Priest. What was happening? Why was the Grand Priest addressing Ye Tian specifically? Ye Tian, equally perplexed, felt compelled to respond politely, "Rest assured, I will." Simultaneously, he contemplated the urgent need to cultivate the skill to immunize against destructive energy. If he were to lose, he would surely meet his demise. Even if the Grand Priest interceded on his behalf, his fate might still be sealed, unless he happened to be the King of All's father, which seemed implausible. Thus, he resolved to accelerate his training in this vital skill. This world was undeniably perilous, more so than any version of the Dragon Ball universe he had encountered. Ye Tian then added to the Grand Priest, "By the way, thank you for your assistance last time." The Grand Priest smiled warmly in response. It was nothing. Apart from Beerus, Whis, and the Grand Priest, the others were utterly bewildered, having no knowledge of when Ye Tian had met the Grand Priest. Suddenly, they speculated, could it be regarding the last incident when Beerus threatened to destroy Earth? Yet, how did Ye Tian come to know the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest's demeanor suggested he held a favorable opinion of Ye Tian. Not lingering any longer, the Grand Priest declared, "Everyone, strive hard to deliver an exhilarating duel for the King of All in the Null Realm. Farewell, everyone. Farewell, Ye Tian." In an instant, a swirl of purple void materialized in the air, and the Grand Priest vanished without a trace. Once he disappeared, Beerus, Kampa, and the Supreme Kai relaxed, finding it easier to breathe. The Null Realm? Goku scratched his head, utterly confused, having never heard of such a place. The Supreme Kai explained, "There, time and space do not exist, as the name implies. It is an empty void. It was likely chosen to allow the fighters to battle freely." The crowd began to grasp the concept, realizing it was not unlike the nameless planet. At that moment, Kampa rose from the ground and turned to face Ye Tian. His expression dark and foreboding, shrouded in ominous clouds, his gaze filled with malice and coldness. Haha. Chapter 61. If he were the King of All's father. How would that be? Kampa's demeanor shifted dramatically, his previous ominous expression transforming into a broad grin as he swiftly approached Ye Tian, placing a hand on his shoulder. Due to his rotund figure and shorter stature, he had to hover to reach Ye Tian's shoulder, creating a rather comical sight. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Ye Tian, I must say, you are quite the handsome fellow." Though he laughed, the awkwardness was palpable, clearly an effort to ingratiate himself with Ye Tian. The onlookers were left speechless, bewildered by Kampa's abrupt change in attitude and the awkwardness of it all. Vado sighed, having initially thought Kampa intended to harm Ye Tian, only to realize he was now attempting to befriend him. The earlier expression had clearly been a mental struggle. Indeed, Kampa had been grappling with whether it was necessary to curry favor with Ye Tian. Ultimately, he concluded it was worthwhile, after all. With Ye Tian's close ties to the Grand Priest, he might be able to secure them some privileges to spare Universe 6 from destruction. Ye Tian, taken aback by Kampa's sudden friendliness, responded, "Lord Kampa, you are being too kind." Kampa chuckled heartily, then insisted, "Ye Tian, don't call me Lord Kampa, from now on. We are like brothers. Just call me Kampa." He threw his head back and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, from now on, you will be closer than my own brother." The bystanders exchanged glances, curious about Beerus's reaction to this declaration. As they turned to look, they saw Beerus grumbling with a series of uhs, his nostrils flaring and his face turning a shade of purple with rage. It was evident that he was extremely angry. Yet, Ye Tian could only laugh in disbelief at the absurdity of Kampa, who seemed like a walking meme. "What do you think, Ye Tian? From now on, we shall be brothers." After finishing his laughter, Kampa immediately pouted when he noticed Ye Tian's silence. It was as if he intended to roll on the ground if Ye Tian did not agree. With a wry smile, Ye Tian responded, "All right, Kampa. Brother Ye Tian. Come, let us go to my 6th universe and indulge in a plethora of delicious delicacies. Our 6th universe is renowned for its culinary delights." At that moment, Beerus interjected sternly, "Kampa, without my permission, individuals from the 7th universe cannot freely traverse to other universes. You should be well aware of this." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Kampa immediately made a face at him, pulling down his eyelids and retorting, "Umph, I don't need your consent to invite my brother." Beerus, who had no desire to hear such remarks from Kampa, felt as though something had been snatched away from him, as he was indeed Kampa's brother. His tone turned icy as he declared, "Kampa, he is from the 7th universe. Even if he is your brother, he must abide by the rules." Kampa shot up into the air, and Beerus followed suit, their noses almost touching. Kampa resolutely declared, not necessary. Beerus angrily countered, it is necessary. Not necessary. Necessary. The two ascended higher and higher, continuing their back and forth. Kampa clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Beerus, shouting, do you want to fight? Let us fight. Beerus threw the first punch, striking Kampa on the head, and Kampa retaliated with a punch of his own. Their eyes turned red with fury, preparing for further combat. When suddenly, Beerus and Whis intervened, using their staffs to separate the two. That's enough. Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus. Once they halted, a large red envelope appeared above their heads, creating a rather comical scene. Kampa, visibly displeased, remarked, how rude to interrupt. Beerus added, indeed, I should have taught this scoundrel a proper lesson for being so shameless. Hee hee. Beerus, you are merely envious of my brotherhood with Ye Tian. Don't think I'm oblivious. Beerus turned away, asserting, I am not jealous. Ignoring Beerus, Kampa flew in front of Ye Tian and said, brother, I won take you this time. But I'll bring you to the 6th universe for some delicious food later. Sounds good. Ye Tian had no intention of visiting the 6th universe at the moment. He was more eager to consolidate his newfound strength. Kampa leaned close to Ye Tian, covering his mouth with one hand, appearing exceedingly adorable, and whispered, brother, could you say something nice about us to the Grand Minister next time you see him? Ye Tian instantly realized that Kampa's sudden kindness harbored ulterior motives, most likely concerning the Grand Minister. Upon hearing this, he pondered briefly before replying, I'll try my best next time. He didn't want to commit fully, as his relationship with the Grand Minister was still unclear. If he spoke recklessly, it could lead to his own misfortune. Kampa gleefully chuckled, all right then, brother Ye Tian. I shall take my leave. Turning to Beerus, he added, the 6 Super Dragon Balls are here, but don't think you can easily find the last one. He then addressed Beerus with a haughty stride as he stormed away. Humph, that scoundrel Kampa is hardly my brother. He simply flatters Ye Tian because of his good relationship with the Grand Minister. If Ye Tian were the father of the Omni-King, would he not call him dad directly? Whis, upon hearing these words, paused momentarily as if struck by a thought, then covered his mouth and began to laugh heartily. Beerus glanced at Whis. Whis, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Chapter 62, Whis also flatters. Beerus looked at Whis. Whis, what are you laughing at? What is so amusing? Whis continued to cover his mouth. Lord Beerus, it's not that I'm laughing at anything. I merely find your words rather peculiar. Beerus, perplexed, inquired. What is so peculiar? Lord Beerus, consider this. If Lord Kampa were to call Ye Tian dad, wouldn't that make you his father too? Beerus suddenly grasped the implication, his expression turning icy as he retorted, Whis, you are truly insufferable. Without finishing his sentence, he soared towards the arena. Satan eagerly pulled Ye Tian aside, excitedly proposing, how about signing a contract to be the image coach for my gym? Ye Tian politely declined. While he indeed needed money, he wasn't desperate enough for such an arrangement. Moreover, he had enough funds to sustain himself for a while and had no immediate desire to work. At that moment, Ye Tian received a notification in his consciousness. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Requesting to be the first to battle and achieve total victory. Reward. Energy absorption of the shield. Instantly, Ye Tian felt a surge of information energy entering his mind. This energy contained the techniques and power of the energy absorption of the shield. After a careful examination, although the system had already explained the skill's effects, experiencing it personally was exhilarating. He could absorb others' energy blasts and convert them into his own. Goku approached Ye Tian and said, Ye Tian, you're truly incredible. I can't wait for us to face off. Ye Tian mused that with Goku's current abilities, he likely wouldn't be a match for him. However, if Goku unleashed his Kaioken to 10 or 20 times, he could very well pose a threat. I hope so, but let us wait for Beerus' approval. Goku gazed at Beerus as he descended, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Beerus, having witnessed Ye Tian's strength, was even more convinced that Goku was not yet his match. Although their battle would be fierce, the outcome would be as he expected. Currently, Goku needed to train in that specific space to truly compete against Ye Tian. No, Goku, you still cannot challenge Ye Tian. Focus on your training. The Tournament of Power is approaching in just 10 months. If they were to lose, the 7th universe would cease to exist. Hearing this, Goku expressed his disappointment. What? I have to wait 10 more months to face Ye Tian? Beerus crossed his arms, stating matter-of-factly, indeed, as long as the 7th universe survives, I will permit you to battle Ye Tian. With a grave expression, Beerus warned Goku, if you cannot secure a victory, do not even think about a match. The 7th universe will be entirely eradicated, leaving nothing behind. At this point, Beerus felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Utterly baffled as to why the Omni-King would hold such a tournament of power, Piccolo urged, Goku, heed Lord Beerus' words and dedicate yourself to training. Only when our universe emerges victorious can we survive. Then, you'll have the opportunity to engage in a splendid battle with Ye Tian. The others echoed this sentiment. Convinced that Goku's earnest commitment to training was paramount, the matters concerning the Tournament of Power could not be taken lightly. Krillin chimed in, "Indeed, Goku. Ye Tian has just gone through a fierce battle and must be exhausted." Goku pondered this, finding it reasonable. However, a curious thought nagged at him, and scratching his head, he asked, "Ye Tian, why don't you consume any senzu beans?" All eyes turned towards Ye Tian, with most intrigued, while a few had already discerned the underlying secret. Although Piccolo's combat prowess was lacking, his intellect was exceptionally high, earning him the title of Mr. Wisdom. Ye Tian was aware that his unique constitution would likely be noticed by others. If he remained silent now, it would seem rather inconsiderate. Besides, he could not conceal it for long, so why not explain? "My physique is special. The more pain I endure, the faster my fighting power increases." Isn't that akin to masochism? Bulma interjected, astonished that such a peculiar constitution existed. Reflecting on it, Ye Tian awkwardly smiled, recognizing that this was simply the nature of his dark Saiyan heritage, something beyond his control. Nevertheless, he accepted it, as the boost to his fighting strength was undeniably enticing. It was hard not to embrace it. Goku nodded in understanding. "So, your physique is quite similar to that of a Saiyan. Yet, there is a distinct difference. Saiyans grow stronger through battle, while you grow stronger through pain." At that moment, Vegeta chimed in. "So, he is a mutated Saiyan." Goku recalled Ye Tian's transformations and chuckled. "Come on, Vegeta, don't say it like that." Beerus, noticing the group's focus on Ye Tian, felt a twinge of annoyance. Evidently still brooding over the incident with Kampa and Ye Tian, especially the remark about Ye Tian being closer than a brother. With an impatient wave of his hand, he declared, all right, let us hurry and find the Super Dragon Balls. Did you not hear the Grand Priest say that the reward for the Tournament of Power is the Super Dragon Balls? We must act swiftly, otherwise, how will the Grand Priest gather them? Angering the Grand Priest is your problem to resolve." He cast a meaningful glance at Ye Tian, implying that should any issues arise, they would fall to him. Ye Tian was at a loss for words. How did this even relate? Was this what they meant by "with great power comes great responsibility"? Bulma turned to Beerus, seriousness etched on her face. "Lord Beerus, you must assure us that you will not use the Super Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes." Beerus shrugged. "I'll have to think about that." Bulma, ever clever, retorted, "I'll have Ye Tian report you to the Grand Priest, and then inform Lord Zeno." Beerus, feeling exasperated, replied, "Is my guarantee not sufficient?" Finally, Bulma activated her super radar, initiating the search for the Super Dragon Balls. A series of beeping sounds emanated from the radar, its display fluctuating, still nothing. After expanding the search radius, it indicated only 6 responses, suggesting they would need to explore the centers of 2 universes. Android 18, keenly observing the radar, noted a discrepancy. "Wait, there seems to be a response from 7 Dragon Balls here." Bulma zoomed in on the radar. "Indeed, but there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls." Ye Tian glanced at the radar and suggested, "Could it be that the 7th Super Dragon Ball is right here on this very planet?" Whis immediately grasped the implication and smiled slightly. As expected of Ye Tian." Beerus shot a glare at Whis, seemingly disapproving of his flattery, as if questioning the merit of praising Ye Tian. Chapter 63. Aren't you also flattering him? Whis merely chuckled at Beerus's reaction before addressing the group. "Everyone, please enter the Warp Cube." They boarded the Warp Cube and soared into the cosmos. Goku gazed at the 6 Super Dragon Balls outside, perplexed. "What are we doing here?" Beerus, with hands behind his back, replied nonchalantly, "You'll find out shortly." With a wave of Whis' staff, the nameless planet suddenly erupted in a brown glow. In an instant, the ground began to shatter. Boom. The radiance on the nameless planet intensified, culminating in a blinding golden light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. Bulma exclaimed up, "What is this light?" As the brilliance faded, they clearly saw that the former nameless planet had transformed into a Super Dragon Ball. They were astounded. Who would have thought that this planet was originally a Super Dragon Ball? Piccolo speculated, it is likely that after a wish was granted, the Super Dragon Balls scattered, shattering the original asteroids, which subsequently accumulated into dust. Beerus turned to Ye Tian, saying, "Well done, Ye Tian." Ye Tian smiled modestly. It was nothing. Whis, having overheard Beerus's praise, cast a glance at him, as if to suggest, is this flattery? Beerus ignored him, turning his head haughtily away, internally questioning whether this could be considered flattery. Nah, he concluded. He was merely expressing friendly acknowledgement towards Ye Tian, nothing more. Goku turned to the group. "Now that we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls, how do we summon the dragon?" Bulma remained apprehensive that Beerus might exploit this opportunity for malevolent purposes. Sensing his mischievous nature, She placed her hands on her hips and approached Beerus, demanding, "Please assure us once more that you won't." At this point, only she knew the method to summon the super dragon, so she needed his assurance before proceeding. Beerus, visibly irritated, replied, "How many times must I say it? I understand." Vegeta leaned in, whispering a warning, "Don't press your luck." He still harbored a deep fear of Beerus, realizing that provoking him could lead to catastrophic consequences. Perhaps even a repeat of his destructive whims against Earth. Even if he refrained from obliterating the planet, a little destruction directed at Bulma would leave him powerless to intervene. Bulma ceased her inquiries, maintaining her hands on her hips as she declared, in the language of the gods, "Arise, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish." Beerus caught on, looking up at Whis, stationed in the warp cube, and instructed, "Hey, Whis, repeat after me and call out to the Super Dragon Balls." Whis responded seriously, "Yes, at your command." Beerus contemplated for a moment, then announced, "I wish to." Suddenly, he realized something was amiss and turned to Bulma, questioning, "What does wish even mean?" Bulma clarified, "It's a code word for a wish." Beerus replied coolly, "There is no such phrase in the language of the gods. Deities do not require such wish-fulfilling phrases, hence, they are not part of divine language." Bulma, feeling exasperated, wondered why it had to be so complicated. Just follow my lead. She was not overly intimidated by Beerus, especially after having slapped him on the ship. She regarded Beerus as nothing extraordinary. Consequently, her manner of conversing with him had always resembled that of speaking to a friend. Before her, Beerus found it difficult to adopt an imposing demeanor. After all, how could a mighty god of destruction stoop to quarreling with a woman? This very attitude rendered Bulma unafraid of Beerus. Upon hearing Bulma's words, his feline ears perked up, and he incredulously inquired, "Is that even permissible?" Yet, with no alternative, he resigned himself to the situation and declared to Whis, "I am about to make a wish." Whis cleared his throat and recited the divine incantation that Beerus had just uttered to the 7 Super Dragon Balls. After completing the chant, he observed no change in the Dragon Balls, prompting him to express his confusion. "Oh?" Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked at Bulma and stated, "I have a feeling there is a problem with my wish." Before he could finish, 5 stars among the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly illuminated. All the Dragon Balls soared to a more spacious area, with the 4-star Dragon Ball positioning itself amidst the other 6. The surrounding 6 Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant golden light, which instantaneously connected to the 4-star Dragon Ball. A vast and boundless energy erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, unleashing an overwhelming golden radiance that stretched for billions of miles in every direction. The brilliance was so dazzling that, apart from Whis and Beerus, everyone else shielded their eyes from the blinding light. Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Could there be an issue?" Whis, equally perplexed, wondered, "Is it possible that something went awry?" Moments later, after several seconds, the golden light faded, allowing the onlookers to lower their hands. What greeted their eyes was a magnificent, slumbering golden dragon, adorned with wings and a slightly flattened head. Before long, the golden dragon opened its eyes, which glowed a fierce crimson, casting 2 beams of blood-red light across the cosmos. With a resounding roar, the dragon's body expanded at an observable pace. In an instant, a billion beams of light cascaded from the combined spaces of the 6th and 7th universes, enveloping both realms. The eyes of Ye Tian and the others were once again blinded by the golden brilliance. However, during this brief moment of blindness, the dragon had reached its ultimate form, consuming countless planets and even entire galaxies into its belly. As the galaxies were ingested, they compressed into a miniature universe within the dragon. When Ye Tian and the others finally opened their eyes, they were astonished to behold a vast cosmic landscape. Look, the Milky Way galaxy. How can such a sight exist? Where are we? Piccolo speculated, this must be inside the Super Dragon. Ah, my goodness. Goku exclaimed in surprise and sighed. Does that mean we'll become excrement? Kiki promptly reprimanded. What filthy language in front of the children. At that moment, Whis reassured everyone, do not worry. We have merely fulfilled our original purpose. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before the true form of the Super Dragon. In the 6th universe, Kampa and Vados were en route back to the realm of the gods of destruction. Vados' staff glimmered twice, prompting her to check the situation. Suddenly, she halted the travel square, causing Kampa, due to inertia, to collide with the square, leaving his nose painfully bruised. Clenching his fists, Kampa indignantly exclaimed, "Do you even know how to drive?" Feeling displeased over Vados' earlier complaint to the Grand Minister, he was further annoyed by this incident. Vados, unperturbed, replied, "Take a look at this." She lightly tapped her staff, which revealed a blue planet. Kampa recognized the planet immediately. Earth. Turn it off. I don't want to see it. He crossed his arms, visibly displeased. No. Vados calmly interjected. Kampa could hardly believe he wouldn't recognize Earth. What do you mean no? Vados explained at her own pace. This is not the Earth of the 7th universe. Rather, it is the Earth of our 6th universe. Oh, on Earth in our 6th universe, humanity has been revived, and it boasts a civilization akin to that of the 7th universe's Earth. Upon hearing this, Kampa was taken aback. Ah, so, does this mean we can enjoy delicacies crafted by Earthlings? Vados responded placidly, indeed, Lord Kampa. While Kampa was both astonished and elated. He pondered the implications. What does this mean? Vados analyzed. It is highly likely that Lord Beerus made a wish using the Super Dragon Balls for you, Lord Kampa. Just as she finished speaking, a colossal Super Dragon Ball flew past them. Indeed, at that moment, Beerus had made his wish. Desiring for the Earth of the 6th universe to regain its civilization, akin to that of the 7th universe's Earth. Observing the Super Dragon Ball zipping by, Kampa confirmed Vados' analysis, clenching his fists and muttering, TCH, that guy just loves to meddle. It's truly infuriating. Despite his disgruntled tone, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. After all, he and Beerus were twin brothers, no matter their quarrels. It was implausible for them to truly wish harm upon one another. Their bickering was merely a facet of their brotherly bond. In the 7th universe, Whis stood atop the travel square, glancing at Beerus within, and calmly remarked, You truly have a kind heart. Shut up. I merely repaid a favor. Beerus retorted coldly, hands clasped behind his back. Upon returning to Earth, Ye Tian opted to head home, needing to process the painful growth experience imparted by Hit. As he soared above his yard, he spotted Quan Quan basking in the sun. Quan Quan. Hearing Ye Tian's voice, Quan Quan immediately opened her little eyes and excitedly waved, calling out Daddy. As Ye Tian descended, he scooped her up and showered her with affectionate kisses. Quan Quan, did you miss Daddy while I was away? Quan Quan reciprocated with kisses on Ye Tian's face, exclaiming, I did. Did Daddy win? Ye Tian wiped his nose with his thumb, replying, Of course. Just look at who your dad is. Quan Quan beamed, That's right. You're my daddy, so you can't be weak. Hearing this, Ye Tian felt a peculiar sensation, as if Quan Quan were exceptionally formidable, yet it felt entirely normal. Was this not merely a form of self-praise? He soon dismissed the thought. If only he knew that the Quan Quan before him was none other than the king of all, standing at the pinnacle of the universe. He would realize his initial impression was indeed correct. Quan Quan, while we triumphed in this match, there remains another power tournament ahead. The power tournament is even more formal than this contest. The universe of the defeated shall be obliterated by the Omni-King. Alas, you are merely a child, and I should not burden you with such matters. Children ought to remain innocent and carefree, delighting in play. These affairs are best left to your father. With that, he affectionately patted Quan Quan's head. Quan Quan, appearing obedient and gentle, then turned his gaze towards Ye Tian, inquiring with a hint of curiosity, Daddy, what do you think the Omni-King looks like? Ye Tian was somewhat puzzled by this question, but upon reflection, he realized that children are often inquisitive, perpetually asking a myriad of questions. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, Well, Quan Quan, I have never seen the Omni-King myself, but I imagine he must be a rather serious and imposing figure, likely tall and robust. After all, one who governs the entire universe cannot be diminutive. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Quan Quan stifled a giggle, finding it amusing beyond measure. Suddenly, Ye Tian lifted Quan Quan onto his lap, playfully remarking, Quan Quan, your name is only one letter away from the Omni-King's. If you were indeed the Omni-King, wouldn't your father be striding across the universe with impunity? Haha. Quan Quan attempted to respond, but fell silent. Ye Tian then added, Never mind, it's best not to indulge in such dreams. Let's focus on training diligently. Yet, on the other hand, the power tournament organized by the Omni-King is truly a boon for me. I need to engage in combat continually, to feel the pain, in order to enhance my fighting prowess. And this tournament gathers the elite from across the universe. I am indeed looking forward to some exhilarating matches. Quan Quan cheerfully exclaimed, Yes. The more pain Daddy feels, the stronger he becomes. Being well aware of Ye Tian's unique physical constitution after having lived together for several months, Quan Quan understood the significance behind the tournament's organization. It was designed to help Ye Tian elevate his combat abilities through battle. However, he chose to keep this information to himself for now, as he desired rapid growth for Ye Tian. The following day, Zoma called, inviting Ye Tian to a celebratory feast in honor of their victory over the 6th universe, which spared the 7th universe from calamity. As the wealthiest individual, Zoma naturally organized a lavish banquet. Chapter 65, The Dark Person, Dark Goku. The next day, Zoma called Ye Tian to invite him to the celebration. However, Ye Tian declined, for he needed to process the pain to bolster his combat strength. 5 days later, after 5 days, Ye Tian had absorbed all the sensations of pain, and his combat power had significantly increased. Rising from the ground, he clenched his fists, a wicked smile gracing his lips. The sensation of power coursing through my fists is utterly exhilarating. Now I understand why Goku yearned so fervently for strength. He wondered whether Goku and Vegeta were still on Earth. As he spoke, he placed a hand on his forehead, utilizing instant transmission to sense Goku and Vegeta's energy. However, he detected no sign of them. At this very moment, Goku and Vegeta were transported by Whis to the staff space, a realm akin to a storage space. More accurately described as a four-dimensional space. Whis often placed various items here, but once individuals entered, they needed to learn to control their energy. Otherwise, they would be rendered immobile. Goku and Vegeta, currently, did not need to pursue strength, but rather to master energy control. Once they could effectively manage their auras, their combat power would naturally see a substantial increase. After Whis sensed that Vegeta and Goku had grasped the use of their energy, he remarked, "You two can engage in a proper sparring match in here." Upon hearing Whis' words, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they launched themselves at each other. Whis encouraged their bout primarily to facilitate better control of their energy. Although Vegeta and Goku could move within the four-dimensional space, this was merely a preliminary understanding. True mastery would need to be demonstrated through combat. Only by fighting without being constrained by the peculiarities of the four-dimensional space could they be said to have truly mastered their ki. Whis observed Beerus, lounging in a recliner while sipping tea, and curiously asked, "Lord Beerus, are you satisfied with their progress?" Beerus cast a nonchalant glance at Whis. "How do you think their command of ki compares to Ye Tian's?" Whis pondered for a few seconds before responding seriously. "Vegeta may still be lacking, but Goku might just manage." Beerus nodded slightly, gazing into the distance, harboring similar thoughts. He had a vague sense that Goku was concealing some unique techniques. "I am genuinely eager to see what limits Ye Tian, Goku, and Vegeta can reach," Whis remarked, half jokingly and half seriously. "At their current levels, perhaps they could match yours." Beerus shot Whis a glare, feeling slightly offended, yet after a moment's thought, he relaxed his frown. "Well, in that case, I will finally have worthy opponents to engage with. Otherwise, this would be dreadfully dull." With that, Beerus yawned and stretched. Meanwhile, in the future Earth, boom, boom, boom. The once beautiful Earth lay ravaged and desolate, engulfed in flames and smoke. The blue skies and white clouds that should have adorned the horizon were obscured by thick, black smoke, leaving no trace of the sun or sky. The entire planet resembled a scene from the apocalypse. West City. Boom, boom, boom. A dashing young man wielding a large sword was struck down by a barrage of energy blasts. The striking young man possessed hair and eyes reminiscent of Bulma, both a vibrant shade of aquamarine. He donned a blue jacket emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo and a red scarf around his neck. It was Trunks. A woman clutching an energy canister cried out in concern as she rushed over. Indeed, the handsome figure sprawled on the ground was none other than Future Trunks, often referred to as Future Trunks. The woman was none other than Mai from the future. Upon seeing Mai rush over, Trunks shouted, "Get away! Don't come any closer!" Mai crouched down, handing the energy canister to Trunks. Her voice urgent and stern. "What are you saying? The one who needs to survive is you. I'll distract him." With that, she drew a firearm from her waist and raced to another side, firing 2 shots into the dark figure shrouded in smoke. Bang, bang, the dark figure in the smoke. Upon noticing Mai, casually unleashed an energy blast. The speed was blinding. Mai had no means to evade. Boom. The energy blast struck Mai, and with a deafening explosion, she was hurled into the air, tumbling several times before her hat fell to the ground. Following that, her body crashed harshly against the earth. Trunks, witnessing the scene before him, sprang to his feet with a swift motion, exclaiming, "Xiao Wu," as he rushed forward to embrace her. Gazing at the unconscious Xiao Wu, his entire being tensed like stone, fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at the merciless figure before him. The dark figure descended upon a stone, emanating an aura that dispersed the flames and smoke surrounding them. This ominous being bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, clad in a dark ensemble, adorned with a singular green patera earring on one ear. This dark incarnation was none other than Black Goku. Black Goku, observing Trunks' anguished and furious expression, allowed a sly, malevolent smile to curl at the corners of his lips. "The time has come. Today marks the day you cease to breathe, Saiyan," he declared coldly. Trunks, holding Xiao Wu in his arms, whispered her name, Xiao Wu. Yet, she remained unresponsive, her eyelids not fluttering even slightly. Trunks felt an uncontrollable surge of rage boiling within him, yet he recognized that more pressing matters demanded his attention. Thus, he endeavored to suppress his fury, biting down hard on his lower lip. Seeing Trunks' suffering brought Black Goku a twisted sense of delight, and he sneered, "Have you said your goodbyes, Saiyan? Now it is your turn." Trunks squeezed Xiao Wu's hand, resolutely stating, I will not allow the enemy to prevail. He stood and cast a glance at the time machine in the room. The enemy was likely unaware of its existence, thus it could be activated successfully. Black Goku, noting the defiance in Trunks' eyes, remarked with amusement, to resist stubbornly despite knowing you cannot win. How intriguing the Saiyans are. Come now. I shall send you to reunite with that young lady. Upon hearing this, Trunks could no longer contain his inner wrath. Aw. Huh. With a firm grip on his fists, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts before charging at Black Goku with the Sword of Hope in hand. You scoundrel, he shouted. Black Goku, nonchalantly swatting away the incoming energy blasts, retorted Die. Trunks swung the Sword of Hope with all his might. Bang. However, before the blade could reach Black Goku, he was met with a brutal kick to the abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Black Goku's fists hammered relentlessly against Trunks' form. A final kick struck Trunks squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall like a marionette with severed strings. Black Goku clasped his hands together, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that rained down upon Trunks, who lay buried beneath a cloud of smoke. Black Goku coldly taunted, "Is this how the proud warrior race meets their end?" Pathetically, I must say. Just as his words hung in the air, Trunks erupted from the smoke, unleashing a wave of sword energy aimed at Black Goku. What? Black Goku was caught off guard by Trunks' sudden resurgence. He raised his hand to deflect the attack, yet the sword energy proved impervious to such attempts. Bang! The blade struck Black Goku's right hand. Realizing this was a rare opportunity to escape using the time machine, Trunks placed his hands on his forehead and shouted, "Magic light." Flash! A blinding beam of light and force surged towards Black Goku. Boom! Smoke billowed forth. When the haze cleared, Black Goku discovered that Trunks had vanished. Huh, gone. Meanwhile, Trunks had entered the time machine and was swiftly initiating the launch sequence. Whoosh! The time machine soared into the air, prompting Black Goku to sneer. You think you can escape just by sitting in a spaceship? Your time is up, Trunks. He brought his hands together, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha wave. You're finished. Trunks. The Kamehameha wave surged forth towards Trunks' vessel. Trunks felt a surge of panic, not for his own safety, but for the potential destruction of the time machine. If it were to be destroyed, their world would be devoid of hope. Just as the energy wave was about to obliterate the time machine, it slipped into the time tunnel. Black Goku, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of the ship and Trunks, mused, where did they go? Humph, don't think you can escape. With that, he closed his eyes, expanding his senses, his body radiating a faint purple glow. Moments later, he opened his eyes, astonished. Gone. Completely vanished. Simultaneously, in Bulma's garden, Pilaf, Little Trunks, Xiao Wu, and Ashio were engaged in conversation. Young Master Trunks, thank you for your care these past days. Pilaf expressed. Xiao Wu echoed, indeed. Suddenly, Trunks stood up, his gaze fixated on the air, a serious expression crossing his face as if sensing something amiss. Pilaf, curious, inquired, Young Master Trunks, what is it? No sooner had he spoken than the air above them twisted, and strands of peculiar energy manifested. Whoosh! A spaceship descended swiftly. At first glance, it appeared to be the time machine piloted by the great Trunks. With a resounding thud, the vessel landed. Trunks, witnessing the situation, swiftly flew down to investigate. Inside, there was a person. The occupant lay slumped over the control panel, evidently unconscious. Pilaf and the others exclaimed in surprise, what? Although Trunks could not discern the identity of the individual within, the familiar hue of their hair stirred a peculiar sensation within him, an aching, heart-wrenching feeling. This was an experience he had seldom encountered, yet the sight of this stranger elicited such emotions in him. Pilaf and the others hurried over, cautioning, be careful. That might be an alien. We should fetch Uncle Vegeta. Trunks, eager to ascertain the identity of the individual, replied, do not panic. I can handle a mere alien. At that moment, Pilaf noticed the Capsule Corporation logo emblazoned on the ship. Pointing at it, he exclaimed, Young Master, look. The ship bears the Capsule Corporation emblem. Huh. Trunks swiftly approached, confirming the logo's presence, and queried in confusion, does my family produce such vessels? Pilaf promptly instructed Ashio, run and fetch Bulma. Why must it be me? Ashio protested. Because you run faster. Ashio, momentarily speechless, nevertheless sprinted off to summon Bulma. This is unfair. I am an elderly dog. Before long, Bulma arrived and successfully extracted the great Trunks from the time machine. Hold on, I'll summon Vegeta immediately. Bulma swiftly rose to her feet and piloted the flying device towards the room. Ash soon chimed in, his curiosity piqued. Why do you need to call Uncle Vegeta? Xiao Wu added, what connection does he have with Uncle Vegeta? Upon hearing this, Pilaf's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled certain revelations, exclaiming in astonishment, given the circumstances, could he possibly be an illegitimate child? This suggestion rendered Trunks momentarily speechless, his gaze darting towards the unconscious big Trunks. Indeed, there was an uncanny resemblance. Their features and hair were nearly identical, prompting him to exclaim in panic, "No way." At that moment, Bulma had located the communication device that Whis had provided and was in contact with him. "Whis, you must call Vegeta and the others back immediately." She held the device up to Big Trunks, stating, "When Trunks, Big Trunks, returns, he will be like this." The moment Trunks and Pilaf heard Bulma refer to Big Trunks in that manner, they erupted with excitement, sensing a scandalous undertone. Trunks, in particular, clutched his head in disbelief. Trunks, he is also called Trunks. Pilaf, donning a detective persona, analyzed, two brothers with the same name? It seems there's a juicy scandal afoot. Trunks, your parents must be hiding a monumental secret from you. He pointed dramatically at Big Trunks, striking a pose reminiscent of a detective. Trunks was already fraught with anxiety, and Pilaf's words nearly brought him to tears. "Enough. Be quiet," Bulma shouted at the group. "Understood." Chapter 67. Ye Tian is about to encounter Black Goku. Trunks, you need to go to the courtyard and unleash your full power. Channel all your energy to summon Uncle Goku back instantly. Trunks hesitated, pointing at Big Trunks. "But this person is hurry up." Bulma snapped, her patience wearing thin. Trunks, no longer daring to hesitate, flew to the courtyard and transformed into a Super Saiyan. In a flash, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis arrived. Beerus, drawn by the prospect of amusement, was intrigued by the presence of two Trunks, sensing the scandalous flavor in the air. Naturally, they also hoped to enjoy a meal, relishing the prospect of gossip alongside culinary delights. "Kakarot, give me some senza beans," Vegeta demanded directly from Goku. Oh, Goku quickly produced the beans and handed them to Bulma. After she administered one to Big Trunks, he groggily opened his eyes, barely aware of his surroundings, and immediately spotted Goku. "Is everything all right?" Bulma inquired with concern. Big Trunks suddenly erupted in fury. He swung his fists and charged at Goku. Bang, bang, bang. His punches were swiftly blocked by Goku. The onlookers gasped in shock. What was happening? Why was Big Trunks attacking Goku immediately upon waking? Big Trunks glared at Goku with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to devour him whole, shouting, "You bastard." The crowd was left bewildered. What on earth was transpiring? Goku, perplexed, asked, "Trunks, it's me. What's wrong? You bastard." Smack. Bulma delivered a sharp slap to Trunks' face. Scolding, "What are you doing?" Trunks, finally snapping to reality, looked at Goku in astonishment. "It's Uncle Goku." "Huh, you're truly the living Uncle Goku? Didn't you perish alongside Cell?" Goku scratched his head. "Oh, a lot has happened since then, but I'm back." Remembering the earlier events, Big Trunks bowed in apology. "Uncle Goku, I'm sorry for attacking you." "Trunks, what exactly transpired?" Bulma questioned, perplexed, as to why her son had sustained such grievous injuries and ended up here. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Big Trunks turned sharply, suddenly recalling the scene of his mother's demise, tears streaming down his face. "Mom." Beerus approached Trunks and placed a hand on his shoulder, inquisitively asking, "Hey, little one, your name is also Trunks, right?" Trunks nodded gently, his face a mask of panic as he desperately sought answers. The astute Whis, having discerned the situation, calmly stated, "Time has been tampered with." Beerus gasped, "What?" Whis elaborated. "This little Trunks and Big Trunks are, in fact, the same individual, albeit Big Trunks hails from the future." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Yes, Whis." Trunks, gazing at Big Trunks in shock, declared, "You are the future version of me." Big Trunks smiled slightly, replying, "I look forward to your guidance." Whis, still puzzled, queried, "But I don't quite understand why the future Trunks has come here." Bulma, with a proud grin, pointed towards the nearby time machine. The time machine. The group gathered around the time machine, with Bulma explaining her groundbreaking invention. "This is my great invention, the time machine." Beerus scrutinized the device, hands clasped behind his back. "I never imagined something like a time machine could exist." Was calmly remarked, "I initially believed humanity incapable of creating such a mechanism, yet here we are." Unaware of her misstep, Bulma continued with pride. "So, what do you think? Are you impressed by me?" While Whis acknowledged Bulma's brilliance, his tone remained even. "Indeed. It is quite remarkable. However, freely traversing between the future and the past and manipulating time constitutes a grave offense. Do you understand?" Bulma swallowed nervously as Whis continued. "Time flows in one direction only. If anyone were to manipulate time, whether by returning to the past or venturing into the future, it could lead to significant alterations in history, potentially resulting in the destruction of entire planets or other dire consequences. Thus, even the gods must not interfere with matters of time lightly. Manipulating time is a serious crime." "Gods?" Big Trunks inquired, puzzled. Bulma explained, "They are deities. That one is my future self, not my present self." Beerus interjected nonchalantly. There's no real difference. There's a difference. No difference. Big Trunks, flustered, quickly approached Whis and knelt before him, begging, Divine One, I implore you. Beerus, witnessing this, stretched his neck, shifting his feet awkwardly, nearly losing his balance. What kind of look is that? I'm the one who is divine here. Whis stifled a laugh. Pointing at Beerus, he asked the god, I'm merely his attendant. Trunks instinctively remarked, I thought you were the god. Beerus felt a pang of disappointment. Did he truly not resemble a deity at all? Trunks quickly pleaded with Beerus. Divine One, this has nothing to do with my mother. If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me. Goku chimed in to intercede, Lord Beerus. Please forgive them. Beerus pondered for a few moments, raising his right hand with excitement as he proclaimed, As long as you present to me a delicacy I have never tasted before, I shall spare you. It is a deal. In the future world, Black Goku, after flying several laps around Earth, expressed his frustration. Where could it have gone? I've searched everywhere and found nothing. Completely vanished. Arriving at the spot where the great dragon had disappeared, he muttered, This is where it vanished. Suddenly, the time ring on his hand reacted. A beam of white light shot up into the sky, and a time-space tunnel materialized. So this is it. A glimmer of realization flashed in Black Goku's eyes as he soared into the time-space tunnel. In the main world, after a few minutes of narration, the great dragon informed Goku, Vegeta, and the others of the situation. What? You're saying the enemy calls himself Son Goku? He looks just like this guy? You came here just to have me defeat Kakarot? Vegeta, pointing at Goku, was visibly thrilled at the prospect of defeating another Kakarot. Goku, somewhat unwillingly, replied, Vegeta, that's not me. Yes, we refer to him as Black Goku. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and the sky darkened without warning. At Ye Tian's villa, he directed his gaze toward Bulma's house, an unusual glint in his eyes. Beep. Choose one. 1. Rebuke Black Goku for his hypocritical moralities despite committing heinous acts. Reward, Bloodline Roulette 1. 2. Collaborate with Black Goku to create the Human Zero plan. Reward, Special Fusion 1. Ye Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated activating a choice at this moment, particularly one whose second option bore a peculiar reward that he could not comprehend. Viewing the Special Fusion, he discovered, Special Fusion, confused with Black Goku to become the god of the sky, exponentially enhancing combat prowess. Stunned by the potential of this fusion, Ye Tian realized that merging with Black Goku could indeed render him the god of the sky. The title held a certain grandeur, especially with the promise of a tremendous boost in combat power. Wait, Black Goku? His bloodline currently belonged to him. How could it emerge again? This revelation was intriguing. Who was this individual with such an extraordinarily potent bloodline? He pondered, wondering if he could defeat Goku and Vegeta's fusion, Vegeto, if he were to merge with Black Goku. However, the system hinted that Black Goku might not be a benevolent figure. What was this Human Zero plan? It sounded ominous, as if it sought to annihilate humanity. Surely, no one could be that deranged. Even Beerus would not go so far. Never mind, I shall observe the situation. If this individual proves to be competent and not malicious, he could become an ally. Goku has Vegeta as a companion. It would not be amiss for me to find one as well. Looking down at Quan Quan, he said, Quan Quan, I'm heading to Bulma's house. Stay here and be good. He preferred not to expose Quan Quan to potential danger, given that he was merely a child. All right. Quan Quan nodded in agreement. Ye Tian utilized instantaneous movement to sense Bulma's energy. After experiencing the convenience of instantaneous travel, Ye Tian marveled at its efficacy for visiting friends and family. After he left, Quan Quan glanced back at Bulma's house, a contemplative light flickering in his eyes. At Bulma's residence, as the sky darkened and winds howled, everyone looked skyward, sensing an impending emergence from above. Indeed, their instincts were correct. The sky was torn open, slowly revealing a rift. At that moment, Ye Tian appeared beside Bulma. Vegeta, witnessing Ye Tian's sudden arrival next to his wife, let out a cold snort. Humph. Feeling Vegeta's animosity, Ye Tian awkwardly smiled, having assumed Vegeta was absent. Reflecting on it, he decided not to seek Bulma's energy again. That would be rather inconsiderate. Next time, he would look for Android 18's energy. Yes, he would seek out Android 18's energy. Krillin would likely not be overly sensitive about it. In truth, Ye Tian was merely jesting internally, amusing himself. He would not genuinely seek Android 18's energy again, opting instead for Piccolo or Krillin. Whis smiled slightly upon seeing Ye Tian's arrival, acknowledging him, while Beerus attempted to smile back, but felt it beneath his dignity as a god to smile at a mortal. Seeing Whis smile at him, Ye Tian returned the gesture, while Beerus followed suit, momentarily forgetting his earlier resolute thoughts. In truth, Beerus had not forgotten his initial intentions. He merely rationalized that Ye Tian had smiled at him first, thus maintaining his dignity. Ye Tian gazed at the rift in the sky. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What is this? Why do I sense a peculiar energy emanating from within?" Whis explained, "This is a time-space tunnel. The fabric of time has warped, and something may fall through. It could be a person or an object." As soon as he finished speaking, a man descended from the time-space tunnel, first revealing his thighs, then his body. His physique was identical to Goku's. The great dragon, upon seeing the man's attire and form, began to tremble with a mix of fear and anger. Drawing forth his sword, Vegeta, observing his reaction, coldly inquired, "Trunks, what's wrong? Why are you so alarmed?" The great dragon looked at his father, explaining, "It's Black Goku." "Oh, Black Goku?" Vegeta hesitated momentarily, pondering the arrival of Black Goku. Everyone was puzzled. Could he be the entity brought forth by the distortion of the time-space tunnel? As the figure fully descended from the time-space tunnel, the wind ceased and daylight returned. Yet, the time-space tunnel remained. Upon recognizing the newcomer, everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Before them stood a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku, clad in a dark outfit that starkly contrasted with Goku's appearance. Identical. The great dragon had not been mistaken. The figure was indeed Black Goku. Bulma could not help but exclaim, "Wow, he truly looks just like Goku." Goku, scratching his head, wondered aloud, "Could this person be a long-lost brother of mine?" Ye Tian gazed at Black Goku, internally thinking, "Wow, so this is Black Goku. He seems even more stylish than Goku." If one were to describe Goku as the embodiment of simplicity and sincerity, then this individual exudes an aura of cold, sinister charm, perfectly complemented by his dark attire, rendering him irresistibly handsome, an embodiment of the standards many a woman might seek in a partner. Yet, when juxtaposed with my own persona, he appears to fall just slightly short. System, please maintain some dignity. As Whis munched on a sausage, he remarked, "Lord Beerus, do take a look at that man's right hand." Upon hearing this, Beerus turned his gaze toward Black Goku's right hand. Adorning it was a ring that Beerus instantly recognized. His tone icy as he stated, "That is." Whis confirmed, "Indeed." While they scrutinized Black Goku, he too was observing them. His eyes roamed the surroundings and were drawn first to Vegeta, muttering, "Vegeta, Son Goku." When he spotted Beerus, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "The god of destruction Beerus is here as well." Whis could not help but comment, "It seems something extraordinary has transpired." Dai questioned, "Hey, how did you end up here?" He was utterly astonished. How could the time tunnel have brought this person here? How did this time tunnel even come to be? With a slight smirk, Black Goku replied, "I traversed through the time tunnel you created to arrive here." With a mischievous expression, he continued, "You wished for me to eliminate you, did you not?" Dai's anger flared instantly, preparing to strike, but Vegeta swiftly interjected, "Stop. You cannot win against him right now." At that moment, Ye Tian had already soared into the air, with Son Goku closely trailing behind. Huh, Ye Tian, Kakarot. Chapter 69. What is the Human Zero Project? Huh, Ye Tian, Kakarot. Upon witnessing the two ascend towards Black Goku, Vegeta immediately understood their intent. They sought to challenge Black Goku, particularly Son Goku, who must have been unable to contain his excitement. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Goku glanced down, waving his hand as he declared, "Vegeta, I won't hold back." His tone unmistakably indicated that he viewed Black Goku as merely prey. Vegeta scoffed heavily. Ye Tian and Goku flew up together. Goku turned to Ye Tian, earnestly pleading, "Ye Tian, could you let me have this one? You've had your fun last time." He clasped his hands together in a gesture of entreaty. Ye Tian, bemused, thought to himself how Goku was indeed a battle enthusiast, surpassing anyone in this regard. "Fine, it's yours. But I have a few words to share with Black Goku." Black Goku paused momentarily, intrigued by Ye Tian, pondering who this individual was, as he seemed non-existent in his future world. Observing Ye Tian's demeanor, he sensed that his strength was not to be underestimated. Ye Tian, who could he possibly be? Regardless, Black Goku was indifferent. As long as Ye Tian was human, he would be included in his Human Zero project. Upon hearing that Ye Tian was relinquishing Black Goku to him, Goku's excitement soared as he rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "Great. But be quick about it." Ye Tian nodded before turning his gaze to Black Goku, inquiring, "Black Goku, are you executing the Human Zero project?" Instantly, Black Goku froze. Incredulity etched across his face as he responded, "Oh, how did you come to know?" Ye Tian refrained from revealing his source, instead pressing on. "What exactly does the Human Zero project entail? Is it aimed at eradicating all of humanity?" The crowd gasped at Ye Tian's words, disbelief washing over them. What? Black Goku intends to do such a thing? It can't be true. That is utterly insane. The complete annihilation of humanity is an unfathomably cruel endeavor. Black Goku spread his arms wide, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "It seems you possess considerable intelligence. Indeed, my goal is to eradicate all of humanity, leaving not a single soul behind. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, unable to fathom Black Goku's chilling intent to exterminate all of humanity. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian's thoughts aligned with his initial suspicions. Although it sounded mad, the reality was undeniable. It appeared that Black Goku and he were destined to remain adversaries. Why pursue such a course? Black Goku gestured dramatically, adopting the stance of a soaring eagle as he fervently declared, "The world is breathtakingly beautiful, yet it is the wretched humans who tarnish its splendor. Thus, we must eliminate all humanity to restore the world's beauty. I have already annihilated countless lives. Next, I will obliterate those endowed with knowledge that transcends time, who incessantly engage in conflict and abuse violence. Those most vile earthlings, the most despicable, must face severe retribution, tasting the despair and horror from which they cannot escape." Ye Tian, listening to this maniacal speech, could not suppress a shudder. This individual was indeed deranged. His psyche appeared irrevocably twisted. If he were to merge with such a being, would he not also become corrupted? No, he absolutely could not unite with this individual. He was unworthy. Possessing nothing but striking looks and an appealing exterior, devoid of any soul, he was no different from a soulless automaton. Not only was Ye Tian taken aback, but Goku, Vegeta, and the others were equally stunned. This Black Goku seemed to embody a malevolence surpassing any foe they had encountered thus far. Beerus, as the god of destruction, felt a twinge of shock himself. Although he was a destroyer, he had never stooped to such depths. Yet this man could utter such words. Ye Tian, witnessing Black Goku's fervent declarations, felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he shouted, "You, with your lofty ideals, engage in actions that defy morality. I feel ashamed on your behalf." Black Goku's brow furrowed in anger. "Humph! How dare you insult me?" With a swift motion, he charged at Ye Tian. However, Goku, unable to contain himself, positioned himself in front of Ye Tian, excitedly stating, "Your opponent is me." Black Goku halted, his voice dripping with darkness as he said, "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Son Goku." Goku gazed at Black Goku, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "You truly look just like me. Although I know not who you are, your words reveal you to be a villain." With that, he assumed an attacking stance, prepared to launch an assault on Black Goku. Black Goku smirked coldly. "Come, I too yearn to test this body against you." "Huh, what is happening?" Goku asked in confusion. Black Goku scoffed, his expression playful. "You need not know." He swiftly gathered a yellow energy sphere in his palm and hurled it at Goku with blinding speed. The energy sphere, black within and yellow outside, initially appeared no larger than a palm, yet as it hurtled toward Ye Tian, it expanded dramatically. Goku quickly crossed his arms to form an X shape, bracing for impact. Bang! Goku was propelled backward by the force of the energy sphere, landing in a vast, desolate region. Boom! Ultimately, he was slammed against a rocky outcrop as Black Goku charged toward the billowing smoke where Goku had been. Bang! Yet at that moment, Goku emerged from the haze, launching a flurry of punches at Black Goku. Black Goku parried his strikes, but quickly retaliated with a powerful kick to Goku's chest, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Once Goku stabilized his body, a glimmer of excitement flickered across his face as he remarked, "Your strength is far beyond this, isn't it?" Black Goku responded with a faint smile. "It is indeed gratifying to receive such an appraisal from you." With a sudden burst, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Black Goku's eyes widened with enthusiasm. "Oh, so this is the Super Saiyan." Goku confirmed, indeed. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared right before Black Goku, delivering a powerful left punch. Black Goku blocked it, but Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which were thwarted. However, in that moment, Goku seized the opportunity, clamping his legs around Black Goku's head and forcefully bringing him down. With a series of rapid energy blasts, Goku bombarded Black Goku. The strikes resonated with thundering sounds, creating a massive crater upon impact, accompanied by plumes of smoke. Suddenly, a dark aura erupted, dissipating the surrounding mist in an instant. Observing the pain coursing through his hands, Black Goku exclaimed, "Is this the power of Super Saiyan Son Goku?" Goku, witnessing Black Goku's reaction, replied with enthusiasm, "You, like me, feel exhilarated when facing a formidable opponent." Chapter 70. Ye Tian, are you in cahoots with Black Goku? Indeed. Black Goku replied with a playful tone. Suddenly, clenching his fists, a formidable energy surged forth, enveloping him in a swirling aura of black and white. As if outlined by an invisible force, Goku, recognizing the escalation in power, exclaimed, "His energy has risen." As Black Goku's strength amplified, a cacophony erupted from the time-space tunnel above, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Bulma, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed in panic, "What is happening?" Whis glanced over, intrigued. While Goku and Black Goku remained oblivious to the unfolding events in the time-space tunnel, becoming once more entwined in battle. The intensity of Black Goku's attacks skyrocketed, his speed and power magnified exponentially. Throughout his onslaught, he wore a sinister smile, exuding confidence and malevolence. After blocking several punches, Goku found himself on the receiving end of a powerful blow to the abdomen from Black Goku. A swift kick sent Goku flying, and Black Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Goku, moving at high speed, evaded each one with agility. Krillin, astonished, remarked, "Black Goku's power has increased significantly." Daz, in a state of alarm, questioned, "Why isn't Uncle Goku using his full strength?" Vegeta interjected, "Not using his full power from the start has always been his flaw." A flaw? Daz pondered, confused. Vegeta chose not to elaborate further. That Kakarot is insufferable, only putting forth effort when faced with a challenge, and then resorts to fusion. It's simply infuriating. The two combatants soon clashed again, their silhouettes dominating the sky. With a simultaneous strike, they exchanged punches, landing blows squarely on each other's faces. Both chuckled in shared delight. Black Goku swiftly resumed his assault, his fists raining down upon Goku, who retaliated in kind. The exchange continued, each blow invigorating Black Goku further as he felt his combat power surge. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, his punching speed intensified remarkably. With a resounding impact, he struck Son Goku in the chest, sending him flying several dozen meters away. The time-space tunnel emitted a peculiar force that coiled around Black Goku, drawing him toward it. What is happening? He struggled against the pull, managing to stabilize himself for the moment. Yet, Goku seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to Black Goku's chest, followed by two solid punches to his head. Quickly distancing himself, Black Goku covered his chest with one hand, raising his head to gaze at Goku with a twisted expression, exclaiming, "This is wonderful." Goku, bewildered by the remark, could not comprehend how being struck could elicit such joy. Black Goku continued, "This pain only serves to make me stronger." Goku, perplexed, retorted, "You are truly infuriating." Black Goku chuckled, his fists clenched, shouting, "Uh-huh." Energy surged within him, enveloped by dark flames that multiplied in intensity. Krillin, astonished, commented, "His energy has increased even more." The others took notice as well. Piccolo pondered for a moment, then speculated, "If I am not mistaken, his abilities are quite similar to Ye Tian's. They grow stronger the more they are struck." Really? The others found the concept perplexing, wondering if there was another being with such a capability besides Ye Tian. However, Black Goku's performance indeed supported this theory. Krillin contemplated further, affirming, "It truly seems so." Vegeta urgently advised, "Kakarot, you must eliminate him quickly. He grows stronger with each blow. Do not delay." Goku, startled by Vegeta's assertion, hesitated. How can he be like Ye Tian, growing stronger with each hit? Black Goku, equally astonished, retorted, "Ye Tian?" He recalled the individual who had inquired about the Human Zero Project, realizing it was indeed the same person. Oh, how fascinating, to think there is another like me with such an ability. Could he also? He swiftly dismissed the notion, shaking his head in disbelief, as Ye Tian bore no resemblance to him, making such a comparison implausible. Unbeknownst to Black Goku, although Ye Tian and Goku were not alike, their lineage bore striking similarities. Goku, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? What are you trying to convey?" Just as Black Goku was about to respond, the time-space tunnel's formidable pull ensnared him, forcibly drawing him in. The tunnel sealed shut, erasing Black Goku from existence. Piccolo, taken aback, remarked, "Huh? I can no longer sense his energy. What is happening?" Vegeta scoffed dismissively, "Humph, the trash must have fled in fear of being defeated." At that moment, a voice resonated within Ye Tian's consciousness, alerting him. Ding. Selection 1 complete. Reprimand Black Goku for his hypocritical discourse while committing heinous acts. Reward, Bloodline Roulette 1. Thrilled, he mused. This task was remarkably simple. I wonder what lineage I shall draw this time. But it is not the moment for that. I shall wait until later. Whis elucidated. It is not that he desires to depart. Rather, he has been forcibly taken away by the temporal tunnel. What is happening? I have yet to satiate my craving for battle. Goku expressed his dissatisfaction, lamenting that he had not even transformed into Super Saiyan Blue yet. The individual had vanished without a trace, devoid of the exhilarating thrill he had yearned for during his clashes with Ye Tian on the Nameless Star. That was the duel he longed for, yet alas, Lord Beerus had prohibited him from engaging Ye Tian. Vegeta soared to Ye Tian's side, his tone laced with coldness as he inquired, "How is it that this fellow's physique bears such a striking resemblance to yours?" Naturally, Ye Tian could not divulge the truth, and feigning confusion, he replied, I am unaware of that." "Unaware? Are you not in league with that individual? How do you know of his Human Zero Project?" Vegeta's intellect surpassed that of Goku's. Chapter 71. Beerus intervenes for Ye Tian. Are you indeed allied with that fellow? The Human Zero Project. How did you come to know of it? Vegeta pressed Ye Tian. Ye Tian, of course, could not confess that his knowledge stemmed from a system notification. His mind raced as he contemplated a suitable response. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for a brilliant retort, ultimately settling on, I am sorry, but I cannot answer you. Vegeta immediately regarded Ye Tian with animosity, for he had heard from Trunks that his wife had been slain in the future by Black Goku. Although he maintained a facade of calm, his inner turmoil raged, evident in his demeanor towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian could empathize with Vegeta's sentiments. Truth be told, if the roles were reversed, he too would be consumed by fury. However, this matter had no bearing on him. It was merely difficult to explain. Suddenly, a phrase from his homeland came to mind, a seemingly profound statement that would leave others pondering. Vegeta, I can unequivocally assure you that I have no connection to Black Goku. As for your previous inquiries, I can only say that some secrets must remain undisclosed. Vegeta was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly confounded by the notion of secrets. What secrets? What does it mean to disclose? However, upon hearing these words, both Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. Particularly, Beerus smirked inwardly, thinking to himself that this individual must indeed share a unique bond with the Grand Minister. Such phrases he had only heard from the Grand Minister himself, as they were rarely uttered by others. Truly, Ye Tian's relationship with the Grand Minister was not as simple as it appeared. Ye Tian had no inkling that his mere utterance of a phrase from his homeland would lead Beerus to such conclusions. Should he become aware of this, he would surely be left speechless, thinking that such connections warranted recruitment as a consultant, a tremendous oversight. Vegeta was poised to press further when Beerus interjected, Vegeta? Ye Tian has no affiliation with Black Goku, for the aura emanating from Black Goku is exceedingly peculiar. Whis shot a surprised glance at Beerus, questioning whether this was his way of defending Ye Tian. Beerus recognized Whis' gaze but chose to ignore it, redirecting his attention to Vegeta. Was this indeed a defense of Ye Tian? Not in the slightest. He merely wished to prevent an innocent party from being wrongfully accused. Huh. A god of destruction contemplating such matters? Is this the power of connections? He mused. Why is Ye Tian even in Universe 7? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to torment that fellow Kampa in Universe 6? Vegeta and the others turned their attention to Beerus, perplexed by his statement. A peculiar aura? Beerus addressed Whis. Yes, at your command. Whis grasped Beerus's intent, indicating it was time for him to elucidate the matter. After all, Beerus had achieved his goal of defending Ye Tian and would no longer elaborate himself. Ye Tian found himself puzzled by Beerus's actions. Had not this individual sought to confront him? Why was he suddenly interceding on his behalf? Should he not allow Vegeta to take a swing at him? Regardless of the reasoning, he felt a sense of gratitude towards Beerus for his unexpected intervention. Even if he did not vocalize it, a grateful glance sufficed. He offered a smile towards Beerus. Beerus, feigning indifference, turned his head away, yet inwardly, he reveled in his satisfaction. Whis continued. The aura within Black Goku's body is a pseudo-divine essence, albeit intertwined with Goku's aura, resulting in a mutated pseudo-divine essence. Pseudo-divine essence? The group was taken aback, utterly perplexed by this unfamiliar term. Noticing their continued confusion, Whis elaborated, Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan God, Super Red, is, in truth, a pseudo-divine form. He has yet to attain true divinity. A pseudo-divine state signifies that one is but a step away from achieving true godhood, which requires not only combat prowess, but also a form of baptism. Huh. Goku scratched his head, awkwardly stating, so that is not a true deity? How troublesome. Beerus remarked blandly, do you think becoming a god is so simple? The most fundamental requirement is to possess divine energy, and furthermore, he cast a glance at Ye Tian. Ye Tian instinctively returned Beerus's gaze. Beerus refrained from continuing, for some matters could not yet be disclosed. He felt an inkling that the Super Saiyan God from his dreams was not Goku, though he had yet to confirm this. Whis further explained, in contrast, the aura surrounding Ye Tian is exceedingly pure, akin to yours. Have you noticed the ring on Black Goku's right hand? The group pondered momentarily, indeed. That was the time-space ring possessed by the Supreme Kai. Upon Whis' revelation, the group gasped in astonishment. Ah, so he is a Supreme Kai? Beerus, munching on a sausage, commented, not quite. Among all Supreme Kais, none bear a resemblance to Goku. Piccolo contemplated deeply before stating, it seems something extraordinary has transpired. Goku, brimming with excitement, declared, regardless of what has occurred, let us take the time machine to the future and defeat him. Vegeta immediately retorted, indeed, I shall eliminate Kakarot. This way, no one will threaten the world. Goku swiftly countered, Vegeta, I have already said that person is not me. He merely resembles me. Vegeta huffed dismissively and turned away from Kakarot. Beerus coldly remarked, manipulating time is a grave offense. Your reckless travels disregard my status as a deity. Dend hastily pleaded. Lord Beerus, we implore you for a chance. Otherwise, the future world will be doomed. Beerus scoffed, let it perish. Neither you nor Black Goku should be here. Bulma, hearing his attitude towards her son, protested, Lord Beerus, how can you be so heartless? Goku also chimed in, yes, Lord Beerus, Black Goku is a villain. We must defeat the villain. He clasped his hands in a beseeching gesture, we beg of you. Yet, Beerus remained unmoved. Compassion? Do you believe that a god of destruction ought to possess compassion? With unwavering resolve, he declared, if I am to traverse time, do not blame me for annihilating you. His countenance was shrouded in shadows. At this juncture, Ye Tian slowly interjected, in truth, I also wish to engage in combat with Black Goku. Chapter 72. Do gods also show favoritism? Upon hearing Ye Tian's words, Beerus's demeanor softened considerably. He regarded Ye Tian and remarked, oh, is that so? Then a brief time travel should pose no issue. He then turned to Whis and inquired, is that not correct, Whis? The assembled crowd fell silent. Bewildered, what had become of the resolute Lord Beerus? How had his steadfast attitude crumbled so effortlessly after Ye Tian spoke? Whis couldn't help but chuckle. What Lord Beerus asserts is indeed the case. Beerus shot Whis a disgruntled glance. Yet, as the god of destruction, the ultimate decision rested in his hands. Very well. It is settled then. Traversing time once or twice is inconsequential, but these shall be the final occasions. No further opportunities will arise. Bulma leaned in, deridingly stating, Lord Beerus, do gods also show favoritism? It was evident to the discerning eye that Beerus was clearly favoring Ye Tian. Had he not been biased, he would have remained obstinate in his refusal. They were acutely aware that Beerus's partiality towards Ye Tian stemmed from the Grand Minister's influence. It is indeed advantageous to have someone of high standing above. Vegeta, witnessing his wife provoke Beerus, was filled with alarm. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow as he nervously pleaded, Bulma, I implore you, just stand there and refrain from speaking. His wife was undeniably formidable. For as long as he could remember, she had never shown deference to Lord Beerus. If she were to incite the wrath of the god of destruction, their annihilation would be inevitable. Beerus glared fiercely at Bulma. Do you wish to be destroyed? Yes, I am partial to Ye Tian. What of it? Your discontent is irrelevant. Seeing Beerus's face grow flushed with rage, Bulma felt a twinge of fear and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Vegeta swiftly pulled her closer, hastily apologizing to Beerus. My Lord Beerus, I beg your pardon. Bulma, please, do not speak. Just stand quietly. Vegeta's thoughts were simple. He cared not for Beerus's favoritism towards Ye Tian. As long as they could travel to the future and eliminate Black Kakarot to avenge his future bride, other matters were of little concern to him. Dad, thank you. Lord Beerus, Des exclaimed gratefully. Beerus paid him little mind, continuing to enjoy his sausage. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, this is splendid. We shall soon be battling once more. Ye Tian too felt a surge of exhilaration. He would soon confront Black Goku, who was truly the stronger. The previous opponent had displayed a lackluster performance, but he had yet to reveal his full strength, continuously testing the waters. Whether he was indeed a worthy adversary remained uncertain, given his ability to grow stronger through pain. Having just fought Goku to a standstill, upon returning, his battle prowess would surely see significant enhancement. The anticipation grew within him. Goku was the first to dash towards the time machine, cheerfully calling out, come on, Vegeta, Ye Tian. Ye Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Goku's eagerness for battle. His enthusiasm was palpable, surpassing even Ye Tian's own. It was as though he feared being left behind, hastily claiming a seat in the time machine. Vegeta, well aware of Goku's nature, scoffed dismissively. Would he compete with him over a seat? Absolutely not. His pride forbade such behavior. Just as Ye Tian and Vegeta were about to board the time machine, Des awkwardly chimed in, Dad, Uncle Goku, the time machine is out of fuel. What? Goku's disappointment was palpable. Without fuel, how would they traverse to the future? Beerus, reclining in his chair, casually remarked, oh, this time you cannot blame me for denying your passage. The fuel is insufficient. Before he could finish, Bulma promptly produced a notebook, declaring, this is a journal left to me by my future self. It contains 2 methods to obtain fuel. First, utilize the Dragon Balls. Second, this fuel source can be found deep within the earth, resembling this peculiar energy stone. She pointed to the illustration in her notebook, depicting a stone of 3 colors, blue, white, and purple, glistening yet appearing remarkably solid. Beerus had not anticipated being so quickly proven wrong. Bulma, with little time to spare, commanded, Vegeta, you shall retrieve this special stone from the depths of the earth, Goku, you will gather the Dragon Balls. Though Vegeta loathed being ordered around, even by his wife. For the sake of Daz and his future bride, he had no choice but to comply. With a reluctant grunt, he swiftly took to the skies. Goku eagerly accepted the Dragon Radar Bulma offered and hastened to collect the Dragon Balls, his impatience evident. At this moment, Bulma announced, I have prepared a sumptuous lunch for everyone. Please join me. Upon hearing sumptuous lunch, Beerus sprang up from his chair, exhilarated. Where? Hurry, hurry. His gluttonous nature was unmistakable. Whis, though pleased, did not exhibit the same level of fervor as Beerus. Thank you for the hospitality. Daz turned to Krillin, curious. Uncle Krillin, where's Gohan? Krillin replied with a smile. Gohan? Piccolo interjected. Do not expect to take Gohan to the future. You would not recognize him now. Huh. Daz was perplexed. Why wouldn't I recognize him? Piccolo continued. Gohan has become a scholar, and as a result, has neglected his martial arts. Daz's initial surprise quickly morphed into excitement. That is wonderful. Gohan's dream has come true. Congratulations to him. In the future, Gohan's aspiration was to become a scholar, and now he had achieved it. In fact, in the future, Gohan is my mentor. Huh, Gohan? Krillin questioned. Daz's face lit up with joy, but soon turned somber as he recalled something. Gohan. After a 5-minute recounting, Piccolo and Krillin fully comprehended the situation. Especially Piccolo, whose face turned a shade of green with anger. Gohan had perished in the future world. Sensing Piccolo's distress, Krillin quickly shifted the topic. Trunks, they won't be back for a while. Why not go see Gohan? He would be thrilled to see you. Piccolo's mood lightened. Gohan is attending a conference today. I'll give you an address. You can go find him. A while later, Daz arrived at the address provided by Piccolo. Oh, Trunks? Huh, is that you, Gohan? Chapter 73, Unraveling the Heart's Knot. At the school's entrance, Daz encountered Gohan, who, with glasses and a scholarly demeanor, held a book in hand, seeming quite ordinary. Once Gohan emerged, he spotted Daz and was taken aback. Trunks, what brings you here? Trunks nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Gohan. He yearned to convey the purpose of his arrival in this world to Gohan. But suddenly recalled Piccolo's words, the fact that Gohan had become a scholar and had forsaken martial arts. Aware that this was indeed Gohan's aspiration, he decided against disturbing him. Thus, he altered his intended message, saying, I merely came to see you, Gohan. As they walked and conversed, Trunks remarked, You are quite thoughtful, Gohan. Come, allow me to introduce you to my family. Family? Trunks paused momentarily in surprise, but nodded in agreement. As they continued their stroll, Trunks observed Gohan's scholarly demeanor and couldn't help but ponder, is this truly Gohan? There was no trace of the explosive energy he once exuded. The intensity he displayed during the battle with Cell instilled fear, yet now he radiated an air of intellectuality. However, upon reflection, Trunks realized that this tranquil life was exactly what Gohan yearned for. It represented a profound sense of belonging for him. Before long, they arrived at Gohan's home. Videl was cradling Pan, feeding her, though Pan, with her robust nature, required no assistance and had taken to the bottle with gusto. Satan was nearby, entertaining Pan. Gohan, you're back. Videl greeted warmly. As she noticed Gohan had brought along a striking young man with blue hair, she scrutinized him for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. Gohan then introduced, This is Trunks. Videl and Satan exchanged puzzled glances. Trunks? Isn't he just a child? Gohan quickly clarified, This is Trunks from the future. He has come here from the future. Understanding dawned upon them. Gohan continued, This is my wife, Videl. Videl slightly bowed her head. Pleased to meet you. Likewise. Gohan turned to Satan, and this is Videl's father, Satan. Before Gohan could finish, Trunks interjected, I remember him. He's Mr. Satan. Hearing this, Satan, who was stroking his chin, was instantly invigorated and stepped closer to Trunks, grasping his arms. You know me? Am I famous in the future? Have I saved the world multiple times? Trunks, taken aback by the barrage of questions, felt a bit awkward. It certainly wasn't the case. Had he saved the world in this timeline? He had never heard of such feats. Gohan, witnessing his father-in-law's antics, chuckled awkwardly, recognizing him as the comedic relief of the family. In Trunks' future, both his father and Vegeta had perished, leaving no room for such trivialities. After chatting for a while, Videl announced that dinner was ready. During their conversation, Trunks witnessed the astonishing prowess of the Saiyan lineage. Little Pan could actually fly through the air. She nearly dislodged his sword, far exceeding any normal expectations. Observing Gohan's family in such harmonious spirits, Trunks felt joy for Gohan, which inevitably led him to reminisce about his own mother. If not for the emergence of Black Goku, he and his mother, Bulma, would have shared a blissful life. Perhaps he would soon be marrying Mai and starting a family. Alas, contemplating these thoughts only reinforced his resolve to save the future world. Gohan, thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. Indeed, Trunks, do visit whenever you can. Gohan replied with a smile. From the contentment in his eyes, it was clear that he cherished his current life. As Trunks soared into the sky, he gazed back at Gohan's family, a smile illuminating his face, feeling that the burdens on his heart had begun to lift. Ever since Gohan's demise, he had struggled with his emotions. Had it not been for his mother and Mai's presence, he might have succumbed to despair. Now, with both Mai and his mother lost, he found himself ensnared once more in emotional turmoil. Nevertheless, encountering Gohan had eased his heart, particularly witnessing Gohan's cheerful demeanor. The following day, Trunks rose from his slumber and stepped into the courtyard, where he spotted his mother working on the energy for the time machine. Mom, Trunks, you're awake? Bulma responded upon seeing him. Yes, indeed. By the way, where are Uncle Goku and Dad? Trunks glanced around the yard, noticing no one present. Your Uncle Goku and Whis have gone to Universe 10. Your father is training in the gravity chamber. Trunks, intrigued, asked, to Universe 10? Precisely. Whis deduced that Black Goku's energy bears resemblance to that of the apprentice Kaioshin from Universe 10, hence their investigation. Just as Trunks was about to inquire further, Vegeta appeared, descending in front of Trunks with an austere expression. Trunks, come with me. I shall train you. Huh. Trunks was taken aback, but decided to follow his father. En route to Universe 10, Whis was flying alongside Beerus, Goku, and yachting. Whis, how much longer until we reach Universe 10? I can hardly contain my eagerness to spar with Black Goku. He excitedly rested his hand on Beerus. Beerus, scowling, retorted, do you dare to challenge me? I could cast you into the void, reducing you to cosmic ashes. It was utterly absurd for the god of destruction to be accosted by a mere mortal. Goku chuckled awkwardly, retreating, I was just too eager. Beerus huffed in annoyance. Whis interjected, we have yet to travel for 10 minutes. Oh dear, still 10 minutes? Goku exclaimed impatiently. Yachting, trailing behind Goku, mused to himself, what exactly is this Black Goku? How can he resemble Goku so closely? And he's an apprentice Kaioshin? However, this apprentice Kaioshin, as Whis has mentioned, is named Zamasu, not Black Goku. The 7th universe stands in opposition to the 6th universe. So if the 6th universe had someone resembling Goku, it would be somewhat normal. But how can there be someone like Goku in Universe 10? It is truly a grand enigma. Chapter 74. Where are the cold noodles? 10 minutes later, on the Kaioshin planet of Universe 10, Zamasu was preparing tea for the Kaioshin of Universe 10, Gaosu. Gaosu, characterized by his kind-heartedness, strong sense of responsibility, and gentle demeanor, also had the flaw of indecisiveness. Zamasu was his apprentice and the next candidate for Kaioshin, currently serving as an apprentice. Please, enjoy the tea, Gaosu said as he took a sip. Savoring its flavor and responding with satisfaction, it carries a subtle sweetness, delightfully fragrant. I shall indulge. After tasting it, he remarked, tea brewed by a pure-hearted individual is simply exquisite. Thank you for the compliment. Zamasu replied, acknowledging the praise. Gaosu continued, to brew such tea indicates the purity of your heart. Continue to maintain your composure, diligently cultivate both body and mind, and quietly safeguard the activities of humanity. Zamasu, upon hearing these words, could not help but set down the teacup in his hand. Lord Gaosu, there is a matter that has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. Gaosu calmly inquired, pray, speak freely. Zamasu pondered, I wonder whether humanity truly merits our protection. To date, I have witnessed countless human endeavors, prosperity, conflict, and extinction, an incessant cycle that, to my eyes, appears utterly foolish. In the wake of his declaration, Gaosu observed that the tea in his cup had become exceedingly murky. With a slight sigh, he recognized that Zamasu's state of mind had yet to achieve significant elevation. Such is humanity, and therein lies their uniqueness. Zamasu, upon hearing this, abruptly rose from his seat, palms striking the table as he argued vehemently, is it worth our while to protect beings that repeatedly commit such foolish errors? Perhaps we should bring this erroneous cycle to a decisive end ourselves. Gaosu, rising as well, found his appetite for tea diminished, as the infusion had turned almost insipid and lost its sweetness. Zamasu, you must understand that the Kaioshin and the Supreme Kai are tasked with creation, not direct intervention. Our duty is to nurture humanity, to safeguard humanity, to elevate their overall cultural index. We may only act directly with the consent of one individual, namely, the god of destruction. You must grasp our position, Zamasu. Zamasu shut his eyes, unable to fathom this reasoning. Why should such foolish beings be deemed worthy of their guardianship? For these misguided humans, death represents their greatest absolution, their most profound grace. Why then should they be shielded and cultivated? Gaosu, observing Zamasu's closed eyes, called out, Zamasu, you must strive to comprehend humanity in its entirety, rather than remaining ensnared in superficial judgments. Do you understand? Zamasu slowly opened his eyes. Yes. Though he answered affirmatively, an undercurrent of dissent lingered in his heart. At that moment, a tricolored streak of light appeared in the sky. Both Gaosu and Zamasu turned their gaze upwards, watching as the luminous beam descended, revealing 4 figures before them: Ye, Beerus, and others. Upon sighting Beerus, Gaosu immediately offered a respectful greeting. "Forgive my lack of proper welcome, Lord Beerus." Beerus returned the salutation with a casual hello. Whis smiled and remarked, "It has been a while." Gaosu then introduced, "This is my disciple, Zamasu." Hearing Gaosu's words, Goku dashed over to Zamasu, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Are you the renowned master of combat?" Zamasu was startled by Goku's sudden approach, instinctively retreating 2 steps, astonished by the presence of a human. Whis, Ye, and Beerus observed Zamasu's bewildered demeanor, with Whis quietly commenting to Beerus, "It appears this is his first encounter with Goku." Indeed, Beerus nodded in agreement, arms crossed. Ye noted the same, observing that Zamasu's reaction clearly indicated it was his inaugural meeting with Goku. Whis then reminded, "Goku, be polite in your greeting." Upon hearing this, Goku immediately stood with legs together and hands at his sides, earnestly declaring, "My name is Son Goku. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Ye, Whis, and Beerus exchanged bemused glances. Whis, covering his mouth, chuckled, "An acquaintance. How quaint." However, Goku's greeting was far from over. "On this auspicious day, having traveled a great distance, I present myself humbly." He then bowed to Zamasu. This display left Zamasu utterly perplexed. Such a method of greeting was entirely foreign to him. Ye could not suppress a smile, thinking, to expect Goku to deliver a respectful greeting is indeed a tall order. His speech is hardly coherent. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Goku from Dragon Ball Super possesses an intellect that pales in comparison to his counterparts in other iterations. Beerus, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, what does he mean by an auspicious day? Why not simply call it a day of great fortune? Little did Beerus know that he would later encounter a certain individual who would also mimic Goku's greeting, leading to a rather unfortunate incident involving a cracked stone tablet. Gaosu looked at Goku with curiosity, asking, "Son Goku?" Whis explained, "Indeed, he resides on planet Earth in Universe 7. At the mention of Earth, Beerus grew animated, clenching his fist in delight. "Indeed, he is a Saiyan from the planet of culinary delights, Earth." Ye, standing nearby, chuckled inwardly. What a title to bestow upon Earth, culinary delight. One must wonder just how unpalatable the food is on other planets in Universe 7. Zamasu was astonished to learn of Beerus's words. Wait, he is a Saiyan? Who is he, and how is he associated with the god of destruction? As he pondered this mystery, Goku approached Zamasu, excitedly exclaiming, "Wow, your training is impressive." Zamasu, taken aback, recoiled, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him. Humans. Repugnant humans. Zamasu felt akin to someone with an allergy towards humanity, and after being touched by Goku, he felt entirely unwell. Unfazed, Goku continued, "Please, let us spar." He gestured with his hands, pleading. Ye observed the exchange, thinking, only Goku, oblivious to Zamasu's aversion, could act so boldly. Had he sensed Zamasu's discomfort, he would have never proposed a sparring match. Chapter 75, Goku's Showmanship. Zamasu, taken aback by Goku's request, exhibited more overt disdain. He forcefully pushed Goku away, exclaiming, "Do not touch me so casually, human," and prepared to confront Goku. Clearly, Zamasu was furious. Gaosu swiftly intervened, grasping Zamasu's arm, admonishing, "Zamasu, do not act recklessly." Yet Zamasu remained obstinate. "Do you not hear me?" After another reprimand from Gaosu, Zamasu reluctantly withdrew his hand, though his expression remained one of discontent. Beerus, observing the scene, let out a huff, sensing that Zamasu truly had issues. Gaosu immediately apologized to Beerus. "I beg your pardon for the rudeness of my disciple, Lord Beerus. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Beerus turned to Whis. "Whis." "Yes." Whis replied nonchalantly, explaining, "We have come here because an individual has arrived on Earth in Universe 7, one who bears a time ring. However, this individual is not a Kaioshin." Gaosu was taken aback. How can this be? If not a Kaioshin, how could they possess a time ring? Beerus pointed at Goku, stating, "The most peculiar aspect is that this individual bears a striking resemblance to this fool." Goku, vexed, retorted, "Lord Beerus, I am not a fool." Whis gazed at Goku's appearance, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, "How truly curious." Beerus continued, "Thus, our purpose for this visit is to ascertain whether the time ring remains." Whis promptly affirmed, "Indeed. It is safe in my diligent custody. I wish to verify it personally." "Yes. Zamasu, please escort Lord Beerus to the shrine at once." However, Zamasu fell into contemplation, silently pondering, the time ring? What could it possibly be? It sounds of considerable significance. His bewilderment did not escape the keen eyes of Ye Tian, nor did it go unnoticed by Whis and Beerus. Zamasu called out the Supreme Kai Whis once more. Zamasu finally snapped back to reality, nodding slightly yes. The group then proceeded to the shrine. Whis retrieved the time ring for Beerus and the others to examine. It was Zamasu's first encounter with the time ring, and he was filled with questions about why there were several of them. Upon seeing that the time ring was indeed present, Beerus immediately felt reassured, stating, as it remains. All is well. At that moment, Goku once again approached Zamasu, saying, let us spar. I traveled a great distance to challenge you. Zamasu's eyes flashed with anger as he clenched his fists, his aura emanating ominously, dark thoughts swirling within. You, a mere human, dare to challenge me, the esteemed Supreme Kai? Though I am but an apprentice, I am still a Supreme Kai, and you treat me with such disdain. In Zamasu's mind, the divine was an exalted being, an entity forever beyond the reach of humanity. Yet here stood this seemingly savage individual, audaciously challenging him, disregarding the sanctity of the divine. Whis contemplated for a moment before suggesting, accept his challenge, engage in combat with him. Zamasu was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly agreeing to spar with a human? Could this human truly be his rival? After all, he was a god. Whis continued, this may be your finest opportunity to understand humanity. Zamasu let out a soft sigh. As you command, master. Whis then added, of course, do exercise restraint. Secretly, he thought, I am quite eager to see how you maintain your composure in the face of humanity. Upon hearing Whis' words, Goku quickly waved his hands, declaring, wait, please. Do not hold back. What? Whis and Zamasu paused, utterly bewildered. Was this fellow out of his mind? Beerus, with his arms crossed, remarked, let us adhere to his request. Do not hold back. He then chuckled, turning to Zamasu. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Zamasu instantly felt his authority challenged, not by a god, but by a human's audacity and the disdain of the god of destruction. Naturally, he dared not confront Beerus directly, but the notion of being bested by a mere human was intolerable. A shadowy smile crept across his face. I am most curious to see what you are capable of. To have prompted Beerus to declare that you could defeat me. With that, both combatants began to gather their energy. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan at that moment. Whis exclaimed in astonishment. He has transformed. Whis, standing nearby, explained, this is the Super Saiyan. Whis stared at Goku, equally astonished. His aura had multiplied several times over. No, it was dozens of times stronger. Goku calmly stated, the last time I fought a god was during my encounter with Lord Beerus. Now, I can once again face a deity. He has fought against the god of destruction? Zamasu was taken aback. Ye Tian could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity. Whis could not help but inquire. He has clashed with you, Lord Beerus? Beerus nodded slightly. Well, one might say so. Clearly, in his eyes, Goku's previous encounter had merely been a tenuous exchange of blows. And he is still alive. Goku surged forward suddenly. Bang! Zamasu extended his hand to block Goku's punch. But Goku leaned forward, delivering a powerful kick. Whoosh! Zamasu quickly retreated, yet Goku's fist came crashing down once more. Can humans truly possess such strength? Zamasu thought, astonished as he defended against Goku's relentless strikes. In an instant, Zamasu unleashed his own power. Whoosh! A wave of pseudo-divine energy radiated outward. Goku paused momentarily. Sensing the energy, Beerus's gaze sharpened as he calmly inquired, what do you think, Whis? Have you felt it? Whis remained composed. Indeed, I have. Ye Tian furrowed his brow, finding the resemblance uncanny. Nevertheless, Zamasu continued to be pushed back by Goku until he ultimately fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Whis was left utterly speechless, instinctively exclaiming, he is not a god, yet he rivals the god of destruction. Beerus felt his dignity once more insulted. Coldly, he retorted, are you comparing him to me? Whis, alarmed, waved his hands frantically. Misunderstanding, Lord Beerus. Whoosh! Goku, seeing Zamasu on the ground, reverted from his Super Saiyan form. You truly are formidable. Zamasu twitched at the corner of his mouth, feeling deeply humiliated at being knocked to the ground. Yet Goku dares to claim he is formidable? Who is being arrogant here? He felt profoundly insulted. Chapter 76, Time Reversal. Zamasu felt deeply insulted. Goku reached out a hand, intending to help him up. At that moment, Zamasu gathered energy in his right hand, preparing to incapacitate Goku's arm. Whis immediately shouted, Zamasu, cease. Zamasu halted his hand, grasped Goku's, and stood up. However, a shadowy glimmer flickered in his eyes. Beerus yawned, resting his hands behind his head. Since the time ring is still intact, I shall return to indulge in desserts. I have yet to finish my sweets. Whis. Yes. Farewell, everyone. With that, the trio followed Whis, transforming into a streak of light as they departed. Zamasu watched their retreating figures, a shadow flitting across his gaze, which vanished the moment Whis turned to him. Curiously, Zamasu inquired, Master Whis, may I ask what the time ring is for? Why did they seek it? Whis pondered for a moment before explaining. The time ring allows one to traverse between the future and the past. In the cosmos, Beerus queried Whis, what are your thoughts? The cold, austere aura emanating from deep within him had already confirmed his identity as Black Goku. Beerus remarked, perhaps I should have destroyed him earlier. Goku interjected, but he does not seem like a villain to me. Beerus, exasperated, retorted, that is precisely because you are too naive. A being like Goku. If Frieza were to utter even a few kind words, perhaps even gentle ones, he might genuinely believe that Frieza had undergone a transformation for the better. Upon hearing Beerus's reprimand, Goku continued, however, while the aura surrounding him bears some resemblance to Black Goku's, it is not entirely the same, and moreover, Zamasu's appearance is completely different from that of Black Goku. Whis slightly tilted his head to observe the trio and remarked, that is indeed the peculiar aspect. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Tian, and he turned to Whis, inquiring, is there a possibility that Zamasu has somehow occupied Goku's body through some special means? Whis pondered for a moment before responding, that seems unlikely. Given Zamasu's recent behavior, he clearly does not recognize Goku. Furthermore, Goku resides in the 7th universe, while Zamasu is from the 10th universe. Prior to becoming a Kaishin, he could not have instantaneously arrived in another realm. Ye Tian, curious, asked, so, what are the means to become a Kaishin? Whis elucidated, there are 3 ways. First, a command from the Omni-King. Second, a Kaishin voluntarily relinquishing their position. Third, if he is currently an apprentice Kaishin, should he eliminate Gowasu, he would naturally ascend to the status of Kaishin. Beerus, unfazed, commented, the first scenario rarely occurs. The Omni-King has little interest in such matters. It's the second and third that hold potential. Just then, Whis abruptly hit the brakes. Beerus collided with Whis. Goku crashed into Beerus, and Ye Tian bumped into Goku. Beerus, clearly vexed, exclaimed, Whis, what was that sudden stop for? Do you even know how to drive? Whis apologetically replied, my apologies. I momentarily considered that Gowasu might be in danger. Upon hearing this, Ye Tian contemplated for a few seconds, realizing that indeed, Gowasu was in peril. Beerus also grasped the situation, while Goku, bewildered, asked, how could Grandpa Gosu be in danger? Whis gently tapped his staff against the cosmic void, conjuring an image from the orb atop his staff. The scene revealed Gowasu lecturing Zamasu, during which Gowasu was elucidating the function of the time rings. Zamasu was humbly absorbing the knowledge. Goku, upon witnessing this scene, immediately exclaimed, but everything seems fine. How can you say Grandpa Gowasu is in danger? Goku, just wait and see, was cautioned. As time ticked by, 5 minutes later, Gowasu requested Zamasu to brew him tea once more. After Zamasu prepared a cup, he approached Gowasu from behind, raising his hand in a slashing motion, ready to strike. Goku, witnessing this, panicked and urged, Lord Beerus, do something quickly. Beerus paid no heed to Goku. Although he could intervene and prevent Zamasu, he had yet to fully capture the scene of Zamasu attempting to kill Gowasu. He and Whis needed to secure evidence before they could chastise Zamasu, ensuring they had a valid explanation should the Omni-King inquire later. During Beerus's silence, the image unfolded. Zamasu executed a hand strike toward Gowasu, brutally slaying him, leaving him sprawled across the table. Whis smiled slightly. Time reversed. In an instant, time rewound to a minute before Zamasu's attack on Gowasu. Goku suddenly recalled, ah, yes, Whis has the ability to reverse time. Ye Tian, feeling the temporal reversal, mused inwardly, acknowledging that this ability was quite useful. Although he had possessed it all along, he had never utilized it before. Experiencing it now, he found it remarkably beneficial. Whis explained to Goku, now that we have secured evidence, we can eliminate Zamasu. Beerus, with a shadowy grin, agreed. Meanwhile, Zamasu, having returned to a minute earlier, approached Gowasu from behind, raising his hand to strike. However, just as he brought down his hand, he felt an invisible force enveloping it, rendering him powerless, as though all his strength had been siphoned into the void. In that moment, Ye Tian and the others appeared before Gowasu. Zamasu, seeing the 4 of them, became utterly flustered, instantly realizing that their presence was a disruption to his plans. Gowasu, noticing their arrival, curiously asked, Lord Beerus, what brings you here? He did not need to finish his question for everyone to comprehend its implication. Beerus explained, Zamasu intended to kill you. What? Gowasu could hardly believe it. Zamasu's face contorted with fear and rage, realizing that their arrival had thwarted his scheme. If he could eliminate Gowasu, he would ascend to the rank of Kaishin, wielding the time ring to execute his plans. But now, Beerus had intervened. Chapter 77, Ye Tian's Analysis. Whis understood that Gowasu was in shock. After all, Zamasu was his beloved disciple. How could a disciple ever harm his master? Thus, he displayed the recent events, showing Zamasu's hand strike that led to his own demise. Just as Gowasu was about to confront Zamasu, the latter, realizing his plot had been uncovered, resolved to flee. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus was upon him, grasping his hand. Zamasu attempted to muster his strength to resist Beerus, but he was simply too weak in comparison, utterly insignificant. Even Goku in his Super Saiyan form could easily defeat him. And Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form was nothing more than an insect before Beerus, let alone Zamasu. Beerus, sensing Zamasu's attempt to gather power, wore a disdainful expression and coldly remarked, "Don't get cocky." Summoning destructive energy in his other hand, he intoned, "Destruction." Zamasu let out a heart-wrenching scream as he was wholly obliterated. Observing Zamasu's destruction, Gaosu felt a pang of sorrow. After all, he had nurtured this disciple for many years. One who was to inherit his position as Kaioshin. Even a dog, after all this time, would evoke some sentiment. Yet, being a Kaioshin capable of discerning right from wrong, he expressed his gratitude to Beerus. "Thank you, Lord Beerus, for cleaning house." Beerus replied nonchalantly, "In the future, be sure to choose your disciples wisely. Don't be so easily deceived." "Yes, I take my leave." After Ye Tian and the others returned to Earth in the 7th universe, Bulma eagerly inquired, "Lord Beerus, what happened?" Beerus proudly declared, "Indeed, Zamasu, the Black Goku, has been eradicated. Trunks, you may return. Your world will no longer have a Black Goku." Bulma, slightly skeptical of Beerus's casual demeanor, pressed further, "Is that true?" This time, she turned to Ye Tian, sensing he was far more reliable than Beerus. Ye Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Bulma, Zamasu has been destroyed." However, as Ye Tian spoke, he abruptly ceased his words, leaving Bulma and the others in a state of confusion. Why had he only spoken halfway? Beerus and Whis were equally intrigued, pondering what Ye Tian intended to reveal. Bulma, being rather impatient, could no longer contain herself and urged, "Ye Tian, what is it? Please, do continue. Why stop at half?" Daju also pressed, "Yes, Uncle Ye Tian. What exactly do you wish to say? This concerns my future world. We cannot afford to be careless." Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Ye Tian explained, "However, I have a vague sense that matters are far from simple. It is possible that Black Goku in the future has not been eradicated." Beerus was the first to refute this assertion, exclaiming, "Impossible. I personally obliterated Zamasu. He cannot possibly still be alive. How can we discuss the future?" Ye Tian nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case, yet Goku and Vegeta, following the natural course of events, have already perished, yet they remain here. Upon hearing this, the group found merit in Ye Tian's reasoning. His thoughts were likely influenced by the peculiarities of the time and space within the Dragon Ball Super universe. The Zamasu from that timeline had certainly been destroyed, but what of alternate timelines? Zamasu was an apprentice Supreme Kai and could easily acquire a time ring. Should he traverse to the past or future, he could indeed create an entirely new timeline. Beerus contemplated this notion, finding it quite plausible, and Whis felt similarly. After a few seconds, Beerus spoke, "I have already dealt with Zamasu for you. What the future holds is no longer my concern. My only responsibility is to ensure that the Zamasu of this era does not misuse the time ring and does not overstep his bounds. Whis, let us depart." "Yes, my lord," Whis replied resignedly, casting a glance at the others before departing with Beerus in a flash of light. Bulma called out after Beerus, "Lord Beerus, you cannot simply abandon your responsibilities." Vegeta tugged at Bulma, chiding her, "Bulma, cease your complaints. Lord Beerus is a god of destruction. His duty is to destroy. If you expect him to be responsible, are you not asking him to destroy?" Realizing her error thanks to Vegeta's reminder, Bulma took a few startled steps back, then turned her gaze to Ye Tian as if to say, "Should Beerus truly come to destroy, it would fall to you." Ye Tian offered a wry smile, but refrained from further comment. Deep down, he understood that as long as Beerus was not provoked by something extraordinarily infuriating, he would not casually destroy Earth. After all, Earth was home to many exceptional warriors, and he needed their assistance for the tournament of power. If he could not select individuals with a strong chance of victory, the entire 7th universe would face annihilation. Vegeta, in his usual prideful manner, declared, "Humph. If the future Kakarot is not dead, I will personally slay him. As many times as he is revived, I shall kill him just as many." Goku, feeling quite disheartened, responded, "Vegeta, that's not me. He just looks like me." In the cosmos, Whis flew alongside Beerus, slightly tilting his head to inquire, "Lord Beerus, do you feel a tinge of guilt?" Beerus did indeed feel some remorse regarding Zamasu's situation, but he was powerless to act. As Ye Tian had suggested, the 10th universe might generate a troublesome timeline. He could not venture into every timeline to eliminate Zamasu, for such actions would constitute overstepping his authority unless sanctioned by the Omni-King. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the Omni-King would grant such permission, considering he was the god of destruction for the 7th universe. If action were to be taken, it would fall to the god of destruction of the 10th universe, Rumshi. To handle the matter, he was merely a bystander. Furthermore, he dreaded facing the Omni-King, as the fear instilled by the Omni-King far outweighed any feelings of guilt he harbored. In response to Whis's inquiry, he huffed, "Whis, you understand me well." Indeed. Back on Earth, Goku turned to Bulma and asked, "Bulma, is the energy prepared?" Bulma made a small gesture with her fingers, saying, "Just a bit more, wait. I'll get it ready right away." With that, she quickly turned and departed. Ye Tian found a spot to sit, contemplating that it was time to utilize the Bloodline Roulette. With a thought, he activated the Bloodline Roulette. This time, the Bloodline options once again numbered 12, as detailed in Chapter 78, Bloodline Roulette Upgrade. Upon opening the Bloodline Roulette, he received a notification, as the host has opened the Bloodline Roulette for the second time. It has been upgraded to an intermediate Bloodline Roulette. Ye Tian was momentarily taken aback. What? The Bloodline Roulette has been upgraded? To an intermediate Bloodline Roulette? When Ye Tian opened the intermediate roulette, he was once again astonished, for the bloodlines contained within were significantly superior to those of the initial opening. Moreover, there were not 12 bloodlines this time, but only 8. Black Goku Bloodline, Majin Buu Bloodline, Frieza Bloodline, Angel Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Glass Tribe Bloodline, and Ancient Ultimate Tribe, Jiren. Ye Tian felt a surge of excitement upon seeing these bloodlines. While he was unfamiliar with a few, their names alone sounded promising. For instance, the Ancient Ultimate Tribe undoubtedly seemed more formidable than the Three-Eyed Clan, given the inclusion of the term ancient. Ye Tian hesitated no longer, focusing his mind. Draw. The pointer on the roulette spun rapidly, and Ye Tian's heart raced alongside its motion. If he could obtain the Angel Bloodline, it would be splendid. Thus far, the only angels he had encountered were Whis and Beerus, both of whom possessed formidable strength, surpassing that of the gods of destruction. Although Beerus was incredibly powerful, Ye Tian could sense that Whis was even stronger. As for Kampa, his battle prowess was inferior to Beerus. As for who was more powerful between Beerus and Whis, Ye Tian found it difficult to determine since both exhibited similar techniques and energies. It could be that they were evenly matched, or perhaps one was indeed more powerful than the other. Nevertheless, these matters were of little concern to Ye Tian. He was solely focused on what bloodline he would draw. He yearned for the Angel Bloodline. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he were to obtain the Black Goku Bloodline once more, what would the effect be? Would it be ineffective, or would it mutate? System, can you provide an answer to this question? The system replied in a mechanical tone. If the host acquires the Black Goku Bloodline again, it will merge to become even stronger and purer, evolving into the second stage Black Goku Bloodline. Consequently, the effects granted by the Black Goku Bloodline will be doubled. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Ye Tian was exhilarated. He had initially feared that a second acquisition would yield no effect. If that were not the case, he was indeed eager to obtain the Black Goku Bloodline once more. Having already experienced its benefits, he found it simply exhilarating, albeit with a slight sensation of masochism. However, there is no way around it. The lineage of Black Goku is simply as it is. At this moment, the pointer's speed began to decelerate. Yet Ye Tian noticed a rather unfavorable detail. The pointer had already surpassed the domain of the angel race. Given the current rotation speed of the pointer, it would be impossible for it to rotate back to the angel race's position. After crossing the Frieza lineage area, it slowed down even further, akin to a snail crawling into the Black Goku lineage region. Ye Tian's emotions surged with excitement. According to the system, acquiring the Black Goku lineage once more would indeed be quite advantageous. Nonetheless, Ye Tian sensed that it might not halt within the Black Goku lineage area. The pointer had yet to come to a standstill, and based on the nature of the initial lineage wheel, it would continue to spin until it could no longer move. Indeed, Ye Tian's speculation proved accurate. The pointer traversed the Black Goku lineage area and entered the Majin Buu territory. Upon entering this realm, it merely crawled 2/3 of the way before finally coming to a stop. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Majin Buu lineage. Ye Tian let out a slight sigh. I had anticipated obtaining that legendary Super Saiyan lineage below, but unexpectedly, I received the Majin Buu lineage instead. However, the Majin Buu lineage was not without merit. It possessed formidable self-regenerative abilities and could aid in healing others. With a flicker of consciousness, he activated the Majin Buu lineage. Beep, activation successful. Following the system's prompt, Ye Tian distinctly felt his body undergoing a rapid transformation, becoming considerably more pliable, with inexplicable cells multiplying within him. The addition of these cells did not induce any discomfort. On the contrary, it felt remarkably pleasant, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Dacket, why has your skin turned pink? At that moment, Ye Tian, largely engrossed in his consciousness, finally opened his eyes upon hearing Dacket's words. He glanced at Dacket. Huh? What? Dacket, astonished, pointed at Ye Tian and exclaimed, Uncle Ye Tian, your skin has turned pink. Vegeta and Goku, at this juncture, turned their gazes toward him. Indeed, they witnessed that Ye Tian's skin had transformed from its usual hue to that reminiscent of Majin Buu's pink complexion. Ye Tian realized, inwardly reflecting that he must have failed to control his transformation, allowing the Majin Buu lineage to supplant the Black Goku lineage. He hastily focused to revert his skin color to its normal state, and in an instant, it shifted back to yellow, regaining its usual appearance. Ye Tian spoke calmly. Don't be surprised. I am merely cultivating a special martial arts technique. A special martial arts technique? Dakkit inquired with curiosity. Vegeta regarded Ye Tian with confusion, while Goku, having witnessed countless peculiarities over the years, remained unfazed. Ye Tian continued to elucidate. Indeed, I must prepare thoroughly for a journey to the future. If Black Goku is not vanquished, I shall have to battle him once again, and I must be well prepared. Upon reflection, Dakkit expressed gratitude. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Ye Tian. He thought to himself that with Uncle Ye Tian, Uncle Goku, and his father all together, coupled with himself, Black Goku should not pose a significant threat to them. With this thought, Dakkit brimmed with confidence, especially after receiving training from his father during the day. While his combat power may not have seen a substantial increase, his morale had certainly soared. Ye Tian resumed his contemplation, pondering the ability to alter his skin color. If he were to acquire the angel lineage, Beerus would undoubtedly perceive his relationship with the Grand Minister as that of a father to a son. However, the issue of skin color could be adjusted according to one's will, which was not particularly concerning. He decided to set aside such musings for now and focus on exploring the effects of the Majin Buu lineage. Chapter 79. Kakarot, I shall slay you. Ye Tian, having just acquired the Majin Buu lineage, eagerly sought to discern its effects. He vividly recalled that Majin Buu possessed numerous extraordinary abilities. In his estimation, he equated it to being an exceptionally formidable individual. However, this notion had shifted since the emergence of the God of Destruction, angels, and the Grand Minister. He now regarded the Majin Buu lineage as somewhat less significant, given that a God of Destruction could obliterate with sheer destructive power. Nevertheless, with the current destruction capabilities of the God of Destruction being insufficient to annihilate him, the Majin Buu lineage would undoubtedly shine brilliantly within him. Effects of the Majin Buu lineage. 1. Ultra cell regeneration. As long as there remains a single cell, one can rapidly restore their body to its complete form, only being completely obliterated or rendered incapable of regeneration by exceedingly powerful attacks. 2. Restoration technique. Instantly returns the body to its original state after being pierced or deformed. 3. Clone technique. Generates a clone with the same appearance from one's own bodily remnants, which can ultimately merge back into the original. 4. Absorption. Any part of the body can envelop an individual and absorb them into oneself, resulting in various changes throughout the body. After absorbing another, one can not only acquire their strength and intellect, but also utilize their techniques. However, this absorption significantly diminishes one's regenerative and restorative capabilities, potentially even eliminating them. 5. Transformation. Can metamorphose another into a desired form, such as chocolate or coffee candy, but only individuals with combat power less than half of one's own can be transformed. Consuming such transformations can enhance combat power. 6. Healing technique. Capable of healing others, with the effectiveness of the treatment increasing in tandem with the host's combat power. The stronger the combat power, the more effective the healing. Upon reviewing these abilities, Ye Tian felt an exhilarating thrill. These powers, combined with his pain growth, were utterly exhilarating. He need not overly concern himself with the prospect of being overwhelmed by an adversary, for should he be defeated, he would swiftly recover. He could hardly contain his eagerness to experience these effects. Just as Ye Tian was lost in these thoughts, Bulma's voice resonated. The energy is ready. You may set off. Upon hearing this, not only Goku and Vegeta expressed excitement, but Ye Tian was also exceedingly thrilled. Excellent. Bulma observed the trio's enthusiastic demeanor and remarked, Why are you three so ecstatic? Vegeta snorted heavily, declaring, I shall go and slay Kakarot. Goku, once more at a loss for words, responded, Vegeta, that's not me. As for Ye Tian, he merely smiled in silence. The joy within him could hardly be comprehended by them. He could engage in a mutual pain growth with Black Goku, and this battle would undoubtedly yield significant enhancements to his combat power. With these thoughts, Ye Tian felt a sense of delight, eagerly anticipating the manifestation of the Majin Buu lineage within him. At that moment, Bulma directed her gaze at Ye Tian. Initially, I thought you were not a Saiyan and lacked a penchant for fighting, but now it seems I was mistaken. Ye Tian offered an awkward smile, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He had no choice. Without engaging in combat, one could not grow stronger. He too wished for a leisurely path to enhancement. If there were a way to elevate his combat power without exertion, he would surely embrace it. Trunks is entrusted to you, Ye Tian assured. Rest assured. Upon hearing Ye Tian's response, Vegeta shot him a glance, feeling that such words should have originated from himself. Ye Tian, sensing the awkwardness, realized he merely spoke without intention. There was absolutely no ulterior motive. Perhaps it would be prudent to limit interactions with Bulma in Vegeta's presence, as he was evidently a jealous man. However, one couldn't help but wonder why Vegeta remained so amicable towards Goku despite all that Bulma had done for him. No, it wasn't that he was particularly kind to Goku. It was more a relationship of love and rivalry. The four of them ascended into the time machine. What was initially a modestly sized contraption felt exceedingly cramped with their group. Bulma contemplated her unease, and the thought of potential troubles with the time machine without her presence made her anxious. She quickly declared, "Wait, I shall accompany you." With that, she swiftly climbed aboard, resulting in four hefty men squeezing in alongside Bulma as they embarked towards the future. Goku complained, "Bulma, your chest is pressing against me." He nudged her to shift aside. In an instant, Bulma erupted, "Son Goku." Vegeta's face flushed crimson with rage, and he bellowed, "Kakarot, I shall kill you." If not for the circumstances within the time machine, Vegeta would have already taken action against Goku, unleashing his energy. Yet he understood that doing so would surely destroy the time machine, rendering their journey to the future impossible. Ye Tian, overhearing Goku's words, found himself both amused and bewildered. How could Goku, now a grandfather, still utter such words? Had he not experienced enough in life? This reflection led Ye Tian to recall Goku's childhood innocence, when he asked Bulma what a wife was, completely oblivious. He couldn't help but wonder about the circumstances surrounding Gohan and Goten's arrival. Surely Chi-Chi had to have guided him, for Goku's intellect would not have allowed him to fathom such concepts otherwise. Indeed, it was a considerable burden on Chi-Chi. Goku, bewildered by Bulma and Vegeta's outbursts, looked on in confusion. "Why are you both angry? We're about to reach the future." Vegeta, still crimson with rage, retorted, "Kakarot, I will slay you soon. I have told you, Black Goku merely resembles me. I never said Black Kakarot was you." At that moment, Vegeta felt as though he were wearing an enormous green hat, nearly becoming Green Vegeta. Goku, utterly perplexed, questioned, "Why?" Ye Tian interjected, "You dare to touch someone else's wife right in front of them, and now you wonder why they want to kill you? How infuriating." Chapter 80. Is it just Peach Blossom? What is there to show off? In the future, Earth lay in ruins. Once towering skyscrapers had crumbled into mere remnants, and landscapes once filled with verdant beauty had transformed into a hellish nightmare. The plight of the living was profound, and despair thrived in abundance. As Ye Tian and the others descended in the time machine, they were met with this dismal scene. Curiosity got the better of them, and Ye Tian asked, "Trunks, has the future always been like this?" Trunks shook his head, bewildered. "No, it wasn't always like this." Ye Tian and the others shared his sentiment. It seemed that Black Goku had not yet been vanquished, confirming Ye Tian's earlier suspicions. After the time machine landed, they emerged from the hatch. Upon disembarking, Vegeta immediately struck Goku, sending him flying several meters, his face a shade of green. He had not forgotten the earlier incident. "What the hell, Vegeta?" Goku exclaimed, clutching his chest in pain, utterly baffled by Vegeta's sudden aggression. Vegeta huffed heavily, prepared to attack again, but suddenly sensed a dark energy. He halted his movements, and Goku stood up from the ground. Ye Tian also sensed the energy, and they all turned their gazes to the distance. A shadow rapidly approached, and upon recognizing the figure, they knew it was Black Goku. Black Goku regarded Ye Tian, Goku, and Vegeta, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he said, "Welcome. I have been expecting you." He had anticipated their arrival, and their presence validated his expectations. Vegeta, upon hearing this, scoffed coldly. "Ah, humph." In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Looking at Black Goku, he disdainfully declared, "I have merely come to inform you that you will ultimately perish at the hands of a Super Saiyan Blue." Black Goku remained unfazed by Vegeta's transformation, his expression calm and even somewhat amused. Tetsu observed carefully, pondering how one could remain so composed in the presence of a Super Saiyan Blue. What secret did he hold? At that moment, Black Goku clapped his hands, applause. So this is what it means for a warrior race to don the aura of a god. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Vegeta, lifting his chin with his fingers. "You've been training hard, I see." Vegeta was taken aback, quickly retreating, shock coursing through him as he realized he had been caught off guard. Damn it! His energy has multiplied exponentially since his last encounter with Kakarot. Black Goku lowered his hand, smirking disdainfully, "But in the end, you are merely human." Vegeta, incensed by Black Goku's condescending gaze, could not tolerate it. He had always been the one to look down upon others. No one had ever dared to look down upon him. He bellowed, "No matter what you say, before a Super Saiyan Blue, all your words are meaningless." In an instant, he transformed into a blazing blue light, charging at Black Goku. Black Goku made no attempt to resist, his arms spread wide. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta's fists rained down upon Black Goku, who staggered back, yet Vegeta pursued relentlessly, their bodies weaving through the ruins of skyscrapers. Yet, Vegeta remained oblivious to the fact that Black Goku wore a faint smile throughout, seemingly unfazed by the assault. With a resounding kick, Vegeta struck Black Goku in the chest. Boom. Black Goku's body crashed into a building as Vegeta clasped his hands together, forming a pose for a powerful attack, shouting, "Final Flash. This ends now." Boom. The final flash struck Black Goku squarely, causing the building behind them to collapse in a spectacular display. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards. Vegeta gasped for breath, his gaze fixed on the haze, pondering. Has it vanished? Suddenly, with a loud bang, the smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing Black Goku, unscathed, striding forward. Vegeta, you're not so impressive after all, but I suppose you have a little bit of value, huh? Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed by the implication. What did he mean by having a little value? Was he suggesting that the damage he inflicted had merely been converted into Black Goku's combat power? Regardless, it was a clear sign of disdain towards him. Vegeta's interpretation was entirely accurate. Black Goku had intentionally refrained from resisting to absorb his damage and transform it into his own strength. Just as Vegeta was about to unleash his fury, Black Goku continued, as a token of gratitude, allow me to present you with a surprise. What? The others were bewildered by Black Goku's words. He clenched his fists tightly, gathering energy rapidly, and shouted, hoo. The sky darkened abruptly. Bolts of lightning flickered, and the earth trembled. Ye Tian instantly understood the situation and realized that this fellow was about to transform into Super Saiyan Rose. He wondered just how powerful this transformation would be, as Black Goku had promised to deliver a surprise. Boom. An explosive surge of energy erupted around them. Black Goku was enveloped in a pink aura, his power multiplying exponentially, his hair shifting to a vibrant pink hue. How do you like this color? Beautiful, isn't it? According to your tastes, I shall name it Super Saiyan Rose. He ascended into the air, looking down at Goku with an air of arrogance. Son Goku, you have reached your peak beauty through me. Goku, utterly baffled, exclaimed, I have no idea what you're talking about. Meanwhile, Ye Tian began to contemplate an incredibly implausible notion, one he could scarcely believe himself. Unfazed by Goku's confusion, Black Goku, with a sense of self-importance, declared, You are merely a human. How could you possibly comprehend the noble qualities inherent in my words? With that, he turned his gaze to the distance, proclaiming, My ambitions, my beauty, all of my endeavors, exist in a realm of solitude. You cannot possibly understand. Bulma, unfazed, remarked casually, Isn't that just Ye Tian's Super Saiyan Rose? What's there to boast about? Clearly, she did not regard Black Goku's transformation with any respect, for she had witnessed it before, and Ye Tian was the first to achieve it. She could not fathom why Black Goku was so boastful when Ye Tian, the original, remained humble. In this regard, he resembled Vegeta quite a bit. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Black Goku's smile faltered, and he turned his attention to her, asking, What did you say? I said, Ye Tian can also transform into Super Saiyan Rose. What are you bragging about? Black Goku muttered to himself, Ye Tian. He shifted his gaze to Ye Tian, recalling that during his earlier confrontation with Goku, two figures had flown towards him. One was Goku, the other Ye Tian. Having heard Goku call out Ye Tian's name, he recognized him. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, You can also transform into Super Saiyan Rose. Ye Tian replied without hesitation, Indeed. Upon hearing Ye Tian's affirmation, Black Goku felt his earlier confidence dissipate. He realized how foolish he had been to boast. The true fool was himself. At that moment, an enraged Vegeta shouted, Who are you talking to? Your opponent is me. Black Goku scoffed dismissively, retorting, Vegeta, don't you understand? Your role has ended. You're just a supporting character. Stay aside like a good boy. What? The proud Vegeta could not bear such words. Clenching his fists tightly, he shouted with fury, You bastard. In an instant, he appeared before Black Goku. Black Goku regarded him with disdain. You are utterly unaware of your own limitations. Bang. A punch landed squarely on Vegeta's chest. With the other hand, Black Goku seized Vegeta and tossed him aside, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing into a skyscraper. Yet, within mere seconds, Vegeta emerged once more, charging at Black Goku with his fists raised. But in an unexpected turn, just as Vegeta's fist reached halfway, Black Goku manifested a pink energy sword in his hand, plunging it into Vegeta's abdomen. Goku, Dot, and Bulma were momentarily stunned, while Ye Tian remained unfazed, given Vegeta's current state. It was evident he was no match for Black Goku. Moreover, Vegeta was unfamiliar with Black Goku's techniques, making the sword's penetration all the more predictable. Vegeta! Bulma cried out in alarm. In the air, Black Goku spoke with a grave tone. Vegeta, I retract my earlier statement about you being a supporting character. I apologize. In fact, you don't even qualify as a supporting role. You are merely an appetizer. And a tasteless one at that. Vegeta? He deliberately emphasized Vegeta's name. You bastard. Vegeta managed to curse out weakly. With a swift motion, Black Goku retracted the energy sword, causing blood to spurt from Vegeta's abdomen. He felt a surge rising in his throat, a metallic taste invading his mouth. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously as he plummeted towards the ground. His Super Saiyan blue form instantly dissipated, returning him to his normal state. Bulma rushed forward. Vegeta. Dope quickly followed. Dad. Trunks caught Vegeta in his arms, while Bulma anxiously urged, Quick, give your father a senzu bean. I don't have any senzu beans. They're with Uncle Goku. Uncle Goku, give me a senzu bean. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, and seeing this gesture, Bulma's expression darkened, fearing the worst. Sure enough, Goku sheepishly admitted, I'm sorry. I forgot to bring them. Bulma's face fell, ready to scold Goku. Ye Tian interjected, Allow me to heal him, extending his hand over Vegeta's wound. He channeled a healing spell. A green light radiated from Ye Tian's palm, flooding into Vegeta's injury, visibly accelerating the healing process. Black Goku, observing this scene from above, was taken aback, muttering to himself, Who exactly is this Ye Tian? Why can he transform into Rose like me? And what about this healing ability? After the murmuring ceased, he refrained from dwelling further on the matter. After all, he was merely a mortal destined for self-erasure. Fortunately, with Vegeta serving as a mere appetizer, my prowess has once again ascended, leading me to a higher realm. Now, the main course awaits, Son Goku and Ye Tian. Who shall take the stage first? Ye Tian's lips curled slightly as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Let Goku go first. I fear I might inadvertently end your life, which would spoil the fun. Hearing this, Black Goku could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Such arrogance. Yet, Ye Tian was not being arrogant. He simply found Black Goku uninteresting at present. The current Black Goku still required further growth to engage in a proper contest. If he were to fight now, it would most likely result in Black Goku's demise. Moreover, the damage inflicted upon him was insufficient for his own advancement due to the lack of potency in the attacks. Thus, Ye Tian resolved in his mind to first allow Goku to serve as experience points, to level up his combat prowess before making his move. Goku, unable to contain himself any longer, instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Trunks, witnessing this transformation, mused silently. Is this the Super Saiyan Blue of Uncle Goku? Why did he not unleash his full power from the outset? Had he done so, Black Goku might have been defeated. After contemplating this, he turned his gaze towards Ye Tian, recalling Ye Tian's earlier comment about potentially killing Black Goku if he intervened. So he chose to remain on the sidelines for the moment. Uncle Ye Tian, please take the stage and eliminate Black Goku. Ye Tian understood Trunks' sentiments. However, this was an excellent opportunity to enhance his combat strength, and he could not let it slip away. Trunks, be patient. I shall make my move soon. First, let your Uncle Goku have his fun. Have you not noticed his eagerness? Trunks looked at Uncle Goku, and indeed saw the excitement radiating from him. Upon reaching Black Goku, Goku stated earnestly, You claim that pain will lead to growth. It appears your physique is akin to Ye Tian's. Ye Tian? Again with Ye Tian? Chapter 82, The Arrival of Zamasu. Again with Ye Tian? Black Goku glanced down at Ye Tian, who regarded him with an impassive expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of oddity. However, he quickly regained his focus. Once he consumed Son Goku, his power would multiply exponentially. Then he could easily eliminate Ye Tian, thereby achieving his grand ambitions. With his energy sword pointed at Goku, he proclaimed arrogantly, I have now reached a level of power unattainable by mere mortals. You must be eager to experience this strength. Goku replied calmly, Perhaps. He slightly inclined his body and, with a swift motion of his right hand, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Black Goku. Black Goku dismissively chuckled, shattering them all with his energy sword. Boom. Goku surged towards Black Goku, landing a series of rapid punches. Bam! Wham! Goku delivered a punch. But Black Goku swiftly evaded, launching his energy sword in retaliation. With a wicked grin, he saw an opening. Goku softly exclaimed. Noticing Black Goku's body slightly veering to the left, realizing this was a prime opportunity. Bam! Bam! He delivered two powerful punches, followed by a kick to Black Goku's chest. Boom! Black Goku plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Goku aimed his right hand at Black Goku's position, firing another volley of energy blasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The smoke billowed. However, Within mere seconds, the haze dissipated, revealing Black Goku soaring back into the sky, standing at the same height as Goku, wearing a proud smile. Damn, Saiyan, your power is commendable. Now, let me show you my current strength. Whoosh. He dove towards Goku with astonishing speed. Goku was momentarily taken aback. What? His speed has increased. Just as he processed this, Black Goku was upon him, slashing down with his sword, the pink energy trailing menacingly towards Goku. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. But then, Black Goku executed a swift kick. Bam! A solid blow struck Goku's head. Goku gasped as, with blinding speed, Black Goku thrust his sword towards Goku's abdomen. Recognizing the imminent danger, Goku swiftly dodged. Uffed. The energy sword grazed his left shoulder, and as Black Goku withdrew the blade, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Goku's head. I will not allow you to act with impunity any longer. A deep, playful voice resonated, as a pale silver light appeared in the sky. A man with green skin, white hair, and orange earrings descended. Upon hearing this voice, Black Goku altered his attack, opting for a kick instead. Bam! He sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku looked up at the newcomer in astonishment. Lord Zamasu. Internally, he wondered if Zamasu could be a force for good. Yes, he must be. After all, he had just declared that Black Goku should not be allowed to act recklessly. If he were evil, he would not have uttered such words. Vegeta and Trunks, having never encountered Zamasu before, were taken aback by his arrival. What? Is that Zamasu? Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Zamasu and Black Goku are not the same being? Vegeta, arms crossed, observed coolly. Though his wounds had been healed by Ye Tian, he was still in a rather poor state. He was gravely injured. Goku stood, ready to greet Zamasu, only to see him standing alongside Black Goku. Zamasu then addressed Black Goku. Have you forgotten our agreement? I stated that Son Goku must meet his end at my hands. Goku and the others immediately grasped the implication. Zamasu was not a benevolent figure, but rather an accomplice of Black Goku. Zamasu, are you in league with Black Goku? Goku demanded. Zamasu shrugged and extended his right hand. Let us not use such harsh terminology. We should call it a partnership. Then that makes you our enemy. Goku asserted sternly. Zamasu smirked disdainfully. You pitiful humans are unworthy to contend with a divine being. Soon, the world I have envisioned will come to pass. He raised his hand and declared, a world of justice. Goku, utterly perplexed, responded, what are you talking about? Ignoring Goku, Zamasu continued, in that world of justice, humanity will have no place. Ye Tian, upon hearing this, thought to himself, it seems Zamasu is advocating for the zero-human plan. These two share a common goal, which is why they can be partners. Though Wukong could not comprehend the gibberish emanating from Zamasu, he was acutely aware that it boded no good. I shall not allow you to prevail. Instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, he charged at Zamasu. Bang! Zamasu met his advance, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. Boom! A wave of energy radiated outward. Wukong was taken aback. This sensation was unlike the last. Previously, he could effortlessly overpower Zamasu, yet now, the force behind their strikes felt remarkably comparable. What had transpired? Zamasu flashed a grin and launched a punch towards Wukong. At that moment, Black Wukong also surged forward. I told you, Son Wukong belongs to me. Have you forgotten our pact? Black Wukong explained, but my body craves him. After a moment's contemplation, Zamasu declared, very well, let us together bring an end to him. Bang! Bang! The two relentlessly attacked Wukong, who, once in the position of dominance, was swiftly reduced to a state of defense. Bang! Wukong was struck by a kick from Black Wukong, sending him plummeting. Uncle Wukong, Trunks, sensing the gravity of the situation, shouted as he drew his sword, the sword of the brave, and charged forth. Bang! With a single stroke, he aimed to slay Zamasu. Thud! Splatter! The blade struck Zamasu's head, cleaving through him. A surge of joy erupted in Trunks. He had not anticipated such a successful blow against Zamasu. Wukong too wore a smile of relief. However, not far away, Ye Tian sensed that something was amiss. The situation appeared far more complex than it seemed. Chapter 83. What is Ye Tian planning? Just as Trunks savored his brief triumph, Zamasu revealed a sinister smile and reached out, seizing Trunks' sword. What? Trunks was utterly astonished. Wukong, equally shocked, could hardly fathom how Zamasu was still capable of movement after being cleaved in such a manner. Zamasu hoisted Trunks' sword of the brave with ease, a smirk playing on his lips. Pitiful humans, utterly useless. I am immortal. Only this immortal body can befit my noble status. Thank you, Science, though your strength is excessive. It only serves to highlight the magnificence of my immortal form. Upon finishing his proclamation, Zamasu's wounds miraculously healed, leaving no trace of injury, as though Trunks' sword had never made contact. Trunks and Wukong gazed in disbelief at the scene. You are truly immortal. Ye Tian too was taken aback. He possessed only a semblance of immortality, while this being exuded true invincibility. The prior foreboding had hinted that Zamasu was no ordinary foe, and it was now evident that he had not evaded Trunks' strike out of fear of being slain. Zamasu's shadowy smile deepened. What? Are you beginning to grasp the insignificance of your power? Science, your assaults are utterly ineffective against a god. Both Trunks and Wukong bristled at his words. Noting their expressions, Zamasu taunted, by the looks on your faces, do you still wish to challenge me? Knowing you cannot win, yet still attempting to prove your worthlessness? In an instant, Zamasu's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness as he declared, Son Wukong, Trunks, you have repeatedly transgressed against the divine. It is time for your punishment. Huh. Wukong and Trunks were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend Zamasu's intent. The Kamehameha. Behind them, a formidable energy began to coalesce. Turning around, they beheld Black Wukong gathering energy for a Kamehameha, but as a god, his Kamehameha morphed into a divine variant. Trunks, get away, Wukong shouted. Just then, Zamasu appeared beside them in an instant, enveloping both in his grasp. Wukong questioned in astonishment, are you seeking to perish alongside us? Zamasu merely chuckled ominously, withholding an answer. At that moment, Black Wukong concluded his energy gathering. A colossal pink energy beam surged forth, striking Zamasu, Wukong, and Trunks simultaneously. As the smoke cleared, Zamasu held the battered duo, as one might a mere chick. Fragile, he discarded them to the ground, and Wukong, reverting to his normal state, gazed at the unscathed Zamasu and could not help but exclaim, your immortality is utterly infuriating. Zamasu ascended to join Black Wukong, both gazing down from their lofty perch at the fallen Wukong and Trunks. With a chilling demeanor, Zamasu proclaimed, let us together bring their existence to a close. They raised their hands, gathering a massive orb of energy. Wukong attempted to rise, but his efforts were in vain. Having just endured a Kamehameha, he found it impossible to recover in time. As the energy amassed between Zamasu and Black Wukong grew ever more potent, Bulma, witnessing their actions, implored Ye Tian beside her. Ye Tian, are you not going to intervene? Ye Tian smiled lightly, remaining unfazed. Vegeta cast a curious glance at Ye Tian. What was he waiting for? Did he intend to let Black Wukong and Zamasu complete their energy gathering? Bulma, unable to bear Ye Tian's calm demeanor, shouted, hurry and do something. Vegeta rebuked, Bulma. He has his own plan. In the air, Black Wukong and Zamasu, since their energy was capable of obliterating Wukong and Trunks entirely. They roared in unison, die, Science. A massive sphere of pink and black energy descended upon Wukong and Trunks. How ironic it was that beings such as you possessed such formidable combat prowess. Yet all was about to come to an end, haha. As Bulma watched the energy sphere plummet, she could not fathom why Ye Tian remained resolutely inactive. Ye Tian, hurry and act. If you don't, Trunks and Wukong will surely perish. The energy sphere expanded further. Ye Tian's eyes sparkled with resolve. Very well. He soared towards the energy sphere. Zamasu and Black Wukong exchanged bewildered glances as Ye Tian suddenly approached the energy sphere. Oh? How could we forget about him? But what does he intend to do? The onlookers were puzzled by Ye Tian's actions, for upon reaching the energy sphere, he exhibited no intent to resist. Then, to their astonishment, Ye Tian raised his arms wide, closing his eyes, as if reveling in the moment. Come. Black Wukong furrowed his brow, astonished. What is he doing? Does he intend to provoke the growth that comes from pain? Can he withstand it? Zamasu, hearing this, queried, pain growth? He possesses that too? Indeed, he does. Black Wukong replied, nonchalantly. Following this, the two burst into triumphant laughter. Hee, this is the formidable energy we have both amassed. You, a mere human, think you can withstand it? How utterly foolish. Bulma clenched her fists and exclaimed, what on earth does Ye Tian intend to achieve? Is he seeking his own demise? Vegeta remained silent, equally perplexed. He sensed that Ye Tian's actions were a deliberate provocation to foster growth through pain. Yet, the sheer force of this attack was terrifying. Should it strike Kakarot and Trunks, it would undoubtedly spell their end. How could Ye Tian hope to harness this energy sphere to stimulate his growth? Even if he managed to endure it, without stamina, he would still fall prey to Zamasu and his counterpart. Growth through pain does not equate to Zamasu's immortality. Goku struggled to open his eyes, gazing at Ye Tian, who faced Zamasu's energy sphere head-on, and couldn't help but exclaim, Ye Tian, you are utterly reckless. Boom. The energy sphere forged by Zamasu and Black Goku crashed into Ye Tian. A tremendous roar erupted as a searing wave burst forth from Ye Tian's body. Accompanied by a cataclysmic sound, thick smoke billowed like a vast sandstorm. In that fleeting moment, Ye Tian's form was obliterated into countless fragments, cascading down amidst the swirling smoke. Zamasu and Black Goku hovered above, looking down with disdain, their laughter echoing. A lowly human. How could you possibly withstand the strike of a god? Bulma was left stunned. Witnessing Ye Tian's dismemberment, Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed, foolish and arrogant, still spouting bravado. Clearly, he still harbored resentment over Ye Tian's earlier claim that he might accidentally kill Black Goku. Vegeta had always looked upon Ye Tian with disdain, for initially, his battle power had not matched Vegeta's own. However, Ye Tian had now surpassed him, igniting a flicker of jealousy and wounded pride within him. It was akin to his envy of Kakarot, who, despite being a lower-class warrior, stood shoulder to shoulder with his noble lineage, even surpassing him on numerous occasions. This was precisely why he had never joined forces with Goku against a singular foe. He preferred their separate confrontations. Hearing Vegeta's words, Bulma retorted, "Vegeta, can you not show a shred of compassion?" As she gazed at the dismembered Ye Tian, Goku clenched his fists in fury, shouting, "Dark beings, Zamasu, you have slain Ye Tian, and that is unforgivable. Unforgivable." Goku felt an immediate surge of power, leaping to his feet and transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, ready to strike at Zamasu and Black Goku. At that moment, both Zamasu and Black Goku furrowed their brows, their gazes shifting to the remnants of Ye Tian's body. Realizing he seemed not to be dead, Goku, noticing their expressions, was equally intrigued. What? Everyone was taken aback as they witnessed Ye Tian's dismembered body writhing. The segments began to merge back together. Zamasu and Black Goku stared in shock, exclaiming, "What is this?" Goku instinctively remarked, "Oh, Ye Tian can reassemble himself like Majin Buu? Incredible." In full view, Ye Tian's severed form rapidly healed, reconstructing itself into his original shape. With a sudden pop, a living Ye Tian emerged. Zamasu and Black Goku felt as though they had plunged into a frigid abyss, their hearts chilled to the core, their eyes wide with disbelief. Black Goku couldn't help but utter, "What manner of monster is this?" Zamasu struggled to comprehend. Could it be that he possesses immortality? No. This was not immortality, but an extraordinary regenerative ability. Black Goku scrutinized Ye Tian, analyzing the situation. What Black Goku said was not entirely incorrect. Ye Tian was not immortal, but rather endowed with Majin Buu's bloodline, granting him remarkable cellular regeneration. Once his body reformed, Ye Tian twisted his neck and raised his hands, feeling a surge of power flow through him. His strength had multiplied several-fold, and his aura surged vigorously, scattering the surrounding dust without him needing to concentrate. What a delight! This fusion of Majin Buu's lineage and painful growth was simply exquisite, with no fear of being obliterated. As long as a single cell remained, he could reassemble. His combat strength had skyrocketed tenfold, and with a laugh, he soared into the air, the dense smoke dissipating around him. Black Goku, still dismissive, remarked, "Ye Tian, is it? I never expected a mere human like you to possess such formidable regenerative capabilities. Quite surprising. You are as loathsome as the Saiyans." Zamasu glanced at Black Goku, chiming in, "Since he boasts such robust regeneration, let us obliterate him to the point where he can no longer regenerate. Erase every single cell." Black Goku smirked, "Excellent idea." Ye Tian knew that using this ability once would make it difficult to employ a second time, as they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to annihilate his cells. However, could they truly eradicate all his cells against his will? That was utterly impossible. At least, Zamasu and Black Goku were incapable of doing so at this moment. Ye Tian smiled faintly. "Do you possess such capability? Come forth, Black Goku, Zamasu, and let me witness your strength pushed to its limits." Whoosh! Black Goku's pink aura transformed into a blade of energy as he charged at Ye Tian. Zamasu followed suit, erupting forward like a green comet. Ye Tian instantaneously morphed into Super Saiyan Rose, his battle power soaring exponentially. Though he had absorbed the attacks from Black Goku and Zamasu, elevating his strength tenfold, he still understood that in his base form, he could not triumph over them. Hence, the best course of action was transformation. Bang! Bang! He seized Zamasu and Black Goku by the wrists. Zamasu was utterly shocked to discover Ye Tian could also transform into Super Saiyan Rose. However, this was not the time for astonishment. He strained to pull his hand back, only to find it ensnared by an unyielding force, unable to withdraw. Ye Tian turned his gaze to Black Goku, saying calmly, "Black Goku, I previously mentioned that should I make a move, you might find yourself accidentally struck down. I had hoped that Goku's growth would allow you to challenge me again. Yet here you are, confronting Goku alongside Zamasu. Utilizing Zamasu's immortal form has regrettably resulted in a minimal enhancement of your combat prowess, which has left me profoundly disheartened. In light of this, allow me to assist you in your growth," Ye Tian proclaimed, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Black Goku stared in astonishment at Ye Tian. He had previously surmised Ye Tian's intentions, yet deemed them improbable. To his astonishment, it was indeed the case. Bang! Chapter 85, The Fusion of Zamasu. In an instant, a ki blast materialized in Ye Tian's palm, ruthlessly colliding with Black Goku. Black Goku was sent hurtling backwards, his body crashing violently against a towering skyscraper. The building collapsed instantaneously, entombing Black Goku within its ruins. Ye Tian then shifted his gaze towards Zamasu, whose eyes flickered with terror at the sheer strength humanity could wield. However, I am immortal. There is nothing he can do to destroy me. With this thought, Zamasu felt a surge of confidence. Yet, Ye Tian slowly articulated, Zamasu, immortal. Is it? Fascinating, but I wonder, does this immortality afford you the sensation of pain? Zamasu was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, what do you intend to do? Ye Tian offered no response. While immortality negates death, injuries still inflict pain. Thus, he resolved to ensure Zamasu experienced true agony. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches struck Zamasu's head, propelling him towards a nearby skyscraper. Zamasu's body collided repeatedly against the walls, and throughout this tumultuous flight, Ye Tian's fists hammered down upon Zamasu's skull like iron. After merely 10 strikes, Zamasu's face was a mask of blood, his head nearly obliterated, yet due to his immortality, it quickly healed post-explosion. Nevertheless, the pain inflicted upon Zamasu's head was sufficiently excruciating. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of seconds, Ye Tian had unleashed hundreds of punches. Goku and the others stood transfixed, witnessing Ye Tian grasping Zamasu by his white hair with one hand, while mercilessly pummeling his head with the other. Unable to contain themselves, they exclaimed, Ye Tian is incredibly powerful. Vegeta swallowed hard. He is nothing short of a monster. With Ye Tian's current combat strength, he could easily obliterate him. And he was aware that Ye Tian possessed an additional transformation, Super Saiyan Rose Level 2. If Super Saiyan Rose Level 1 is this formidable, what might Level 2 entail? After pummeling Zamasu for 5 or 6 minutes, Ye Tian delivered a powerful kick to Zamasu's chest, sending him flying towards Black Goku. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at Black Goku and Zamasu. At that moment, Black Goku had managed to crawl out from the rubble, clutching his chest in agony. The pain was unbearable. This was not the type of discomfort he desired. He sought a moderate level of pain that would enhance his combat abilities, rather than this near-fatal suffering inflicted by a single punch. Nevertheless, his combat strength had indeed increased significantly. Zamasu, thanks to his immortality, quickly healed the gaping wound in his chest, yet he was overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The two emerged from the wreckage, soaring to the same altitude as Ye Tian. Ye Tian paid little mind to Zamasu, instead directing his attention towards Black Goku, expressing his satisfaction. Excellent. Your combat strength has markedly improved. A few more exchanges, and you should be able to contend with me, at which point I too can enhance my own strength. Upon hearing this, Black Goku's face twitched in disbelief. What nonsense is this? He expects me to endure several more blows? I am a god. He dares to treat me as a mere tool for boosting combat power. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Zamasu. Zamasu met Black Goku's gaze. He could no longer endure the indignity of being a divine entity, the epitome of righteousness. Subjected to such treatment, grasped by his hair, and mercilessly battered like a wretched dog. His expression darkened to an extreme, turning a shade of green that unsettled those around him. We must take action. Black Goku nodded in agreement. Indeed, while Ye Tian may facilitate painful growth and bolster his combat power, he harbored no desire to proceed in such a manner. The profound humiliation of being a god, reduced to a mere tool for a lowly mortal to enhance his combat capabilities, was utterly intolerable. Ye Tian, overhearing their exchange, was perplexed. What ultimate move are you two planning? Come now, let me witness your ultimate power. I am positively eager. Zamasu conjured a green earring in his hand. At first glance, it resembled the Patera earrings of the Supreme Kai. Upon witnessing this action, Ye Tian immediately comprehended their intent. These two intend to fuse. Indeed, after adorning the Patera earrings, their bodies drew closer, a radiant white light bursting forth. The voices of Black Goku and Zamasu merged. My form embodies justice. My form encompasses the world. Bow in reverence, for I am Zamasu, the supreme deity of immortality. As the white light dissipated, a completely new being materialized before Ye Tian, radiating with a kaleidoscope of luminous energy, adorned with a divine halo. This is true justice. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than Zamasu ascended into the air, surpassing Ye Tian's altitude, purple lightning crackling on either side. The lightning surged towards Ye Tian. Boom! Boom! Ye Tian did not flinch, allowing the bolts to strike him. a gaping wound carved into his chest. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the wound healed, as if he had sustained no injury at all. Goku and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. What an incredible aura! Ye Tian, too, was pleased with their fusion. Their combat power had risen exponentially, and their appearance was now far more striking, particularly with the divine halo, light barrier, behind them, exuding an air of grandeur. If I were to fuse with Black Goku, would the resulting Sky God possess such magnificence? Alas, Black Goku had already fused with Zamasu, and they were not on the same path as he. The fused Zamasu continued to proclaim in his self-righteous tone, "You must acknowledge that this brilliance embodies justice. I, Zamasu, represent the wisdom of the universe, the laws of the cosmos, and the most formidable power in existence." As he spoke, he radiated with a spectrum of colors. As this brilliance enveloped you, your very existence would be extinguished. The human eradication project is to be realized today. An unprecedented ideal world shall soon be unveiled. Ye Tian replied coolly. You prattle on endlessly. Let us hope you do not disappoint me. Foolish mortals, prepare to face judgment. Zamasu spread his arms wide, assuming his ultimate form, and bellowed, absolute thunder. Witness as Zamasu transformed the radiant halo behind him into a colossal bird, unleashing purple lightning upon Ye Tian. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning struck Ye Tian, severing his right arm, which fell to the ground. Zamasu's lips curled into a sinister smile. Did you hope to reattach your arm? That is no longer possible. The Blade of Judgment. Chapter 86. Total Annihilation. The Blade of Judgment. Before them, the radiant barrier behind the fused Zomas transformed into a grand circular halo. Numerous crimson orbs appeared behind him, cascading down like a torrential downpour, covering an extensive area. Suspended in the air, Zomas declared with haughty arrogance, I shall obliterate your arms into mere fragments. Let us see how you manage to heal and restore. Ha ha ha. Pitiful humans. Ye Tian glanced at the severed limbs that had fallen to the ground, unfazed. Upon witnessing Zomas execute this attack, he comprehended the latter's intentions entirely. Boom. The dismembered arms were instantly annihilated into dust. The prospect of reuniting them with Ye Tian's body had become utterly impossible. Zomas, too, sensed this reality and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Ye Tian, your arms have been completely shattered into fragments. How do you intend to reunite them now? In an extraordinarily calm tone, Ye Tian replied. Is that so? For some inexplicable reason, Zomas felt an odd sensation upon hearing Ye Tian's retort, as though his arms could indeed reunite. Nevertheless, they dismissed this notion as impossible. The limbs had been obliterated to ashes. How could they possibly regenerate? To their astonishment, Ye Tian's arms began to grow anew before their very eyes. Within a mere 5 seconds, they had fully reformed. This is unbelievable. The fused Zomas and his companions were utterly astounded. How could this be? They had reduced his arms to nothing, yet they still regrew. Ye Tian remarked nonchalantly. To state it without exaggeration, as long as a single cell of mine remains, I can heal and be reborn. With my substantial presence here, you dare suggest my arms cannot regenerate? Are you jesting with me? Goku couldn't help but exclaim from below, incredible. He had never anticipated that, despite being the protagonist, he would become a mere spectator due to Ye Tian's emergence. Yet, he remained unaware of this shift. Ye Tian turned his gaze towards the fused Zomas, stating in a remarkably even tone, your assault upon me has ceased to contribute to my growth. It is time for you to elevate your strength. Upon hearing this, Zomas was even more astounded. What? The damage I inflict on you no longer enhances your growth? Does this imply I am no longer your equal? The thought seemed unfathomable to Zomas. He retorted defiantly, impossible. My current form is the pinnacle of perfection, my combat prowess unparalleled. I embody the universe. This cannot be. Is that so? Hoo-hoo. In an instant, Ye Tian transformed into Super Saiyan Rose 2, surrounded by a tempest of pink lightning, crackling and swirling around him. His aura surged exponentially. Zomas stood in shock, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of Ye Tian's newfound power. In a flash, Ye Tian teleported behind them. Zomas, are you still dazed? The fused Zomas snapped back to reality, but it was too late. With a resounding punch, Ye Tian struck him fiercely, sending his body crashing to the ground like a comet. Boom. A massive crater formed. Buildings within a 100-mile radius trembled, with several collapsing under the strain. My goodness. How terrifying. Bulma exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. Though unable to gauge combat strength, she could feel the overwhelming force of Ye Tian's attack, which resonated through the surrounding structures. Goku and Vegeta echoed her sentiments, acknowledging the sheer terror of the aura. Emerging from the smoke, Zomas clutched his chest, revealing the damage to his radiant barrier. Ye Tian frowned at the sight and questioned, Zomas, your combat power has not increased? This puzzled him. Wasn't Black Goku's essence one of growth through pain? Why had inflicting pain on him failed to elevate his power? His strength surpassed Zoma's. So it made no sense for him not to grow. Could it be that the fusion with Zoma's had significantly diminished the effects of pain-induced growth? Ye Tian's deduction was indeed correct. The fusion had rendered the benefits of pain-based growth substantially less effective, leading to a rather ordinary enhancement. Zoma's, filled with fury, vehemently retorted, "You dare insult a god? I shall deliver the ultimate judgment upon you." In a sudden icy tone, Ye Tian responded, "Zoma's, your combat power can no longer be rapidly enhanced. What purpose do you serve for me now?" "What?" Zoma's was baffled by Ye Tian's words. What did he mean by his purpose? Wasn't he immortal? Surely, Ye Tian could not annihilate him. Impossible. I am immortal. Can you truly eliminate me? With a slight scoff, Ye Tian clasped his right hand over his left and forcefully tore off his own arm. What is he doing? Bulma and the others gasped in shock, bewildered by this self-inflicted injury. Without addressing their confusion, Ye Tian hurled his severed arm at Zoma's. As Zoma's attempted to swat it away, he was taken aback to see Ye Tian's arm morph into a liquid form, ensnaring him entirely. What is happening? Zoma's eyes widened with panic. At that moment, Ye Tian bellowed, "Absorb." "Ah!" Zoma's cried out, "No?" He struggled and attempted to unleash his fury, but soon realized his strength had been completely restrained, suppressed by Ye Tian. Witnessing this, Goku remarked, "Vegeta, do you notice how this technique resembles Majin Buu's absorption?" Indeed, and his essence mirrors that of Majin Buu. They were astounded. The attributes of both Majin Buu and Black Goku were converging within Ye Tian. What manner of being was he? In less than a minute, Zoma's was entirely absorbed by the cellular essence of Ye Tian's arm. Ye Tian then surged forward, merging with his arm. Before them stood a figure resembling both Ye Tian and Zoma's, though predominantly akin to Ye Tian. In that moment, Ye Tian distinctly felt his combat power surge. Though his regenerative abilities had diminished, he had acquired immortality. It was a favorable trade-off, albeit unsettling. Nevertheless, he resolved to proceed as planned. Ye Tian approached Goku and Vegeta, declaring, "Let us return." He then turned to Trunks, saying, "Trunks, gather the Dragon Balls and restore your world." Trunks expressed his profound gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ye Tian." "Thank you. You're welcome." After Ye Tian and the others returned, they coincidentally encountered Whis and Beerus. Upon witnessing the emergence of Ye Tian, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Zamasu, Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah? Who is this?" Ye Tian elucidated, "I have absorbed Zamasu. However, his immortal essence renders him indestructible. Thus, I require your destructive power to obliterate him." Indeed, this was Ye Tian's method for vanquishing the immortal. Although the immortal is deemed unassailable, it can nonetheless be annihilated in the face of destructive force. Without hesitation, Beerus acquiesced, "Very well." With a surge of energy, Ye Tian released the fused Zamasu. Before Zamasu could comprehend the unfolding situation, he was seized by Beerus. The fused Zamasu, taken aback at the sight of Beerus, uttered in shock, "Beerus." Raising his right hand, Beerus summoned his destructive power, his tone chilling as he declared, "Zamasu, it is all over." A wave of destructive energy enveloped Zamasu, a swirling violet radiance encircling him. In an instant, the annihilation was complete. The fused Zamasu was utterly eradicated, restoring peace to the world once more.